Being able to hold your child, it's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the most important thing in the world.
Martineau's excited to be home early.
I was expecting mid-December, so when they said that we were going to leave a little sooner than that, I was ecstatic. Because I've been gone since January 27th.
For Kaylin, it's a moment.
I'm happy.
She will always remember.
I felt shocked and happy.
Her dad right by her side again.
Family that makes you rich. That's the richest thing in the world. Is if you got family, you're golden.
That's right. Our thanks to Tylisa for that heartwarming story. I love those stories, especially on the holidays.
Yeah, golden this time of year. Great.
That's right. All right, thanks for kicking off your week with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Speaking out, a woman who had a long-time relationship with Herschel Walker is talking exclusively to NBC News about allegations of violent behavior. This is a record number of Georgians have already hit the polls ahead of tomorrow's Senate runoff.
Turning point, news of Iran's mortality police potentially being disbanded after months of protests.
Remembering one of the original cast members of Sesame Street as the legendary Bob McGrath passes away at 90.
The president calls out the 4 members of the rock band U2, actor George Clooney, singing legends Gladys Knight, Amy Grant, and more at the Kennedy Center Honors.
And the holiday surprise that's changing the lives of those involved in foster care. It's Monday, December 5th. Early Today starts right now. Hope you had a good weekend. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. We begin this morning with a final spread in Georgia's runoff race for U.S. Senate. With just one day to go, Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker made their final appeals to voters in a campaign blitz this weekend. The stakes are high as Democrats seek to expand their majority in the Senate. A Warnock victory would give them 51 seats, breaking the evenly split chamber. But it's been a bitter race filled with troubling allegations. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, good morning. There are new allegations against Walker, with a woman now speaking out who says he cannot be senator.
Good morning, good morning, Frances. Cheryl Parser, who was in a 5-year relationship with Walker, spoke exclusively to NBC News, alleging the former football star physically attacked her in 2005 after she caught him with another woman.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he was pressing his forehead against mine. My head was against the wall. He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that. And the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
Walker and his campaign have not responded to Parser's allegation. Her story, not the first allegation of domestic abuse against the football star. His ex-wife, Cindy Grossman, accused him of domestic abuse, including threatening to shoot and kill her. 2 months ago, Walker's son tweeted that his father had previously, quote, threatened to kill us. And there have been multiple women who allege that Walker paid them to have abortions, allegations he has denied. Walker has previously acknowledged suffering from mental health issues during the period of these allegations. He even wrote a book about having dissociative identity disorder. That's a condition in which an individual has various and distinct personalities. Frances.
All right, a little over 24 hours before this runoff. Bree, thank you.
The tight Senate race is casting a new light on a law that adds a hurdle for students at historically black colleges. Under the 2006 voter ID law, students at public universities can use their student ID to vote, but that legislation does not extend to private schools. That includes 7 out of 10 HBCUs. Voting rights experts say the provision confuses voters and can result in many of them not casting a ballot at all.
The Attorney General of Iran has said that the country's feared mortality police will be abolished. In remarks to local media, the AG went on to say that Iran's parliament is reviewing the law that requires women to wear head coverings. NBC News cannot independently verify his comments, nor has Iran's government officially confirmed anything. The Islamic Republic has seen widespread protests for months after the death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman who had been arrested by the brutality police.
The annual Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade is back 1 year after a car ramming attack that left 6 dead and dozens injured. It was an emotional scene where tradition was preserved and victims remembered. NBC's Mara Barrett was at the parade and spoke to one of the survivors of last year's senseless violence.
What does it mean to you that you're back here dancing again after being injured?
It means that I have lots of angels surrounding me.
Out of safety concerns, this year the city quadrupled the police presence at the parade and altered the route from past years. $800,000 were also spent on new vehicle barriers. The driver, Daryl Brooks, was convicted of murder and received 6 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of early release. Brooks, who defended himself during the trial, plans to appeal, according to court records.
Former President Donald Trump is facing criticism from both parties today after he suggested that the Constitution be terminated in his effort to overturn the 2020 election results. The 2024 candidate again cited baseless claims of widespread election fraud. The White House says the attack on the Constitution should be universally condemned. On the Sunday shows, some Republicans were asked to weigh in.
I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made. Trump has made, 1,000 statements in which I disagree.
First off, he has no ability to suspend the Constitution. Secondly,
but he says he's for it.
Well, he says a lot of things but that doesn't mean that it's ever going to happen.
The top Republicans in Congress have not publicly commented on Trump's post. NBC News reached out to spokespeople for Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, but as of this morning have not received a response.
A missing girl case in Texas has now turned into a murder investigation, and at the center of it, a FedEx driver who dropped off the package the day the 7-year-old went missing. Maggie Vespa has details, including what FedEx is now saying about its delivery drivers.
In a neighborhood near Fort Worth, Texas, flyers signify utter heartbreak.
It's one of the toughest investigations that I've been involved in because it's a child.
A shaken sheriff Friday confirming 7-year-old Athena Strand has been found dead. Her body discovered less than 10 miles from her driveway, where investigators say 31-year-old FedEx driver Tanner Lynn Horner was making a delivery to her home when he kidnapped the girl. Athena's stepmother was reportedly inside.
I spent quite a bit of time with the family. They're devastated. They're angry.
The nightmare started Wednesday. Authorities say Athena got home from school around 4:30. 2 hours later, her stepmother, realizing she's gone, calls 911, prompting an Amber Alert and a massive search led by 200 volunteers. Then, a tip. Someone remembered seeing a delivery driver. Investigators working with the Texas Rangers and the FBI ID Horner. They believe he killed Athena within an hour of taking her.
I will say that we have a confession.
A search by NBC News revealed no criminal record for Horner, who authorities note is a contract driver with FedEx. The company writing, "Words cannot express our shock and sorrow," adding that FedEx contracts with independent businesses, and those employees are subject to criminal history background checks.
Stranger abduction and homicide is every parent's worst nightmare.
Former FBI Special Agent Brianna Fox notes while stranger abductions are rare, from FedEx to food delivery, close encounters with strangers have become more common. With them, headlines about crimes against unsuspecting customers. Fox hopes parents seeing Athena's story talk to their kids.
Making sure they understand that they can, be polite, but they also have the right to yell and scream no if somebody tries taking them.
We've reached out to Athena's family. So far, no response. Horner is charged with aggravated kidnapping and capital murder. He's being held on $1.5 million bond.
Our thanks to Maggie for that report.
A beloved resident of Sesame Street has passed away. Sesame Workshop is mourning the loss of Bob McGrath, one of the original cast members. They say he embodied the melodies of Sesame Street like no one else.
And if I didn't love you, how could I miss you and feel sad, happy, happy, sad?
Bob played a friendly neighbor for the first 47 seasons and continued to make appearances after that. He once said the impact the show has on millions of kids was the most gratifying thing anyone could hope for. His family says he died peacefully at home. Bob McGrath was 90 years old.
They say everything's bigger in Texas, and one team Sunday night certainly stood taller in Dallas.
Dak organizing the guys. Colts bring 5. Prescott throws him. He's complete. C.D. Lamb, was he down? They say no for now, and he's into the end zone.
The Cowboys scored early on the Colts, but Indianapolis kept battling back until the fourth quarter. Dallas scored 33 points in the final period, breaking a franchise record and taking the win 54-19. Eagles QB Jalen Hurts was flying high with 4 total touchdowns and 380 yards passing as Philly moves to 11-1. They flew by the Titans 35-10.
Philly still holds a 2-game lead in the division over the Cowboys, soaring above the Giants and Commanders, who tied on Sunday. Everyone in that division, the NFC East, except for Washington, currently holds a playoff spot. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, they led heading into the fourth quarter, but the Bengals scored 10 unanswered, and a missed Kansas City field goal would seal the victory. For the third time in 2022, the Bengals get the best of the Chiefs. Cincy wins it 27-24. Justin Fields tried to rewrite this chapter of the NFL's oldest rivalry, but Aaron Rodgers wasn't having it. The Packers scored 18 in a row in the fourth to come from behind and beat the Bears once again, the 8th straight time. In fact, this one, it was 28-19. And with that victory, the Packers surpassed the Bears for the most regular season wins in NFL history. The record standing at 787. It's the first time since 1921 that Chicago is not the league's winningest franchise.
One of the NFL's most controversial players returned to the field Sunday. Deshaun Watson made his Browns debut, having served an 11-game suspension after dozens of women accused him of sexual misconduct while he played for the Texans. Watson was booed from the moment he entered the stadium against his former team. And here's what he had to say after the game.
I can't imagine you've ever been booed every time you've taken a snap for an entire half of football. So what did that feel like?
I definitely have. South Carolina in college.
You got to think it's not about rivalry this time.
I mean, like I said, I can't control that.
At least 10 of his accusers watched Watson's return in person, but declined an interview, according to their attorney.
All right, now to weather and some potential flash flooding in some areas. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. We're going to be watching the threat for flash flooding over the next several days. It's a warm front that's moving very slowly, bringing the chance for heavy rain. We're seeing showers this morning in portions of the lower Mississippi Valley, the Tennessee Valley into the south, and that's where we're really going to see the risk for that flash flooding. So as we go throughout time here, that warm front's going to move very slowly, pulling in that Gulf moisture, so showers will expand during the afternoon. And we can see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where the really heavy rain is falling. The system will slowly move across the Mid-South tomorrow. We'll see rain into the northeast as well, scattered showers before we see that rain moving in. It's going to continue on Wednesday, looking for the chance for training storms as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures are chilly or cool in the northeast, depending on what you like, but it's right around normal for this time of year. Dry before rain moves in tomorrow, and then really mild in the south. Temperatures above normal for this time of year in the 70s and 80s in Texas. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at that week ahead forecast, and there is still more rain in the forecast.
Hey, thanks so much, Michelle. See you in a bit. In today's legal quick hits, Dominion's $1.6 billion lawsuit against Fox News heats up today as Fox CEO Lachlan Murdoch faces questioning. He's scheduled to appear in the defamation suit that Fox News made false claims about its voting machines in the 2020 election.
The jury could deliver a verdict today in Harvey Weinstein's Los Angeles trial. He faces up to life in prison for multiple sex crimes. The disgraced movie mogul was already convicted in a separate New York case.
And the jury will begin deliberating today in the Trump Organization tax fraud trial. The company is accusing it of giving pricey, unreported perks to its C-suite.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
New this morning, President Biden hosted the Kennedy Center honorees at the White House.
You embody the very spirit of we the people. At this year's Kennedy Center honorees, they're an incredible group of people. And we the people, we see character. We see Amal Clooney's husband.
This year's honorees also included singers Amy Grant and Gladys Knight, composer Tanya Leone, and the members of U2. Mr. Biden thanked this year's honorees for their volunteerism and contributions to music and the arts. The group was celebrated at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in its 45th annual event. President Biden and Vice President Harris, as well as their respective spouses, were in attendance. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, made his first public appearance since being assaulted in their San Francisco home in October.
A 62-year-old American woman is confirmed dead after a massive wave crashed into a cruise ship traveling in Antarctica. It happened on Tuesday and is known as a rogue wave incident. Video taken on board the Viking Polaris shows the choppy waters before the ship was hit. Viking Cruises confirms the passenger death in a public statement, saying an investigation has been launched. The U.S. State Department did not say if there were any Americans among the 4 injured.
Now to some unruly behavior at the airport. A woman claiming to be a relative of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie injured 6 deputies as she was kicked off a flight leaving New Orleans. The Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office says Shannon Epstein was asked to leave the Jersey-bound plane after asking a family who she believed were Latino if they were smuggling cocaine. She is accused of biting one deputy and kicking another in the groin. She allegedly told the deputies they were going to lose their jobs because she's related to Christie. Christie did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Right, still to come, you remember this line. Hey, you guys, why this Goonie is never saying die to a piece of iconic 80s memorabilia.
And bound, but not for long, the shop that is helping ex-Ye fans remove their ink.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Do it!
So there's likely a new owner of the house featured in the 1985 hit movie The Goonies. The offer was accepted on the Victorian home in Astoria, Oregon, just 6 days after it was listed, said to be going to a fan for $1.7 million.
A tattoo removal studio in London is saying Yeezy come, Yeezy go to potential customers. The studio says if you have a tattoo of Ye, they will remove it for free. The rapper, formerly known as Kanye West, has been criticized after a months-long wave of anti-Semitic comments. The studio says on their Instagram, when you have a tattoo inspired by someone you admire and they end up making headlines for all the wrong reasons, they have you covered.
All right, keep that umbrella handy. Michelle will have the weather for the week ahead. That's next.
And giving them the keys to a better future, the life-changing gift to families in foster care.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Monday. You're going to need the umbrellas in portions of the South, especially the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep South. We're looking at heavy rain falling, looking at the chance for some flash flooding as well. And then really active still in the west. We have mountain snow. That could lead to some avalanche conditions in portions of the Rockies, also Sierra Nevada mountains. It's blustery in the northern plains, the Great Lakes. Temperatures well below normal for this time of year. Then as we head towards Wednesday, it'll be wet in the northeast, wet too on Tuesday in the northeast as showers expand. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. A major surprise for families involved in foster care from our own Jose Diaz-Balart. That's next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Call it the keys to a better future. Jose Diaz-Balart tells us about the life-changing holiday surprise for one resilient group of people.
Go ahead and open your little memory box.
It was a life-changing surprise last month.
What? Explain.
That gave this group new hope ahead of the holidays.
You are all getting a card and a year worth of insurance and a year worth of gas.
For 9 guests at this New York City celebration, a gift promising a new car, insurance, and free gas for a year. The emotions overwhelming after lives marked by tough times. Most here are former foster kids, like 23-year-old Brielle. She'd been in 12 different homes, all before age 7.
What does this mean to you?
Getting the car was just a blessing, and it was just, my kids will be warm. That's the first thing I thought of. My kids will be warm. We won't have to be cold waiting on the bus.
The car's a lifeline from the nonprofit One Simple Wish. Its mission to spread love, hope, and joy to children and young adults impacted by foster care, abuse, and neglect.
I am so committed to doing anything I can to make life better for you.
Danielle Glito is the group's founder.
What inspired you to do the giveaways?
One of the greatest hurdles for individuals who age out of the foster care system is transportation. And so when we were thinking about, the holidays are coming up, what is a way that we could surprise them with something really epic?
Sano Zucapuzzi won a car that night, too. The orphan from war-torn Liberia nominated for his dedication to helping other foster kids.
For Sano, it means a safe ride for his daughter.
And reliable transportation to his job as the founder of a peer mentorship group in Georgia.
It's been a rough journey trying to figure out how to survive on the outside and building these relationships. I want to be able to reach back and help other young people be able to do that.
The car is an empowering symbol of support for a better road ahead.
Why do you do what you do, man?
I do what I do because I really, truly believe in the power of love to make a big difference in anybody's life.
And our thanks to Jose for sharing that story. Wow, what a ride they're all going to be on, literally, when it comes to a ride of support, a ride to independence, and just of community and love, too.
Fantastic gesture, and we underestimate just how important it is sometimes, you know? You take it for granted, you know, getting from point A to point B that easily.
But what it means so much to them. Thanks so much for starting your week with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming on today, an exclusive first look at the shortlist for Time's 2022 Person of the Year. See you tomorrow.
Welcome to Monday. The runoff in Georgia is a day away. This morning, an NBC News exclusive. Hear from the first woman to speak out publicly, alleging domestic violence against Herschel Walker since the campaign began.
In Idaho, new information from 2 roommates who were in the house when 4 others were killed. The pair now speaking out.
20 days before Christmas, and many Americans are already struggling with a record amount of credit card debt. Our Brian Chung with the tips to help you avoid a financial holiday hangover.
The biggest moments from Week 13 in the NFL, including a blowout in Big D.
And fans fight back. Taylor Swifties file a lawsuit against Ticketmaster over the pre-sale disaster. Let's get this week started. Early Today begins right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with the final sprint in Georgia's runoff race for U.S. Senate. With just 1 day to go, Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker made their final appeals to voters in a campaign blitz this weekend. The stakes are high as Democrats seek to expand their majority in the Senate. A Warnock victory would give them 51 seats, breaking the evenly split chamber. But it's been a bitter race filled with troubling allegations. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. There are new allegations against Walker by a woman who says he cannot be senator.
Good morning, Philip. Yeah, Cheryl Parsa, who is in a 5-year relationship with Walker, spoke exclusively to NBC News, alleging the former football star physically attacked her in 2005 after she caught him with another woman.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and began, continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he was pressing his forehead against mine. My head was against the wall. He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that. And the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
Walker and his campaign have not responded to Parsa's allegations. Her story, not the first allegation of domestic abuse against the football star. His ex-wife, Cindy Grossman, accused him of domestic abuse, including threatening to shoot and kill her. 2 months ago, Walker's son tweeted that his father had previously, quote, threatened to kill us. And there have been multiple women who allege that Walker paid them to have abortions, allegations he has denied. Walker has previously acknowledged suffering from mental health issues during the period of these allegations. He even wrote a book about having dissociative identity disorder. That's a condition in which an individual has various and distinctive personalities. Back to you guys.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off this morning. Bree, thank you.
Iran's attorney general says that the country's feared morality police will be abolished and that parliament will reconsider the law that forces women to cover their hair. The apparent bowing to public pressure after months of protests has, however, not been officially confirmed yet. Our Raf Sanchez has the latest.
After months of widespread protests, possible cracks in Iran's strict Islamic system.
The Attorney General saying at a press conference the feared morality police, who for decades have enforced a severe dress code on the women of Iran, has now been disbanded, and that the parliament is reviewing a law requiring women to wear hijabs or head coverings. His claim has not been officially confirmed by Iran's government, and activists are skeptical, saying the morality police had already been forced off the streets by demonstrators.
The Iranian people managed to shake the regime, and that's why they come up with the idea saying that, okay, we can think about getting rid of morality police.
Women in Tehran tell NBC News that since the protests, they've felt new freedom, able to go with their hair uncovered, largely without interference. The U.S. sanctioned the police last month, and the White House warning the eyes of the world are on Iran. The human rights abuses inflicted by its government must not go without consequence. The morality force has been the target of public anger since the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who died in their custody. Her death, the spark for 2 months of protests. Iran's government says 200 people have been killed in the demonstrations. Human rights groups say the real figure is more than twice that. Protesters are saying this isn't enough. Posts on social media are calling for 3 days of strikes this week, and many demonstrators say they won't settle for anything less than the end of the regime.
Hey, Raf, thank you.
Now to Idaho, where we have new details in the university murder mystery where 4 college roommates were killed last month. The 2 roommates who were also in the house that night are breaking their silence. Steve Patterson has their story.
3 weeks later, more questions, few answers, no suspects, as friends remember 4 lives lost.
How truly special I felt to be your friend.
For the first time, we hear from the 2 surviving roommates inside at the time of the stabbings in their own words.
I'm going to be reading 2 different letters, one from Dylan and one from Bethany.
Their letters read by a pastor at a service held this weekend. From Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people.
And Bethany Funk.
Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were truly all one of a kind. They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Officials say the surviving roommates have been ruled out as potential suspects. Their 4 friends stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th, likely while asleep in their beds. With no suspects or murder weapon, the Moscow Police Department still following leads in the investigation, digging through more than 100 pieces of evidence on top of thousands of calls, tips, and emails, maintaining the fatal stabbings were targeted. The department also focused on dispelling misinformation, saying there is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears and spreading false information. But in this tight-knit town, frustration is boiling over. The father of one of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, is speaking out about the investigation to Fox News.
The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released.
In our interview, he says with a lack of evidence, he's terrified the trail could go cold.
I don't know how you catch a criminal if you don't even know what you're looking for.
Families now fearful they may never find justice. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
The annual Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas Parade is back 1 year after a car ramming attack that left 6 dead and dozens injured. It was an emotional scene where tradition was preserved and victims remembered. NBC's Maura Barrett was at the parade and spoke to one of the survivors of last year's tragedy.
What does it mean to you that you're back here dancing again after being injured?
It means that I have lots of angels surrounding me.
This year, the city quadrupled the police presence at the parade and altered the route. $800,000 were also spent on new vehicle barriers. The driver, Daryl Brooks, was convicted of murder and received 6 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of early release. Brooks, who defended himself during the trial, plans to appeal, according to court records.
All 103,000 residents in Moore County, North Carolina, remain without electricity after what officials say was a targeted attack that knocked out 2 power substations. A spokesperson for Duke Energy warned it could take until Thursday to restore electricity to the area. According to police, a suspect or suspects drove up to 2 power substations on Saturday night and opened fire, disabling them and resulting in that blackout. FBI and state investigators have joined the inquiry into the attack. A state of emergency and a 9 p.m. curfew was declared in the county, and schools are closed today.
The volume just got turned up on the Taylor Swift Eras Tour drama. Fans are suing Live Nation Entertainment, which owns Ticketmaster. The company is accused of misleading customers and several antitrust violations. Fans are seeking penalties of $2,500 for each violation. Live Nation did not respond with a comment, but Ticketmaster previously cited extreme demand, saying Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows for everyone to get a ticket.
All right, let's turn now to your weather and NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Morning, Michelle. Hope you had a good weekend.
Morning, guys. I had a great weekend. Hope you did too. And we are tracking rain, unfortunately, to start out this work week in some spots in the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, also portions of the South. We could see heavy rain leading to flash flooding. We're already tracking some showers early this morning. You can see some spots of yellow, some orange there. That's showing us where that heavy rain is falling. And we do expect heavy rain locally, 5 inches or more. And this is over the next several days. So the heaviest amounts of rain in Tennessee, portions of Alabama, also Georgia into Mississippi. We'll be watching that very closely. That could lead to the chance for some flash flooding, especially where you see that darker blue. We do have a slight risk for flash flooding there. That includes Huntsville, also Birmingham, Atlanta. You are in on the mix as well. It's all due to this warm front that's moving very, very slowly, and it's bringing the chance for heavy rain as we go throughout today, leading to the chance of flash flooding. Is pulling that moisture off the Gulf. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at the system moving very, very slowly into the mid-south and scattered showers into the east. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking at temperatures in the northeast. A little cool for this time of year. We'll be into the 40s, but we're going to be dry too before some showers move in tomorrow. It's warm in the south. Temperatures in the 70s in Texas. All right, guys, we'll talk more about the week ahead. It does include more rain, include some mountain snow too out west.
Okay, we'll be ready for it. Thank you, Michelle. TikTok star Noodle the Pug, best known for sleeping and forecasting the day's vibe, has died at the age of 14. His owner, Jonathan Graziano, shared the news to their now 4.5 million followers. Just last year, he started posting videos of himself attempting to get Noodle out of bed in the morning, calling it a bones day if the dog stood up on his own, and a no bones day if he plopped back down. Fans will miss their one-of-a-kind antics.
A lot of people can relate to him, especially on a Monday. Still to come, swiping down credit card debt ahead of the holidays as balances soar to new highs.
But first, the Cowboys shatter a franchise record in a Colts blowout. We have the biggest moments from across the league in just 60 seconds.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Dak organizing the guys. Coach breaks 5. Prescott throws it. It's complete. CeeDee Lamb, was he down?
The Cowboys scored early on Sunday night, but the Colts kept battling back until the fourth quarter. Dallas scored 33 points in the final period, breaking a franchise record. The Cowboys get the lopsided win 54-19.
Now to an AFC Championship rematch and a fourth quarter nail-biter. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs led heading into the fourth, but the Bengals scored 10 unanswered, and a missed Kansas City field goal would seal the victory. For the third time in 2022, the Bengals get the best of the Chiefs. Cincy wins it 27-24. Another week, another dominant Jalen Hurts performance. The Eagles quarterback with 4 total touchdowns and 380 yards passing as Philly moves to 11-1. They beat the Titans handily 35-10. Justin Fields tried to rewrite this chapter of the NFL's oldest rivalry, but Aaron Rodgers wasn't having it. The Packers scored 18 in a row in the fourth to come from behind and beat the Bears for the 8th straight time, 28-19. That is the Packers' 787th win in franchise history, passing the Bears for the most all time.
It's still to come. The fate of Harvey Weinstein is in the hands of a Los Angeles jury.
Plus, taking a swipe out of those holiday spending habits, how to beat a financial hangover.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? Kind of training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
In today's legal quick hits, Dominion's $1.6 billion lawsuit against Fox News heats up today as Fox CEO Lachlan Murdoch faces questioning. He's scheduled to appear in the defamation suit that Fox News made false claims about its voting machines in the 2020 election.
The jury could deliver a verdict today in Harvey Weinstein's Los Angeles trial. He faces up to life in prison for multiple sex crimes. The disgraced movie mogul was already convicted in a separate New York case.
And the jury will begin deliberating today in the Trump Organization tax fraud trial. The company is accused of giving pricey, unreported perks to its high-ranking executives.
Now to the credit card crush hitting so many families. Credit card debt is at an all-time high, and a perfect storm of holiday shopping, massive inflation, and soaring interest rates are set to make it worse. But as Brian Chung reports, there are ways to get out of that hole.
With 3 weeks to go, the holiday rush is well underway. With everything nearly 8% more expensive than last year, shoppers like Sherry Sorrells are paying with plastic to buy gifts this holiday season.
Yeah, I got some things off of Amazon, the foot massager. I got a karaoke machine for one of my daughters, and I got my son a bike.
But with thousands of dollars in debt, the mother of three now faces a serious challenge.
I think it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
She's not the only one. Jamie Feldman was once $20,000 in debt.
Every time you do a minimum payment, the next month is like, it's like you didn't pay anything with the interest and the fees.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm in 15,000.
Feldman posted her stories on TikTok, engaging others in similar positions.
Obviously, yes, there was some mismanagement of money.
Americans are headed into the peak holiday shopping season with record debt as they buy things like gifts or even Christmas trees. But they also face record high interest rates if they miss a payment. Credit card debt has soared 19% in the last year to a record $866 billion, and the average interest rate now nearing 20%. At that rate, making minimum payments on a $1,000 bill would take over 9 years to pay off, racking up about $990 in interest.
I've gotten a lot of emails from the card issuers just stating that the terms have changed, and 9 times out of 10 it's the interest rate that's increasing.
But that hasn't stopped you from spending the way that you're spending?
No, only because I feel pressured to, have a good Christmas for my children.
Experts recommend prioritizing 0% balance transfer cards and consolidating your debt.
So if this describes you, no shame. I mean, you have plenty of company, but let's focus on bringing that interest rate down.
There's other strategies too. This Hanukkah, Jamie says she's just focused on spending quality time with her loved ones.
I've been really open and honest about what I can and cannot do, and I think for us this year it's going to be more about experiences than actual gifts.
Because the most memorable gifts don't have to cost anything. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
Important to remember that last part. Michelle's got our Monday forecast after a quick break.
And the Fido fender bender that's got this pup in the doghouse.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The eruption of the world's largest active volcano continues in Hawaii. During the past 24 hours, the lava flow advanced at an average rate of about 40 feet per hour, according to the U.S. Geological Survey's most recent update. Plus, Mount Semeru, Indonesia's highest volcano, erupted Sunday. According to National Disaster Management Agency, monsoon rains eroded and finally collapsed the lava dome atop the 12,000-foot high volcano, causing the eruption. So far, no casualties have been reported.
All right, let's check back in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a look at things around here. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, guys, and we are tracking some rain for this week, especially in the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into portions of the south. That's eventually going to move into the northeast tomorrow. But looking at the chance for flash flooding as we go throughout the day today in parts of Alabama, Georgia, also Tennessee. Heavy snow out west. We could also see some really gusty winds gusting up to 70, even 100 miles per hour in the highest mountain passes. By Wednesday, soggy in the south. Notice that green stretching from New England down to the mid-Atlantic into the Tennessee Valley once again. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. When we return, a 7-year-old reunited with her hero in a special holiday surprise.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Police have leashed a reckless driver in Kilgore, Texas. Officers say a pooch who was waiting in the parking lot of a Walmart and accidentally released the emergency brake of his owner's SUV. It rolled into 2 other vehicles before coming to a stop. Thankfully, nobody was injured.
Could have been so much worse. Right, Spider-Man, also known as Prince Harry, sent a video message to a charity for children who have lost a parent in the British Armed Forces. The video was played to members of Scotty's Little Soldiers at their annual Christmas party. And this year's theme was heroes and villains. In the message, the Duke of Sussex tells the children that Christmas is a time when we miss our loved ones, but he added it is important not to feel guilty for having fun at the same time.
Now the story of a little girl in Arkansas for whom Christmas came early this year. Her Army father was able to give her the surprise of a lifetime. Tylisa Hampton with our Little Rock affiliate KARK-TV has the story.
The wait has been long for 7-year-old Kaylin Martinez.
My dad's in the Army.
Counting down the weeks until she's reunited with her father, Staff Sergeant Carl Martinez, who's been deployed in Iraq since the beginning of the year.
How much do you miss him?
so much.
As she sits in her class at St. Teresa Catholic School in Little Rock, the days run longer.
What's your favorite memory of your dad?
The last time I got to see him, we hugged each other goodbye.
But little does she know, her dad is a lot closer than expected.
All right, I guess I'm ready to go.
Just in a different uniform. All for a surprise that will make a new favorite memory. Once again, back in each other's arms.
I missed you.
I missed you too.
Thanks to a little help from the school faculty.
It's amazing, you know, just being able to hold your child, you know, it's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the most important thing in the world.
Martineau's excited to be home early.
I was expecting mid-December, so when they said that we were going to leave a little sooner than that, I was ecstatic. Because I've been gone since January 27th.
For Kaylin, it's a moment
I'm happy.
she will always remember.
I felt shocked and happy.
Her dad right by her side again.
Family's that makes you rich. That's the richest thing in the world. Is if you got family, you're golden.
That's right. Our thanks to Tylisa for that heartwarming story. I love those stories, especially on the holidays.
Yeah, golden this time of year.
That's right. All right, thanks for kicking off your week with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Monday, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, 1 day away. The longest, most contentious race of the midterms coming to a close. This morning, Georgia Senate candidates Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker making their final pitches ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes runoff election.
Elections are about a choice. And this election is about competence and character.
They're campaigning because they're lying to you. Senator Warnock, who's this man out of cloth, is lying to you.
This as Walker faces new accusations and a new scandal in the final hours of the campaign. We have team coverage from both campaigns as we break down what's at stake. Also this morning, a discrimination debate heading back to the Supreme Court with same-sex marriage and religious freedom at the center of the case. More on the arguments being heard today in a case that could impact millions of people. Plus, under review this morning, new developments out of Iran following months of unrest. A top Iranian official now signaling the country's controversial morality police may soon be disbanded. We'll bring you the latest. And oh, Christmas tree, a time-honored tradition getting some help from science. We'll give you a behind-the-scenes look at how those holiday furs go from the lab to a tree lot to your living room. There's also the option of the ones that come out of a box.
There's that too, or you can get like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree that
exactly.
needs a little love, but is still worthy of our
yours up yet?
attention. Yes.
Okay, me too. So exciting, I know, very fancy. All right, we begin this morning with the high-stakes Georgia Senate runoff election tomorrow as both incumbent Raphael Warnock and GOP rival Herschel Walker hit the campaign trail one more time to win over last-minute voters.
But for Walker, there is new controversy this morning that could derail his efforts to win. A former girlfriend is accusing him of domestic abuse during their 5-year relationship in the early 2000s. She recounted the incident on camera for the first time to NBC News. We do want to warn viewers, some may find this disturbing.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he was pressing his forehead against mine. My head was against the wall. He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that. And the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
Walker's campaign has not responded to multiple requests from NBC News for a comment. It is the second accusation of abuse that Walker has faced in recent years. We have our team here to help walk us through the latest from Georgia, including NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee in Atlanta and NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Mark, let's start with you. The incumbent Senator Warnock holds a very small lead over GOP challenger Herschel Walker. That's what we saw really in November. This latest controversy with Walker comes after several other controversies during the general election. Does it look like these are having an impact in the polls? Is this Warnock's race to lose right now?
Yeah, Joe, I think the only thing for us to glean from the polls right now, as well as the results from the general election last November, is this race remains competitive and incredibly close. And when you do look at the most recent polls that are out there, like CNN's that came out last Friday, it shows Warnock with just a small lead among likely voters, but within the margin of error. Raphael Warnock also ends up having a substantial advantage over the airwaves. And the one thing that Herschel Walker will not benefit from on Tuesday that he was able to benefit in the November general election was the Republicans who went to vote for Brian Kemp, the incumbent governor who ended up winning re-election over Democrat Stacey Abrams. This is just Warnock versus Herschel Walker, and that's a different dynamic. And also what's different is we still just don't know the composition of the turnout in this runoff election, which is smack dab between Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays and just comes a couple of days after the SEC championship football game that Georgia ended up winning.
So, Tremaine, let's look at the campaign trail. Both Walker and Warnock making their final pitches to voters today. It comes after a full weekend of campaign events. Let's just listen to some of what Warnock had to say to voters on Sunday.
Over the last few years especially, we've been going through a bit of a contraction, and there are folk who are trying to divide us. But because of young people like you, I really do believe that our best days are not behind us. Our best days are in front of us.
So, Tremaine, what message are we hearing from both candidates just a day before this election, and who are they targeting in these final campaign events?
Joe, certainly Warnock is appealing to his base, that he has been there before, he's worked across the aisle, that he is the values candidate given all the controversy around Walker. But certainly he's also been pushing ads, allowing voters themselves to react to some of the more kind of absurd things that Herschel Walker has talked about, bad air and vampires and werewolves. But for the Walker campaign, you know, he's trying to tie Warnock to crime and inflation, saying that's part of the Joe Biden agenda. But what's really important here is their base, to make sure that folks who did not vote maybe in the midterms are coming out to support their candidates, especially for Warnock, because Democrats have had the lead in getting out early in terms of absentee, mail-in, and also in-person early voting.
So, Tremaine, the early voting in Georgia, it's done. It ended with a bang on Friday. 2 previous early voting state records were broken. Do we know who turned out for early voting? How did the numbers break down?
We do. It's pretty interesting. Of the nearly 1.9 million people who voted early, again, smashing records on 2 consecutive days, 76,000 of those folks did not vote in the midterm. 76,000 people who did not vote before showed up in the runoff. Broke down like this: 55% white, 32% black. 52% of those folks were Democrats and 39% Republican. But again, a lot will, rest on who comes out to vote this Tuesday. Even though records have been broken, it still comes down to turnout. Joe.
And Mark, I mean, Democrats have already secured a majority, rather a very slim one in the Senate. So why is this so critical for Democrats to try to win?
Joe, 2 real reasons. Number one is actually the composition of the committees that you have in the United States Senate. Because the current Senate is 50-50 with Vice President Kamala Harris casting the tie-breaking vote, the power-sharing agreement is that the committee composition is exactly right down the middle. But if Democrats are able to have a 51-49 majority, then all of a sudden they end up getting a substantial majority on these committees, which can actually help in passing legislation. The other reason, Joe, is it just gives you more breathing room if you are Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that you are able to say, hey, Joe Manchin doesn't support this, but you have an additional Democrat who does. And so that breathing room with a new power sharing agreement or just a new committee composition would be a substantial difference from the current Senate power that Democrats have.
Mark Murray and Tremaine Lee, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it. The FBI has been called into Moore County, North Carolina, where a state of emergency was declared after 2 power stations were destroyed. Authorities are calling it an intentional attack. Police say at least one person fired gunshots at 2 energy substations on Saturday night, cutting off electricity in the area. This morning, 45,000 customers are still without power. While no motive has been revealed, investigators are looking into speculation that the substations were targeted because of a drag show taking place nearby.
We're living in some challenging times that I never thought in my 40 years in law enforcement we would be seeing things and dealing with folks that are dealing with things that we're dealing with. But unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with this. So.
A curfew is currently in place. Power officials warn it could be days before power is fully restored to the area.
To Washington now, where the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in a case that could upend certain protections for same-sex couples and those who identify as LGBTQ. It's all centered around a Colorado business owner who sued the state over its anti-discrimination law, claiming she should be able to refuse to design wedding websites for same-sex couples without punishment because she opposes it. Joining us now is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and NBC News legal analyst Cynthia Oxney. Great to have you both with us. Thank you for joining us. So, Yamiche, I'm going to start with you. Now, this is the second time in just the past 5 years that the Supreme Court is hearing a case that focuses on a business owner not wanting to perform a service for a same-sex couple due to those religious beliefs. So walk us through this particular case that's being presented today. What are the details in this one?
Well, good morning. This is a big day at the Supreme Court as justices are gearing up to hear oral arguments in a case centered, as you said, on LGBTQ rights as well as free speech. Now, the owner of a website creating company, 303 Creatives, her name is Lori Smith. She sued the state of Colorado. She's being represented by Alliance Defending Freedom. That's important because that conservative Christian law group has brought a number of cases before the Supreme Court. Lori Smith is arguing that she should be allowed to create websites, wedding websites for opposite-sex couples, but not for same-sex couples because her religious beliefs oppose same-sex marriage. So she is saying, essentially, I have free speech not to create things that I religiously oppose. Civil rights groups say that she's looking for a license to discriminate. They say that this idea that free speech would allow her to not comply with Colorado's discrimination laws, which prohibit discrimination against people because of their sexual orientation, that would be problematic because you could also see people like hairstylists or restaurant owners say that that's also part of their free speech and part of their artistic words and artistic expressions. But Lori Smith is essentially saying, I want to make sure I'm suing preemptively before I start creating websites to try to get a license to be able to do this. It's interesting because in 2018, we saw a Colorado baker come before the Supreme Court saying he didn't want to create cakes for same-sex couples. He won, but on very narrow ground. So this case is really a second bite at that apple of this question with the 6-3 majority. And a 6-3 majority where you have conservatives, religious conservatives on the court. A number of court watchers say that this is the kind of case that these justices were looking for and that might be in favor of Lori Smith. Savannah?
Cynthia, let's bring you in here, and I want to reference something Yamiche was just talking about, add a little bit of context here. It comes on the heels of another landmark decision from the court that was back in 2020 that banned workplace discrimination based on sexual orientation. What sort of impact could this particular case have on things like that, on anti-discrimination laws, and then maybe also even free speech in general?
Well, I think it's going to drive a huge hole in the protections for LGBTQ people. I mean, the problem is that the justices aren't really going at it in a straightforward way and overturning the anti-discrimination laws. What they're doing is creating this big hole for purely expressive conduct. But you can just see how you could frame purely expressive conduct as almost anything. It's, I created a cake, or I created a pasta dish, or I'm doing an artistic expression of the manner in which I'm doing my paintings, or the way I'm doing nails, or the way I'm doing hair. So it does, you could drive a truck through the hole that could come out of this case, and it's very problematic.
Yamiche, we know last week the Senate passed what's known as the Respect for Marriage Act. It's a bill that would give federal protection to both interracial and same-sex couples. And now that's received bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. So explain to us the importance of a bill like that headed into today's arguments, and give us an update on when we can expect that vote in the House on that.
Well, the bipartisan group of lawmakers who voted to pass this in the Senate say that this is really critical to protecting interracial couples as well as same-sex couples and the laws that protect their marriages. Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who's still House Speaker for a couple more weeks, she said that she's going to bring this to the House floor for a vote on Tuesday. It is expected that President Biden will sign it in short order. And this is really, Democrats in particular, but some Republicans who also are supporting it. This is really just extending the protections for LGBTQ rights at a time where many feel as though those rights are under attack. You think of the Club Q shooting that happened, with many people feeling very tense about the arguments that are being made against LGBTQ rights. There's also, of course, the politics of this, where we've seen a number of Republicans across the country running on against things like transgender rights, transgender people competing in sports. So really the politics of this are that people want to, lawmakers who are supporting this want to make sure that there's a stamp to say that they are behind supporting the LGBTQ community. Savannah.
And Cynthia, let me bring you in here one last time. So since 2018, the ruling that we just mentioned a moment ago, the Supreme Court has become more conservative and in turn more open to cases like this one. They've been bringing this conversation up again. And we know that after Roe v. Wade was overturned this summer, Justice Clarence Thomas called for same-sex marriage to be eliminated. Could the court's decision in this case sort of be an ominous first step in ways toward making that happen?
In the overturning of Roe v. Wade, Thomas specifically talked about maybe overturning Obergefell, which is the same-sex marriage case. And many people are concerned not only about same-sex marriage, but contraception, interracial marriage, and all kinds of those cases that are based on fundamental rights that the Supreme Court has taken away. Obergefell is a danger. And let me just make sure people understand the Defense of Marriage Act, which is about to be passed, it supports people's marriage, but only if it's legal in their state. So it's not like they're going so far that they're taking care of the Obergefell issue in Congress. And people who have same-sex marriages will still be very threatened by this court if they overturn Obergefell. And it looks like certainly Justice Thomas is going to try to do just that.
Cynthia and Yamiche, thank you both so much for joining us this morning.
On Sunday's Meet the Press, Israeli Prime Minister-designate Benjamin Netanyahu responded to former President Trump's interactions with noted anti-Semites. We also heard from Congresswoman Catherine Clark, the incoming Democratic whip, who discussed the party's plans in the House after losing the majority. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd has this recap.
You've got a unique relationship with former President Trump. He has consistently flirted with some really fringe characters that spout this anti-Semitic behavior, that preach white supremacy and white nationalism, things like that. And he doesn't denounce it. He is yet to denounce Kanye West at all. He's yet to denounce being with the white supremacists a few days ago. Why does he have this difficulty, do you think?
I don't know. First, let me say that President Trump did great things for Israel. He recognized Jerusalem as our capital, long overdue since King David proclaimed it as such 3,000 years ago. He moved the American embassy there. He recognized our sovereignty in the Golan Heights. He got out of what I believe is the disastrous Iran deal that would have paved Iran's path with gold, hundreds of billions of dollars of sanctions relief towards a nuclear arsenal. So he's done all these great things, and I appreciate it, and I remain appreciative. On this matter, on Kanye West and that other unacceptable guest, I think it's not merely unacceptable, it's just wrong. And I hope he sees his way to staying out of it and condemning it.
I want to ask you about FTX, the fallen FTX CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried. He's given nearly $40 million to Democratic causes over the last campaign cycle. I believe $6 million went to the House Majority PAC, another $1 million to the Senate side of things. Do you think the Democratic Party got itself too tied up with the crypto industry in general?
You know, FTX is a cautionary tale for all of us who are looking at how do we regulate crypto? How do we make sure that we are embracing what might be new technologies and currencies, but also making sure that consumers have accountability and transparency? And let me remind you that it is the Democrats who make sure that we are pushing laws to get dark money out of our politics so that people can see who's funding our campaigns. That is met with absolute resistance across the aisle, and that is an issue that we are going to continue to push.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that recap.
And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Monday. And we are tracking some rain. Some of it is heavy, some will be heavy, and some will cause some flash flooding as we go throughout this Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday. So taking a look at radar and satellite, we're seeing plenty of cloud cover, also seeing that rain falling in portions of the south. It's the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep south where we're seeing this rain falling. You can see the yellows, those brighter colors. That's telling us where that heavier rain is falling. So we do expect heavy rain into Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, even portions of Arkansas and Mississippi. It's all due to this warm front that's moving very slowly. It will be moving very slowly over the next few days, too. So showers expanding during the afternoon hours. It lifts to the north and east slowly still on Tuesday, bringing scattered rain across the East Coast. You can see rain falling the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, into New England and portions of the South. So it's a widespread area that will be seeing rain on Tuesday. Now, as we get towards Wednesday, we're going to see training storms. Those are storms that kind of go over the same areas over and over again. That will continue into the middle of the week, and we will see the chance for more areas of localized flash flooding. That mainly will be in Tennessee, Alabama, and also Arkansas into Georgia. This is what we're looking at in terms of rainfall totals, anywhere from a quarter inch, but some spots even locally up to 5 inches, especially where you see the yellow, especially where you see the orange and red as well. That's where we're expecting the most rain to fall. So our flash flood risk, this is for today, the darker blue, that's where we expect the expectation where we could see some flash flooding. Huntsville, Birmingham, Tupelo, just north of Tupelo, even into Atlanta, you could see the risk for flash flooding. That continues tomorrow. Notice that spot does not move very far. It's pretty much the same area. And then Wednesday, same story. We're going to see heavy rain in the same spots. Now we have the rain. We're seeing this warm front pulling in that Gulf moisture. It's also pulling in the warm. So we're looking at temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. I mean, look at these numbers. It's December. It's near 80 degrees in San Angelo, 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. Houston near 80, 73 in New Orleans, even up to St. Louis. We're up to 53, 69 degrees in Oklahoma City. It'll be warm, too, in the Northeast. Temperatures into the 60s, 9 degrees above normal in D.C. for this time of year. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, signs of change in Iran following months of protests.
When we come back, what we're learning about the possible disbanding of the country's controversial morality police. This is Morning News Now. Stay with us.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Iran's attorney general is signaling that the country's so-called morality police could be disbanded. He also says parliament is reviewing a law requiring women to wear hijabs or those head coverings. We'd like to note, though, the attorney general is not responsible for overseeing the morality police, and his claims have not been officially confirmed by Iran's government. Now, this comes as months of protests and unrest continue in the country. The outrage was first sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini, who died in the hospital 3 days after she had been detained by the morality police back in September. Police had said Amini died after she fell ill and slipped into a coma, but her family has said witnesses told them officers beat her, which police have denied. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now. Ali, thanks for being with us on this. So we haven't officially heard from Iran's leadership about the morality police being disbanded, but what is the latest both that's being reported on this and with what you're seeing there?
Hi, good morning. Well, look, they're not really being disbanded. What they're trying to do is bring them in another way. So not to have a physical presence of the morality police on the street, but they want to enforce the hijab sort of remotely using surveillance cameras, facial recognition. And if women are then spotted not wearing the hijab, they'll be fined or they won't be allowed to go into a bank. But they're only getting rid of the physical presence of the morality police. And to be quite frank, the morality police haven't been on the streets since the death of Mahsa Amini, simply because they can't enforce it anymore. I would say about 60% of the women in Tehran and other cities and towns across the city refuse to wear the hijab anymore. And when you have about 60% of the female population refusing to abide by this law, it becomes very difficult to enforce. You know, you can't arrest 60% of the female population. So this is something the women in Iran have done. They've forced the authorities' hands and they can't control it, and that's why they're scrambling to get this done. There's also the timing is rather suspicious. For the last few days, Iranians have been calling for massive strikes and protests to start today. And then on the eve of those strikes and protests, the government suddenly is saying that they're having a review of the morality police to sort of deflect attention on what's going on the ground. But it's still going to be enforced, and it's very unlikely in 2 weeks' time, when they review the hijab, they're going to get rid of it, because it's a pillar of the Islamic Republic, and if they did get rid of it, then they'd be on a very slippery slope.
Absolutely. I mean, Ali, I think right now when you see some of these headlines, maybe the morality police being disbanded, potentially looking at this law that requires women to wear the hijab, you think, hey, is this some success here because of the number of women that we've seen out in the streets? But it's sounding like, in fact, maybe neither of those things are actually happening, and that in addition to that, analysts are sort of skeptical that any change is really happening here. Is that fair?
It is fair in terms of the government perspective. You know, they're very resilient to any change. They're very deeply rooted. But something I've been asked by a lot of people is, all of this violence, all of these protests in Iran, will it lead to any sort of change? Well, the answer to that question is it has already changed. For 43 years, the hijab has been ruthlessly enforced, and now women are refusing to wear it. It's still part of the country's law. So that is a sea change in Iran that women and young people have brought about. You know, when I left Iran a few days ago, the airport is a highly secure zone. It's controlled by the IRGC. Over half the women in the airport were not wearing the headscarf. So that's already changed, and it would be inconceivable to think that they could force that back on now, because it would, again, it would open up doors of huge protests and violence, which they're just not prepared for. So that change has already happened. What the trajectory is going to be in the future remains a little more clouded.
And pretty incredible that what you're essentially saying is that the change may be not coming from the government or from the leadership there, but just from the women themselves who have made this happen. Ali, thank you so much.
Now we've got breaking news in Ukraine, where there are reports from the Ukrainian Air Force that Russia has launched another round of attacks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kyiv, where a community group was already preparing for this possibility by getting their neighborhood ready in case their power is knocked out by an attack. Ellison, good morning to you. I hope you and your crew, I'm sure, are staying safe. First of all, just what's going on there, and what can you tell us about this group and how it got started?
Yeah, I mean, this group, like so many Ukrainians, has been dreading, preparing for the potential of another large-scale missile strike. We are under an air raid siren right now. A spokesperson for Ukraine's Air Force, they say that an attack has already been launched, that a number of missiles have been fired from ships in the Black Sea, as well as areas near the Caspian Sea. They say that they believe this is likely the first wave of a large-scale missile attack targeting Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure, similar to attacks this country has seen and experienced since the beginning of October. He says they believe this is likely the first of multiple waves because they say that's a strategy that Russia has used when trying to target critical energy infrastructure. They fire one round of a lot of missiles, then fire other rounds kind of subsequently afterwards to try and confuse, tax Ukraine's air defenses here. But this is something that Ukrainian citizens have been aware could happen anytime. They have been preparing for it. Ukrainian officials have been warning them of it since we saw the most recent large-scale attack a couple of weeks ago. And we spent some time with one neighborhood, a community here that originally started just as kind of a ragtag neighborhood group that formed because they were trying to make their own neighborhood safer before the war. Then the war happened, and they enlisted in the territorial defense. Now they are back here trying to make sure that their own community is prepared for the possibility of additional large-scale missile strikes like the threat we are told we're under right now, and that if the power goes out within their community for days or even weeks, they can help their neighbors survive. Joe?
And Ellison, I mean, this group, they're actually on the front lines, right?
Yeah, I mean, they spent months on the front lines in the east, in the Kharkiv region. They shared a lot of video with us showing some of the things they dealt with, the days, the weeks, the months they spent in the trenches there. They see their community unit, and it is headed by the commander of the battalion now. He is actually the head of the Condo Board Association. And when the war happened, he said they all looked at each other and said, hey, we think in theory we have enough people here to form 1.5 battalions, so let's do it. So they all joined together, and the majority of the people we now met working to set up a warming center, they went to the front lines together. They came back together, and now they see the fight here, the fight against Putin using winter as a weapon, as sort of the second front line that they're dealing with together. Joe?
So, Ellison, what is it they are doing right now to prepare for attacks in their community?
Yeah, so we watched as they set up this sort of tent mini city, if you will, that had spaces where people could warm up, wood stoves, just trash cans that could be used to make fire, as well as generators. They were carrying in supplies. They were a lot of kids. You see some of them there. They brought their children, and they were helping to fan the flames, to chop the wood. It really is a big community effort. There are, of course, government efforts to help people in the event of a mass blackout. They call them points of invincibility. But what we've seen and what we saw here are Ukrainians who are looking around, seeing their neighbors and thinking, what can we do to make sure that our community, the people near us, the people we know, don't know, the people in the past we would have just borrowed some milk from, what can we do to make sure that they are safe? They say when it comes to this idea of Putin using winter as a weapon, I asked someone, do you think that's going to work? And he said, look around, look at all of us and what we're doing here. We're more united. We're going to fight it, whether it's on the front lines in Kharkiv or here fighting the large-scale missile strikes, the continuous challenge of blackouts. They say we're going to come together and keep fighting back.
All
Joe?
right, Ellison Barber. Ellison, please stay safe. Thank you so much.
And let's stay on international headlines now. China is starting to ease up on COVID restrictions.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with this and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, today, for the first time in many months, commuters in Beijing and many other cities across China will be able to board public transport without the need of a negative COVID test. Now, China has been easing its zero COVID policy recently, especially after the widespread protest across the country. But the authorities are saying that this decision is now due to the weakening of the virus. Now, let's go to Belgium, where the country's largest ever trial begins today. The court will have to determine whether 10 men played a part in terror attacks in Brussels in 2016 that killed 32 people and injured over 300. More than 900 civil plaintiffs affected by the attacks claimed by the Islamic State will take part in the trial. And let's come back here in Italy, where the Catholic Church is once again allowing handshakes for the sign of peace. The gesture was banned to avoid direct contact among the faithful at the height of the pandemic and was replaced with a look in the eyes and a bow of the head. Well, still, the Italian Bishop Conference is inviting the faithful to continue to sanitize their hands upon entering the church, which has to be done by putting sanitizer in your hands and not washing it in the holy water font, guys. Just don't be naughty.
All right, good to know. We still aren't shaking hands at my church yesterday, so we were all just staring at each other, like looking at each other like this. It feels a little weird, but that's the way it is still in some places. Claudia, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, look what you made me do. That's the message from Swifties, now suing Ticketmaster after that chaotic pre-sale for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour.
After the break, more on the bad blood and how that lawsuit could change the ticketing industry. We're going to be right back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with the latest developments in that Taylor Swift Ticketmaster debacle.
Fans are now suing Live Nation Entertainment, Ticketmaster's parent company, for a laundry list of anti-competitive practices, arguing that led to soaring ticket prices for Swift's The Eras tour. We should note NBC News has reached out to Live Nation for comment about the lawsuit, but we have not yet heard back. For now, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos to break it all down for us. Danny, good morning. Good to see you here. So it's one thing for fans to say, I'm upset, this is unfair. It's another thing to actually go to court and make a legal argument. So what is it they are arguing here?
Joe, first of all, we're journalists. We're supposed to be impartial. I want her removed from the set. She's a known Swiftie. She's not going to be unbiased on this story. I can feel her staring at me, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned. These fans, again, I'm nervous. These fans are alleging, at first blush, you could say, look, these people didn't get their tickets. Boo-hoo, why are you suing over this? It's It's not really about that. It's about monopolization of the industry. It's about Ticketmaster allegedly doing something really remarkable, not only cornering the primary market, but also cornering the secondary market. That's amazing. Most manufacturers would love to get a hand in the secondary market. If I buy a car and I sell it to you, the manufacturer gets $0 of that. Ticketmaster apparently has found out how to dominate both the initial sales and act as a scalper, which the complaint alleges is really interesting because allegedly they came in and said, look, there's a problem with scalpers, we'll come in and fix it. And the complaint alleges they came in and fixed it by putting their hand in the secondary market, and now they're profiting from it. But the complaint also alleges that these fans didn't just go on Ticketmaster and try to buy. They were promised, allegedly, again, all allegedly, they were promised that if they bought Swift merchandise and they would get a code and they would be able to go on and be given preferential treatment. And apparently that didn't happen. So it's not just a case of I wanted a ticket and I didn't get one. They may have entered into a contract with Ticketmaster and that contract may have been breached.
So do you think the fans have a legitimate case here?
Are you asking
No.
as a journalist?
I am not part of this case. I happen to be a fan.
This is a fair question. Fair question. Do I think, at first blush, it would have been easy to say these are people that just couldn't get a ticket because the demand was too high. And if that were the case, I would say you don't have a legitimate lawsuit. But on further review, that doesn't appear to be what they're alleging.
Yeah.
They're alleging that they entered into an agreement with Ticketmaster because apparently there was a concert that was canceled. And they said, well, if you buy merchandise and we'll give you this code, you can get in and buy tickets and get preferential treatment. It appears, according to the complaint, there may not have been a code. They just took whoever wanted the tickets right away. And if that's the case, they may have had an agreement. But they're also using this as an opportunity to challenge this, to challenge Ticketmaster on antitrust type allegations and even fraud. So it actually seems like it might be a case.
Real quickly here, when the dust settles, could this lead to more competition within the industry?
Yes, and the American way is that competition is a good thing. That is the idea behind our antitrust laws. And if it is the case that Ticketmaster has completely taken over not only the primary ticket sales market, but also the secondary ticket sales market, and if it's true that that has caused prices to rise that is not tied to the value of the ticket. But then again, Joe, how do you know what the value of tickets are? Is there anything more elastic in the market than ticket sales? If you've ever been to an event, you've seen scalpers outside saying going from anything from $100 to $5 to $1,000. There may be no market in the world that is quite as unpredictable as ticket sales.
All right. Danny, thank you so much.
Thanks, Danny. I'll be watching.
I know you will. I know it.
Now let's switch gears and go to Waukesha, Wisconsin, which held its Christmas parade over the weekend 1 year after a driver hit and killed 6 people during last season's holidays festivities. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Waukesha with the very latest. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. This was just such a tragic start to the holiday season last year. The parade returning this year, coming after that chaotic trial that so many of us saw. The suspect, Darrell Brooks, representing himself, convicted on more than 70 counts stemming from the attack. He's now serving more than 700 years in prison, serving 6 life sentences. The closure of that trial, several people told me, pushed through their hesitation to come back and finish what they started at the parade this year. This year's theme yesterday was Peace on Earth, and it was just felt at every turn.
Waukesha's Christmas parade is back, bigger and stronger than ever. The community turning up in force 1 year after tragedy struck, when a man drove an SUV through the parade, killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. 80 floats line the streets, led by 6 snowflake cutouts in honor of the lives lost. The dancing grannies, who lost some of their own, are back too.
What does it mean to you that you're back here dancing again after being injured?
It means that I have lots of angels surrounding me.
First responders serving as the grand marshals as new additions honor the heroes and the victims. Their families forever bonded together.
We all support each other and we all have a connection.
Sherry and Aaron Sparks lost their 8-year-old son, Jackson, who was marching in the parade with his brother and baseball team.
I've always loved Christmas, but then there's that weight and that, that you're fighting through.
Do you think that the parade coming back will help with that?
I think for a lot of people it's going to be healing.
They're not comfortable going back this year, but credit the community's support for those who do want to attend. To ensure safety, the city quadrupled police officer presence and altered the parade route from past years, along with an $800,000 investment in new vehicle barriers.
The most important one is the community feels safe. And that's something we can't put a price tag on.
The town's resilience on full display.
Remember what a Christmas parade is. It's bringing everyone together in the joy of Christmas. You know, you kind of think about how terrible it is that, you know, there's been a stain on that, and there shouldn't be.
That stain starting to be rubbed out with the parade here yesterday, an overarching sense of resilience here. But something that was interesting that came up when I was talking with the police captain there, he mentioned this idea of a fraternity of tragedies. When Waukesha happened, people from Las Vegas, after the attack in 2017, reached out to them. Highland Park happened just an hour down the road from here. Waukesha immediately reached out to them. So obviously terrible circumstances, but just a reminder of how communities ultimately, at their core, want to help each other heal and grow and learn from each other. Savannah.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. Great report.
Coming up, 'tis the season for spending. And right now, for a lot of people, that means credit card debt, which shoppers should know before heading to the register.
Plus, the crisis of childcare, the situation forcing some people to go to extremes even before they become parents. That's up next on Morning News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The holiday shopping season is in full swing, and despite record high inflation, people are still spending on gifts, but that's leading to soaring credit card debt. Combine that with rising interest rates, and it doesn't add up to a rosy picture for the consumer this Christmas. Here's NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung with more.
With 3 weeks to go, the holiday rush is well underway. With everything nearly 8% more expensive than last year, shoppers like Sherry Sorrells are paying with plastic to buy gifts this holiday season.
Yeah, I got some things off of Amazon, the foot massager. I got a karaoke machine for one of my daughters, and I got my son a bike.
But with thousands of dollars in debt, the mother of three now faces a serious challenge.
I think it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
She's not the only one. Jamie Feldman was once $20,000 in debt.
Every time you do a minimum payment, the next month is like, it's like you didn't pay anything with the interest and the fees.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm in 15,000.
Feldman posted her stories on TikTok, engaging others in similar positions.
Obviously, yes, there was some mismanagement of money.
Americans are headed into the peak holiday shopping season with record debt as they buy things like gifts or even Christmas trees, but they also face record high interest rates if they miss a payment. Credit card debt has soared 19% in the last year to a record $866 billion, and the average interest rate now nearing 20%. At that rate, making minimum payments on a $1,000 bill would take over 9 years to pay off, racking up about $990 in interest.
I've gotten a lot of emails from the card issuers just stating that the terms have changed, and 9 times out of 10 it's the interest rate that's increasing.
But that hasn't stopped you from spending the way that you're spending?
No, only because I feel pressured to, have a good Christmas for my children.
Experts recommend prioritizing 0% balance transfer cards and consolidating your debt.
So if this describes you, no shame. I mean, you have plenty of company, but let's focus on bringing that interest rate down.
There's other strategies too. This Hanukkah, Jamie says she's just focused on spending quality time with her loved ones.
I've been really open and honest about what I can and cannot do, and I think for us this year it's going to be more about experiences than actual gifts.
Because the most memorable gifts don't have to cost anything. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
To get some more money news, Tesla is making some production cuts.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us now with that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Tesla reportedly plans to reduce production of the Model Y at its plant in Shanghai by 20% or more this month as it faces weaker demand in China. Now, this would mark the first voluntary production cut by Tesla, which also faces increased competition from Chinese electric car makers such as BYD. Now, data out from the government today shows Tesla sales rose 40% last month as it cut prices for its best-selling vehicles and offered incentives to Chinese buyers. Apple and Amazon are planning to resume advertising on Twitter. That's according to a report by tech news site Platformer. Elon Musk announcing during a Twitter Spaces conversation on Saturday that Apple has fully resumed advertising. Apple is Twitter's largest advertiser. Last week, reports say Twitter sent an email to ad agencies offering customers incentives to increase spending on the site. Companies ranging from General Mills to Audi have stopped or paused ads on Twitter since Musk took over the platform in October. And CVS is testing a system to let pharmacists process prescriptions remotely. The Wall Street Journal says CVS has equipped most of its 9,000 U.S. drugstores with technology that lets pharmacists review and enter information either from a central location, their home, or at stores other than where the customers pick up their prescriptions. CVS says the program will free pharmacists up to provide other services such as vaccinations and health screening. So we'll see if that changes because lines are usually pretty long.
Yes, they can be.
Yeah.
I know that's true. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Turning now to another issue facing Americans, the lack of access to child care. It's forcing some parents to take extraordinary measures even before their babies are born. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah.
And look at this.
Taking care of children is difficult, and today, finding childcare for kids is nearly impossible.
You want some Cheerios? Yeah. As soon as I had the viability ultrasound at 20 weeks, I started looking for childcare.
When you were pregnant?
Yes, because I knew that the wait lists were really long.
Oh, thank you.
Though Michaela Sturs, a mother of 3, started looking for childcare before her youngest child was born, she never found it, citing a lack of affordability and long distances. The 28-year-old mom lives in rural Wisconsin. Like many parents today, she's dealing with child care deserts, which the Center for American Progress classifies as areas where fewer than a third of children have access to a licensed child care facility. It's a reality hitting low and middle income, Black, Hispanic, and rural communities the hardest, forcing parents to make difficult decisions.
How has it impacted your life not having access to child care?
Well, I left my job in healthcare to work nights retail so that I can be home with my kids.
The click button.
Michaela says her family now lives paycheck to paycheck. In lieu of childcare, she and her husband, Christopher, work alternative shifts.
He leaves for work at 4 in the morning, and he comes home in the afternoon, and then I work usually 4 to 10 or 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Only seeing each other during a brief handoff.
Hi, everyone.
Parents should start looking for childcare before they even consider having a child.
Really?
There are wait lists that are over 2 years long.
Becca Elbert works at Western Dairyland Community Action Agency, funded by a 1990 congressional mandate. Her program's role is to help families find childcare in their communities and work with childcare providers, getting them trained, launched, and regulated.
What are the obstacles parents in rural areas face when it comes to childcare?
Drive times, cost, availability, affordability. We've also heard from businesses over the years who are looking to expand and later decide that they're not going to do that because there isn't an adequate amount of childcare for those families that they're trying to recruit.
For Michaela, the lack of childcare is pushing her out of her community.
With all of this, do you think you can continue living in rural Wisconsin?
No.
They hope to move closer to a major city or family members so they can get additional childcare support.
We need an ongoing partnership between families, childcare providers, businesses, and our public sector to really figure out a solution. Our economies can't thrive if we're not supporting families.
Zinklea Samoa, NBC News.
And coming up, if you're still searching for the perfect Christmas tree, you might want to look in a lab.
You want the needles to stay on, but you're also working on
the aroma of the tree.
The aroma.
Yeah.
It smells great.
When we come back, we'll break down how scientists are working to keep up with the demand for that holiday spruce. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. You might have just spent your weekend buying and decorating your Christmas tree, but have you ever thought about what it takes each year to grow them and how all that demand is met every year?
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders took a look at the hidden science behind the perfect tree.
In North Carolina's Blue Ridge Mountains,
you see one over here that might work?
3 generations of the Amabile family continuing a tradition.
What do you think about that one?
I like that one there.
In all, 4 trees, including one for 7-year-old Charlie Rain's bedroom.
And why did you choose this tree of all the trees?
Because it had a lot of greenery on it.
Along the East Coast, the tree on your neighborhood lot likely was grown in North Carolina.
I was driving a tractor when I was 9 years old.
Farmer Joe Freeman.
Well, Fraser fir is most popular just because of the overall appearance, the strong branches, the smell.
But it's what you cannot see on his 350,000 tree orchard that's groundbreaking.
Behind every tree, there is more than just farming. These days, there is science and, yes, even genetics for what has become the definition of the perfect Christmas tree.
In a first-of-its-kind lab at North Carolina State, Justin Whitehill leads a team of researchers on the cusp of creating super trees, Christmas trees that grow in 6 years instead of 10. Is there an analogy to what you're doing in the lab here?
So we're developing the elite athletes of Christmas trees, essentially.
Scientists extract DNA and at the molecular level pinpoint what allows some to grow faster than others.
This is a clump of embryos or baby trees.
Embryos that are cloned and then grafted into saplings, like many of those now growing on Joe Freeman's farm. 4 decades of research finally paying off, just as climate change becomes an urgent challenge.
We've got to build a better tree so when we do have a early frost, a late frost, a wet season, a dry season, whatever, we need a tree that's robust enough to live through that.
Here in the research orchards, more progress.
You want the needles to stay on, but you're also working on
the aroma of the tree.
The aroma.
Yeah.
It smells great.
It smells great, yeah.
And you thought that perfect Christmas tree, like the one in Charlie Rain's bedroom, was just good luck. Carrie Sanders, NBC News, Laurel Springs, North Carolina.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yes, it does, but the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, price plunge. Just in time for the holidays, the cost of gas is plummeting, with experts predicting we could see prices under $3 a gallon. But that fuel price fall could be in jeopardy. The action's taking place overseas that could have an impact on your wallet. State of emergency, tens of thousands without power or heat this morning. What police are calling a targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid by at least one person with a gun. It closed schools and forced officials to open shelters. This morning, the FBI is on the case looking into a possible motive for the attack, while crews brave near freezing temperatures to get the power back on. Holiday headache. The so-called triple-demic is causing shortages of prescription medications, but now some even common over-the-cold meds, like children's Tylenol and ibuprofen, are in short supply as well. And with the flu season just getting started, we'll take a look at how serious these shortages are and what parents need to know to keep their kids safe. And bad blood. Swifties strike back. Fans of the megastar now suing Ticketmaster after the company's pre-sale debacle for Swift's new tour. The complaint fans say they can't shake off, and why it's not the only major challenge facing the ticketing giant. One still has a lot of folks talking. We'll delve into that lawsuit coming up a little bit later.
I am not part of it, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, as Danny Savala suggested, you might be a little biased.
I was a fan who didn't get tickets, and I was sad, but I did not take it to that extent.
All right. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin with some good news for all of us that could help lighten the strain on our wallets. The average price at the pump for regular unleaded is now $3.40 a gallon.
Yeah, it's a welcome relief from those record high prices over the summer, but just how long will this trend last. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Maybe not that long, but let's enjoy it while it lasts. And for context, guys, we just rewind the clock a little bit. 6 months ago, gas prices were more than $5 a gallon. Now, Gas Buddy is predicting they may be under $3 by the Christmas holiday. Now, today, the European Union has price caps that are about to take effect on the purchase of Russian oil at only $60 a barrel. Should Russia retaliate, that could spell trouble for pricing again.
It's hard to find a single staple of the American economy that impacts our collective pocketbooks more than gas prices. Which is why when they fall, it provides a noticeable lift for families.
Big difference.
And falling, they are. The national average this morning, $3.40 a gallon. That's down about 40 cents from a month ago and more than $1.60 from a peak of $5.02 in the middle of June. 8 states are currently under $3 a gallon, part of a growing trend.
The national average could fall under $3 a gallon, even ahead of our forecast, which were for potentially that to happen by Christmas. So we continue to see gas prices fall at a very brisk pace.
Plunging oil and gas prices are being driven in large part by a deepening recession in Europe, rising interest rates in the U.S., and COVID outbreaks in China, slowing the world's second largest oil consumer. But the fragile fall in fuel prices could easily take a turn. Starting today, the European Union putting a price cap on Russian oil at $60 a barrel.
What is the net impact of the EU deciding that we will only buy Russian oil at this price point or less?
It's significant that the EU is coming together to make this fairly significant agreement and risk this potentially backfiring. Russia could simply choose to stop exporting oil. So this is kind of a high stakes game here.
At the same time, there's the arrival of cold weather, and Americans are bracing for higher heating bills, likely paying in the neighborhood of 50 to 100% more than last winter.
It was absurd, from, a $90 bill a month to like $360 some odd dollars.
The good news, it could be worse, with many utility companies locking in much of their petroleum supplies when rates were lower, and domestic resources of natural gas still robust.
As for prices at the pump right now, guys, there is another X factor to talk about, namely the nearly 24 oil-producing countries led by Saudi Arabia with the group OPEC+. Now, they voted back in October, you'll recall, to slash oil production globally by about 2 million barrels a day. Over the weekend, they voted again to keep those levels where they are. But should they reduce it even further, and that is a possibility in the coming months, it would spike prices globally. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Now to that state of emergency in Moore County, North Carolina. 2 power stations were severely damaged by gunshots in what police called a targeted attack. Now the FBI is investigating and thousands of customers are without power. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Moore County with the latest on the investigation.
Well, you can see right here on the ground behind me, this is what's left of the gate that officials say vandals broke through, smashed to the ground in order to get to the substation behind me. Now, we do know that crews are working around the clock to restore power. We've seen trucks in and out throughout the day so far. But even still, officials say it could be as late as Thursday before some people have the lights restored. Meanwhile, the FBI is stepping in to investigate what officials are calling an intentional and malicious act. This morning, thousands of people in North Carolina are waking up to the second morning of no power after a gunman fired shots at 2 energy substations Saturday evening. Those stations provide electricity to tens of thousands of people in Moore County, 90 miles outside of Charlotte, and officials say it could take days before power is fully restored. The shooting is being investigated as a criminal act with help from the FBI to determine who was responsible.
It appears to be an intentional, willful, and malicious act.
As officials work to determine a motive, speculation is circulating over whether the vandals targeted the area because of a drag show taking place nearby. Planners, already worried about potential violence, had extra security in place. While officials say there is no direct evidence, they are investigating every possibility.
I call them cowards, and I can promise you to the perpetrators out there, we will find you.
Andrew Wilkins is visiting his parents in Whispering Pines. His family has a generator, but says for so many of his neighbors, this is a shock.
There was no warning for this. Most people don't have a plan for someone,
shooting to substations.
For many anxious residents, it's a desperate scramble to leave town as local schools, stores, and pharmacies remain closed. Now, with roads pitch black and temperatures below freezing, the county has declared a state of emergency and issued a mandatory curfew.
It is going to be very, very, very dark, and it's going to be chilly tonight, and we don't need to have anyone out on the streets.
And the county has opened a shelter to help the many people who are still in the dark today. Keep in mind, temperatures got down below freezing, as low as 31 degrees overnight. Now, they say that shelter, of course, is running on generator power as well. It can only accommodate about 250 people. That's just barely a fraction of the many people who are still in the dark today. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Now, we're just one day away from the Georgia Senate runoff general election, and voters are making sure their voices are being heard. 2 early voting records have already been shattered, and thousands more are expected to cast their ballots tomorrow. But controversy looms for one candidate as incumbent Raphael Warnock and challenger Herschel Walker prepare to hit the campaign trail one more time. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now from Atlanta with more. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Well, there is one more potentially politically damaging headline for Herschel Walker. We're going to hear from a woman who is now accusing Walker, an ex-girlfriend, she says, of attacking her almost 2 decades ago. And some Republican allies of Walker's are now even expressing their frustrations and concern in these closing days of this new contest, the last in the nation, one of the most watched in the country. And this race, Savannah, remains neck and neck.
In Georgia, just hours to go before the nation's final midterm election.
Are you ready to win this election?
With tomorrow's critical runoff between incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger, former football star Herschel Walker.
We got to do it together, and that's how we're going to win.
In their face-off 4 weeks ago, neither candidate reached the 50% threshold, with Warnock beating Walker by 37,000 votes out of nearly 4 million cast. In this matchup, Georgians have shattered early voting records, with more than 1.85 million voters casting their ballots before Election Day, including more than 77,000 who did not vote in November's contest. It's been a chaotic campaign, with Walker facing new allegations of domestic violence, first reported by the Daily Beast. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, Cheryl Parsa says she had a 5-year relationship with Walker, alleging he attacked her in 2005.
He had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily, I was able to avoid that.
Asked why she decided to come forward now,
I have to say what I know. I have to tell the Herschel I know.
NBC News spoke with 3 individuals who say Parsa told them about that episode in the past, before Walker was a candidate for Senate. Walker's campaign has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, and Walker himself ignored questions over the weekend. Walker has faced other domestic abuse allegations, including from his ex-wife and son, who said he threatened to kill them. His campaign has denied those allegations. Walker has acknowledged suffering from mental health issues during that time period, particularly from dissociative identity disorder, once known as multiple personality disorder. Warnock's tried to capitalize on his momentum with high-profile events, appearing with former President Obama.
We're going to bring it on home. Let's make this happen, Georgia. I love you.
So now it all comes down to turnout and who shows up at the ballot boxes tomorrow here. This has been a very competitive race for the start, and notably former President Trump has not campaigned with Walker over the course of the last several weeks, the former president being a drag on top Republicans in some of the closest races in the country here. Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. They're looking to win their 51st seat, which would be significant, Savannah and Joe, because it could help get those judicial nominees of President Biden's approved more easily and make sure that no one Democratic senator sort of has any real control or impact on the Democratic legislative agenda. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Now to Iran, where the country's attorney general suggests that Iran's so-called morality police has been disbanded amid ongoing protests. Officials say they're reviewing the country's hijab law. The attorney general's claims haven't been officially confirmed by Iran's government. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the story.
Well, this would mark a huge change in Iranian policy. But this morning, a senior Biden administration official says the U.S. is skeptical about Iran possibly loosening its hijab laws. With more protests planned this week, this senior official says this could be a tactic on the part of the Iranian government to stop those protests from growing. After months of protests, this morning, signs of a potentially dramatic shift in policy in Iran. Government-affiliated media reporting over the weekend that the country's attorney general said Iran's feared morality police have been disbanded and that a review over the hijab law is underway. For years, the police have enforced a strict dress code on the women of Iran. Those claims not officially confirmed by Iran's government or official state media. Iran's foreign minister only saying, be sure that in Iran, within the framework of democracy and freedom which exist in Iran, everything is going very well. It comes after 2.5 months of protests across several cities and calls for more strikes and protests this week. All of it set off by the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in September. Amini died in hospital 3 days after being detained for allegedly not wearing her hijab the correct way. For the first time, Iranian officials have confirmed 200 people have died in the protests, including security services. Amnesty International says more than 300 have died. Last night, the White House warning the eyes of the world are on Iran. The human rights abuses inflicted by its government must not go without consequence. Women in Iran tell NBC News that since the protests, they've experienced new freedom, going out with their hair uncovered, largely without interference.
It is significant that for the first time, the Islamic Republic is starting to crack. However, for the protesters, this is way too little, too late, and I don't think it will make any difference for them.
And this morning, more harsh words from Iran's Revolutionary Guards, a semi-official news agency in Iran saying that the Revolutionary Guards said the security services would show no mercy to protesters, calling those protesters terrorists, thugs, and rioters.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Now to embattled NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson, who returned to the field yesterday in his debut with the Cleveland Browns. Watson was suspended at the beginning of the season after more than 24 women publicly accused him of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Houston with more on Watson's return. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is the front page here of the Houston Chronicle. Few fans of Watson. His return, as you mentioned, coming after an 11-game suspension against his former team. His new team, the Cleveland Browns, won the game, although it is likely not going to be remembered for the final score.
Here's smattering of boos here as Watson takes the field for the first time.
Deshaun Watson has officially returned to the NFL. But playing against his former team, the Houston Texans, nearly every time Watson came out of the huddle Sunday, fans made it clear the Cleveland Browns quarterback was not welcome.
Can't imagine you've ever been booed every time you've taken a snap for an entire half of football. So what did that feel like?
I definitely have. South Carolina in college.
You got to think it's not about rivalry this time.
I mean, like I said, I can't control that.
From the stands, signs and chants rarely seen in sports. More than 24 women have accused Watson of sexual misconduct during massage therapy and personal training sessions. One lawsuit alleging Watson forced a woman to perform oral sex. He's never been criminally charged and maintains his innocence.
At this time, I can't address any of that stuff.
In the offseason, the Browns gave Watson a reported record-setting $230 million guaranteed contract during the NFL's investigation of the allegations. 23 women settled with Watson, while 30 settled with the Texans, according to their attorney, who says roughly 10 accusers were at yesterday's game.
They will not go away and hide.
But at times, Watson's return seemed like any other Sunday.
Do you have any trepidation about supporting him, considering what he's accused of?
I don't look at that.
The NFL fined Watson $5 million, and the league says he remains in mandatory treatment, adding that his treatment provider tells the NFL that he has, quote, made strides. But even as he returns to football, Watson still faces 2 lawsuits. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. And now let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather with Michelle Grossman joining us again. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
You guys, we are tracking some rain for this week. We're going to see the chance for flash flooding as well. We have a slow-moving warm front that's bringing the chance for some heavy rain, and that's especially in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep south. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. Those showers really expanding throughout this afternoon hours. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that system moving very slowly once again. Notice all those brighter colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where the heaviest rain is going to fall. So a lot of the east seeing rain tomorrow. Scattered rain spreading into the east coast. That will stick around for Wednesday as well. We're going to see the chance for training storms. That's where storms go over the same areas. That's going to lead to the chance for more flash flooding. And we could see quite a bit of rain, anywhere from 1/4 inch up to locally 5 inches of rain, especially where you see those brighter colors. So portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, into Alabama, also Georgia, Arkansas, you could see some heavy rain as well. We do have a flash flood risk for today where you see the darker blue, including Huntsville, Birmingham, Atlanta, could see the chance for flash flooding. That will continue tomorrow as well. Wednesday will be wet too, so we're going to watch this all week long, at least the beginning of the work week. It is also warm. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year in the south, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Oklahoma City, 69 degrees today. That's 17 degrees above normal. Houston near 80 degrees and 73 in New Orleans. That warmth is going to spread into the east as well, along with that rain. So Myrtle Beach near 70 degrees tomorrow. Boston into the low 50s. It's December, and 57 degrees in Cincinnati. We do have some active weather in the west. We're looking at winter alerts stretching along the west coast into the Intermountain West. 6 million people impacted today. A winter storm warning that is in the pink, and that's because we're going to see the chance for another foot of snow in some spots. Also looking at the chance for an avalanche risk in the Rockies and Sierra Nevada. That's when things get real dangerous. Mountain winds could gust as high as 70 to 100 miles per hour. That's going to continue tomorrow. The snow tapering on Tuesday in California, but we're going to see those gusty winds continuing. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, new developments in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. For the first time, we're hearing from 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack. What they're saying now as community frustration grows. Stay with us.
celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. The investigation has now entered its 4th week, and authorities still have not been able to identify a suspect or a motive. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the latest.
Hey there, police say they are still wading through a mountain of tips, including some 2,600 emails and an even higher number of calls to a tip line. This as the devastated college community waits for a crack in the case. As snow blankets the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, fears are mounting in the community that the case, too, is growing cold. The hunt for the killer who stabbed 4 college students to death in their beds on November 13th is now entering its 4th week. For the first time this weekend, we heard from the victims' 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack but were not hurt. At a prayer vigil on Friday, a local pastor reading a letter from Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. My people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy.
And a letter from Bethany Funk.
They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Moscow police say the 2 young women are not considered suspects. Authorities recently clarifying that the attack was targeted but have not concluded whether a specific victim was the target or the house in general. They are vowing to get to the bottom of the crime.
We're putting the pieces together, and I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
But with no answers, the heartbreak remains raw for the loved ones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Kaylee's father believes the pace of the investigation is moving too slowly, speaking out on Fox News with information that the police have not released themselves.
Their means of death don't match. Their points of damage don't match.
Which would seem to indicate that one of the girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. These are the kinds of things that would be distinctive and indicate and perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack.
On the campus of the University of Idaho, a somber semester is moving forward, with only 1/3 of students returning to school after the Thanksgiving break.
People are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose?
We may learn more when authorities release the victims' full autopsy results. That could include DNA testing, but there's not a clear timeline yet of when that release may take place. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to a disturbing story out of Texas, where a delivery driver is behind bars accused of kidnapping and killing a 7-year-old girl in a small town just outside of Fort Worth. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is outside of that Texas jail for us this morning with more. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, just a heartbreaking ordeal for the family of little Athena Strand. When she initially was reported last Wednesday, investigators say a FedEx truck was spotted outside her home. Now, this sparked a massive search, even an Amber Alert, that ended with her body being recovered 2 days later. The driver of that FedEx truck has since been arrested and even confessed to the killing. He's now inside this Texas jail, but has yet to share why he did it.
It hurts our hearts to know that that child died.
This morning, the family of Athena Strand grappling with a nightmare. Their 7-year-old daughter kidnapped from her home and killed. Athena's mother taking to Facebook to share her grief, writing in part, "We feel like we failed you. No one deserves what happened to you, but especially you." Investigators say the suspect, a delivery driver, was dropping off a package at the time of Athena's disappearance. Her body found 2 days later, about 10 miles from her home outside Fort Worth, Texas, after 31-year-old Tanner Horner confessed to the horrific crime. Athena's stepmother was home at the time and contacted police after she spent an hour looking for the child. With the help of FedEx, investigators identified and located Horner. Authorities saying they believe he killed the 7-year-old within an hour of taking her. Horner, a contract driver with FedEx. The company said in a statement that employees are subject to criminal history background checks. No criminal record for Horner was found in a search by NBC News. With frequent deliveries to homes as the holidays are fast approaching, former FBI agent Brianna Fox says parents should caution their children.
What would you tell a parent that has a child at home?
Sometimes kids are taught, be polite, and they then don't want to scream even though things are really off. So sometimes even just telling their kids scream if something happens, that's enough to just deter the offender.
Other advice for parents? Get a doorbell camera. Even a dummy one is enough to potentially deter someone with bad intentions. Have your packages delivered to your office instead of your home. And if your child is young and has gone missing, don't wait to call police. And right now, that suspect remains in Wise County Jail, facing charges of capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. The bonds keeping him inside, totaling $1.5 million. Savannah.
Oh, just so disturbing. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. And now let's get to some international headlines. At least 9 people are dead and 8 others missing in a flash flood in South Africa. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lobanga joins us now from Rome with more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, according to rescue officials, all the dead and the missing belong to a congregation that was taking part in a religious festival alongside a river in Johannesburg. All of them were swept away by flash floods, despite the fact that on Sunday officials had warned residents about the dangers of conducting the rituals so close to the river. Let's go to Indonesia, where Mount Semeru, the tallest volcano on the island of Java, erupted on Sunday. According to local authorities, about 2,000 residents were forced to evacuate as roads and homes were being blanketed in volcanic ash. More than 20,000 face masks have been handed out to mitigate respiratory health risks, but so far, no deaths or injuries have been reported. Now let's jump over to Australia, where
all right, it sounds like we unfortunately just lost Claudio. Had a little technical difficulty there. Hopefully we can get him back. Claudio, thanks for that. Now coming up, a virus triple whammy has made even some common over-the-counter medications hard to come by. What you need to know and what you can do if you can't find children's Tylenol or Motrin on your store shelves. Stay with us.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act.
if you're like Hallie. Stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here?
What our top story tonight?
You guys okay?
Yeah. What kind of training regimen?
How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with a troubling trend in the fight against this so-called triple-demic.
Cold and flu medicine like Tylenol and Motrin are in short supply because of surging cases of respiratory illnesses and COVID. It comes as the brunt of flu season is just getting started. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, good to have you with us. I mean, clearly this is concerning. I mean, how concerning is this?
Well, it is concerning, and it's a little bit reminiscent of, the toilet paper shortages that we saw when the pandemic first hit. You're seeing people tweet photos of empty shelves or going to look for cold medicines, and they can't find it. But the reason this is concerning, though, is because, flu doesn't typically peak until December to February. So we're not exactly at the peak of flu, and we're seeing indications that COVID is starting to come back a little bit. So we're not exactly at the peak of these viruses, and already we have a shortage, and that's where a lot of the concern is.
And I know some of this concern is also with particularly the dosages that are recommended for children. What do parents need to know in order to keep their kids safe if they are seeing these empty shelves at their stores?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is because of the triple-demic that we're always talking about, right? RSV, COVID, and flu tends to hit kids pretty bad. And so, what parents can do is there are other forms of medications they can try. So children, tend to have liquid Tylenol or liquid ibuprofen, and there's chewables you can try. But if your kid's a little bit older, take this as an opportunity to try to get them to swallow medications. Kids typically learn about the ages of 5 to 10. I know I was definitely on the older side when I finally learned how to swallow medication, but this is a good chance to try to teach them that as well.
What type of strain does this put on healthcare providers?
Well, so a lot of the issue is people visit their healthcare providers because they have a fever and because they can't break it. And if you don't have that medication, that tool at home to try to bring that fever down, the worry is that this will start to flood urgent cares, flood emergency rooms, flood pediatrician offices with people who just can't bring the fever down and who are concerned about that. And that's really where the concern is.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thanks so much for joining us. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Great to have you with us. Now, the LGBTQ community has protested FIFA's decision to hold this year's World Cup in Qatar, where same-sex relations are illegal. But here in America, one soccer team is working to create a safe space for all gay soccer players.
An estimated 1.2 million fans are traveling to Qatar for this year's FIFA World Cup, but some of them might not feel welcome. Human Rights Watch recently published a report alleging police in Qatar have been arresting members of the country's LGBTQ community. Same-sex relations are illegal in Qatar and punishable with up to 3 years in prison, prompting the country's leader to be asked how gay soccer fans would be received.
We welcome everybody, but also we expect and we want people to respect our culture.
Danny Gilberg is a diehard soccer fan.
This World Cup, it is a celebration of something that has given me so much and also a condemnation of a big part of who I am.
He's also the president of the New York Ramblers, America's first all-gay soccer team.
In some ways, it's up to us to let ourselves be known as people who find value in sports and meaning in sports.
It all started in 1980 when a gay man put an ad in a local newspaper looking for other gay men who wanted to play soccer in the Rambles, a section of New York City's Central Park. And for the next 42 years, the Ramblers have been competing in soccer leagues throughout New York City, scoring goals and winning championships.
Showing up to a community of gay men where we can just feel comfortable and we have like a shared goal in mind, which is just to win that game in front of us, is a very powerful thing.
But openly gay men in professional soccer are few and far between.
Well, Robbie Rogers is a star for the LA Galaxy, and he made history as the first openly gay male athlete in the 5 major sports leagues in America.
More than 800 players have represented their countries at this year's FIFA World Cup, and not one is openly gay, leading some people to wonder is soccer a homophobic sport?
I think soccer is a homophobic sport in the sense that I think all sports continue to be a space of homophobia. I think in some ways soccer is actually, especially in the women's game, has been pushing and at the forefront of anti-homophobic activity.
Laurent Dubois is a professor at the University of Virginia and a soccer historian. He notes that Qatar isn't the first country with anti-LGBTQ laws to host the tournament. The 2018 World Cup was held in Russia, where gay pride parades are banned.
This is only one of many human rights abuses that we could think about in relationship to both Qatar and Russia. Obviously, FIFA is actually is sort of responds to some extent to pressure, but I don't see them as kind of a leader in this way.
In a statement to NBC News, a FIFA spokesperson says the organization, quote, strives to create a discrimination-free environment, and that, quote, Qatar is committed to ensuring that everyone will be able to enjoy the tournament in a safe and welcoming environment.
It's incredibly disappointing to see FIFA pick a country that criminalizes homosexuality to host the World Cup. You're essentially shining a spotlight on what that country does and who they are and what their values are.
Still, Danny says he and his teammates aren't letting homophobia stop them from enjoying the sport they love.
I don't want to get chased away from watching an event that I wanted to watch because FIFA doesn't respect my community. It's important for LGBTQ fans to be a part of it, whether or not FIFA wants us there or not.
Thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, multiple European teams in this year's World Cup had been planning on wearing armbands that said "One Love" on them to support the LGBTQ community until warnings of major penalties by FIFA forced them to change their plans.
Coming up, the Prince and Princess of Wales are back home after that whirlwind trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but their return comes amid turmoil in the royal family ahead of a much-anticipated documentary. That story's next.
Plus, the new lawsuit filed by Swifties who can't shake off the botched ticket rollout for Swift's new tour. Got that one next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Time for financial headlines. After recent delays, Apple is making decisions about its product production.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe. Yes, so Apple is speeding up plans to move part of its production out of China. The Wall Street Journal reports Apple is telling suppliers to assemble more products elsewhere in Asia, such as India and Vietnam. The company is looking to reduce dependence on Taiwanese manufacturers, such as Foxconn, that operate in mainland China. Foxconn accounts for 70% of iPhone shipments worldwide. Its main factory has been hit by worker protests in recent weeks over pay and COVID restrictions. Delta Airlines has reached a tentative deal with its pilots union on a new contract that would include raises of at least 30% over 4 years. Now, it still needs to be approved by union leaders and voted on by members. The pilots voted in October to authorize a strike if a deal wasn't reached. Airline unions have complained about grueling schedules as travel demand has rebounded. U.S. airlines are profitable again, but a shortage of trained pilots has hurt their recovery. And Ford is moving up in the electric world of vehicles. The automaker passing Hyundai to make #2 spot in U.S. sales. Ford is still well behind Tesla, which has been losing market share as more competitors enter the market. Ford's move comes after Hyundai lost incentives, giving buyers tax credits of up to $7,500 under the Inflation Reduction Act, which took effect in August, guys.
All right. Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. While the plot thickens, some loyal Swifties have united to file a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation, after that pre-sale catastrophe, which left thousands of fans without a ticket to her upcoming Eras tour.
Yes, the sting of disappointment is something that many Swifties have come to know all too well, but now some fans are taking their bad blood with Ticketmaster to another level.
Big reputation, big reputation.
Maybe the only thing bigger than Taylor Swift's reputation was demand for tickets to her upcoming The Eras Tour.
I've been in this queue for over 3.5 hours and I have not moved.
The 52 stadium shows are set to mark Swift's return to touring for the first time in 5 years and promise a career-spanning spectacle.
Drop everything now.
But when Ticketmaster canceled its public sale after essentially selling out during a botched pre-sale, Swift's fans shed more than a few tears.
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
Now they're looking to fight back. One group of Swifties has filed a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, for what they call a ticket sale disaster, alleging several antitrust violations, intentional misrepresentation, and fraud.
I want Ticketmaster down. They don't care about their reputation.
Jen Landry is one of the 24 plaintiffs taking on the ticketing giant.
The game is rigged. They messed with the wrong people, and I'm here to just say enough is enough.
Ticketmaster did not respond to our request for comment, but did issue an apology to Swift and her fans, noting the tour brought record-setting traffic to its website, adding Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows for everyone to get a ticket. Swift herself addressed the problematic pre-sale last month, writing, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone. We asked them multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could."
It's me.
Now, with resale prices skyrocketing online and no sign of Swift adding more shows to her tour, empty-handed Swifties will likely have a hard time shaking it off. The lawsuit isn't the only trouble Ticketmaster may face. Congress has already said it would hold a hearing looking into these pre-sale issues. Keep in mind, Ticketmaster will likely face another big test in the coming months, as Beyoncé is also expected to go on tour next summer.
Let's hope it goes better for those fans.
No kidding. All right. The Prince and Princess of Wales, they're back home in the UK after their whirlwind 3-day trip to Boston.
That's right. William and Kate closed out their visit Friday celebrating the Earthshot Prize, an award that recognizes contributions to environmentalism. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more.
Hey there, good day to you. The royals are back here in the UK, but if the Prince and Princess thought that they could take a breath, well, they can think again, because Netflix just dropped its latest trailer for the Harry and Meghan docu-series. We'll have more details in just a moment, but first, a look back at what was a difficult week for the Prince and Princess. The Earth-Shot Prize, created to highlight innovative approaches to helping the environment, is Prince William's big idea. Broadcast from Boston last night.
This is why we must choose the path of hope, optimism and urgency.
Princess Catherine stealing the show in a gown that she rented to emphasize sustainability. Many big stars playing supporting roles.
You're dealing with some of the most charming, down-to-earth people.
So what do you say when you...
I hope someone's going to tell me. Do we curtsy? Do I curtsy?
The Princess of Wales again paying tribute to Prince William's mother, who last held that title, wearing a choker that Diana wore as a headband on an early trip to Australia. The ceremony, the climax of a royal trip to Boston that mixed charity with diplomacy and a lot of unwelcome controversy. William met with President Biden, their warm relationship immediately evident as they joked about the cold.
We're going to jump in. Yeah.
But the three-day trip, their first to the US for 8 years, was overshadowed by events back in Britain. William's godmother questioning a guest at a reception about her ethnicity, reigniting accusations of racism in the royal palaces.
The royal family, Kensington Palace and the Waleses themselves will have been hoping for a lot of publicity, a lot of column inches in the newspapers, but what they got were hundreds of column inches, but entirely of the wrong sort.
Then Harry and Meghan released a trailer for their Netflix docuseries, seeming to promise more revelations.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
Some reports suggest it could be released this week. A week which will see the Duke and Duchess of Sussex in New York accepting an award for their stance against racism. The two brothers and their wives, together briefly after the death of their beloved grandmother, the Queen, back on either side of the Atlantic this morning, seemingly as far apart as ever. And that new trailer makes clear that Harry and Meghan will, in the new docu-series, target the press. They're going to criticize the palace's relationship with the press. In the trailer, Harry says there's a hierarchy in the family, and I was terrified. No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth. Now, I think you're going to see the palaces try to act like it's just business as usual. You might think that looks a lot like a defensive crouch.
All right, Keira, thank you so much. Now, coming up, a big surprise just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, the life-changing gift for those who need it most. Stay with us. That's coming up next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The 2022 Oxford Word of the Year has been revealed, and it's actually two words. It's goblin mode. Here's the definition, if you haven't heard the term. It means a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Now, this word was actually picked by the public, and it's the first time the Oxford University Press has put the word of the year up for a vote, and that particular one, goblin mode, captured a whopping 93% of the vote, beating out other options like hashtag I stand with and metaverse. So how about that, Joe?
The challenge of trying to use that every day in a sentence is going to be large.
I'd give it a shot.
We'll do our
best.
best.
See if we could do it, yeah.
All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
All right, now for the surprise of a lifetime, giving a lifeline to a resilient group of young adults. NBC Nightly News weekend anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has that story.
So go ahead and open your little memory box.
It was a life-changing surprise last month.
What? Explain.
That gave this group new hope ahead of the holidays.
You are all getting a card and a year worth of insurance and a year worth of gas.
For 9 guests at this New York City celebration, a gift promising a new car, insurance, and free gas for a year. The emotions overwhelming after lives marked by tough times. Most here are former foster kids like 23-year-old Brielle. She'd been in 12 different homes, all before age 7.
What does this mean to you?
Getting the car was just a blessing, and it was just, my kids will be warm. That's the first thing I thought of. My kids will be warm. We won't have to be cold waiting on a bus.
The car's a lifeline from the nonprofit One Simple Wish. Its mission to spread love, hope, and joy to children and young adults impacted by foster care, abuse, and neglect.
I am so committed to doing anything I can to make life better for you.
Danielle Glito is the group's founder.
What inspired you to do the giveaways?
One of the greatest hurdles for individuals who age out of the foster care system is transportation. And so when we were thinking about, the holidays are coming up, what is a way that we could surprise them with something really epic?
Sano Zukapuzi won a car that night, too.
The orphan from war-torn Liberia nominated for his dedication to helping other foster kids.
For Sano, it means a safe ride for his daughter.
And reliable transportation to his job as the founder of a peer mentorship group in Georgia.
It's been a rough journey trying to figure out how to survive on the outside and building these relationships. I want to be able to reach back and help other young people be able to do that.
The car's an empowering symbol of support for a better road ahead.
Why do you do what you do, Dan?
I do what I do because I really, truly believe in the power of love to make a big difference in anybody's life.
Over the last 15 years, One Simple Wish has collected more than $15 million to help out over 250,000 kids and young adults impacted by foster care.
Pretty incredible. And we close out this hour with another holiday surprise. The students at Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City have a reputation for giving back to their communities. So today's show co-host, Hoda Kotb, decided to do a little something for them, all of them.
To collect toys for the toy drive.
The spirit of giving echoes through the hallways of Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City.
We have so many toys.
Students from kindergarten to 4th grade are devoted to giving back to their community. Not just this holiday season, but year-round. It all started with a simple sock drive called Socktober. Their goal was to collect 1,000 pairs for community shelters. But a fire had ignited within them, and they beat their goal by nearly tenfold.
We brought in 9,300 pairs of
Principal Brandy Vardaman says she was blown away.
The kids taught me a lot about raising my bar. They also taught me about just this idea that you're never too young to understand what it means to help someone else.
The kids kept the donations going with a Thanksgiving food drive and now a holiday toy drive, proving even the tiniest helper can make the biggest impact.
The kids are absolutely full of light and absolutely filled with love.
I visited the school to catch up with some of its star students.
You know what I love about your school?
What?
You guys give back. Tell me why it's important to give back.
A lot of people are less fortunate than we are nowadays, so giving them back makes me feel like they have been loved by someone.
It's no fear if we don't give back, they don't get anything, but if we give them stuff, they get stuff. And we want the world to be fair so everybody could have the same life as us.
Wow, you guys have such big hearts. You know, a lot of kids are concentrating on what they get. They're thinking about, I want Santa to bring me this and this. But you guys are talking about what you're going to give.
Sometimes people have to take matters into their own hands and become the Santa for them. We're basically like mini Santas also.
You're mini Santas?
Yes.
Do you guys have a good team?
Yes.
You have a great team?
Yes.
Someone tell me how many toys you have collected so far.
At least 20 to 30 toys.
Should we go check on that toy drive?
Yes.
The kids have no idea that Santa's elves work their holiday magic. Come on in, come on in. Macy's and Toys R Us donated 500 toys.
What?
And now you can give these away to kids who are in need.
This is awesome.
Meanwhile, just down the hall, the entire student body is gathered for what may be their most memorable school assembly yet. You guys are some of the most generous people. Do you know why you're so generous? Because you keep giving back. Do you know what you do?
Keep giving back.
You're amazing. I want my little girls to be just like you. You know what? We think that it's time to give a little something back to you. Everybody in this auditorium is getting a Christmas present. Will you open up this curtain? Macy's and Toys R Us is giving every single student a holiday present. A joyous celebration of the season of giving. With children who live it every single day.
Okay, well, that was incredible to watch. Our thanks to Hoda for that story. And after they opened up those gifts, 2 little girls actually paid it forward by donating their presents to the toy drive to help other kids in need.
Those presents were Yahtzee games, which is really cool. Good for
So
them.
fun.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, 1 day away. The longest, most contentious race of the midterms coming to a close. This morning, Georgia Senate candidates Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker making their final pitches ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes runoff election.
Elections are about a choice. And this election is about competence and character.
They're campaigning because they're lying to you. Senator Warnock, who's this man out of cloth, is lying to you.
This as Walker faces new accusations and a new scandal in the final hours of the campaign. We have team coverage from both campaigns as we break down what's at stake. Also this morning, a discrimination debate heading back to the Supreme Court with same-sex marriage and religious freedom at the center of the case. More on the arguments being heard today in a case that could impact millions of people. Plus, under review this morning, new developments out of Iran following months of unrest. A top Iranian official now signaling the country's controversial morality police may soon be disbanded. We'll bring you the latest. And oh, Christmas tree, a time-honored tradition getting some help from science. We'll give you a behind-the-scenes look at how those holiday furs go from the lab to a tree lot to your living room. There's also the option of the ones that come out of a box.
There's that too. Or you could get like a Charlie Brown Christmas tree that
exactly.
needs a little love, but is still worthy of
Is
our
yours up yet?
attention. Yes.
Okay, me too. So exciting, I know, very fancy. All right, we begin this morning with the high-stakes Georgia Senate runoff election tomorrow as both incumbent Raphael Warnock and GOP rival Herschel Walker hit the campaign trail one more time to win over last-minute voters.
But for Walker, there is new controversy this morning that could derail his efforts to win. A former girlfriend is accusing him of domestic abuse during their 5-year relationship in the early 2000s. She recounted the incident on camera for the first time to NBC News. We do want to warn viewers, some may find this disturbing.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he was pressing his forehead against mine. My head was against the wall. He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that. And the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
Walker's campaign has not responded to multiple requests from NBC News for a comment. It is the second accusation of abuse that Walker has faced in recent years. We have our team here to help walk us through the latest from Georgia, including NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee in Atlanta and NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. So, Mark, let's start with you. The incumbent Senator Warnock holds a very small lead over GOP challenger Herschel Walker. That's what we saw really in November. This latest controversy with Walker comes after several other controversies during the general election. Does it look like these are having an impact in the polls? Is this Warnock's race to lose right now?
Yeah, Joe, I think the only thing for us to glean from the polls right now, as well as the results from the general election last November, this race remains competitive and incredibly close. And when you do look at the most recent polls that are out there, like CNN's that came out last Friday, it shows Warnock with just a small lead among likely voters, but within the margin of error. Raphael Warnock also ends up having a substantial advantage over the airwaves. And the one thing that Herschel Walker will not benefit from on Tuesday that he was able to benefit in the November general election was the Republicans who went to vote for Brian Kemp, the incumbent governor who ended up winning re-election over Democrat Stacey Abrams. This is just Warnock versus Herschel Walker, and that's a different dynamic. And also what's different is we still just don't know the composition of the turnout in this runoff election, which is smack dab between Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays and just comes a couple of days after the SEC championship football game that Georgia ended up winning.
So, Tremaine, let's look at the campaign trail. Both Walker and Warnock making their final pitches to voters today. It comes after a full weekend of campaign events. Let's just listen to some of what Warnock had to say to voters on Sunday.
Over the last few years especially, we've been going through a bit of a contraction, and there are folk who are trying to divide us. But because of young people like you, I really do believe that our best days are not behind us. Our best days are in front of us.
So, Tremaine, what message are we hearing from both candidates just a day before this election, and who are they targeting in these final campaign events?
Joe, certainly Warnock is appealing to his base, that he has been there before, he's worked across the aisle, that he is the values candidate given all the controversy around Walker. But certainly he's also been pushing ads, allowing voters themselves to react to some of the more kind of absurd things that Herschel Walker has talked about, bad air and vampires and werewolves. But for the Walker campaign, you know, he's trying to tie Warnock to crime and inflation, saying that's part of the Joe Biden agenda. But what's really important here is their base, to make sure that folks who did not vote maybe in the midterms are coming out to support their candidates, especially for Warnock, because Democrats have had the lead in getting out early in terms of absentee, mail-in, and also in-person early voting.
So, Tremaine, the early voting in Georgia, it's done. It ended with a bang on Friday. 2 previous early voting state records were broken. Do we know who turned out for early voting? How did the numbers break down?
We do. It's pretty interesting. Of the nearly 1.9 million people who voted early, again, smashing records on 2 consecutive days, 76,000 of those folks did not vote in the midterm. 76,000 people who did not vote before showed up in the runoff. Broke down like this: 55% white, 32% black. 52% of those folks were Democrats and 39% Republican. But again, a lot will, rest on who comes out to vote this Tuesday. Even though records have been broken, it still comes down to turnout. Joe.
And Mark, I mean, Democrats have already secured a majority, rather a very slim one in the Senate. So why is this so critical for Democrats to try to win?
Joe, 2 real reasons. Number one is actually the composition of the committees that you have in the United States Senate. Because the current Senate is 50-50 with Vice President Kamala Harris casting the tie-breaking vote, the power sharing agreement is that the committee composition is exactly right down the middle. But if Democrats are able to have a 51-49 majority, then all of a sudden they end up getting a substantial majority on these committees, which can actually help in passing legislation. The other reason, Joe, is it just gives you more breathing room if you are Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that you are able to say, hey, Joe Manchin doesn't support this, but you have an additional Democrat who does. And so that breathing room with a new power sharing agreement or just a new committee composition would be a substantial difference from the current Senate power that Democrats have.
Mark Murray and Tremaine Lee, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it. The FBI has been called into Moore County, North Carolina, where a state of emergency was declared after 2 power stations were destroyed. Authorities are calling it an intentional attack. Police say at least 1 person fired gunshots at 2 energy substations on Saturday night, cutting off electricity in the area. This morning, 45,000 customers are still without power. While no motive has been revealed, investigators are looking into speculation that the substations were targeted because of a drag show taking place nearby.
We're living in some challenging times that I never thought in my 40 years in law enforcement we would be seeing things and dealing with folks that are dealing with things that we're dealing with. But unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with this. So.
A curfew is currently in place. Power officials warn it could be days before power is fully restored to the area.
To Washington now, where the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments in a case that could upend certain protections for same-sex couples and those who identify as LGBTQ. It's all centered around a Colorado business owner who sued the state over its anti-discrimination law, claiming she should be able to refuse to design wedding websites for same-sex couples without punishment because she opposes it. Joining us now is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor and NBC News legal analyst Cynthia Oxney. Great to have you both with us. Thank you for joining us. So, Yamiche, I'm going to start with you. Now, this is the second time in just the past 5 years that the Supreme Court is hearing a case that focuses on a business owner not wanting to perform a service for a same-sex couple due to those religious beliefs. So walk us through this particular case that's being presented today. What are the details in this one?
Well, good morning. This is a big day at the Supreme Court as justices are gearing up to hear oral arguments in a case centered, as you said, on LGBTQ rights as well as free speech. Now, the owner of a website creating company, 303 Creatives, her name is Lori Smith. She sued the state of Colorado. She's being represented by Alliance Defending Freedom. That's important because that conservative Christian law group has brought a number of cases before the Supreme Court. Lori Smith is arguing that she should be allowed to create websites, wedding websites for for opposite-sex couples, but not for same-sex couples because her religious beliefs oppose same-sex marriage. So she is saying essentially, I have free speech not to create things that I religiously oppose. Civil rights groups say that she's looking for a license to discriminate. They say that that this idea that free speech would allow her to not comply with Colorado's discrimination laws, which prohibit discrimination against people because of their sexual orientation, that would be problematic because you could also see people like hairstylists or restaurant owners say that that's also part of their free speech and part of their artistic words and artistic expressions. But Lori Smith is essentially saying, I want to make sure I'm suing preemptively before I start creating websites to try to get a license to be able to do this. It's interesting because in 2018, we saw a Colorado baker come before the Supreme Court saying he didn't want to create cakes for same-sex couples. He won, but on very narrow ground. So this case is really a second bite at that apple of this question with the 6-3 majority, and a 6-3 majority where you have conservatives, religious conservatives on the court. A number of court watchers say that this is the kind of case that these justices were looking for and that might be in favor of Lori Smith. Savannah?
Cynthia, let's bring you in here, and I want to reference something Yamiche was just talking about, add a little bit of context here. It comes on the heels of another landmark decision from the court that was back in 2020 that banned workplace discrimination based on sexual orientation. What sort of impact could this particular case have on things like that, on anti-discrimination laws, and then maybe also even free speech in general?
Well, I think it's going to drive a huge hole in the protections for LGBTQ people. I mean, the problem is that the justices aren't really going at it in a straightforward way and overturning the anti-discrimination laws. What they're doing is creating this big hole for purely expressive conduct. But you can just see how you could frame purely expressive conduct as almost anything. It's, I created a cake, or I created a pasta dish, or I'm doing an artistic expression of the manner in which I'm doing my paintings, or the way I'm doing nails, or the way I'm doing hair. So it does, you could drive a truck through the hole that could come out of this case, and it's very problematic.
Yamiche, we know last week the Senate passed what's known as the Respect for Marriage Act. It's a bill that would give federal protection to both interracial and same-sex couples. And now that's received bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. So explain to us the importance of a bill like that headed into today's arguments, and give us an update on when we can expect that vote in the House on that.
Well, the bipartisan group of lawmakers who voted to pass this in the Senate say that this is really critical to protecting interracial couples as well as same-sex couples and the laws that protect their marriages. Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who's still House Speaker for a couple more weeks, she said that she's going to bring this to the House floor for a vote on Tuesday. It is expected that President Biden will sign it in short order. And this is really, Democrats in particular, but some Republicans who also are supporting it. This is really just extending the protections for LGBTQ rights at a time where many feel as though those rights are under attack. You think of the Club Q shooting that happened, with many people feeling very tense about the arguments that are being made against LGBTQ rights. There's also, of course, the politics of this, where we've seen a number of Republicans across the country running on against things like transgender rights, transgender people competing in sports. So really the politics of this are that people want to, lawmakers who are supporting this want to make sure that there's a stamp to say that they are behind supporting the LGBTQ community. Savannah?
And Cynthia, let me bring you in here one last time. So since 2018, the ruling that we just mentioned a moment ago, the Supreme Court has become more conservative and in turn more open to cases like this one. They've been bringing this conversation up again. And we know that after Roe v. Wade was overturned this summer, Justice Clarence Thomas called for same-sex marriage to be eliminated. Could the court's decision in this case sort of be an ominous first step in ways toward making that happen?
In the overturning of Roe v. Wade, Thomas specifically talked about maybe overturning Obergefell, which is the same-sex marriage case. And many people are concerned not only about same-sex marriage, but contraception, interracial marriage, and all kinds of those cases that are based on fundamental rights that the Supreme Court has taken away. Obergefell is a danger. And let me just make sure people understand the Defense of Marriage Act, which is about to be passed, it supports people's marriage, but only if it's legal in their state. So it's not like they're going so far that they're taking care of the Obergefell issue in Congress. And people who have same-sex marriages will still be very threatened by this court if they overturn Obergefell. And it looks like certainly Justice Thomas is going to try to do just that.
Cynthia and Yamiche, thank you both so much for joining us this morning.
On Sunday's Meet the Press, Israeli Prime Minister-designate Benjamin Netanyahu responded to former President Trump's interactions with noted anti-Semites. We also heard from Congresswoman Catherine Clark, the incoming Democratic whip, who discussed the party's plans in the House after losing the majority. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd has this recap.
You've got a unique relationship with former President Trump. He has consistently flirted with some really fringe characters that spout this anti-Semitic behavior, that preach white supremacy and white nationalism, things like that. And he doesn't denounce it. He is yet to denounce Kanye West at all. He's yet to denounce being with the white supremacists a few days ago. Why does he have this difficulty, do you think?
I don't know. First, let me say that President Trump did great things for Israel. He recognized Jerusalem as our capital, long overdue since King David proclaimed it as such 3,000 years ago. He moved the American embassy there. He recognized our sovereignty in the Golan Heights. He got out of what I believe is the disastrous Iran deal that would have paved Iran's path with gold, hundreds of billions of dollars of sanctions relief towards a nuclear arsenal. So he's done all these great things, and I appreciate it, and I remain appreciative. On this matter, on Kanye West and that other unacceptable guest, I think it's not merely unacceptable, it's just wrong. And I hope he sees his way to staying out of it and condemning it.
I want to ask you about FTX, the fallen FTX CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried. He's given nearly $40 million to Democratic causes over the last campaign cycle. I believe $6 million went to the House Majority PAC, another $1 million to the Senate side of things. Do you think the Democratic Party got itself too tied up with the crypto industry in general?
You know, FTX is a cautionary tale for all of us who are looking at how do we regulate crypto? How do we make sure that we are embracing what might be new technologies and currencies, but also making sure that consumers have accountability and transparency. And let me remind you that it is the Democrats who make sure that we are pushing laws to get dark money out of our politics so that people can see who's funding our campaigns. That is met with absolute resistance across the aisle, and that is an issue that we are going to continue to push.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that recap.
And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Monday. And we are tracking some rain. Some of it is heavy, some will be heavy, and some will cause some flash flooding as we go throughout this Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday. So taking a look at radar and satellite, we're seeing plenty of cloud cover, also seeing that rain falling in portions of the south. It's the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep south where we're seeing this rain falling. You can see the yellows, those brighter colors. That's telling us where that heavier rain is falling. So we do expect heavy rain into Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, even portions of Arkansas and Mississippi. It's all due to this warm front that's moving very slowly. It will be moving very slowly over the next few days, too. So showers expanding during the afternoon hours. It lifts to the north and east slowly still on Tuesday, bringing scattered rain across the East Coast. You can see rain falling in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, into New England and portions of the South. So it's a widespread area that will be seeing rain on Tuesday. Now, as we get towards Wednesday, we're going to see training storms. Those are storms that kind of go over the same areas over and over again. That will continue into the middle of the week, and we will see the chance for more areas of localized flash flooding. That mainly will be in Tennessee, Alabama, and also Arkansas into Georgia. This is what we're looking at in terms of rainfall totals, anywhere from a quarter inch, but some spots even locally up to 5 inches, especially where you see the yellow, especially where you see the orange and red as well. That's where we're expecting the most rain to fall. So our flash flood risk, this is for today, the darker blue, that's where we expect the expectation where we could see some flash flooding. Huntsville, Birmingham, Tupelo, just north of Tupelo, even into Atlanta, you could see the risk for flash flooding. That continues tomorrow tomorrow. Notice that spot does not move very far. It's pretty much the same area. And then Wednesday, same story. We're going to see heavy rain in the same spots. Now we have the rain. We're seeing this warm front pulling in that Gulf moisture. It's also pulling in the warm. So we're looking at temperatures 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. I mean, look at these numbers. It's December. It's near 80 degrees in San Angelo, 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. Houston near 80, 73 in New Orleans, even up to St. Louis, we're up to 53, 69 degrees in Oklahoma City. It'll be warm, too, in the Northeast. Temperatures into the 60s, 9 degrees above normal in D.C. for this time of year. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, signs of change in Iran following months of protests.
When we come back, what we're learning about the possible disbanding of the country's controversial morality police. This is Morning News Now. Stay with us.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Iran's attorney general is signaling that the country's so-called morality police could be disbanded. He also says parliament is reviewing a law requiring women to wear hijabs or those head coverings. We'd like to note, though, the attorney general is not responsible for overseeing the morality police, and his claims have not been officially confirmed by Iran's government. Now, this comes as months of protests and unrest continue in the country. The outrage was first sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini, who died in the hospital 3 days after she had been detained by the morality police back in September. Police had said Amini died after she fell ill and slipped into a coma, but her family has said witnesses told them officers beat her, which police have denied. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now. Ali, thanks for being with us on this. So we haven't officially heard from Iran's leadership about the morality police being disbanded, but what is the latest both that's being reported on this and with what you're seeing there?
Hi, good morning. Well, look, they're not really being disbanded. What they're trying to do is bring them in another way. So not to have a physical presence of the morality police on the street, but they want to enforce the hijab sort of remotely using surveillance cameras, facial recognition. And if women are then spotted not wearing the hijab, they'll be fined or they won't be allowed to go into a bank. But they're only getting rid of the physical presence of the morality police. And to be quite frank, the morality police haven't been on the streets since the death of Mahsa Amini, simply because they can't enforce it anymore. I would say about 60% of the women in Tehran and other cities and towns across the city refuse to wear the hijab anymore. And when you have about 60% of the female population refusing to abide by this law, it becomes very difficult to enforce. You know, you can't arrest 60% of the female population. So this is something the women in Iran have done. They've forced the authorities' hands and they can't control it, and that's why they're scrambling to get this done. There's also the timing is rather suspicious. For the last few days, Iranians have been calling for massive strikes and protests to start today. And then on the eve of those strikes and protests, the government suddenly is saying that they're having a review of the morality police to sort of deflect attention on what's going on the ground. But it's still going to be enforced, and it's very unlikely in 2 weeks' time when they review the hijab, they're going to get rid of it because it's a pillar of the Islamic Republic, and if they did get rid of it, then they'd be on a very slippery slope.
Absolutely. I mean, Ali, I think right now when you see some of these headlines, maybe the morality police being disbanded, potentially looking at this law that requires women to wear the hijab, you think, hey, is this some success here because of the number of women that we've seen out in the streets? But it's sounding like, in fact, maybe neither of those things are actually happening, and that in addition to that, analysts are sort of skeptical that any change is really happening here. Is that fair?
It is fair in terms of the government perspective. You know, they're very resilient to any change. They're very deeply rooted. But something I've been asked by a lot of people is all of this violence, all of these protests in Iran, will it lead to any sort of change? Well, the answer to that question is it has already changed. For 43 years, the hijab has been ruthlessly enforced, and now women are refusing to wear it. It's still part of the country's law. So that is a sea change in Iran that women and young people have brought about. You know, when I left Iran a few days ago, the airport is a highly secure zone. It's controlled by the IRGC. Over half the women in the airport were not wearing the headscarf. So that's already changed, and it would be inconceivable to think that they could force that back on now, because it would, again, it would open up doors of huge protests and violence, which they're just not prepared for. So that change has already happened. What the trajectory is going to be in the future remains a little more clouded.
And pretty incredible that what you're essentially saying is that the change may be not coming from the government or from the leadership there, but just from the women themselves who have made this happen. Ali, thank you so much.
Now we've got breaking news in Ukraine, where there are reports from the Ukrainian Air Force that Russia has launched another round of attacks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Kyiv, where a community group was already preparing for this possibility by getting their neighborhood ready in case their power is knocked out by an attack. Ellison, good morning to you. I hope you and your crew, I'm sure, are staying safe. First of all, just what's going on there, and what can you tell us about this group and how it got started?
Yeah, I mean, this group, like so many Ukrainians, has been dreading, preparing for the potential of another large-scale missile strike. We are under an air raid siren right now. A spokesperson for Ukraine's Air Force, they say that an attack has already been launched, that a number of missiles have been fired from ships in the Black Sea, as well as areas near the Caspian Sea. They say that they believe this is likely the first wave of a large-scale missile attack targeting Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure, similar to attacks this country has seen and experienced since the beginning of October. He says they believe this is likely the first of multiple waves, because they say that's a strategy that Russia has used when trying to target critical energy infrastructure. They fire one round of a lot of missiles, then fire other rounds kind of subsequently afterwards to try and confuse, tax Ukraine's air defenses here. But this is something that Ukrainian citizens have been aware could happen anytime. They have been preparing for it. Ukrainian officials have been warning them of it since we saw the most recent large-scale attack a couple of weeks ago. And we spent some time with one neighborhood, a community here that originally started just as kind of a ragtag neighborhood group that formed because they were trying to make their own neighborhood safer before the war. Then the war happened, and they enlisted in the territorial defense. Now they are back here trying to make sure that their own community is prepared for the possibility of additional large-scale missile strikes like the threat we are told we're under right now, and that if the power goes out within their community for days or even weeks, they can help their neighbors survive. Joe?
And Ellison, I mean, this group, they're actually on the front lines, right?
Yeah, I mean, they spent months on the front lines in the east, in the Kharkiv region. They shared a lot of video with us showing some of the things they dealt with, the days, the weeks, the months they spent in the trenches there. They see their community unit, and it is headed by the commander of the battalion now. He is actually the head of the Condo Board Association. And when the war happened, he said they all looked at each other and said, hey, we think in theory we have enough people here to form 1.5 battalions, so let's do it. So they all joined together, and the majority of the people we now met working to set up a warming center, they went to the front lines together. They came back together, and now they see the fight here, the fight against Putin using winter as a weapon, as sort of the second front line that they're dealing with together. Joe?
So, Ellison, what is it they are doing right now to prepare for attacks in their community?
Yeah, so we watched as they set up this sort of tent mini city, if you will, that had spaces where people could warm up, wood stoves, just trash cans that could be used to make fire, as well as generators. They were carrying in supplies. They were a lot of kids. You see some of them there. They brought their children, and they were helping to fan the flames, to chop the wood. It really is a big community effort. There are, of course, government efforts to help people in the event of a mass blackout. They call them points of invincibility. But what we've seen and what we saw here are Ukrainians who are looking around, seeing their neighbors and thinking, what can we do to make sure that our community, the people near us, the people we know, don't know, the people in the past we would have just borrowed some milk from, what can we do to make sure that they are safe? They say when it comes to this idea of Putin using winter as a weapon, I asked someone, do you think that's going to work? And he said, look around, look at all of us and what we're doing here. We're more united. We're going to fight it, whether it's on the front lines in Kharkiv or here fighting the large-scale missile strikes, the continuous challenge of blackouts. They say we're going to come together and keep fighting back.
All
Joe?
Right, Ellison, Barbara. Ellison, please stay safe. Thank you so much.
And let's stay on international headlines now. China is starting to ease up on COVID restrictions.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with this and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, today, for the first time in many months, commuters in Beijing and many other cities across China will be able to board public transport without the need of a negative COVID test. Now, China has been easing its zero COVID policy recently, especially after the widespread protests across the country. But the authorities are saying that this decision is now due to the weakening of the virus. Now, let's go to Belgium, where the country's largest ever trial begins today. The court will have to determine whether 10 men played a part in terror attacks in Brussels in 2016 that killed 32 people and injured over 300. More than 900 civil plaintiffs affected by the attacks claimed by the Islamic State will take part in the trial. And let's come back here in Italy, where the Catholic Church is once again allowing handshakes for the sign of peace. The gesture was banned to avoid direct contact among the faithful at the height of the pandemic and was replaced with a look in the eyes and a bow of the head. Well, still, the Italian Bishop Conference is inviting the faithful to continue to sanitize their hands upon entering the church, which has to be done by putting sanitizer in your hands and not washing it in the holy water font, guys. Just don't be naughty.
All right, good to know. We still aren't shaking hands at my church yesterday, so we were all just staring at each other, like looking at each other like this. It feels a little weird, but that's the way it is still in some places. Claudia, thanks so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, look what you made me do. That's the message from Swifties, now suing Ticketmaster after that chaotic pre-sale for Taylor Swift's upcoming tour.
After the break, more on the bad blood and how that lawsuit could change the ticketing industry. We're going to be right back.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with the latest developments in that Taylor Swift Ticketmaster debacle.
Fans are now suing Live Nation Entertainment, Ticketmaster's parent company, for a laundry list of anti-competitive practices, arguing that led to soaring ticket prices for Swift's The Eras Tour. We should note NBC News has reached out to Live Nation for comment about the lawsuit, but we have not yet heard back. For now, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos to break it all down for us. Danny, good morning. Good to see you here. So it's one thing for fans to say, I'm upset, this is unfair. It's another thing to actually go to court and make a legal argument. So what is it they are arguing here?
Joe, first of all, we're journalists. We're supposed to be impartial. I want her removed from the set. She's a known Swiftie. She's not going to be unbiased on this story. I can feel her staring at me, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned. These fans, again, I'm nervous. These fans are alleging, at first blush, you could say, look, these people didn't get their tickets. Boo-hoo, why are you suing over this? It's not really about that. It's about monopolization of the industry. It's about Ticketmaster allegedly doing something really remarkable, not only cornering the primary market, but also cornering the secondary market. That's amazing. Most manufacturers would love to get a hand in the secondary market. If I buy a car and I sell it to you, the manufacturer gets $0 of that. Ticketmaster apparently has found out how to dominate both the initial sales and act as a scalper, which the complaint alleges is really interesting because allegedly they came in and said, look, there's a problem with scalpers, we'll come in and fix it. And the complaint alleges they came in and fixed it by putting their hand in the secondary market, and now they're profiting from it. But the complaint also alleges that these fans didn't just go on Ticketmaster and try to buy. They were promised, allegedly, again, all allegedly, they were promised that if they bought Swift merchandise and they would get a code and they would be able to go on and be given preferential treatment. And apparently that didn't happen. So it's not just a case of I wanted a ticket and I didn't get one. They may have entered into a contract with Ticketmaster and that contract may have been breached.
So do you think the fans have a legitimate case here?
Are you asking
No.
as a journalist?
I am not part of this case. I happen to be a fan.
This is a fair question.
Fair question. Do I think, at first blush, it would have been easy to say these are people that just couldn't get a ticket because the demand was too high. And if that were the case, I would say you don't have a legitimate lawsuit. But on further review, that doesn't appear to be what they're alleging.
Yeah.
They're alleging that they entered into an agreement with Ticketmaster because apparently there was a concert that was canceled. And they said, well, if you buy merchandise and we'll give you this code, you can get in and buy tickets and get preferential treatment. It appears, according to the complaint, there may not have been a code. They just took whoever wanted the tickets right away. And if that's the case, they may have had an agreement. But they're also using this as an opportunity to challenge this, to challenge Ticketmaster on antitrust type allegations and even fraud. So it actually seems like it might be a case.
I mean, real quickly here, when the dust settles, could this lead to more competition within the industry?
Yes, and the American way is that competition is a good thing. That is the idea behind our antitrust laws. And if it is the case that Ticketmaster has completely taken over not only the primary ticket sales market, but also the secondary ticket sales market, and if it's true that that has caused prices to rise that is not tied to the value of the ticket. But then again, Joe, how do you know what the value of tickets are? Is there anything more elastic in the market than ticket sales? If you've ever been to an event, you've seen scalpers outside saying going from anything from, you know, $100 to $5 to $1,000. There may be no market in the world that is quite as unpredictable as ticket sales.
Right. Danny, thank you so much.
Thanks, Danny. I'll be watching.
I know you will. I know it.
Now let's switch gears and go to Waukesha, Wisconsin, which held its Christmas parade over the weekend 1 year after a driver hit and killed 6 people during last season's holidays festivities. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Waukesha with the very latest. Hey, Maura, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. This was just such a tragic start to the holiday season last year. The parade returning this year, coming after that chaotic trial that so many of us saw. The suspect, Darrell Brooks, representing himself, convicted on more than 70 counts stemming from the attack. He's now serving more than 700 years in prison, serving 6 life sentences. The closure of that trial, several people told me, pushed through their hesitation to come back and finish what they started at the parade this year. This year's theme yesterday was peace on earth, and it was just felt at every turn.
Waukesha's Christmas parade is back, bigger and stronger than ever. The community turning up in force 1 year after tragedy struck when a man drove an SUV through the parade, killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. 80 floats line the streets, led by 6 snowflake cutouts in honor of the lives lost. The dancing grannies, who lost some of their own, are back too.
What does it mean to you that you're back here dancing again after being injured?
It means that I have lots of angels surrounding me.
First responders serving as the grand marshals as new additions honor the heroes and the victims. Their families forever bonded together.
We all support each other and we all have a connection.
Sherry and Aaron Sparks lost their 8-year-old son, Jackson, who was marching in the parade with his brother and baseball team.
I've always loved Christmas, but then there's that weight and that, you know, that you're fighting through.
Do you think that the parade coming back will help with that?
I think for a lot of people it's going to be healing.
They're not comfortable going back this year, but credit the community support for those who do want to attend. To ensure safety, the city quadrupled police officer presence and altered the parade route from past years, along with an $800,000 investment in new vehicle barriers.
The most important one is the community feels safe. And that's something we can't put a price tag on.
The town's resilience on full display.
Remember what a Christmas parade is. It's bringing everyone together in the joy of Christmas. You know, you kind of think about how terrible it is that, you know, there's been a stain on that, and there shouldn't be.
That stain starting to be rubbed out with the parade here yesterday, an overarching sense of resilience here. But something that was interesting that came up when I was talking with the police captain there, he mentioned this idea of a fraternity of tragedies. When Waukesha happened, people from Las Vegas, after the attack in 2017, reached out to them. Highland Park happened just an hour down the road from here. Waukesha immediately reached out to them. So obviously terrible circumstances, but just a reminder of how communities ultimately, at their core, want to help each other heal and grow and learn from each other. Savannah.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. Great report.
Coming up, 'tis the season for spending. And right now, for a lot of people, that means credit card debt, which shoppers should know before heading to the register.
Plus, the crisis of childcare, the situation forcing some people to go to extremes even before they become parents. That's up next on Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The holiday shopping season is in full swing, and despite record high inflation, people are still spending on gifts, but that's leading to soaring credit card debt. Combine that with rising interest rates, and it doesn't add up to a rosy picture for the consumer this Christmas. Here's NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung with more.
With 3 weeks to go, the holiday rush is well underway. With everything nearly 8% more expensive than last year, shoppers like Sherry Sorrells are paying with plastic to buy gifts this holiday season.
Yeah, I got some things off of Amazon, the foot massager. I got a karaoke machine for one of my daughters, and I got my son a bike.
But with thousands of dollars in debt, the mother of three now faces a serious challenge.
I think it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
She's not the only one. Jamie Feldman was once $20,000 in debt.
Every time you do a minimum payment, the next month is like, it's like you didn't pay anything with the interest and the fees.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm in 15,000.
Feldman posted her stories on TikTok, engaging others in similar positions.
Obviously, yes, there was some mismanagement of money.
Americans are headed into the peak holiday shopping season with record debt as they buy things like gifts or even Christmas trees, but they also face record high interest rates if they miss a payment. Credit card debt has soared 19% in the last year to a record $866 billion, and the average interest rate now nearing 20%. At that rate, making minimum payments on a $1,000 bill would take over 9 years to pay off, racking up about $990 in interest.
I've gotten a lot of emails from the card issuers just stating that the terms have changed, and 9 times out of 10 it's the interest rate that's increasing.
But that hasn't stopped you from spending the way that you're spending?
No, only because I feel pressured to, have a good Christmas for my children.
Experts recommend prioritizing 0% balance transfer cards and consolidating your debt.
So if this describes you, no shame. I mean, you have plenty of company, but let's focus on bringing that interest rate down.
There's other strategies too. This Hanukkah, Jamie says she's just focused on spending quality time with her loved ones.
I've been really open and honest about what I can and cannot do, and I think for us this year it's going to be more about experiences than actual gifts.
because the most memorable gifts don't have to cost anything. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
To get some more money news, Tesla is making some production cuts.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Tesla reportedly plans to reduce production of the Model Y at its plant in Shanghai by 20% or more this month as it faces weaker demand in China. Now, this would mark the first voluntary production cut by Tesla, which also faces increased competition from Chinese electric car makers such as BYD. Now, data out from the government today shows Tesla sales rose 40% last month as it cut prices for its best-selling vehicles and offered incentives to Chinese buyers. Apple and Amazon are planning to resume advertising on Twitter. That's according to a report by tech news site Platformer. Elon Musk announcing during a Twitter Spaces conversation on Saturday that Apple has fully resumed advertising. Apple is Twitter's largest advertiser. Last week, reports say Twitter sent an email to ad agencies offering customers incentives to increase spending on the site. Companies ranging from General Mills to Audi have stopped or paused ads on Twitter since Musk took over the platform in October. And CVS is testing a system to let pharmacists process prescriptions remotely. The Wall Street Journal says CVS has equipped most of its 9,000 U.S. drugstores with technology that lets pharmacists review and enter information, either from a central location, their home, or at stores other than where the customers pick up their prescriptions. CVS says the program will free pharmacists up to provide other services such as vaccinations and health screenings. So we'll see if that changes because lines are usually pretty long.
Yes, they can be. Yeah, I know that's true. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Turning now to another issue facing Americans, the lack of access to child care. It's forcing some parents to take extraordinary measures even before their babies are born. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah.
And look at this.
Taking care of children is difficult, and today, finding childcare for kids is nearly impossible.
You want some Cheerios? Yeah. As soon as I had the viability ultrasound at 20 weeks, I started looking for childcare.
When you were pregnant?
Yes, because I knew that the wait lists were really long. Oh, thank you.
Though Michaela Sturs, a mother of 3, started looking for childcare before her youngest child was born, she never found it, citing a lack of affordability and long distances. The 28-year-old mom lives in rural Wisconsin. Like many parents today, she's dealing with child care deserts, which the Center for American Progress classifies as areas where fewer than a third of children have access to a licensed child care facility. It's a reality hitting low and middle income, Black, Hispanic, and rural communities the hardest, forcing parents to make difficult decisions.
How has it impacted your life not having access to childcare?
Well, I left my job in healthcare to work nights retail so that I can be home with my kids.
The click button.
Michaela says her family now lives paycheck to paycheck. In lieu of childcare, she and her husband, Christopher, work alternative shifts.
He leaves for work at 4 in the morning, and he comes home in the afternoon, and then I work usually 4 to 10 or 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Only seeing each other during a brief handoff.
Hi, everyone.
Parents should start looking for childcare before they even consider having a child.
Really?
There are wait lists that are over 2 years long.
Becca Elbert works at Western Dairyland Community Action Agency, funded by a 1990 congressional mandate. Her program's role is to help families find childcare in their communities and work with childcare providers, getting them trained, launched, and regulated.
What are the obstacles parents in rural areas face when it comes to childcare?
Drive times, cost, availability, affordability. We've also heard from businesses over the years who are looking to expand and later decide that they're not going to do that because there isn't an adequate amount of childcare for those families that they're trying to recruit.
For Michaela, the lack of childcare is pushing her out of her community.
With all of this, do you think you can continue living in rural Wisconsin?
No.
You want to make the cupcake?
They hope to move closer to a major city or family members so they can get additional childcare support.
We need an ongoing partnership between families, childcare providers, businesses, and our public sector to really figure out a solution. Our economies can't thrive if we're not supporting families.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News.
And coming up, if you're still searching for the perfect Christmas tree, you might want to look in a lab.
You want the needles to stay on, but you're also working on
the aroma of the tree.
The aroma.
Yeah.
It smells great.
When we come back, we'll break down how scientists are working to keep up with the demand for that holiday spruce. You're watching Morning News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. You might have just spent your weekend buying and decorating your Christmas tree, but have you ever thought about what it takes each year to grow them and how all that demand is met every year?
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders took a look at the hidden science behind the perfect tree.
In North Carolina's Blue Ridge Mountains,
you see one over here that might work?
3 generations of the Amabile family continuing a tradition.
What do you think about that one?
I like that one there.
In all, 4 trees, including one for 7-year-old Charlie Rain's bedroom.
And why did you choose this tree of all the trees?
Because it had a lot of greenery on it.
Along the East Coast, the tree on your neighborhood lot likely was grown in North Carolina.
I was driving a tractor when I was 9 years old.
Farmer Joe Freeman.
Well, Fraser fir is most popular just because of the overall appearance, the strong branches, the smell.
But it's what you cannot see on his 350,000 tree orchard that's groundbreaking.
Behind every tree, there is more than just farming. These days, there is science and, yes, even genetics for what has become the definition of the perfect Christmas tree.
In a first-of-its-kind lab at North Carolina State, Justin Whitehill leads a team of researchers on the cusp of creating super trees, Christmas trees that grow in 6 years instead of 10. Is there an analogy to what you're doing in the lab here?
So we're developing the elite athletes of Christmas trees, essentially.
Scientists extract DNA and at the molecular level pinpoint what allows some to grow faster than others.
This is a clump of embryos or baby trees.
Embryos that are cloned and then grafted into saplings, like many of those now growing on Joe Freeman's farm. 4 decades of research finally paying off, just as climate change becomes an urgent challenge.
We've got to build a better tree so when we do have a early frost, a late frost, a wet season, a dry season, whatever, we need a tree that's robust enough to live through that.
Here in the research orchards, more progress.
You want the needles to stay on, but you're also working on
the aroma of the tree.
The aroma.
Yeah.
It smells great.
It smells great, yeah.
and you thought that perfect Christmas tree, like the one in Charlie Rain's bedroom, was just good luck. Kerry Sanders, NBC News, Laurel Springs, North Carolina.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Yes, it does, but the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, price plunge. Just in time for the holidays, the cost of gas is plummeting, with experts predicting we could see prices under $3 a gallon. But that fuel price fall could be in jeopardy. The actions taking place overseas that could have an impact on your wallet. State of emergency, tens of thousands without power or heat this morning. What police are calling a targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid by at least one person with a gun. It closed schools and forced officials to open shelters. This morning, the FBI is on the case looking into a possible motive for the attack, while crews brave near freezing temperatures to get the power back on. Holiday headache. The so-called triple-demic is causing shortages of prescription medications. But now, some even common over-the-cold meds, like children's Tylenol and ibuprofen, are in short supply as well. And with the flu season just getting started, we'll take a look at how serious these shortages are and what parents need to know to keep their kids safe. And bad blood. Swifties strike back. Fans of the megastar now suing Ticketmaster after the company's pre-sale debacle for Swift's new tour. The complaint fans say they can't shake off, and why it's not the only major challenge facing the ticketing giants. One still has a lot of folks talking. We'll delve into that lawsuit coming up a little bit later.
I am not part of it, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, as Danny Savala suggested, you might be a little biased.
I was a fan who didn't get tickets, and I was sad, but I did not take it to that extent.
All right. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin with some good news for all of us that could help lighten the strain on our wallets. The average price at the pump for regular unleaded is now $3.40 a gallon.
Yeah, it's a welcome relief from those record high prices over the summer, but just how long will this trend last? NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Maybe not that long, but let's enjoy it while it lasts. And for context, guys, we just rewind the clock a little bit. 6 months ago, gas prices were more than $5 a gallon. Now, Gas Buddy is predicting they may be under $3 by the Christmas holiday. Now, today, the European Union has price caps that are about to take effect on the purchase of Russian oil at only $60 a barrel. Should Russia retaliate, that could spell trouble for pricing again.
It's hard to find a single staple of the American economy that impacts our collective pocketbooks more than gas prices. Which is why when they fall, it provides a noticeable lift for families.
Big difference.
And falling, they are. The national average this morning, $3.40 a gallon. That's down about 40 cents from a month ago and more than $1.60 from a peak of $5.02 in the middle of June. 8 states are currently under $3 a gallon, part of a growing trend.
The national average could fall under $3 a gallon, even ahead of our forecast, which were for potentially that to happen by Christmas. So we continue to see gas prices fall at a very brisk pace.
Plunging oil and gas prices are being driven in large part by a deepening recession in Europe, rising interest rates in the U.S., and COVID outbreaks in China, slowing the world's second largest oil consumer. But the fragile fall in fuel prices could easily take a turn. Starting today, the European Union putting a price cap on Russian oil at $60 a barrel.
What is the net impact of the EU deciding that we will only buy Russian oil at this price point or less?
It's significant that the EU is coming together to make this fairly significant agreement and risk this potentially backfiring. Russia could simply choose to stop exporting oil. So this is kind of a high stakes game here.
At the same time, there's the arrival of cold weather, and Americans are bracing for higher heating bills, likely paying in the neighborhood of 50 to 100% more than last winter.
It was absurd, from, a $90 bill a month to like $360 some odd dollars.
The good news, it could be worse, with many utility companies locking in much of their petroleum supplies when rates were lower, and domestic resources of natural gas still robust.
As for prices at the pump right now, guys, there is another X factor to talk about, namely the nearly 24 oil-producing countries led by Saudi Arabia, with the group OPEC Plus. Now, they voted back in October, you'll recall, to slash oil production globally by about 2 million barrels a day. Over the weekend, they voted again to keep those levels where they are. But should they reduce it even further, and that is a possibility in the coming months, it would spike prices globally. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Now to that state of emergency in Moore County, North Carolina. 2 power stations were severely damaged by gunshots in what police called a targeted attack. Now the FBI is investigating, and thousands of customers are without power. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Moore County with the latest on the investigation.
Well, you can see right here on the ground behind me, this is what's left of the gate that officials say vandals broke through, smashed to the ground in order to get to the substation behind me. Now, we do know that crews are working around the clock to restore power. We've seen trucks in and out throughout the day so far. But even still, officials say it could be as late as Thursday before some people have the lights restored. Meanwhile, the FBI is stepping in to investigate what officials are calling an intentional and malicious act. This morning, thousands of people in North Carolina are waking up to the second morning of no power after a gunman fired shots at 2 energy substations Saturday evening. Those stations provide electricity to tens of thousands of people in Moore County, 90 miles outside of Charlotte, and officials say it could take days before power is fully restored. The shooting is being investigated as a criminal act with help from the FBI to determine who was responsible.
It appears to be an intentional, willful, and malicious act.
As officials work to determine a motive, speculation is circulating over whether the vandals targeted the area because of a drag show taking place nearby. Planners, already worried about potential violence, had extra security in place. While officials say there is no direct evidence, they are investigating every possibility.
I call them cowards, and I can promise you to the perpetrators out there, we will find you.
Andrew Wilkins is visiting his parents in Whispering Pines. His family has a generator, but says for so many of his neighbors, this is a shock.
There was no warning for this. Most people don't have a plan for someone, shooting 2 substations.
For many anxious residents, it's a desperate scramble to leave town as local schools, stores, and pharmacies remain closed. Now, with roads pitch black and temperatures below freezing, the county has declared a state of emergency and issued a mandatory curfew.
It is going to be very, very, very dark, and it's going to be chilly tonight, and we don't need to have anyone out on the streets.
And the county has opened a shelter to help the many people who are still in the dark today. Keep in mind, temperatures got down below freezing, as low as 31 degrees overnight. Now, they say that shelter, of course, is running on generator power as well. It can only accommodate about 250 people. That's just barely a fraction of the many people who are still in the dark today. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Now, we're just one day away from the Georgia Senate runoff general election, and voters are making sure their voices are being heard. 2 early voting records have already been shattered, and thousands more are expected to cast their ballots tomorrow. But controversy looms for one candidate as incumbent Raphael Warnock and challenger Herschel Walker prepare to hit the campaign trail one more time. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now from Atlanta with more. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Well, there is one more potentially politically damaging headline for Herschel Walker. We're going to hear from a woman who is now accusing Walker, an ex-girlfriend, she says, of attacking her almost 2 decades ago. And some Republican allies of Walker's are now even expressing their frustrations and concern in these closing days of this new contest, the last in the nation, one of the most watched in the country. And this race, Savannah, remains neck and neck.
In Georgia, just hours to go before the nation's final midterm election.
Are you ready to win this election?
With tomorrow's critical runoff between incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger, former football star Herschel Walker.
We got to do it together, and that's how we're going to win.
In their face-off 4 weeks ago, neither candidate reached the 50% threshold, with Warnock beating Walker by 37,000 votes out of nearly 4 million cast. In this matchup, Georgians have shattered early voting records, with more than 1.85 million voters casting their ballots before Election Day, including more than 77,000 who did not vote in November's contest. It's been a chaotic campaign, with Walker facing new allegations of domestic violence, first reported by the Daily Beast. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, Cheryl Parsa says she had a 5-year relationship with Walker, alleging he attacked her in 2005.
He had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily, I was able to avoid that.
Asked why she decided to come forward now,
I have to say what I know. I have to tell the Herschel I know.
NBC News spoke with 3 individuals who say Parsa told them about that episode in the past before Walker was a candidate for Senate. Walker's campaign has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, and Walker himself ignored questions over the weekend. Walker has faced other domestic abuse allegations, including from his ex-wife and son, who said he threatened to kill them. His campaign has denied those allegations. Walker has acknowledged suffering from mental health issues during that time period, particularly from dissociative identity disorder, once known as multiple personality disorder. Warnock's tried to capitalize on his momentum with high-profile events, appearing with former President Obama.
We're going to bring it on home. Let's make this happen, Georgia.
So now it all comes down to turnout and who shows up at the ballot boxes tomorrow here. This has been a very competitive race for the start, and notably former President Trump has not campaigned with Walker over the course of the last several weeks, the former president being a drag on top Republicans in some of the closest races in the country here. Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. They're looking to win their 51st seat, which would be significant, Savannah and Joe, because it could help get those judicial nominees of President Biden's approved more easily and make sure that no one Democratic senator sort of has any real control or impact on the Democratic legislative agenda. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Now to Iran, where the country's attorney general suggests that Iran's so-called morality police has been disbanded amid ongoing protests. Officials say they're reviewing the country's hijab law. The attorney general's claims haven't been officially confirmed by Iran's government. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the story.
Well, this would mark a huge change in Iranian policy. But this morning, a senior Biden administration official says the U.S. is skeptical about Iran possibly loosening its hijab laws. With more protests planned this week, this senior official says this could be a tactic on the part of the Iranian government to stop those protests from growing. After months of protests, this morning, signs of a potentially dramatic shift in policy in Iran. Government-affiliated media reporting over the weekend that the country's attorney general said Iran's feared morality police have been disbanded and that a review over the hijab law is underway. For years, the police have enforced a strict dress code on the women of Iran. Those claims not officially confirmed by Iran's government or official state media. Iran's foreign minister only saying, be sure that in Iran, within the framework of democracy and freedom which exist in Iran, everything is going very well. It comes after 2.5 months of protests across several cities and calls for more strikes and protests this week. All of it set off by the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in September. Amini died in hospital 3 days after being detained for allegedly not wearing her hijab the correct way. For the first time, Iranian officials have confirmed 200 people have died in the protests, including security services. Amnesty International says more than 300 have died. Last night, the White House warning the eyes of the world are on Iran. The human rights abuses inflicted by its government must not go without consequence. Women in Iran tell NBC News that since the protests, they've experienced new freedom, going out with their hair uncovered, largely without interference.
It is significant that for the first time, the Islamic Republic is starting to crack. However, for the protesters, this is way too little, too late, and I don't think it will make any difference for them.
And this morning, more harsh words from Iran's Revolutionary Guards, a semi-official news agency in Iran saying that the Revolutionary Guards said the security services would show no mercy to protesters, calling those protesters terrorists, thugs, and rioters.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Now to embattled NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson, who returned to the field yesterday in his debut with the Cleveland Browns. Watson was suspended at the beginning of the season after more than 24 women publicly accused him of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Houston with more on Watson's return. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is the front page here of the Houston Chronicle. Few fans of Watson. His return, as you mentioned, coming after an 11-game suspension against his former team. His new team, the Cleveland Browns, won the game, although it is likely not going to be remembered for the final score.
Here's smattering of boos here as Watson takes the field for the first time.
Deshaun Watson has officially returned to the NFL. But playing against his former team, the Houston Texans, nearly every time Watson came out of the huddle Sunday, fans made it clear the Cleveland Browns quarterback was not welcome.
Can't imagine you've ever been booed every time you've taken a snap for an entire half of football. So what did that feel like?
I definitely have. South Carolina in college.
You got to think it's not about rivalry this time.
I mean, like I said, I can't control that.
From the stands, signs and chants rarely seen in sports. More than 24 women have accused Watson of sexual misconduct during massage therapy and personal training sessions. One lawsuit alleging Watson forced a woman to perform oral sex. He's never been criminally charged and maintains his innocence.
At this time, I can't address any of that stuff.
In the offseason, the Browns gave Watson a reported record-setting $230 million guaranteed contract during the NFL's investigation of the allegations. 23 women settled with Watson, while 30 settled with the Texans, according to their attorney, who says roughly 10 accusers were at yesterday's game.
They will not go away and hide.
But at times, Watson's return seemed like any other Sunday.
You have any trepidation about supporting him considering what he's accused of?
I don't look at that.
The NFL fined Watson $5 million, and the league says he remains in mandatory treatment, adding that his treatment provider tells the NFL that he has, quote, made strides. But even as he returns to football, Watson still faces 2 lawsuits. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. And now let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather with Michelle Grossman joining us again. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
You guys, we are tracking some rain for this week. We're going to see the chance for flash flooding as well. We have a slow-moving warm front that's bringing the chance for some heavy rain, and that's especially in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep south. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. Those showers really expanding throughout this afternoon hours. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that system moving very slowly once again. Notice all those brighter colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where the heaviest rain is going to fall. So a lot of the east seeing rain tomorrow. Scattered rain spreading into the east coast. That will stick around for Wednesday as well. We're going to see the chance for training storms. That's where storms go over the same areas. That's going to lead to the chance for more flash flooding. And we could see quite a bit of rain, anywhere from a 1/4 inch up to locally 5 inches of rain, especially where you see those brighter colors. So portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, into Alabama, also Georgia, Arkansas, you could see some heavy rain as well. We do have a flash flood risk for today where you see the darker blue, including Huntsville, Birmingham, Atlanta, could see the chance for flash flooding. That will continue tomorrow as well. Wednesday will be wet too, so we're going to watch this all week long, at least the beginning of the work week. It is also warm. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year in the south, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Oklahoma City, 69 degrees today. That's 17 degrees above normal. Houston near 80 degrees and 73 in New Orleans. That warmth is going to spread into the east as well, along with that rain. So Myrtle Beach near 70 degrees tomorrow. Boston into the low 50s. It's December, and 57 degrees in Cincinnati. We do have some active weather in the west. We're looking at winter alerts stretching along the west coast into the Intermountain West. 6 million people impacted today. A winter storm warning that is in the pink, and that's because we're going to see the chance for another foot of snow in some spots. Also looking at the chance for an avalanche risk in the Rockies and Sierra Nevada. That's when things get real dangerous. Mountain winds could gust as high as 70 to 100 miles per hour. That's going to continue tomorrow. The snow tapering on Tuesday in California, but we're going to see those gusty winds continuing. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, new developments in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. For the first time, we're hearing from 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack. What they're saying now as community frustration grows. Stay with us.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. The investigation has now entered its 4th week, and authorities still have not been able to identify a suspect or a motive. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the latest.
Hey there, police say they are still wading through a mountain of tips, including some 2,600 emails and an even higher number of calls to a tip line. This as the devastated college community waits for a crack in the case. As snow blankets the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, fears are mounting in the community that the case, too, is growing cold. The hunt for the killer who stabbed 4 college students to death in their beds on November 13th is now entering its 4th week. For the first time this weekend, we heard from the victim's 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack but were not hurt. At a prayer vigil on Friday, a local pastor reading a letter from Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. My people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy.
And a letter from Bethany Funk.
They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Moscow police say the 2 young women are not considered suspects. Authorities recently clarifying that the attack was targeted but have not concluded whether a specific victim was the target or the house in general. They are vowing to get to the bottom of the crime.
We're putting the pieces together, and I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
But with no answers, the heartbreak remains raw for the loved ones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Kaylee's father believes the pace of the investigation is moving too slowly, speaking out on Fox News with information that the police have not released themselves.
Their means of death don't match. Their points of damage don't match.
Which would seem to indicate that one of
The girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. These are the kinds of things that would be distinctive and indicate and perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack.
On the campus of the University of Idaho, a somber semester is moving forward, with only 1/3 of students returning to school after the Thanksgiving break.
People are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose?
We may learn more when authorities release the victim's full autopsy results. That could include DNA testing, but there's not a clear timeline yet of when that release may take place. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to a disturbing story out of Texas, where a delivery driver is behind bars accused of kidnapping and killing a 7-year-old girl in a small town just outside of Fort Worth. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is outside of that Texas jail for us this morning with more. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, just a heartbreaking ordeal for the family of little Athena Strand. When she initially was reported last Wednesday, investigators say a FedEx truck was spotted outside her home. Now, this sparked a massive search, even an Amber Alert, that ended with her body being recovered 2 days later. The driver of that FedEx truck has since been arrested and even confessed to the killing. He's now inside this Texas jail, but has yet to share why he did it.
It hurts our hearts to know that that child died.
This morning, the family of Athena Strand grappling with a nightmare. Their 7-year-old daughter kidnapped from her home and killed. Athena's mother taking to Facebook to share her grief, writing in part, "We feel like we failed you. No one deserves what happened to you, but especially you." Investigators say the suspect, a delivery driver, was dropping off a package at the time of Athena's disappearance. Her body found 2 days later, about 10 miles from her home outside Fort Worth, Texas, after 31-year-old Tanner Horner confessed to the horrific crime. Athena's stepmother was home at the time and contacted police after she spent an hour looking for the child. With the help of FedEx, investigators identified and located Horner. Authorities saying they believe he killed the 7-year-old within an hour of taking her. Horner, a contract driver with FedEx. The company said in a statement that employees are subject to criminal history background checks. No criminal record for Horner was found in a search by NBC News. With frequent deliveries to homes as the holidays are fast approaching, former FBI agent Brianna Fox says parents should caution their children.
What would you tell a parent that has a child at home?
Sometimes kids are taught, be polite, and they then don't want to scream even though things are really off. So sometimes even just telling their kids scream if something happens, that's enough to just deter the offender.
Other advice for parents? Get a doorbell camera. Even a dummy one is enough to potentially deter someone with bad intentions. Have your packages delivered to your office instead of your home. And if your child is young and has gone missing, don't wait to call police. And right now, that suspect remains in Wise County Jail, facing charges of capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. The bonds keeping him inside, totaling $1.5 million. Savannah.
Oh, just so disturbing. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. And now let's get to some international headlines. At least 9 people are dead and 8 others missing in a flash flood in South Africa. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, according to rescue officials, all the dead and the missing belong to a congregation that was taking part in a religious festival alongside a river in Johannesburg. All of them were swept away by flash floods, despite the fact that on Sunday officials had warned residents about the dangers of conducting the rituals so close to the river. Let's go to Indonesia, where Mount Semeru, the tallest volcano on the island of Java, erupted on Sunday. According to local authorities, about 2,000 residents were forced to evacuate as roads and homes were being blanketed in volcanic ash. More than 20,000 face masks have been handed out to mitigate respiratory health risks, but so far, no deaths or injuries have been reported. And let's jump over to Australia, where the remains of the last known Tasmanian tiger have been found. The extinct tiger died in captivity in a zoo in 1936, and its body was given to a local museum. But since then, its skeleton and skin went missing. Museum curators and researchers searched for its remains for years. They found them at long last in a cupboard inside the museum. That's what happens when you look in the wrong place, or actually when you don't look in the most obvious of places. Back to you.
Claudio, thanks for that. Now coming up, a virus triple whammy has made even some common over-the-counter medications hard to come by. What you need to know and what you can do if you can't find children's Tylenol or Motrin on your store shelves. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training pressure? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
We're back now with a troubling trend in the fight against this so-called triple-demic.
Cold and flu medicine like Tylenol and Motrin are in short supply because of surging cases of respiratory illnesses and COVID. It comes as the brunt of flu season is just getting started. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, good to have you with us. I mean, clearly this is concerning. I mean, how concerning is this?
Well, it is concerning, and it's a little bit rminissent of, the toilet paper shortages that we saw when the pandemic first hit. You're seeing people tweet photos of empty shelves. They're going to look for cold medicines, and they can't find it. But the reason this is concerning, though, is because, flu doesn't typically peak until December to February. So we're not exactly at the peak of flu, and we're seeing indications that COVID is starting to come back a little bit. So we're not exactly at the peak of these viruses, and already we have a shortage, and that's where a lot of the concern is.
And I know some of this concern is also with particularly the dosages that are recommended for children. What do parents need to know in order to keep their kids safe if they are seeing these empty shelves at their stores?
And I think a lot of that is because of the triple-demic that we're always talking about, right? RSV, COVID, and flu tends to hit kids pretty bad. And so, what parents can do is there are other forms of medications they can try. So children, tend to have liquid Tylenol or liquid ibuprofen, and there's chewables you can try. But if your kid's a little bit older, take this as an opportunity to try to get them to swallow medications. Kids typically learn about the ages of 5 to 10. I know I was definitely on the older side when I finally learned how to swallow medication, but this is a good chance to try to teach them that as well.
What type of strain does this put on healthcare providers?
Well, so a lot of the issue is people visit their healthcare providers because they have a fever and because they can't break it. And if you don't have that medication, that tool at home to try to bring that fever down, the worry is that this will start to flood urgent cares, flood emergency rooms, flood pediatrician offices with people who just can't bring the fever down and who are concerned about that. And that's really where the concern is.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great to have you with us. Now, the LGBTQ community has protested FIFA's decision to hold this year's World Cup in Qatar, where same-sex relations are illegal. But here in America, one soccer team is working to create a safe space for all gay soccer players.
An estimated 1.2 million fans are traveling to Qatar for this year's FIFA World Cup, but some of them might not feel welcome. Human Rights Watch recently published a report alleging police in Qatar have been arresting members of the country's LGBTQ community. Same-sex relations are illegal in Qatar and punishable with up to 3 years in prison, prompting the country's leader to be asked how gay soccer fans would be received.
We welcome everybody, but also we expect and we want people to respect our culture.
Danny Gilberg is a diehard soccer fan.
This World Cup, it is a celebration of something that has given me so much and also a condemnation of a big part of who I am.
He's also the president of the New York Ramblers, America's first all-gay soccer team.
In some ways, it's up to us to let ourselves be known as people who find value in sports and meaning in sports.
It all started in 1980 when a gay man put an ad in a local newspaper looking for other gay men who wanted to play soccer in the Rambles, a section of New York City's Central Park. And for the next 42 years, the Ramblers have been competing in soccer leagues throughout New York City, scoring goals and winning championships.
Showing up to a community of gay men where we can just feel comfortable and we have like a shared goal in mind, which is just to win that game in front of us, is a very powerful thing.
But openly gay men in professional soccer are few and far between.
Well, Robbie Rogers is a star for the LA Galaxy, and he made history as the first openly gay male athlete in the 5 major sports leagues in America.
More than 800 players have represented their countries at this year's FIFA World Cup, and not one is openly gay, leading some people to wonder, is soccer a homophobic sport?
I think soccer is a homophobic sport in the sense that I think all sports continue to be a space of homophobia. I think in some ways soccer is actually, especially in the women's game, has been pushing and at the forefront of anti-homophobic activity.
Laurent Dubois is a professor at the University of Virginia and a soccer historian. He knows that Qatar isn't the first country with anti-LGBTQ laws to host the tournament. The 2018 World Cup was held in Russia, where gay pride parades are banned.
This is only one of many human rights abuses that we could think about in relationship to both Qatar and Russia. Obviously, FIFA is actually is sort of responds to some extent to pressure, but I don't see them as kind of a leader in this way.
In a statement to NBC News, a FIFA spokesperson says the organization, quote, strives to create a discrimination-free environment, and that, quote, Qatar is committed to ensuring that everyone will be able to enjoy the tournament in a safe and welcoming environment.
It's incredibly disappointing to see FIFA pick a country that criminalizes homosexuality to host the World Cup. You're essentially shining a spotlight on what that country does and who they are and what their values are.
Still, Danny says he and his teammates aren't letting homophobia stop them from enjoying the sport they love.
I don't want to get chased away from watching an event that I wanted to watch because FIFA doesn't respect my community. It's important for LGBTQ fans to be a part of it, whether or not FIFA wants us there or not.
Thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, multiple European teams in this year's World Cup had been planning on wearing armbands that said One Love on them to support the LGBTQ community until warnings of major penalties by FIFA forced them to change their plans.
Coming up, the Prince and Princess of Wales are back home after that whirlwind trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but their return comes amid turmoil in the royal family ahead of a much-anticipated documentary. That story's next.
Plus, the new lawsuit filed by Swifties who can't shake off the botched ticket rollout for Swift's new tour. Got that one next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. Time for financial headlines. After recent delays, Apple is making decisions about its product production.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe. Yes, so Apple is speeding up plans to move part of its production out of China. The Wall Street Journal reports Apple is telling suppliers to assemble more products elsewhere in Asia, such as India and Vietnam. The company is looking to reduce dependence on Taiwanese manufacturers, such as Foxconn, that operate in mainland China. Foxconn accounts for 70% of iPhone shipments worldwide. Its main factory has been hit by worker protests in recent weeks over pay and COVID restrictions. Delta Airlines has reached a tentative deal with its pilots union on a new contract that would include raises of at least 30% over 4 years. Now, it still needs to be approved by union leaders and voted on by members. The pilots voted in October to authorize a strike if a deal wasn't reached. Airline unions have complained about grueling schedules as travel demand has rebounded. U.S. airlines are profitable again, but a shortage of trained pilots has hurt their recovery. And Ford is moving up in the electric world of vehicles. The automaker passing Hyundai to make #2 spot in U.S. sales. Ford is still well behind Tesla, which has been losing market share as more competitors enter the market. Ford's move comes after Hyundai lost incentives, giving buyers tax credits of up to $7,500 under the Inflation Reduction Act, which took effect in August, guys.
All right. Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. While the plot thickens, some loyal Swifties have united to file a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation, after that pre-sale catastrophe, which left thousands of fans without a ticket to her upcoming Eras tour.
Yes, the sting of disappointment is something that many Swifties have come to know all too well, but now some fans are taking their bad blood with Ticketmaster to another level.
Big reputation, big reputation.
Maybe the only thing bigger than Taylor Swift's reputation was demand for tickets to her upcoming The Eras Tour.
I've been in this queue for over 3.5 hours and I have not moved.
The 52 stadium shows are set to mark Swift's return to touring for the first time in 5 years and promise a career-spanning spectacle.
Drop everything now.
But when Ticketmaster canceled its public sale after essentially selling out during a botched pre-sale, Swift's fans shed more than a few tears.
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
Now they're looking to fight back. One group of Swifties has filed a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, for what they call a ticket sale disaster, alleging several antitrust violations, intentional misrepresentation, and fraud.
I want Ticketmaster down. They don't care about their reputation.
Jen Landry is one of the 24 plaintiffs taking on the ticketing giant.
The game is rigged. They messed with the wrong people, and I'm here to just say enough is enough.
Ticketmaster did not respond to our request for comment, but did issue an apology to Swift and her fans, noting the tour brought record-setting traffic to its website, adding Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows for everyone to get a ticket. Swift herself addressed the problematic presale last month, writing, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone. We asked them multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could."
It's me.
Now, with resale prices skyrocketing online and no sign of Swift adding more shows to her tour, empty-handed Swifties will likely have a hard time shaking it off. The lawsuit isn't the only trouble Ticketmaster may face. Congress has already said it would hold a hearing looking into these presale issues. Keep in mind, Ticketmaster will likely face another big test in the coming months, as Beyoncé is also expected to go on tour next summer.
Let's hope it goes better for those fans.
No kidding. All right. The Prince and Princess of Wales, they're back home in the UK after their whirlwind 3-day trip to Boston.
That's right. William and Kate closed out their visit Friday celebrating the Earthshot Prize, an award that recognizes contributions to environmentalism. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more.
Hey there, good day to you. The royals are back here in the UK, but if the Prince and Princess thought that they could take a breath, well, they can think again, because Netflix just dropped its latest trailer for the Harry and Meghan docu-series. We'll have more details in just a moment, but first, a look back at what was a difficult week for the Prince and Princess. The Earthshot Prize, created to highlight innovative approaches to helping the environment, is Prince William's big idea. Broadcast from Boston last night.
This is why we must choose the path of hope, optimism and urgency.
Princess Catherine stealing the show in a gown that she rented to emphasize sustainability. Many big stars playing supporting roles.
You're dealing with some of the most charming, down-to-earth people.
So what do you say when you meet them?
I hope someone's going to tell me. Do we curtsy? Do I curtsy?
The Princess of Wales, again paying tribute to Prince William's mother, who last held that title, wearing a choker that Diana wore as a headband on an early trip to Australia. The ceremony, the climax of a royal trip to Boston that mixed charity with diplomacy and a lot of unwelcome controversy. William met with President Biden, their warm relationship immediately evident as they joked about the cold.
We're going to jump in. Yeah.
But the 3-day trip, their first to the US for 8 years, was overshadowed by events back in Britain. William's godmother questioning a guest at a reception about her ethnicity, reigniting accusations of racism in the royal palaces.
The royal family, Kensington Palace and the Waleses themselves will have been hoping for a lot of publicity, a lot of column inches in the newspapers, but what they got were hundreds of column inches, but entirely of the wrong sort.
Then Harry and Meghan released a trailer for their Netflix docuseries, seeming to promise more revelations.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
Some reports suggest it could be released this week. A week which will see the Duke and Duchess of Sussex in New York accepting an award for their stance against racism. The two brothers and their wives, together briefly after the death of their beloved grandmother, the Queen, back on either side of the Atlantic this morning, seemingly as far apart as ever. And that new trailer makes clear that Harry and Meghan will, in the new docu-series, target the press. They're going to criticize the palace's relationship with the press. In the trailer, Harry says there's a hierarchy in the family, and I was terrified. No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth. Now, I think you're going to see the palaces try to act like it's just business as usual. You might think that looks a lot like a defensive crouch.
All right, Keir, thank you so much. Now, coming up, a big surprise just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, the life-changing gift for those who need it most. Stay with us. That's coming up next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Welcome back. The 2022 Oxford Word of the Year has been revealed, and it's actually two words. It's goblin mode. Here's the definition, if you haven't heard the term. It means a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Now, this word was actually picked by the public, and it's the first time the Oxford University Press has put the word of the year up for a vote, and that particular one, goblin mode, captured a whopping 93% of the vote, beating out other options like hashtag I stand with and metaverse. So how about that, Joe? Have
The
you heard of that?
challenge of trying to use that every day in a sentence is going to be large.
I'd give it a shot.
We'll do our
see
best.
if we could do it, yeah.
Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
All right, now for the surprise of a lifetime, giving a lifeline to a resilient group of young adults. NBC Nightly News weekend anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has that story.
So go ahead and open your little memory box.
It was a life-changing surprise last month.
What? Explain.
That gave this group new hope ahead of the holidays.
You are all getting a car and a year worth of insurance and a year worth of gas.
For 9 guests at this New York City celebration, a gift promising a new car, insurance, and free gas for a year. The emotions overwhelming after lives marked by tough times. Most here are former foster kids, like 23-year-old Brielle. She'd been in 12 different homes, all before age 7.
What does this mean to you?
Getting the car was just a blessing, and it was just, my kids will be warm. That's the first thing I thought of. My kids will be warm. We won't have to be cold waiting on the bus.
The car's a lifeline from the nonprofit One Simple Wish. Its mission to spread love, hope, and joy to children and young adults impacted by foster care, abuse, and neglect.
I am so committed to doing anything I can to make life better for you.
Danielle Glito is the group's founder. What inspired you to do the giveaways?
One of the greatest hurdles for individuals who age out of the foster care system is transportation. And so when we were thinking about, the holidays are coming up, what is a way that we could surprise them with something really epic?
Sano Zukapuzi won a car that night, too.
The orphan from war-torn Liberia nominated for his dedication to helping other foster kids.
For Sano, it means a safe ride for his daughter.
And reliable transportation to his job as the founder of a peer mentorship group in Georgia.
It's been a rough journey trying to figure out how to survive on the outside and building these relationships. I want to be able to reach back and help other young people be able to do that.
The car's an empowering symbol of support for a better road ahead.
Why do you do what you do, Dan?
I do what I do because I really, truly believe in the power of love to make a big difference in anybody's life.
Over the last 15 years, One Simple Wish has collected more than $15 million to help out over 250,000 kids and young adults impacted by foster care.
Pretty incredible. And we close out this hour with another holiday surprise. The students at Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City have a reputation for giving back to their communities. So today's show co-host, Hoda Kotb, decided to do a little something for them, all of them.
Hi, I'm here to collect toys for the toy drive.
The spirit of giving echoes through the hallways of Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City.
We have so many toys.
Students from kindergarten to 4th grade are devoted to giving back to their community. Not just this holiday season, but year-round. It all started with a simple sock drive called Socktober. Their goal was to collect 1,000 pairs for community shelters. But a fire had ignited within them, and they beat their goal by nearly tenfold.
We brought in 9,300 pairs of new.
Principal Brandy Vardaman says she was blown away.
The kids taught me a lot about raising my bar. They also taught me about just this idea that you're never too young to understand what it means to help someone else.
The kids kept the donations going with a Thanksgiving food drive and now a holiday toy drive, proving even the tiniest helper can make the biggest impact.
The kids are absolutely full of light and absolutely filled with love.
I visited the school to catch up with some of its star students.
You know what I love about your school?
What?
You guys give back. Tell me why it's important to give back.
A lot of people are less fortunate than we are nowadays, so giving them back makes me feel like they have been loved by someone.
It's no fear if we don't give back, they don't get anything, but if we give them stuff, they get stuff.
And we want the world to be fair so everybody could have the same life as us.
Wow, you guys have such big hearts. You know, a lot of kids are concentrating on what they get. They're thinking about, I want Santa to bring me this and this. But you guys are talking about what you're going to give.
Sometimes people have to take matters into their own hands and become the Santa for them. We're basically like mini Santas also.
You're mini Santas?
Yes.
Do you guys have a good team?
Yes.
Do you have a great team?
Yes.
Someone tell me how many toys you have collected so far.
At least 20 to 30 toys.
Should we go check on that toy drive?
Yes.
The kids have no idea that Santa's elves work their holiday magic. Come on in, come on in. Macy's and Toys R Us donated 500 toys.
What?
And now you can give these away to kids who are in need.
This is awesome.
Meanwhile, just down the hall, the entire student body is gathered for what may be their most memorable school assembly yet. You guys are some of the most generous people. Do you know why you're so generous? Because you keep giving back. Do you know what you do?
Keep giving back.
You're amazing. I want my little girls to be just like you. You know what? We think that it's time to give a little something back to you. Everybody in this auditorium is getting a Christmas present. Will you open up this curtain? Macy's and Toys R Us is giving every single student a holiday present. A joyous celebration of the season of giving. With children who live it every single day.
Okay, well, that was incredible to watch. Our thanks to Hoda for that story. And after they opened up those gifts, 2 little girls actually paid it forward by donating their presents to the toy drive to help other kids in need.
Those presents were Yahtzee games, which is really cool. Good for them.
Fun.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, price plunge just in time for the holidays. The cost of gas is plummeting, with experts predicting we could see prices under $3 a gallon. But that fuel price fall could be in jeopardy. The action's taking place overseas. It could have an impact on your wallet. State of emergency, tens of thousands without power or heat this morning. What police are calling a targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid by at least one person with a gun. It closed schools and forced officials to open shelters. This morning, the FBI is on the case looking into a possible motive for the attack, while crews brave near freezing temperatures to get the power back on. Holiday headache. The so-called triple-demic is causing shortages of prescription medications. But now, some even common over-the-cold meds, like children's Tylenol and ibuprofen, are in short supply as well. And with the flu season just getting started, we'll take a look at how serious these shortages are and what parents need to know to keep their kids safe. And bad blood. Swifties strike back. Fans of the megastar now suing Ticketmaster after the company's pre-sale debacle for Swift's new tour. The complaint fans say they can't shake off, and why it's not the only major challenge facing the ticketing giant. One still has a lot of folks talking. We'll delve into that lawsuit coming up a little bit later.
I am not part of it, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, as Danny Savala suggested, you might be a little biased.
I was a fan who didn't get tickets, and I was sad, but I did not take it to that extent.
All right. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin with some good news for all of us that could help lighten the strain on our wallets. The average price at the pump for regular unleaded is now $3.40 a gallon.
Yeah, it's a welcome relief from those record high prices over the summer, but just how long will this trend last? NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Maybe not that long, but let's enjoy it while it lasts. And for context, guys, just rewind the clock a little bit. 6 months ago, gas prices were more than $5 a gallon. Now, Gas Buddy is predicting they may be under $3 by the Christmas holiday. Now, today, the European Union has price caps that are about to take effect on the purchase of Russian oil at only $60 a barrel. Should Russia retaliate, that could spell trouble for pricing again.
It's hard to find a single staple of the American economy that impacts our collective pocketbooks more than gas prices. Which is why when they fall, it provides a noticeable lift for families.
Big difference.
And falling, they are. The national average this morning, $3.40 a gallon. That's down about 40 cents from a month ago and more than $1.60 from a peak of $5.02 in the middle of June. 8 states are currently under $3 a gallon, part of a growing trend.
The national average could fall under $3 a gallon, even ahead of our forecast, which were for potentially that to happen by Christmas. So we continue to see gas prices fall at a very brisk pace.
Plunging oil and gas prices are being driven in large part by a deepening recession in Europe, rising interest rates in the U.S., and COVID outbreaks in China, slowing the world's second largest oil consumer. But the fragile fall in fuel prices could easily take a turn. Starting today, the European Union putting a price cap on Russian oil at $60 a barrel.
What is the net impact of the EU deciding that we will only buy Russian oil at this price point or less?
It's significant that the EU is coming together to make this fairly significant agreement and risk this potentially backfiring. Russia could simply choose to stop exporting oil. So this is kind of a high stakes game here.
At the same time, there's the arrival of cold weather, and Americans are bracing for higher heating bills, likely paying in the neighborhood of 50 to 100% more than last winter.
It was absurd, from, a $90 bill a month to like $360 some odd dollars.
The good news, it could be worse, with many utility companies locking in much of their petroleum supplies when rates were lower, and domestic resources of natural gas still robust.
As for prices As for prices at the pump right now, guys, there is another X factor to talk about, namely the nearly 24 oil-producing countries led by Saudi Arabia with the group OPEC+. Now, they voted back in October, you'll recall, to slash oil production globally by about 2 million barrels a day. Over the weekend, they voted again to keep those levels where they are. But should they reduce it even further, and that is a possibility in the coming months, it would spike prices globally. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Now to that state of emergency in Moore County, North Carolina. 2 power stations were severely damaged by gunshots in what police called a targeted attack. Now the FBI is investigating, and thousands of customers are without power. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Moore County with the latest on the investigation.
Well, you can see right here on the ground behind me, this is what's left of the gate that officials say vandals broke through, smashed to the ground in order to get to the substation behind me. Now, we do know that crews are working around the clock to restore power. We've seen trucks in and out throughout the day so far. But even still, officials say it could be as late as Thursday before some people have the lights restored. Meanwhile, the FBI is stepping in to investigate what officials are calling an intentional and malicious act. This morning, thousands of people in North Carolina are waking up to the second morning of no power after a gunman fired shots at 2 energy substations Saturday evening. Those stations provide electricity to tens of thousands of people in Moore County, 90 miles outside of Charlotte, and officials say it could take days before power is fully restored. The shooting is being investigated as a criminal act with help from the FBI to determine who was responsible.
It appears to be an intentional, willful, and malicious act.
As officials work to determine a motive, speculation is circulating over whether the vandals targeted the area because of a drag show taking place nearby. Planners, already worried about potential violence, had extra security in place. While officials say there is no direct evidence, they are investigating every possibility.
I call them cowards, and I can promise you to the perpetrators out there, we will find you.
Andrew Wilkins is visiting his parents in Whispering Pines. His family has a generator, but says for so many of his neighbors, this is a shock.
There was no warning for this. Most people don't have a plan for someone, shooting 2 substations.
For many anxious residents, it's a desperate scramble to leave town as local schools, stores, and pharmacies remain closed. Now, with roads pitch black and temperatures below freezing, the county has declared a state of emergency and issued a mandatory curfew.
It is going to be very, very, very dark, and it's going to be chilly tonight, and we don't need to have anyone out on the streets.
And the county has opened a shelter to help the many people who are still in the dark today. Keep in mind, temperatures got down below freezing, as low as 31 degrees overnight. Now, they say that shelter, of course, is running on generator power as well. It can only accommodate about 250 people. That's just barely a fraction of the many people who are still in the dark today. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Now, we're just one day away from the Georgia Senate runoff general election, and voters are making sure their voices are being heard. 2 early voting records have already been shattered, and thousands more are expected to cast their ballots tomorrow. But controversy looms for one candidate as incumbent Raphael Warnock and challenger Herschel Walker prepare to hit the campaign trail one more time. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now from Atlanta with more. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Well, there is one more potentially politically damaging headline for Herschel Walker. We're going to hear from a woman who is now accusing Walker, an ex-girlfriend, she says, of attacking her almost 2 decades ago. And some Republican allies of Walker's are now even expressing their frustrations and concern in these closing days of this new contest, the last in the nation, one of the most watched in the country. And this race, Savannah, remains neck and neck.
In Georgia, just hours to go before the nation's final midterm election.
Are you ready to win this election?
With tomorrow's critical runoff between incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger, former football star Herschel Walker.
We got to do it together, and that's how we're going to win.
In their face-off 4 weeks ago, neither candidate reached the 50% threshold, with Warnock beating Walker by 37,000 votes out of nearly 4 million cast. In this matchup, Georgians have shattered early voting records, with more than 1.85 million voters casting their ballots before Election Day, including more than 77,000 who did not vote in November's contest. It's been a chaotic campaign, with Walker facing new allegations of domestic violence, first reported by the Daily Beast. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, Cheryl Parsa says she had a 5-year relationship with Walker, alleging he attacked her in 2005.
He had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily, I was able to avoid that.
Asked why she decided to come forward now,
I have to say what I know. I have to tell the Herschel I know.
NBC News spoke with 3 individuals who say Parsa told them about that episode in the past, before Walker was a candidate for Senate. Walker's campaign has not responded to NBC News' request for comment, and Walker himself ignored questions over the weekend. Walker has faced other domestic abuse allegations, including from his ex-wife and son, who said he threatened to kill them. His campaign has denied those allegations. Walker has acknowledged suffering from mental health issues during that time period, particularly from dissociative identity disorder, once known as multiple personality disorder. Warnock's tried to capitalize on his momentum with high-profile events, appearing with former President Obama.
We're going to bring it on home. Let's make this happen, Georgia.
So now it all comes down to turnout and who shows up at the ballot boxes tomorrow here. This has been a very competitive race for the start, and notably former President Trump has not campaigned with Walker over the course of the last several weeks, the former president being a drag on top Republicans in some of the closest races in the country here. Democrats have already secured a majority in the Senate. They're looking to win their 51st seat, which would be significant, Savannah and Joe, because it could help get those judicial nominees of President Biden's approved more easily and make sure that no one Democratic senator sort of has any real control or impact on the Democratic legislative agenda. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Now to Iran, where the country's attorney general suggests that Iran's so-called morality police has been disbanded amid ongoing protests. Officials say they're reviewing the country's hijab law. The attorney general's claims haven't been officially confirmed by Iran's government. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has the story.
Well, this would mark a huge change in Iranian policy. But this morning, a senior Biden administration official says that the U.S. is skeptical about Iran possibly loosening its hijab laws. With more protests planned this week, this senior official says this could be a tactic on the part of the Iranian government to stop those protests from growing. After months of protests, this morning, signs of a potentially dramatic shift in policy in Iran. Government-affiliated media reporting over the weekend that the country's attorney general said Iran's feared morality police have been disbanded and that a review over the hijab law is underway. For years, the police have enforced a strict dress code on the women of Iran. Those claims not officially confirmed by Iran's government or official state media. Iran's foreign minister only saying, be sure that in Iran, within the framework of democracy and freedom which exist in Iran, everything is going very well. It comes after 2.5 months of protests across several cities and calls for more strikes and protests this week. All of it set off by the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in September. Amini died in hospital 3 days after being detained for allegedly not wearing her hijab the correct way. For the first time, Iranian officials have confirmed 200 people have died in the protests, including security services. Amnesty International says more than 300 have died. Last night, the White House warning the eyes of the world are on Iran. The human rights abuses inflicted by its government must not go without consequence. Women in Iran tell NBC News that since the protests, they've experienced new freedom, going out with their hair uncovered, largely without interference.
It is significant that for the first time, the Islamic Republic is starting to crack. However, for the protesters, this is way too little, too late, and I don't think it will make any difference for them.
And this morning, more harsh words from Iran's Revolutionary Guards, a semi-official news agency in Iran saying that the Revolutionary Guards said the security services would show no mercy to protesters, calling those protesters terrorists, thugs, and rioters.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Now to embattled NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson, who returned to the field yesterday in his debut with the Cleveland Browns. Watson was suspended at the beginning of the season after more than 24 women publicly accused him of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Houston with more on Watson's return. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is the front page here of the Houston Chronicle. Few fans of Watson. His return, as you mentioned, coming after an 11-game suspension against his former team. His new team, the Cleveland Browns, won the game, although it is likely not going to be remembered for the final score.
Here's smattering of boos here as Watson takes the field for the first time.
Deshaun Watson has officially returned to the NFL. But playing against his former team, the Houston Texans, nearly every time Watson came out of the huddle Sunday, fans made it clear the Cleveland Browns quarterback was not welcome.
Can't imagine you've ever been booed every time you've taken a snap for an entire half of football. So what did that feel like?
I definitely have. South Carolina in college.
You got to think it's not about rivalry this time.
I mean, like I said, I can't control that.
From the stands, signs and chants rarely seen in sports. More than 24 women have accused Watson of sexual misconduct during massage therapy and personal training sessions. One lawsuit alleging Watson forced a woman to perform oral sex. He's never been criminally charged and maintains his innocence.
At this time, I can't address any of that stuff.
In the offseason, the Browns gave Watson a reported record-setting $230 million guaranteed contract during the NFL's investigation of the allegations. 23 women settled with Watson, while 30 settled with the Texans, according to their attorney, who says roughly 10 accusers were at yesterday's game.
They will not go away and hide.
But at times, Watson's return seemed like any other Sunday.
You have any trepidation about supporting him, considering what he's accused of?
I don't look at that.
The NFL fined Watson $5 million, and the league says he remains in mandatory treatment, adding that his treatment provider tells the NFL that he has, quote, made strides. But even as he returns to football, Watson still faces 2 lawsuits. Back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much. And now let's get a check on your morning news now weather with Michelle Grossman joining us again. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
You guys, we are tracking some rain for this week. We're going to see the chance for flash flooding as well. We have a slow-moving warm front that's bringing the chance for some heavy rain, and that's especially in portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the deep south. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. Those showers really expanding throughout this afternoon hours. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that system moving very slowly once again. Notice all those brighter colors, the yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where the heaviest rain is going to fall. So a lot of the east seeing rain tomorrow. Scattered rain spreading into the east coast. That will stick around for Wednesday as well. We're going to see the chance for training storms. That's where storms go over the same areas. That's going to lead to the chance for more flash flooding. And we could see quite a bit of rain, anywhere from a 1/4 inch up to locally 5 inches of rain, especially where you see those brighter colors. So portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, into Alabama, also Georgia, Arkansas, you could see some heavy rain as well. We do have a flash flood risk for today where you see the darker blue, including Huntsville, Birmingham, Atlanta, could see the chance for flash flooding. That will continue tomorrow as well. Wednesday will be wet too, so we're going to watch this all week long, at least the beginning of the work week. It is also warm. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year in the south, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Oklahoma City, 69 degrees today. That's 17 degrees above normal. Houston near 80 degrees and 73 in New Orleans. That warmth is going to spread into the east as well, along with that rain. So Myrtle Beach near 70 degrees tomorrow. Boston into the low 50s. It's December, and 57 degrees in Cincinnati. We do have some active weather in the west. We're looking at winter alerts stretching along the west coast into the Intermountain West. 6 million people impacted today. A winter storm warning that is in the pink, and that's because we're going to see the chance for another foot of snow in some spots. Also looking at the chance for an avalanche risk in the Rockies and Sierra Nevada. That's when things get real dangerous. Mountain winds could gust as high as 70 to 100 miles per hour. That's going to continue tomorrow. The snow tapering on Tuesday in California, but we're going to see those gusty winds continuing. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, new developments in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. For the first time, we're hearing from 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack. What they're saying now as community frustration grows. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Police are still searching for answers in the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. The investigation has now entered its 4th week, and authorities still have not been able to identify a suspect or a motive. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the latest.
Hey there, police say they are still wading through a mountain of tips, including some 2,600 emails and an even higher number of calls to a tip line. This as the devastated college community waits for a crack in the case. As snow blankets the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, fears are mounting in the community that the case, too, is growing cold. The hunt for the killer who stabbed 4 college students to death in their beds on November 13th is now entering its 4th week. For the first time this weekend, we heard from the victims' 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack but were not hurt. At a prayer vigil on Friday, a local pastor reading a letter from Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. My people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy.
And a letter from Bethany Funk.
They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Moscow police say the 2 young women are not considered suspects. Authorities recently clarifying that the attack was targeted but have not concluded whether a specific victim was the target or the house in general. They are vowing to get to the bottom of the crime.
We're putting the pieces together, and I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
But with no answers, the heartbreak remains raw for the loved ones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Kaylee's father believes the pace of the investigation is moving too slowly, speaking out on Fox News with information that the police have not released themselves.
Their means of death don't match. Their points of damage don't match.
Which would seem to indicate that one of
The girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. These are the kinds of things that would be distinctive and indicate and perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack.
On the campus of the University of Idaho, a somber semester is moving forward, with only 1/3 of students returning to school after the Thanksgiving break.
People are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose?
We may learn more when authorities release the victim's full autopsy results. That could include DNA testing, but there's not a clear timeline yet of when that release may take place. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to a disturbing story out of Texas, where a delivery driver is behind bars accused of kidnapping and killing a 7-year-old girl in a small town just outside of Fort Worth. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is outside of that Texas jail for us this morning with more. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, just a heartbreaking ordeal for the family of little Athena Strand. When she initially was reported last Wednesday, investigators say a FedEx truck was spotted outside her home. Now, this sparked a massive search, even an Amber Alert, that ended with her body being recovered 2 days later. The driver of that FedEx truck has since been arrested and even confessed to the killing. He's now inside this Texas jail, but has yet to share why he did it.
It hurts our hearts to know that that child died.
This morning, the family of Athena Strand grappling with a nightmare. Their 7-year-old daughter kidnapped from her home and killed. Athena's mother taking to Facebook to share her grief, writing in part, "We feel like we failed you. No one deserves what happened to you, but especially you." Investigators say the suspect, a delivery driver, was dropping off a package at the time of Athena's disappearance. Her body found 2 days later, about 10 miles from her home outside Fort Worth, Texas, after 31-year-old Tanner Horner confessed to the horrific crime. Athena's stepmother was home at the time and contacted police after she spent an hour looking for the child. With the help of FedEx, investigators identified and located Horner. Authorities saying they believe he killed the 7-year-old within an hour of taking her. Horner, a contract driver with FedEx. The company said in a statement that employees are subject to criminal history background checks. No criminal record for Horner was found in a search by NBC News. With frequent deliveries to homes as the holidays are fast approaching, former FBI agent Brianna Fox says parents should caution their children.
What would you tell a parent that has a child at home?
Sometimes kids are taught, be polite, and they then don't want to scream even though things are really off. So sometimes even just telling their kids scream if something happens, that's enough to just deter the offender.
Other advice for parents? Get a doorbell camera. Even a dummy one is enough to potentially deter someone with bad intentions. Have your packages delivered to your office instead of your home. And if your child is young and has gone missing, don't wait to call police. And right now, that suspect remains in Wise County Jail, facing charges of capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. The bonds keeping him inside, totaling $1.5 million. Savannah.
Just so disturbing. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. And now let's get to some international headlines. At least 9 people are dead and 8 others missing in a flash flood in South Africa. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, according to rescue officials, all the dead and the missing belong to a congregation that was taking part in a religious festival alongside a river in Johannesburg. All of them were swept away by flash floods, despite the fact that on Sunday officials had warned residents about the dangers of conducting the rituals so close to the river. Let's go to Indonesia, where Mount Semeru, the tallest volcano on the island of Java, erupted on Sunday. According to local authorities, about 2,000 residents were forced to evacuate as roads and homes were being blanketed in volcanic ash. More than 20,000 face masks have been handed out to mitigate respiratory health risks, but so far, no deaths or injuries have been reported. And let's jump over to Australia, where the remains of the last known Tasmanian tiger have been found. The extinct tiger died in captivity in a zoo in 1936, and its body was given to a local museum. But since then, its skeleton and skin went missing. Museum curators and researchers searched for its remains for years. They found them at long last in a cupboard inside the museum. That's what happens when you look in the wrong place, or actually when you don't look in the most obvious of places. Back to you.
Claudio, thanks for that. Now coming up, a virus triple whammy has made even some common over-the-counter medications hard to come by. What you need to know and what you can do if you can't find children's Tylenol or Motrin on your store shelves. Stay with us.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training was it? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're back now with a troubling trend in the fight against this so-called triple-demic.
Cold and flu medicine like Tylenol and Motrin are in short supply because of surging cases of respiratory illnesses and COVID. It comes as the brunt of flu season is just getting started. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. Doctor, good to have you with us. I mean, clearly this is concerning. I mean, how concerning is this?
Well, it is concerning, and it's a little bit rminent of, the toilet paper shortages that we saw when the pandemic first hit. You're seeing people tweet photos of empty shelves. They're going to look for cold medicines, and they can't find it. But the reason this is concerning, though, is because, flu doesn't typically peak until December to February. So we're not exactly at the peak of flu, and we're seeing indications that COVID is starting to come back a little bit. So we're not exactly at the peak of these viruses, and already we have a shortage, and that's where a lot of the concern is.
And I know some of this concern is also with particularly the dosages that are recommended for children. What do parents need to know in order to keep their kids safe if they are seeing these empty shelves at their stores?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is because of the triple-demic that we're always talking about, right? RSV, COVID, and flu tends to hit kids pretty bad. And so, what parents can do is there are other forms of medications they can try. So children, tend to have liquid Tylenol or liquid ibuprofen, and there's chewables you can try. But if your kid's a little bit older, take this as an opportunity to try to get them to swallow medications. Kids typically learn about the ages of 5 to 10. I know I was definitely on the older side when I finally learned how to swallow medication, but this is a good chance to try to teach them that as well.
What type of strain does this put on healthcare providers?
Well, so a lot of the issue is people visit their healthcare providers because they have a fever and because they can't break it. And if you don't have that medication, that tool at home to try to bring that fever down, the worry is that this will start to flood urgent cares, flood emergency rooms, flood pediatrician offices with people who just can't bring the fever down and who are concerned about that. And that's really where the concern is.
All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great to have you with us. Now, the LGBTQ community has protested FIFA's decision to hold this year's World Cup in Qatar, where same-sex relations are illegal. But here in America, one soccer team is working to create a safe space for all gay soccer players.
An estimated 1.2 million fans are traveling to Qatar for this year's FIFA World Cup, but some of them might not feel welcome. Human Rights Watch recently published a report alleging police in Qatar have been arresting members of the country's LGBTQ community. Same-sex relations are illegal in Qatar and punishable with up to 3 years in prison, prompting the country's leader to be asked how gay soccer fans would be received.
We welcome everybody, but also we expect and we want people to respect our culture.
Danny Gilberg is a diehard soccer fan.
This World Cup, it is a celebration of something that has given me so much and also a condemnation of a big part of who I am.
He's also the president of the New York Ramblers, America's first all-gay soccer team.
In some ways, it's up to us to let ourselves be known as people who find value in sports and meaning in sports.
It all started in 1980 when a gay man put an ad in a local newspaper looking for other gay men who wanted to play soccer in the Rambles, a section of New York City's Central Park. And for the next 42 years, the Ramblers have been competing in soccer leagues throughout New York City, scoring goals and winning championships.
Showing up to a community of gay men where we can just feel comfortable and we have like a shared goal in mind, which is just to win that game in front of us, is a very powerful thing.
But openly gay men in professional soccer are few and far between.
Well, Robbie Rogers is a star for the LA Galaxy, and he made history as the first openly gay male athlete in the 5 major sports leagues in America.
More than 800 players have represented their countries at this year's FIFA World Cup, and not one is openly gay, leading some people to wonder, is soccer a homophobic sport?
I think soccer is a homophobic sport in the sense that I think all sports continue to be a space of homophobia. I think in some ways soccer is actually, especially in the women's game, has been pushing and at the forefront of anti-homophobic activity.
Laurent Dubois is a professor at the University of Virginia and a soccer historian. He knows that Qatar isn't the first country with anti-LGBTQ laws to host the tournament. The 2018 World Cup was held in Russia, where gay pride parades are banned.
This is only one of many human rights abuses that we could think about in relationship to both Qatar and Russia. Obviously, FIFA is actually is sort of responds to some extent to pressure, but I don't see them as kind of a leader in this way.
In a statement to NBC News, a FIFA spokesperson says the organization, quote, strives to create a discrimination-free environment, and that, quote, Qatar is committed to ensuring that everyone will be able to enjoy the tournament in a safe and welcoming environment.
It's incredibly disappointing to see FIFA pick a country that criminalizes homosexuality to host the World Cup. You're essentially shining a spotlight on what that country does and who they are and what their values are.
Still, Danny says he and his teammates aren't letting homophobia stop them from enjoying the sport they love.
I don't want to get chased away from watching an event that I wanted to watch because FIFA doesn't respect my community. It's important for LGBTQ fans to be a part of it, whether or not FIFA wants us there or not.
Thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Now, multiple European teams in this year's World Cup had been planning on wearing armbands that said One Love on them to support the LGBTQ community until warnings of major penalties by FIFA forced them to change their plans.
Coming up, the Prince and Princess of Wales are back home after that whirlwind trip to the U.S.
Yeah, but their return comes amid turmoil in the royal family ahead of a much-anticipated documentary. That story's next.
Plus, the new lawsuit filed by Swifties who can't shake off the botched ticket rollout for Swift's new tour. Got that one next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training mission? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Time for financial headlines. After recent delays, Apple is making decisions about its product production.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, Joe. Yes, so Apple is speeding up plans to move part of its production out of China. The Wall Street Journal reports Apple is telling suppliers to assemble more products elsewhere in Asia, such as India and Vietnam. The company is looking to reduce dependence on Taiwanese manufacturers, such as Foxconn, that operate in mainland China. Foxconn accounts for 70% of iPhone shipments worldwide. Its main factory has been hit by worker protests in recent weeks over pay and COVID restrictions. Delta Airlines has reached a tentative deal with its pilots union on a new contract that would include raises of at least 30% over 4 years. Now, it still needs to be approved by union leaders and voted on by members. The pilots voted in October to authorize a strike if a deal wasn't reached. Airline unions have complained about grueling schedules as travel demand has rebounded. U.S. airlines are profitable again, but a shortage of trained pilots has hurt their recovery. And Ford is moving up in the electric world of vehicles. The automaker passing Hyundai to make #2 spot in U.S. sales. Ford is still well behind Tesla, which has been losing market share as more competitors enter the market. Ford's move comes after Hyundai lost incentives, giving buyers tax credits of up to $7,500 under the Inflation Reduction Act, which took effect in August, guys.
All right. Thanks, Silvana. Appreciate it.
Thank you. While the plot thickens, some loyal Swifties have united to file a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation, after that pre-sale catastrophe, which left thousands of fans without a ticket to her upcoming Eras tour.
Yes, the sting of disappointment is something that many Swifties have come to know all too well, but now some fans are taking their bad blood with Ticketmaster to another level.
Big reputation, big reputation.
maybe the only thing bigger than Taylor Swift's reputation was demand for tickets to her upcoming The Eras Tour.
I've been in this queue for over 3.5 hours and I have not moved.
The 52 stadium shows are set to mark Swift's return to touring for the first time in 5 years and promise a career-spanning spectacle.
Drop everything now.
But when Ticketmaster canceled its public sale after essentially selling out during a botched pre-sale, Swift's fans shed more than a few tears.
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
Now they're looking to fight back. One group of Swifties has filed a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, for what they call a ticket sale disaster, alleging several antitrust violations, intentional misrepresentation, and fraud.
I want Ticketmaster down. They don't care about their reputation.
Jen Landry is one of the 24 plaintiffs taking on the ticketing giant.
The game is rigged. They messed with the wrong people, and I'm here to just say enough is enough.
Ticketmaster did not respond to our request for comment, but did issue an apology to Swift and her fans, noting the tour brought record-setting traffic to its website, adding Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows for everyone to get a ticket. Swift herself addressed the problematic pre-sale last month, writing, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone. We asked them multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could."
It's me.
Now, with resale prices skyrocketing online and no sign of Swift adding more shows to her tour, empty-handed Swifties will likely have a hard time shaking it off. The lawsuit isn't the only trouble Ticketmaster may face. Congress has already said it would hold a hearing looking into these pre-sale issues. Keep in mind, Ticketmaster will likely face another big test in the coming months, as Beyoncé is also expected to go on tour next summer.
Let's hope it goes better for those fans.
No kidding. All right. The Prince and Princess of Wales, they're back home in the UK after their whirlwind 3-day trip to Boston.
That's right. William and Kate closed out their visit Friday celebrating the Earthshot Prize, an award that recognizes contributions to environmentalism. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more.
Hey there, good day to you. The royals are back here in the UK, but if the Prince and Princess thought that they could take a breath, well, they can think again, because Netflix just dropped its latest trailer for the Harry and Meghan docu-series. We'll have more details in just a moment, but first, a look back at what was a difficult week for the Prince and Princess. The Earthshot Prize, created to highlight innovative approaches to helping the environment, is Prince William's big idea. Broadcast from Boston last night.
This is why we must choose the path of hope, optimism and urgency.
Princess Catherine stealing the show in a gown that she rented to emphasize sustainability. Many big stars playing supporting roles.
You're dealing with some of the most charming, down-to-earth people.
So what do you say when you meet them?
I hope someone's going to tell me. Do we curtsy? Do I curtsy?
The Princess of Wales again paying tribute to Prince William's mother, who last held that title, wearing a choker that Diana wore as a headband on an early trip to Australia. The ceremony, the climax of a royal trip to Boston that mixed charity with diplomacy and a lot of unwelcome controversy. William met with President Biden, their warm relationship immediately evident as they joked about the cold. But the 3-day trip, their first to the US for 8 years, was overshadowed by events back in Britain. William's godmother questioning a guest at a reception about her ethnicity, reigniting accusations of racism in the royal palaces.
The royal family, Kensington Palace and the Waleses themselves will have been hoping for a lot of publicity, a lot of column inches in the newspapers, but what they got were hundreds of column inches, but entirely of the wrong sort.
Then Harry and Meghan released a trailer for their Netflix docuseries, seeming to promise more revelations.
No one sees what's happening behind closed doors.
Some reports suggest it could be released this week. A week which will see the Duke and Duchess of Sussex in New York accepting an award for their stance against racism. The two brothers and their wives, together briefly after the death of their beloved grandmother, the Queen, back on either side of the Atlantic this morning, seemingly as far apart as ever. And that new trailer makes clear that Harry and Meghan will, in the new docu-series, target the press. They're going to criticize the palace's relationship with the press. In the trailer, Harry says there's a hierarchy in the family, and I was terrified. No one knows the full truth. We know the full truth. Now, I think you're going to see the palaces try to act like it's just business as usual. You might think that looks a lot like a defensive crouch.
All right, Keira, thank you so much. Now, coming up, a big surprise just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, the life-changing gift for those who need it most. Stay with us. That's coming up next.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The 2022 Oxford Word of the Year has been revealed, and it's actually two words. It's goblin mode. Here's the definition, if you haven't heard the term. It means a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Now, this word was actually picked by the public, and it's the first time the Oxford University Press has put the word of the year up for a vote, and that particular one, goblin mode, captured a whopping 93% of the vote, beating out other options like hashtag I stand with and metaverse. So how about that, Joe? Have
The
you heard
challenge
of that?
of trying to use that every day in a sentence is going to be large.
I'd give it a shot.
We'll do our
Let's
best.
see if we could do it, yeah.
All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
All right, now for the surprise of a lifetime, giving a lifeline to a resilient group of young adults. NBC Nightly News weekend anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has that story.
So go ahead and open your little memory box.
It was a life-changing surprise last month.
Explain.
That gave this group new hope ahead of the holidays.
You are all getting a car and a year worth of insurance and a year worth of gas.
For 9 guests at this New York City celebration, a gift promising a new car, insurance, and free gas for a year. The emotions overwhelming after lives marked by tough times. Most here are former foster kids, like 23-year-old Brielle. She'd been in 12 different homes, all before age 7.
What does this mean to you?
Getting the car was just a blessing, and it was just, my kids will be warm. That's the first thing I thought of. My kids will be warm. We won't have to be cold waiting on a bus.
The car's a lifeline from the nonprofit One Simple Wish. Its mission to spread love, hope, and joy to children and young adults impacted by foster care, abuse, and neglect.
I am so committed to doing anything I can to make life better for you.
Danielle Glito is the group's founder.
What inspired you to do the giveaways?
One of the greatest hurdles for individuals who age out of the foster care system is transportation. And so when we were thinking about, the holidays are coming up, what is a way that we could surprise them with something really epic?
Sano Zucapuzzi won a car that night, too.
The orphan from war-torn Liberia nominated for his dedication to helping other foster kids.
For Sano, it means a safe ride for his daughter.
And reliable transportation to his job as the founder of a peer mentorship group in Georgia.
It's been a rough journey trying to figure out how to survive on the outside and building these relationships. I want to be able to reach back and help other young people be able to do that.
The car is an empowering symbol of support for a better road ahead.
Why do you do what you do, man?
I do what I do because I really, truly believe in the power of love to make a big difference in anybody's life.
Over the last 15 years, One Simple Wish has collected more than $15 million to help out over 250,000 kids and young adults impacted by foster care.
Pretty incredible. And we close out this hour with another holiday surprise. The students at Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City have a reputation for giving back to their communities. So Today's Show co-host Hoda Kotb decided to do a little something for them, all of them.
Here to collect toys for the toy drive.
The spirit of giving echoes through the hallways of Kip Star Harlem Elementary in New York City.
We have so many toys.
Students from kindergarten to 4th grade are devoted to giving back to their community. Not just this holiday season, but year-round. It all started with a simple sock drive called Socktober. Their goal was to collect 1,000 pairs for community shelters. But a fire had ignited within them, and they beat their goal by nearly tenfold.
We brought in 9,300 pairs of milk.
Principal Brandy Vardaman says she was blown away.
The kids taught me a lot about raising my bar. They also taught me about just this idea that you're never too young to understand what it means to help someone else.
The kids kept the donations going with a Thanksgiving food drive and now a holiday toy drive, proving even the tiniest helper can make the biggest impact.
The kids are absolutely full of light and absolutely filled with love.
I visited the school to catch up with some of its star students.
You know what I love about your school?
What?
You guys give back. Tell me why it's important to give back.
A lot of people are less fortunate than we are nowadays, so giving them back makes me feel like they have been loved by someone. It's no fear if we don't give back, they don't get anything, but if we give them stuff, they get stuff. And we want the world to be fair so everybody could have the same life as us.
Wow, you guys have such big hearts. You know, a lot of kids are concentrating on what they get. They're thinking about, I want Santa to bring me this and this. But you guys are talking about what you're going to give.
Sometimes people have to take matters into their own hands and become the Santa for them. We're basically like mini Santas also.
You're mini Santas?
Yes.
Do you guys have a good team?
Yes.
Do you have a great team?
Yes.
Someone tell me how many toys you have collected so far.
At least 20 to 30 toys.
Should we go check on that toy drive?
Yes.
The kids have no idea that Santa's elves work their holiday magic. Come on in, come on in. Macy's and Toys R Us donated 500 toys.
What?
And now you can give these away to kids who are in need.
This is awesome.
Meanwhile, just down the hall, the entire student body is gathered for what may be their most memorable school assembly yet. You guys are some of the most generous people. Do you know why you're so generous? Because you keep giving back. Do you know what you do?
Keep giving back!
You're amazing. I want my little girls to be just like you. You know what? We think that it's time to give a little something back to you. Everybody in this auditorium is getting a Christmas present. Will you open up this curtain? Macy's and Toys R Us is giving every single student a holiday present. A joyous celebration of the season of giving, with children who live it every single day.
Okay, well, that was incredible to watch. Our thanks to Hoda for that story. And after they opened up those gifts, 2 little girls actually paid it forward by donating their presents to the toy drive to help other kids in need.
Those presents were Yahtzee games, which is really cool. Good for
So
them.
fun.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday to you. So good to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 5th. Price plummet after months of inflation woes at the pump. A gallon of gas could be under $3 by Christmas, but a potential cap on the price of Russian oil could lead to higher prices.
Sick, cruel monster. Authorities say a delivery driver is now confessing to kidnapping and killing a 7-year-old girl. Well, the motive remains unclear. The girl's family is speaking out about the heartbreaking horror.
Mixed messages. Iran's attorney general says he is allegedly reviewing the law that requires women to wear hijabs and disbanding the morality police. But his lack of authority is leading to uncertainty amid the ongoing protests.
Legendary neighbor, a familiar face on Sesame Street, is being remembered today after the passing of Bob McGrath. He shared songs and kindness with generations of children for more than half a century.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with some good news this Monday. For the millions of Americans impacted by inflation, gas prices are plummeting just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, the national average for a gallon of regular right now is $3.40. Now, keep in mind, last summer it was more than $1.60 higher than that, back when prices peaked at over $5.
Remember that? Over $5. We've got NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joining us live now from Coral Gables, Florida. Sam, the big question is, what is causing this price drop?
Yeah, Vicki, Joe, good afternoon. Good to be with you. Certainly, it is quite a pivot on the pricing, and you got to look at this from a global perspective. The deepening recession in Europe, and especially the United Kingdom, has depressed economic activity there. So that's one factor. In COVID, or I should say in China, there have been a number of COVID outbreaks. So China is the second largest oil consumer in the world. Their amount of oil consumption has also gone down. And then here domestically, we've seen those interest rates go up to try to combat inflation. Just the cost of things going up in general has affected people's budget and meant they've been driving less. So those three factors combined have driven oil prices on the market lower and lower.
So, Sam, prices finally look similar to how they looked a year ago. Have we seen the worst of the jacked up prices at the pump? I mean, how long do we expect this good news to last?
So, Joe, it's a good question. The projections right now from Gas Buddy are that prices could dip below $3 nationally. They're about $3.40 right now by the Christmas holiday. But, Joe, here's the problem. OPEC Plus, which is that group of nearly 24 oil-producing countries, they've already agreed to shave a couple million barrels of oil production away, which is about 2% of global supply overnight. But they may deepen those cuts. Were that to happen, it would certainly affect pricing. But then more imminently, what's going on today, the European Union has banned Russian oil. Not only have they done that for almost all their 27 country members, but they've also instituted price caps for other countries like China and India that might want to buy that Russian oil. So now, if China and India want to pay more than $60 a barrel, which is what the price cap is at, they would not be able to access financing or insurance from the European Union. That's a big deal. Russia is promising to retaliate for this. If they take products off the market, that would again be impetus for rising prices globally.
So, Sam, gas tanks are one thing, but the weather's also getting colder. That means higher heating bills. So will that cost cancel out the lower cost of gas?
I don't think so. It's going to sting, Joe. There's no question about that. Best case scenario, most Americans right now are looking at about a 50 to 100% increase in terms of their heating bills. It might actually be higher in some places. If there's one good piece of information to all of this, and it might not sound good, but an exporting facility in Texas is down right now, meaning that the United States is going to be exporting less of its own natural gas, leaving more of that product for consumers here domestically and not the global marketplace. That might help in the short term, but the long-term trends don't look great, guys.
Every little bit helps. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. Sam, thanks.
Joe, we turn now to a small town nightmare. A FedEx delivery driver is in jail after authorities say he confessed to kidnapping and killing 7-year-old Athena Strand. This all happened in Paradise, Texas. Authorities say they still don't know why he did it. He's now being held on a $1.5 million bond. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has been following this story for us. He's in Decatur, Texas this afternoon. Morgan, what is the very latest on this investigation? And what more do we know about the suspect?
Yeah, Vicky, new details coming in by the hour, it seems like. We do know that the suspect is in this Wise County jail facing charges of aggravated kidnapping and murder. The bonds combined totaling about $1.5 million. As for this investigation, authorities say it does remain active. Important to point out, though, that this FedEx driver has confessed to this horrific crime that all played out last Wednesday. That is when authorities first heard about the disappearance of little Athena Strand. A stepmother waited about an hour and a half looking for her before calling police, which launched a statewide Amber Alert. That search ending Friday when her body was found about 10 miles from where she initially went missing. FedEx helped authorities to track down and identify this driver who was taken into custody and did confess to the killings. But Vicky, as of right now, he has yet to give a reason as to why.
Morgan, this is just a rare and a horrific situation, but authorities are actually giving some specific advice right now to parents about talking with their children, especially with more strangers coming to and from the door, that sort of thing. What are they saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with a few weeks left to go until Christmas, holiday season, package deliveries going to be happening all across the country. I did have a chance to speak to a former FBI agent, and they shared some of these tips that any parent can take part in as we enter this busy holiday season. Number one is the fact that they say that tell kids to trust their guts. Scream if something happens or if someone they don't know tries to do something that makes them feel uncomfortable. Get a doorbell camera. Important to note, even if it's a dummy one or a fake one, they say studies have shown that it can prove to be an effective deterrent. Deliver packages to your office instead of home. And if you do have a young child that is missing, you do not have to wait any length of time at all. Just go ahead, proactively call 911, tell police what's going on, because every second counts in a situation like this one. Vicky?
It truly does. NBC's Morgan Chesky live from Decatur, Texas for us. Morgan, thank you.
Less than 24 hours until polls open for another election day in the Peach State. Georgians who have not already cast their ballots during the record-high early voting period will then do so in person tomorrow. Now, on the ballot, that tight Senate runoff between incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in Atlanta with all the very latest. So, Vaughn, we saw that record-breaking early voting in Georgia last week. What do we know about those voters who have cast their ballots? And then what percentage of Georgia voters have yet to vote?
Right, Joe. Early voting closed over the course of this weekend. It's closed today as well. So that is where the big question mark comes in tomorrow is who shows up on Tuesday. But when we're talking about those early voting numbers, there's a lot of key indicators. One of those being there were 76,000 voters, Joe, who have voted in this runoff but did not vote in last month's general election. It's quite a striking number and could indicate that Georgians once again are very keen on participating in this runoff, in which you're looking just 1 month ago, just 38,000 voters separated the Democrat and the Republican. So we expect tomorrow's results to be close here yet again.
So it's all about get out the vote now. What were the candidates' final pleas to voters over the weekend? Either of them say anything of note?
We were with Raphael Warnock over the course of the weekend here, and I want to just let you hear a little bit from him because he was speaking in front of a union hall with 28 different unions led by the AFL-CIO. Those folks then went out to knock doors, but I want to let you hear his message to them. Take a listen.
And Georgia is getting ready to deliver one more time. Let's get it done. But I don't want us to do the victory dance before we actually get into the end zone.
And now, as for Herschel Walker, we were actually outside of the University of Georgia football game here on Saturday, and this is a man who has stayed away from the press amid difficult allegations that have been made against him over the course of these last months. And I want to let you hear from a woman, Cheryl Parsa, who now is putting her name on the record and on camera. She is alleged over the course of her 5-year romantic relationship with Herschel Walker, moments of infidelity, of lying, difficulty, including one particular episode in which she alleges that she was physically attacked. Take a listen to part of our interview.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and began, continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch.
Joe, you have not seen Republicans come out here in defense of Herschel Walker, who has denied Cheryl Parsa's allegations. Instead, you have heard from Republican senators as well as the governor here making the case that it's important to have a Republican vote in the U.S. Senate. They are sidestepping the questions about the Republicans' character. Joe?
Vaughn, Cobb County is coming under a lot of fire for its handling of absentee ballots. One judge even issued a ruling over the weekend that extends their acceptance deadlines. Real quick here, tell us about that.
Right. This is an important county here where Democrats are looking to pull out significant numbers of particularly independents and even conservatives who are reticent to the likes of Herschel Walker. But what you have seen were reports that folks were not getting their mail ballots promptly. And so now the judge is allowing that extended delivery time in which they can get their ballots back to in order to be counted in what we expect to be this tight race tomorrow. Joe?
NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you.
We turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Delta Airlines has made a tentative deal with its pilots union. Delta is the first airline to come with an agreement for its pilots after they picketed earlier this year, along with staff from different airlines, to demand contract improvements.
Joining us now, CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. So, Deirdre, what do they agree to here? How's this going to impact the airline industry?
Well, under the preliminary agreement, Delta pilots will be getting a 30% pay raise over 4 years. The union says the deal provides more than $7 billion in cumulative value, with roughly a quarter of that coming from quality of life improvements like better scheduling. If pilots ratify the pact, it could become a template for ongoing contract talks at United and American Airlines. Big pay hikes will add to the financial pressure airlines are already facing, though, due to increased fuel costs, and could contribute to higher fares. Also, a UK startup named Nothing, that's the name of it, hopes to bring its mid-range smartphone to the U.S. So far, it's only been available in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. The company telling CNBC that it is in early conversations with American carriers. Vicki and Joe, back to you. How do you ask for that cell phone? A nothing phone?
Nothing.
I want nothing for Christmas.
There you go.
That's what my kids will be saying.
Exactly.
I want nothing for Christmas, Mommy.
Deirdre Bosa, thank you.
All right, well, straight ahead, after a free fall during the fall, there's a concerning surge in new COVID hospitalizations. How to stay healthy heading into the holidays. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
So if you tested positive for COVID this last week, you're not alone.
Yeah, there is a post-holiday surge of infections and hospitalizations after a seasonal decline in cases. To help us understand all that's behind it, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now. Dr. Blackstock, great to see you. Good to have you here. It seems like we all know someone who is sick. Someone's got something this time of year. But talk about this post-holiday COVID surge in cases. How serious is it? How does it compare to previous post-holiday surges that we've seen?
All right. Thanks so much for having me, Vicki. So we actually saw an increase in cases before Thanksgiving, and since Thanksgiving, we've seen a further increase in cases. And really the marker we're using is hospitalizations. Hospitalizations are up about 9,000, but they're not as high as previous winters, thankfully. And that's because people still have some immunity from being infected previously and have been vaccinated and boosted.
Okay. You've all gotten used to talking about Omicron over the last year. So what's the variant that's driving this, and who's actually being hospitalized?
Right. So Omicron is still around, unfortunately. It's just like another one of its subvariants. We have BQ1 and BQ1.1. And those subvariants are even more immune evasive, meaning if you've had previous infection or been vaccinated, you could still get infected. But if you are vaccinated and boosted, you still have a high degree of protection against these subvariants. The people that we're seeing being hospitalized right now are a lot of the elderly people. So elderly populations still, we need to get those numbers up. Only about a third have been boosted with this new booster. So we need to get those numbers up even more.
Okay, so they have to get their boosters. They definitely should if you're elderly. Consider 65 and over?
65 and over.
Okay. So let's talk about the triple-demic. We talk about flu, RSV, as well as COVID. Those numbers have been surging since late summer. Hospitals have been full. Pediatric wards have been full. What is the status of that as we head toward Christmas?
Right. So fortunately, we had an early RSV and early flu season. We're seeing pediatric hospitals, unfortunately, at capacity. And we're seeing even among the elderly flu hospitalizations up as well. So that's why now with these COVID hospitalizations up, hospitals and our healthcare workers are really, hitting that brink. Very, very, very strained. And so that's why we're encouraging people to get both their flu and COVID vaccines. And then for RSV, if you're feeling sick, stay home.
Right. That's the key. Stay home. So many people are sick and coming to work, and it's like, why are you here?
Don't do that.
Please don't. Okay.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we turn now to Idaho, where the investigation into the brutal murder of 4 university students is now entering its 4th week. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk shows us what the victims' surviving roommates are now saying as police work to find a suspect.
As snow blankets the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, fears are mounting in the community that the case, too, is growing cold. The hunt for the killer who stabbed 4 college students to death in their beds on November 13th is now entering its 4th week. For the first time this weekend, we heard from the victims' 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack but were not hurt. At a prayer vigil on Friday, a local pastor reading a letter from Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. My people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy.
And a letter from Bethany Funk.
They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Moscow police say the 2 young women are not considered suspects. Authorities recently clarifying that the attack was targeted but have not concluded whether a specific victim was the target or the house in general. They are vowing to get to the bottom of the crime.
We're putting the pieces together, and I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
But with no answers, the heartbreak remains raw for the loved ones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Kaylee's father believes the pace of the investigation is moving too slowly, speaking out on Fox News with information that the police have not released themselves.
Their means of death don't match. Their points of damage don't match.
Which would seem to indicate that one of the girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. These are the kinds of things that would be distinctive and indicate and perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack.
On the campus of the University of Idaho, a somber semester is moving forward, with only 1/3 of students returning to school after the Thanksgiving break.
People are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose?
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
A resilient return for a Wisconsin Christmas parade hit by tragedy 1 year ago. How this annual celebration is coming back stronger than ever before. That's coming up later. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are learning more about the so-called rogue wave that killed an American cruise ship passenger and injured 4 other people. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles spoke to one traveler who was on the boat when the wall of water crashed into it.
Beautiful blue views off the coast of Argentina turned deadly when a monster wave crashed into the Viking Polaris. The force was so strong, windows on the cruise ship were knocked out, killing a 62-year-old American woman.
It was just a boom. I mean, it's just like something huge hit the side of your house.
And Ma from Topeka, Kansas was lucky. 4 other passengers were injured. Ma says her room was just 1 floor above these shattered windows.
What was it like when the wave hit?
We were laying down. If you were on your feet, you were going to be knocked off your feet. I think the thing that amazed me is how stable that ship was, because it didn't like rock back and forth. It really took the brunt of the wave.
Experts call the rarity a rogue wave. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says these walls of water are greater than twice the size of surrounding waves. Ma shot this video earlier in the day, capturing the already rough conditions as an intense low-pressure system moved through the area where the ship was sailing, with wind gusts estimated between 40 and 60 miles per hour and waves as high as 50 feet. And experts say climate change may make the dangerous phenomenon more common.
Closet fell over on a couple. There was a foot of water in the hall. Once everything came in, the ceiling was coming down in the hall.
Ma says passengers are now taking flights back home. Viking has canceled the ship's next scheduled departure. In a statement, the cruise line shared its deepest sympathies and said it's investigating the facts surrounding the incident and will offer its support to the relevant authorities. A tragedy aboard a cruise ship built to explore Mother Nature's beauty, met instead by its fury. Nyla Charles, NBC News.
Live trees are gorgeous, but can quickly become Christmas catastrophes with tragic results. Paisley Cheng from NBC New York shows us what you can do to protect your family this holiday season.
Shopping for a fresh tree is a time-honored tradition.
The smell, the tradition, I used to always go with my sons and buy the trees.
As shoppers here at Hicks Nurseries told us.
This is a tradition. It's not Christmas without a real tree.
Picking the tree, finding the perfect one.
Yeah,
it's always been a family tradition.
What do you love most about Christmas trees?
Because there's ornaments.
And what's underneath the tree?
Presents. The presents are my favorite part.
And to protect those presents under the tree, firefighters say water the tree. If you don't, it could be a dangerous situation.
The last thing that we want is a tragedy during our Christmas and Hanukkah season.
In a demonstration, Nassau fire officials showed us how quickly a dried-out Christmas tree can burn.
That fresh cut that should be put into a bucket of water as quickly as possible.
In addition to adding a fresh cut to the bottom of the tree, adding a solution like this could help extend the life of the Christmas tree. Also, look for a healthy tree.
When people go out and buy it, what they should do is bang it on the ground and see if there's any needle drop.
And check the leaves to make sure it isn't dry.
You're just pulling through with your hand, minimal leaves come off, and that's a great sign. It's still fresh, still very healthy, and has more longevity than, say, one that is pulling off the needles into your hand.
Pay attention to the lights and decorations.
Many times we're using extension cords, holiday lights, holiday decorations. Make sure that the devices and those cords are not frayed, they're not damaged.
Advice that is easy to follow and potentially life-saving.
You can feel the needles start to come off, then it's time for us to get rid of the Christmas tree.
That's Paisley Cheng from NBC New York reporting.
Well, straight ahead, it is another day in the dark for tens of thousands of people in North Carolina. The attack on the power grid that the FBI is now investigating. You're watching NBC News Daily. By the way, you can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back this Monday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. North Korea says it fired more than 130 rounds of artillery into the sea today. Some landed in a buffer zone near its border with South Korea, which Seoul says violates a 2018 agreement. North Korea says today's launch was a warning to the U.S. and South Korea for conducting military drills.
2 people, including 1 child, are dead and at least 1 other person is missing after a plane crashed into the Gulf of Mexico. Police launched a search yesterday after the Federal Aviation Administration reported that plane was missing. Officers discovered the wrecked plane less than a mile offshore. Police are still searching for 1 more person who is believed to have been on board.
And Cristiano Ronaldo is set to sign a $207 million a year contract in Saudi Arabia. Spanish outlet Marca reports that the 37-year-old player would move to Al Nassr FC as part of a 2.5-year deal. Ronaldo is currently a free agent after he ended his contract with Manchester United.
$207 million a year.
1 year.
1 year. All right. Oof, not bad at all. All right, we turn now to a targeted attack that's leaving more than 100,000 people in Moore County, North Carolina, without power or running water.
2 major electrical substations were intentionally damaged by gunfire on Saturday, prompting countywide school closures, an emergency declaration, and an FBI criminal investigation. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is on the ground in Moore County, North Carolina, with the latest. So, Blaine, first of all, how many people are still without power? How quickly is the electrical company working to restore it? And then what are folks there who are affected saying about all this?
Well, Joe, we know that the electric company is working around the clock. In fact, a spokesperson for Duke Energy says that they are bringing in extra crews. We were out at one of the substations earlier today, and we saw a number of trucks going back and forth. So certainly they are working around the clock to restore power. But right now, as of last check, there were still some 33,000 people who are still in the dark today. Now, keep in mind, this happened on Saturday evening. So we're talking now about going into day 3 with no heat, no electricity, and for a lot of people, no idea when the power is going to come back on. Officials say that despite the best efforts working constantly, it could still be as late as Thursday before they see power restored to some people. We talked to one person who says he was in town visiting his parents. The good news for them is they have a generator, but for so many of their neighbors, that's not the case. And this is something that, typically, he says, when you have a storm or something, you can prepare for something like this. This caught so many people completely off guard, and that's what makes it so difficult, especially with these cold temperatures, guys.
Blaine, earlier I saw you standing outside of the gate. It was mangled. Officials are saying this was intentional. What are investigators saying about who they think could be behind this and what their motive might have been?
Yeah, a lot of questions around this, but the one thing that is very clear that we're hearing from officials across the board is that this was no accident. I just spoke with the sheriff not too long ago, and he made it clear that whoever did this, he believes, knew what they were doing, knew what they were targeting, and had some sort of idea of how the power system works in order to be able to go in and take out 2 substations. So they say that they're really looking at all possibilities. They're not leaving anything on the table on this, and really questioning a number of people and saying that it is a priority for them to actually find out who's behind this. We also know that the FBI has stepped in. They are also saying that this was a willful attack. As for any sort of motive or any sort of suspects, they say right now they really do not have anybody that they're looking at specifically, and they don't have a motive, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander live for us. Blaine, thank you.
Now to Waukesha, Wisconsin, which held its annual Christmas parade over the weekend, 1 year after an attacker killed 6 people and injured dozens along the route. This year's event featured a record number of floats and an added sense of security thanks to a major investment by police. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Waukesha. So, Maura, how this year's parade look different from years past?
Well, Joe, this is a nearly 60-year tradition here in Waukesha, and you could feel the energy and the effort at healing yesterday as I watched all of those 80 floats go down. The dancing grannies were back, the marching bands were back. They wanted to keep that tradition alive, but safety was obviously top of mind. Police investing $800,000 into a new modular vehicle barrier system to protect people from any other cars driving through the parade like we saw with that SUV last year, killing 6 and injuring more than 60. They also altered the parade route, quadrupled the police presence along the route to make sure people could be safe, along with drone presence, federal support, and they had actually changed the date of the parade to make sure that there was adequate staffing around the holiday as they kick off the season. And something that was interesting is that they actually got a lot of advice from the city of Las Vegas, who had suffered a very similar tragedy at a concert several years ago. And then they in turn were able to help out Highland Park, just an hour south of here, after their parade incident on 4th of July. And so the police captain told me that they feel like they're part of this fraternity of tragedies, which sounds so terrible. But I think the takeaway from that is the sense that these communities really do want to help each other heal and grow and move forward together.
Maura, what are people saying about how meaningful it was for them to actually have this holiday tradition return in full force?
You could see it on people's faces. And what struck me talking to some people is they didn't remember, some of the injured, they didn't remember what had happened after the parade. They didn't remember the trauma that they faced, honestly. And so coming back for them felt like a full circle moment, finishing what they started last year. I want to hear from one of the dancing grannies. She was injured, and I asked her what it meant to her to be dancing again this year.
It's a celebration of life, whether it's the lives that we lost, celebrating those lives, or the celebration of our lives. We have lots of angels surrounding me, and some of them are right over there. And it means that I had a miracle because I'm functioning and able to dance.
A lot of emotion, a lot of effort at healing here. I also spoke with one of the baseball players who was here last year and watched one of his fellow players pass away in the parade. And he said that he needed to come back and be strong because you couldn't let evil win. And that's something we heard from a lot of people here yesterday. Joe.
Good message. Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Joe, we turn now to some surprising news out of Iran. Over the weekend, a government-affiliated media agency reported the country's attorney general said the law that requires women to wear hijabs or head coverings is now under review. He also said the morality police have been disbanded. It is worth noting his office, it doesn't actually oversee the morality police, so the authority there is questionable. These announcements come after months of violent protests that were sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini. She died 3 days after being arrested. According to human rights activists in Iran, the historic unrest has resulted in hundreds of deaths across that country. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi is live for us now with the very latest. Ali, good to see you. So let's talk about these comments. They haven't actually been confirmed by Iran's top government leaders or even the official state media. So what's the latest on whether or not this is actually real?
Well, they're being deliberately convoluted about this, Vicky, because they're scrambling about what to do in the country. What's happening right now in Iran is that there is a debate raging amongst the ruling authority about how to tackle this issue. And the more sort of moderate elements in the country are arguing that this should possibly be decriminalized, while the much hardliner elements in the country are saying, well, we shouldn't enforce it physically on the streets, but it should be enforced remotely by cameras, facial recognition, and women that don't wear the hijab should then be fined. They don't get their insurance. They don't go to banks. But the fact of the matter is, the reality is, the only reason they're doing this right now is because they simply can't enforce the hijab anymore. After Mahsa Amini's death, women in Iran took a stand. They said they're not going to tolerate this anymore. And about 60% of the population in Iran now no longer wear the mandatory hijab. And if they're not at a protest, if they're not chanting slogans on the streets, they're largely ignored by the police because they can't enforce it. If they wanted to enforce it, they have to arrest about 60% of the female population, and they know that's just untenable. They can't even control the protests, let alone forcing everybody to wear the hijab. So a light suddenly went off with women in Iran. They said, you know what, we're just not going to tolerate this anymore, and the system couldn't do anything about it.
So there is some debate, and there are some changes since Amini's death. that. Real quick, Ali, a senior White House official is saying the U.S. is skeptical about all of this, that these statements may just be a tactic to lower participation because there are more protests this week. What are you sensing?
There's definitely an element of that. For the last few days, there have been a lot of calls for protests and strikes to happen starting today, which they have happened. And a lot of people in Iranian media have been sending messages out saying, don't be fooled by this. This is a tactic by the regime to deflect attention from the protests and the strikes that are being called for. They seem to be happening, and that deflection tactic didn't seem to work.
Thank you so much for your insightful reporting. NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief and Correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you.
On Sesame Street today, monsters and humans alike are mourning the death of beloved original cast member Bob McGrath.
Yeah, our Today anchor Chanel Jones takes a look at McGrath's truly remarkable life, spent spreading kindness and singing songs you can't forget.
What is your job in the neighborhood?
For over 50 years, Bob McGrath was a beloved person in a make-believe world of puppets on Sesame Street.
We fold it over once again.
Making his debut on the legendary children's program's pilot episode back in 1969.
It's great, Big Bird. You know, all that practice is really paying off.
McGrath portrayed music teacher Bob Johnson. Sharing the screen next to Sesame Street's Muppet characters for 47 seasons.
Shout out loud can do.
The professional singer turned actor performed some of the show's most memorable songs.
Who are the people in your neighborhood?
And this childhood staple.
Sing a song.
McGrath's family announcing he died at age 90 peacefully, surrounded by loved ones.
I am your friend. I sure do care about you.
His signature role on the groundbreaking educational program helped make the singer turned actor into an icon. Sesame Workshop honoring the founding cast member, writing in a statement, Bob embodied the melodies of Sesame Street like no one else, and his performances brought joy and wonder to generations around the world.
When you think of Bob McGrath, you think of someone who raised generations of kids to really be compassionate. He was someone who was there oftentimes for our parents, for us, and for our kids as well.
1, 2, ready.
McGrath leaving behind a legacy that will help future kids have sunny days for years to come.
On Sesame Street, it was just a dream come true to fall into this job.
That was Today's Show anchor Chanel Jones reporting. What a lovely legacy.
So many memories, my goodness.
Yeah, all those songs are so familiar. They bring you right back.
Exactly. All right, coming up, the Tampa police chief is accused of acting above the law. The caught-on-camera interaction with another officer. Now the chief is resigned. After the break, more NBC News Daily right after this.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a big one. The Tampa, Florida police chief has resigned after video shows her flashing a badge during a traffic stop. Jeff Patterson from our Tampa affiliate WFLA shows us the video that is at the center of this controversy.
Yeah, we went to the club.
In early November, Tampa Police Chief Mary O'Connor and her husband were pulled over as they drove a golf cart near their home in East Lake Woodlands. The deputy told them their golf cart didn't have a proper license plate.
I'm the police chief in Tampa.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
But instead of just accepting a simple ticket, Chief O'Connor asked the young deputy to just let them go.
I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight.
Tampa City Councilman Bill Carlson says the chief's actions were unethical.
When we're taught ethics training in government, Ethics 101 is don't use your position to get any kind of special favors.
Well, that was Jeff Patterson from our Tampa affiliate WFLA reporting.
The Taylor Swift ticket drama continues. Fans of the singer officially filed a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation. Now, Swifties know all too well about the sting of disappointment after last month's pre-sale debacle. Now, some fans are taking the bad blood to another level.
Big reputation, big reputation.
Maybe the only thing bigger than Taylor Swift's reputation was demand for tickets to her upcoming The Eras Tour.
I've been in this queue for over 3.5 hours and I have not moved.
The 52 stadium shows are set to mark Swift's return to touring for the first time in 5 years and promise a career-spanning spectacle.
Drop everything now.
But when Ticketmaster canceled its public sale after essentially selling out during a botched pre-sale, Swift's fans shed more than a few tears.
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
Now they're looking to fight back. One group of Swifties has filed a lawsuit against Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, for what they call a ticket sale disaster, alleging several antitrust violations, intentional misrepresentation, and fraud.
I want Ticketmaster down. They don't care about the reputation.
Jen Landry is one of the 24 plaintiffs taking on the ticketing giant.
The game is rigged. They messed with the wrong people, and I'm here to just say enough is enough.
Ticketmaster did not respond to our request for comment, but did issue an apology to Swift and her fans, noting the tour brought record-setting traffic to its website, adding Taylor would need to perform over 900 stadium shows for everyone to get a ticket. Swift herself addressed the problematic pre-sale last month, writing, "I'm not going to make excuses for anyone. We asked them multiple times if they could handle this kind of demand, and we were assured they could."
It's me.
Now, with resale prices skyrocketing online and no sign of Swift adding more shows to her tour, empty-handed Swifties will likely have a hard time shaking it off. This lawsuit isn't the only trouble Ticketmaster faces. Congress is going to be holding a hearing looking into the issues the service had during pre-sale. Ticketmaster will likely face another uphill battle soon, with Beyoncé expected to go on tour next summer.
Look, good for the Swifties. I'm glad they're doing this. They could be changing the way we all buy tickets for popular events moving forward.
We'll have to see if it has an impact.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the Catholic Church in Rome is rolling back some coronavirus restrictions.
The church is reintroducing handshakes as a sign of peace. The gesture was banned to avoid direct contact among the faithful at the height of the COVID pandemic. It was replaced with a look in the eyes or a bow of the head. Still, the Italian Bishop Conference is inviting the faithful to continue to sanitize their hands upon entering a church.
No, they didn't do the elbow bump. That's the big one in first grade.
Yeah, do that too, yeah.
All right, the 2022 Oxford Word of the Year. It's been revealed, and it is goblin mode.
If you haven't heard of the term,
no,
which is 2 words, not 1 word,
Yeah.
It means a type of behavior which is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. The word was picked by the public the first time the Oxford University Press has put the Word of the Year up for a vote. It captured a whopping 93% of the vote, beating other options like hashtag I stand with and metaverse. The word was picked by the public the first time the Oxford News has put that out there.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. Had you ever used it or heard of it before?
Never heard of it till
Let's
this
go Goblin mode. All right, you are watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A North Carolina coffee shop is giving customers a jolt of joy with their Java, as well as teaching lessons about inclusion along the way.
Today, anchor Craig Melvin takes us inside the business that's making it their mission to brew some change.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming to 321 Coffee.
At 321 Coffee in Raleigh, North Carolina, the espresso's good, but it might be the staff who give customers their daily pick-me-up.
We make sure we get the coffee done, but we also like to joke around, have a good time, dance when there's music. We are big-time dancers.
Barista Shanti Manley's only worked here a couple of months and can barely contain herself.
It's been amazing. I feel like a kid in a candy store.
For co-founders Lindsay Ragg and Michael Evans, that happiness is their key ingredient.
The joy is everything.
Since starting 321 Coffee 5 years ago, it's been their mission to hire a staff made mostly of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD.
My mom was a teacher, and she always would come home talking about how important it was that she was teaching a class that was catered to the special needs classrooms at school. And that just always impacted me so much, hearing those experiences from her.
Lindsay, meanwhile, grew up with close friends who had disabilities.
One of them had a job all throughout high school at a local grocery store, and I was so proud of her. And I commended her for that at one point. And she said, yeah, thanks, but all they let me do is clean the bathrooms. And that was this really disappointing, eye-opening experience of seeing all that these people are capable of, contrasted with they're not being given an opportunity.
And from there, they began brewing the idea for a business with inclusivity at its core, starting with its name.
321 Coffee is representative of Down syndrome, which is the third copy of the 21st chromosome. That being said, we work with individuals with all sorts of disabilities.
They were just 18-year-old freshmen at North Carolina State University working out of their dorms, renting folding tables, showing up at events with store-bought coffee, and anyone who would help.
We took this setup really anywhere that would let us and quickly saw this community really form behind what we were doing.
It was our friend who was a construction major in school and was willing to help us design our first space. It was our friends that were willing to stay up until 2 a.m. the night before we opened, painting the space. It's the people that walk in every day and buy a cup of coffee.
Today, they have multiple locations employing more than 50 people with disabilities like Megan Chakowski. For her, this isn't just a job, it's a place where she can unapologetically be herself.
I like being me. I want to show off being me. I want to show off my friends. I want to show off being the happy, fun girl.
Megan's best friend, Sophie Pacina, is in charge of making 321's dark roast.
I got the job of roasting coffee by my skill and basically my talent.
She even has her face on the bag to prove it.
It makes me feel that I'm confident. It makes me feel that I'm empowering other people. It's just an amazing feeling.
And Sam Hinnings worked at 321 for years, using his experience to land a second gig he calls his dream job.
I work with NC State football, and it's the best feeling because I'm actually part of the food service. That's my dream job, to work with them.
When you believe in someone and you set the bar high and let people rise to it, that's when amazing things can happen.
Truly, the cream rises to the top, doesn't it?
No kidding. I want to fly to North Carolina now and get some coffee.
Just to support them. That was an awesome story.
Thank you for that story, Craig.
Well, trending right now, Yeezy come, Yeezy go. I love that line. A tattoo removal studio in London is letting anyone in the UK with a Kanye West tattoo get rid of it for free.
The studio says on its site, quote, there is no shame in wanting to remove a tattoo inspired by someone you admire that ends up standing for something entirely different.
Fair.
The owner says that many people have come in to get the ink removed since Ye's anti-Semitic comments.
Now, what you say matters and people do change.
Yes, they do. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can do that wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest running show on television.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. Good Monday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Joe Fryer in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 5th. Final push. Today is the final day of campaigning in Georgia before tomorrow's heated Senate runoff election. And now Republican candidate Herschel Walker is facing new allegations of domestic violence.
State of emergency. A targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid left hundreds of thousands of people without power or heat over the weekend. The FBI now investigating what happened.
Speaking out as police sort through a mountain of tips related to the brutal murder of 4 University of Idaho students. The victims' surviving roommates are opening up about the incident for the first time.
Emotional return. It has been 1 year since the deadly attack on Waukesha's annual Christmas parade in Wisconsin, but that did not stop the city from coming back in full force this year to celebrate life.
And we are glad to see that. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with tomorrow's pivotal runoff election in Georgia, which will officially close out the 2022 midterms.
After record-breaking early voting numbers in the Peach State, Georgians who have yet to cast their ballots will then take to the polls in person tomorrow. They'll decide if former pro football star and Trump-backed candidate Herschel Walker will unseat Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock.
NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Atlanta with the very latest. Vaughn, it is good to see you. So Georgia saw record high early voting numbers. What are we expecting tomorrow to be like at the polls? Long lines?
Elections officials are expecting massive turnout yet again. It was just a month ago on Tuesday, the general election day, that 1.5 million Georgians came out. So we should expect to see long lines here again throughout the state of Georgia. In large part, the number of early voting days that were made available to Georgians this time around, it was truncated. And so that is where both candidates are hoping to see their voters turn out here tomorrow. That is why Herschel Walker is making his way through the more rural parts of the state, which are heavily red, and you see Raphael Warnock stumping here across the metropolitan Atlanta area trying to turn out the vote. There was one interesting number that already from early voting, 76,000 Georgians who did not vote in the November general election have voted in this runoff, which goes to show there are folks that are engaged, even if they didn't turn out in the general election 1 month ago.
So, Vaughn, you had a sit-down interview with Herschel Walker's ex-girlfriend, Cheryl Parsa, yesterday. She shared some pretty explosive allegations about the Republican candidate. What did she tell you, and did we hear from Senator Warnock or from Herschel Walker over the weekend about it?
Right. Cheryl Parsa, she is the first woman to go on the record and go on camera since Herschel Walker's ex-wife, Cindy Grossman, did back in 2008 when she had her own separate allegations of threats made against her by Herschel Walker. But Cheryl Parsa, I want to let you hear a little bit from her here because we actually flew out to Texas to talk with her. She was hesitant to put her name forward, but after a series of other allegations made by women over the course of Herschel Walker's candidacy, she felt it important to put her name and her own story out there. I want to let you listen to part of it.
He just hovered over me and pinned me on the wall and began, continued to say, "You want to see a man, I'll show you a man." And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch.
Guys, I have sought comment from Herschel Walker's campaign. They have not responded over the course of the last 4 days since I first took those allegations to them. And on Saturday was within earshot of Herschel Walker himself, attempted to ask him directly about Cheryl Parsa's allegations and his 5-year romantic relationship with her. He did not respond to me. The campaign has yet to get back to us. Guys?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you.
Joe, the FBI is now stepping in to investigate the targeted attack on a North Carolina power grid that has left more than 100,000 people without power and running water. The mass blackouts have prompted school closures, county-wide curfews, and an emergency declaration. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Carthage, North Carolina. Antonia, how many people are still without power as of today? This happened Saturday. When are officials expecting to be able to restore power to those folks? I know it's in the mid-40s where you are.
That's right, Vicki. Look, about 30,000 people woke up this morning without power and in many cases without running water. And actually at night, temperatures have been dipping even lower than that. They're getting close to or even below the freezing point. And this is a community with a lot of elderly people, people who need oxygen connected, who, in some cases have small kids in the house. And so the county has set up a shelter and they're encouraging anyone who's in need of a place that's warm to stay or in need of assistance to reach out and to head to that shelter if they want to. But a lot of the families here in this community, they're hunkering down right now and they're staying in their homes. They're trying to keep warm, to get food and supplies organized because this attack has, really wrought a lot of chaos. As you drive through town, traffic lights are dark, stores are completely shut down. There's really nowhere to get food or even to get gas right now. And so people are really staying in place. School is shut down today and may be shut down throughout the week as school administrators make that decision on a case-by-case, day-by-day basis as they wait for electricity to get back. But right now, Duke Energy is saying that it may be Thursday or, as we get close to the end of the week before people see the power back on. And that's because the repairs in this case, after this kind of attack, are, challenging, but they're also extremely costly. And so it's taking them a while to get this done. But of course, as authorities work on the investigation side of this, the community is really just trying to make it by right now. And, this attack has really shed light on just how vulnerable these systems are and just how much a community can be affected in the wake of actions like this, Vicki.
Yeah, it really has. And let's talk a little bit more about that attack. It comes right in the middle of what should be a hustling, bustling holiday season. But as you mentioned, the town really shut down right now. The FBI is treating this as a criminal investigation. What do we know about the attack? Was any of it caught on camera? Do they have any suspects?
There's a lot we're still waiting to find out about the attack. And, on the side of suspects, the authorities are being really honest right now with people that they do not have any confirmed leads, no confirmed suspects at this time. In fact, our colleague Blaine Alexander got to talk to the sheriff just a couple hours ago right here and talked to him about this. And he said really that the main point he, really was getting across in their conversation was just how scary, frankly, all of this is. That's a word that he used repeatedly. Scary, dangerous, because what they do know about the individual or individuals that they're looking for is that they were very intentional, that they knew what they were doing and what the resulting consequences would look like. They used gunfire to take the substations down, but also dismantled a fence in the process. And so, who this is a person who they believe, again, this is criminal intent, and that they very much knew what they were doing to this community here in North Carolina, Vicki. And to your point, Antonia, it really exposes how vulnerable many of these substations are and the kind of disruption it can cause to a community. All right, our NBC's Antonia Hilton. Thank you so much, Antonia.
If you filled up your tank lately, you've probably noticed a pretty massive drop in gas prices. The national average for a gallon of regular today is $3.40. That's down more than 30% from this past summer when prices peaked at over $5. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joined us now from Coral Gables, Florida. So Sam, tell us more about this price drop. Why now? And here's the question a lot of folks want to answer. How long could it last?
Well, look, this is certainly a lot more palatable, Joe. Good to be with you, paying $3.30, $3.40 a gallon instead of $5 a gallon. Gas Buddy predicts that figure could actually nationally be below $3 a gallon just in time for the Christmas holiday, which would make a huge impact for so many families, Joe. Well, the presidents certainly, if they want to buy. What's driving it down right now? It's really global demand pulling back a little bit, especially when you look at Europe, the United Kingdom, that deepening recession, and then COVID outbreaks in China as well, softening some of the consumption for a country in China that's the second largest consumer of oil in the world. Now, how sustainable is this? The price drop probably not that sustainable, in part because the European Union today is implementing, Joe, a sanction, a ban on Russian oil, as well as price caps for other countries that want to buy Russian oil, which is going to force Russia more than likely to retaliate and pull some of its products off of the market. That would drive prices back up again. What is the timeline of that going to look like? Not exactly clear right now, but OPEC Plus, which is the the 23 countries, the largest group of oil-producing countries in the world, led by Saudi Arabia, has already made a decision to shave a couple million barrels a day off of their output. They're looking right now at keeping that stable. That was the vote over the weekend, but it could drop again if they reduce the output one more time, depending upon how deep it goes. That could definitely increase price for Americans. So you have two different factors competing at the same time. But right now, we'll enjoy the current flow, which is going lower than what so many of us have been accustomed to for months now, Joe.
Yeah, Sam, real quickly, that decision by OPEC Plus to reduce oil production, do we know why that decision was made? And then what do we think is going to be the impact on prices?
So, good question. Saudi Arabia certainly is the ringleader in that group. More than likely, the decision was made because they saw it draw back globally and wanted to prop up prices. Now, the group is expected to meet again in June, but leaders of OPEC Plus have said, given market conditions and what things are looking like, they may reconvene before that and potentially make an updated decision. So, you'd think at this point there'd be relief at least for the next 5 or 6 months, but that is not necessarily the case. We could see another drop coming up before too long.
Stay tuned. Sam Brock, thank you so much.
It is time now to turn to our CNBC Money Minute. Restaurant groups are fighting to stop a new California law that could raise the minimum wage for fast food workers next year. So far, their petition has gathered more than 1 million signatures.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, what is it they're arguing, and what impact could a law like this have on the restaurant industry?
Yeah, well, Joe, the law creates a 10-person council with workers, union reps, employers, and business advocates to set that minimum wage. Restaurant groups say labor policy should not be determined by an unelected council and warn they may need to raise prices or cut jobs if it pushes wages sharply higher. They are also worried about other states that could create similar councils. Implementation of California's new law will be delayed by 2 years if the state validates the signatures collected by the restaurant groups and lets voters decide in 2024 whether it should be repealed. A union for service workers says they can't wait until then for the protections they need and a seat at the table. Also, Hertz will pay $168 million to settle 364 claims. It told police a car had been stolen if it had not been returned on time, leading to false arrests and renters. And finally, a new streaming service that will combine Warner's HBO Max and Discovery Plus will probably be called just Max. That's what people familiar with the situation are telling CNBC, but they also say it's not a final decision and discussions continue. Warner Media and Discovery merged earlier this year. Guys, I'll send it back over to you.
The headline there is that there'll be one less streaming service you have to sign up for.
That is the good news. It helps our monthly bills there. All right, Steve Kovac, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Speaking out, the roommates of the 4 college students murdered in Idaho interviewed for the first time. Hear from them, plus the very latest on the investigation when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
the big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Some surprising news coming out of Iran this weekend. A government-affiliated media agency is reporting that the country's attorney general said the law that requires women to wear hijabs or head coverings is under review. He also said the morality police there could be abolished. It's worth noting his office does not oversee the morality police. These announcements come after months of violent protests sparked by the death of Mahsa Amini, who died 3 days after being arrested. According to human rights activists in Iran, the historic unrest has resulted in more than 400 deaths across the country. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us live with the latest. So, Ali, Iran's Interior Ministry has not yet confirmed the Attorney General's statements. What's the very latest on all this?
Hey, Joe. Well, they haven't really disbanded the morality police. The Attorney General was talking about this, and they're in a state of confusion in Iran. Because of all these protests, they just don't know what to do. So there's an argument raging between more moderate elements that are saying that the hijab should be decriminalized, while more hardline elements are saying maybe the morality police should be taken off the street, but it should be enforced remotely via security cameras, facial recognition. Women that don't wear them then won't get their insurance, will get fined. But the fact of the matter is that the only reason they're even having this discussion is that after the death of Mahsa Amini, there was a critical mass in Iran, especially amongst women, who said enough is enough. We're not going to be forced to wear this headscarf and abide by these draconian rules that make us second-class citizens. And about 60% of the women across the country today refuse to wear the headscarf, so it's very difficult to enforce it. What are you going to do? Put 60% of the female population in jail when you can't even control the protests? It's just not tenable. So that's why they're having this conversation. Another reason it's come up was there's been a lot of calls over the last few days for protests and strikes today, tomorrow, and the day after. And there is a lingering suspicion, because this is straight out of their playbook, that they're trying to deflect attention from the protests, from the strikes, but it didn't work. Everybody in Iran took to social media and said, look, come out, protest, come out and strike. This is just a ruse. Joe?
NBC's Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you so much.
Joe, we turn now to Idaho, where the investigation into the brutal murder of 4 university students is now entering its 4th week. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk shows us what the victims' surviving roommates are now saying as police keep searching for a suspect.
As snow blankets the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, fears are mounting in the community that the case, too, is growing cold. The hunt for the killer who stabbed 4 college students to death in their beds on November 13th is now entering its 4th week. For the first time this weekend, we heard from the victims' 2 other roommates who were home the night of the deadly attack but were not hurt. At a prayer vigil on Friday, a local pastor reading a letter from Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. My people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy.
And a letter from Bethany Funk.
They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
Moscow police say the 2 young women are not considered suspects. Authorities recently clarifying that the attack was targeted, but have not concluded whether a specific victim was the target or the house in general. They are vowing to get to the bottom of the crime.
We're putting the pieces together, and I think when that picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go.
But with no answers, the heartbreak remains raw for the loved ones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Kaylee's father believes the pace of the investigation is moving too slowly, speaking out on Fox News with information that the police have not released themselves.
Their means of death don't match. Their points of damage don't match.
Which would seem to indicate that one of the girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. These are the kinds of things that would be distinctive and indicate and perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack.
On the campus of the University of Idaho, a somber semester is moving forward, with only 1/3 of students returning to school after the Thanksgiving break.
People are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose?
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
The child care crisis is impacting families around the country. Coming up, what's pushing some parents to actually put their kids on a daycare waiting list even before they are born? You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I first...
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
Controversial NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson returned to the football field Sunday night, playing against his former team, the Houston Texans. This was his first time playing since being suspended after more than 24 women accused him of sexual misconduct. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch was at the game to talk with fans.
Here's smattering of boos here as Watson takes the field for the first time.
Deshaun Watson has officially returned to the NFL. But playing against his former team, the Houston Texans, nearly every time Watson came out of the huddle Sunday, fans made it clear the Cleveland Browns quarterback was not welcome.
Can't imagine you've ever been booed every time you've taken a snap for an entire half of football. So what did that feel like?
I definitely have. South Carolina in college.
You got to think it's not about rivalry this time.
I mean, like I said, I can't control that.
From the stands, signs and chants rarely seen in sports. More than 24 women have accused Watson of sexual misconduct during massage therapy and personal training sessions. One lawsuit alleging Watson forced a woman to perform oral sex. He's never been criminally charged and maintains his innocence.
At this time, I can't address any of that stuff.
In the offseason, the Browns gave Watson a reported record-setting $230 million guaranteed contract during the NFL's investigation of the allegations. 23 women settled with Watson, while 30 settled with the Texans, according to their attorney, who says roughly 10 accusers were at yesterday's game.
They will not go away and hide.
But at times, Watson's return seemed like any other Sunday.
You have any trepidation about supporting him considering what he's accused of?
I don't look at that.
Our thanks to NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch. Joe.
Vicky, now to the World Cup, where Team USA is no longer in the running, but several other countries are still fighting for the top spot as they face off in the round of 16. Less than an hour ago, Croatia knocked out Japan, and at 2 p.m. Eastern, Brazil will face off against South Korea. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Doha. So, Megan, sadly, as we all know, Team USA lost to the Netherlands over the weekend. First of all, just how did fans react to that one?
Joe, a tough loss for Team USA and for fans. You know, the team came here to win a World Cup title. Of course, the fans came here to cheer them to victory. That's not what happened. But look, Team USA was the underdog going into the game against the Netherlands on Saturday. And they had every reason to believe that they could pull this off. You know, we have seen that this is a tournament of the upsets where the underdogs are defying the odds. In the end, unfortunately, that's not the way it went for Team USA. We did catch up with fans moments after that unfortunate loss. Take a listen.
I really wanted America to win.
We are a much better team now than I think we've really ever been.
Unfortunately, we didn't come out on top this time, but we're excited for the next World Cup.
So look, fans are looking at the bigger picture. They know that this is a young, energetic team. They are looking forward to and excited to see what this team develops into over the next couple of years. All eyes are set on the World Cup in 2026 when it's co-hosted in the U.S., of course, by Canada and Mexico, Joe.
Already thinking of the next one. All right, let's talk about this one. Moments ago, Croatia beat Japan. Walk us through this intense game, what it means for the next round.
Yeah, Joe, this was a great game. Croatia and Japan tied 1-1 the entire duration of the game, forcing it to go into that 30-minute overtime. Neither team could connect with the back of the net, forcing a penalty shootout. This is where it gets stressful. And Croatia making 3 goals, Japan making 1. Croatia for the win over Japan. They will advance to the quarterfinals where they will take on the winner of Brazil and South Korea. As you mentioned, they're about to kick off in just about 30 minutes from now. Of course, Brazil favored to win, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, speaking of Brazil, world-famous Brazilian player Pelé has been in the hospital this past week. Real quick, what's his family saying about his condition?
So Pelé is such a legend. You know, 3 World Cup titles, the youngest player to score in a World Cup at 17 years old. His family said that he was admitted to the hospital just last week for a respiratory infection because of COVID-19. It was complicated by that, but they say he's doing fine. I mean, yes, he battles with colon cancer, but at the end of the day, they say he's doing as well as can be expected. Pelé taking to Instagram, telling fans to remain calm, to think positively. He feels strong, he's hopeful, and of course, Joe, he's cheering for Brazil tonight.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
She got the great assignment on that. All right, straight ahead, free speech going head-to-head with LGBTQ protections.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back this Monday. It is so good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Making news right now. Russian President Vladimir Putin drove a Mercedes across the Crimean Bridge today, less than 2 months after saying it was bombed by Ukrainian forces. In a video, Putin can also be seen inspecting damaged areas of the 12-mile road and rail bridge, which links southern Russia to the Crimean Peninsula. The bridge was personally opened by Putin in 2018.
Thousands of people in Indonesia evacuated from their homes after Mount Semeru erupted. The country says no deaths have been reported so far, but nearly 2,000 people have been displaced. Monsoon rains caused the lava dome on top of Indonesia's highest volcano to collapse yesterday, blanketing several villages in ash.
And the looming Real ID deadline for travelers is getting pushed back again. The Department of Homeland Security is now giving Americans another 2 years to get a Real ID card, setting a new deadline for May 7th. 2025.
You know what? Thank you. It's been a rough couple of years.
We need
that.
I feel like the original deadline was like 1988 or something like that. It's been a while.
It's been a while. All right. Well, today the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments in a new case regarding same-sex marriage and freedom of speech.
Yeah, it comes nearly a week after the Senate voted in favor of codifying federal protections for same-sex couples. The House is expected to vote on that legislation later this week, but today the focus is on the Supreme Court.
Joining us now from outside the Supreme Court is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, good to have you with us. So first, what have the justices heard so far on this case? And walk us through what's at stake here.
Well, good afternoon. This was a big day at the Supreme Court as oral arguments just wrapped up in the last few hours here in a case focused on LGBTQ rights and free speech. So you have Lori Smith, who's the owner of 303 Creative. It's a company that creates websites. She's suing the state of Colorado, saying that she wants to receive assurances that she won't be sanctioned by the state if she wants to provide wedding websites only for opposite-sex couples and not for same-sex couples. She's saying that her religious beliefs make her opposed to same-sex marriage, and as a result, she wants to make sure that Colorado's not going to say that she's violating civil rights here. Now, these oral arguments, they got pretty tense. Here's one exchange between Justice Sotomayor and the lawyer for Lori Smith. Take a listen.
How about people who don't believe in interracial marriage? Or about people who don't believe that disabled people should get married? Where's the line?
The First Amendment is broad enough to cover the lesbian website designer and the Catholic calligrapher. The line is that no one on any side of any debate has to be compelled to express a message that violates their core convictions because, as this court found, it's demeaning.
So there you have critics of Lori Smith saying that this is really a license to discriminate. That's what she's looking for. Civil rights group also saying that this is really going to be problematic for same-sex couples and LGBTQ rights across this country. But you heard her lawyer say that this is really about free speech and not compelling people to say and do things that are against their convictions. Vicki, Joe?
Yeah, so Yamiche, I mean, how does this case compare to the 2015 case that made same-sex marriage legal federally?
Well, it's a great question. Really, this is about asking now whether or not companies, and in this case, artists, they're saying that this is about artistic expression, whether they'll be compelled to support same-sex marriage. So you have, of course, national same-sex marriage being legalized. But in this case, this is specifically asking whether or not you can, if you're an artist or someone who sees your work as artistic expression, whether or not you can be compelled to support that. So you have people, including Lori Smith, saying that this is really about art. She was just speaking here on the steps of the Supreme Court after these oral arguments, saying that this is about protecting her free speech. You, of course, have opponents who are saying this is the opposite of that. This, in fact, could possibly mean that interracial couples and other religious groups, that they could be discriminated against by someone who's saying my artistic values say that I don't want to serve someone who's Jewish or black or someone who's in a same-sex marriage. So that's sort of the differences here. And this Supreme Court case could have a big impact on this country, depending on what this 6-3 majority court decides.
NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, thank you.
Well, Joe, the next presidential election is still 2 years away, and former President Trump already stirring up controversy. Last Friday, Mr. Trump made comments on his social media network, Truth Social, suggesting the termination of the United States Constitution. His comments were in response to the results of the 2020 election. Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali. Ali, good to have you with us. So these are very strong words for someone who is vying to become our next president. What did he say exactly, and what are top Republicans saying in response?
Yeah, Trump saying that he wants to see the Constitution terminated so that he can be the president of the United States, according to the 2020 election results, which of course say he lost. Republicans all know that, but nevertheless, they've been pretty mum on this latest turn from the Trump news cycle. Then again, incoming Intel chairman Mike Turner did offer these words over the weekend. Check it out.
First of all, I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made. Trump has made, 1,000 statements in which I disagree. There is a political process that has to go forward before anybody
Constitutional conservatives are pretty clear about where they value the Constitution.
Right, exactly. But
is there any scenario with suspending the Constitution?
You do get to pick the questions, but I do get to pick my answer.
I know. I'm trying to get you to answer the question I'm asking.
There is a political process that has to go forward before anybody's a front runner or anybody is even the candidate for the party. And
do you
I
condemn
think
him
that,
saying something like this?
Absolutely.
And what we're watching here in real time, Vicky, is the fact that Trump is the only announced Republican candidate for president right now. Of course, the former president of the United States and someone with massive sway, especially here on the building in the House, where much of the conference has really been recreated in his image. But then we're also seeing a lot of lawmakers try to see this primary process play out. Wait it out, see what happens, not go against Trump, though we did see a condemnation there, but also just try to see if maybe he doesn't win the Republican nomination. So people aren't really jumping at this either way, despite the fact that lawmakers come back in town tomorrow, and we'll definitely be asking them about it.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali live for us. Ali, thank you.
Now to Waukesha, Wisconsin, which held its annual Christmas parade over the weekend, 1 year after an attacker killed 6 people and injured dozens along the route. This year's event featured a record number of floats and an added sense of security thanks to a major investment by police. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from Waukesha. So Maura, how this year's parade look different from years past?
Well, Joe, this is a nearly 60-year tradition here in Waukesha, and you could feel the energy and the effort at healing yesterday as I watched all of those 80 floats go down. The dancing grannies were back, the marching bands were back. They wanted to keep that tradition alive, but safety was obviously top of mind. Police investing $800,000 into a new modular vehicle barrier system to protect people from any other cars driving through the parade like we saw with that SUV last year, killing 6 and injuring more than 60. They also altered the parade route, quadrupled the police presence along the route to make sure people could be safe, along with drone presence, federal support, and they had actually changed the date of the parade to make sure that there was adequate staffing around the holiday as they kick off the season. And something that was interesting is that they actually got a lot of advice from the city of Las Vegas, who had suffered a very similar tragedy at a concert several years ago. And then they in turn were able to help out Highland Park, just an hour south of here, after their parade incident on 4th of July. And so the police captain told me that they feel like they're part of this fraternity of tragedies, which sounds so terrible. But I think the takeaway from that is the sense that these communities really do want to help each other heal and grow and move forward together.
Maura, what are people saying about how meaningful it was for them to actually have this holiday tradition return in full force?
You could see it on people's faces. And what struck me talking to some people is they didn't remember, some of the injured, they didn't remember what had happened after the parade. They didn't remember the trauma that they faced, honestly. And so coming back for them felt like a full circle moment, finishing what they started last year. I want to hear from one of the dancing grannies. She was injured, and I asked her what it meant to her to be dancing again this year.
It's a celebration of life, whether it's the lives that we lost, celebrating those lives, or the celebration of our lives. We have lots of angels surrounding me, and some of them are right over there. And it means that I had a miracle because I'm functioning and able to dance.
A lot of emotion, a lot of effort at healing here. I also spoke with one of the baseball players who was here last year and watched one of his fellow players pass away in the parade. And he said that he needed to come back and be strong because you couldn't let evil win. And that's something we heard from a lot of people here yesterday. Joe.
Good message. Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Now to the growing problem of child care deserts here in the U.S. They are places where less than a third of children have access to licensed childcare.
This is leading some parents to join daycare waiting lists before they even have kids. It's happening in rural communities. Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah with one family that's now thinking about moving.
And look at this. Taking care of children is difficult, and today, finding childcare for kids is nearly impossible.
You want some Cheerios?
Yeah.
As soon as I had the viability ultrasound at 20 weeks, I started looking for childcare.
When you were pregnant?
Yes, because I knew that the wait lists were really long. Oh, thank you.
Though Michaela Sturs, a mother of 3, started looking for childcare before her youngest child was born, she never found it, citing a lack of affordability and long distances. The 28-year-old mom lives in rural Wisconsin. Like many parents today, she's dealing with child care deserts, which the Center for American Progress classifies as areas where fewer than a third of children have access to a licensed child care facility. It's a reality hitting low and middle income, Black, Hispanic, and rural communities the hardest, forcing parents to make difficult decisions.
How has it impacted your life not having access to childcare?
Well, I left my job in healthcare to work nights retail so that I can be home with my kids.
The click button. Michaela says her family now lives paycheck to paycheck. In lieu of childcare, she and her husband, Christopher, work alternative shifts.
He leaves for work at 4 in the morning, and he comes home in the afternoon, and then I work usually 4 to 10 or 11.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Only seeing each other during a brief handoff.
Hi, everyone.
Parents should start looking for childcare before they even consider having a child.
Really?
There are wait lists that are over 2 years long.
Becca Elbert works at Western Dairyland Community Action Agency, funded by a 1990 congressional mandate. Her program's role is to help families find childcare in their communities and work with childcare providers, getting them trained, launched, and regulated.
What are the obstacles parents in rural areas face when it comes to childcare?
Drive times, cost, availability, affordability. We've also heard from businesses over the years who are looking to expand and later decide that they're not going to do that because there isn't an adequate amount of childcare for those families that they're trying to recruit.
For Michaela, the lack of childcare is pushing her out of her community.
With all of this, do you think you can continue living in rural Wisconsin?
No.
You want to make the cupcake?
They hope to move closer to a major city or family members so they can get additional childcare support.
We need an ongoing partnership between families, childcare providers, businesses, and our public sector to really figure out a solution. Our economies can't thrive if we're not supporting families.
Zincle Esamoah, NBC News.
So many challenges in those communities. Well, starting over, our next guest knows a thing or two about a career pivot. Shoe designer Cheval joins us next to discuss life after Say Yes to the Dress. That's where you may recognize her from. Also, why she had to change her name. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You've seen the show Say Yes to the Dress. Chances are you know the bridal brand Haley Page. It was the work of Haley Page Gutman, who now legally goes by Cheval after contract renegotiations with her former employer went south.
Yeah, it's really wild. It left her unable to publicly use the name Haley Page, her name, at all. She lost her job and her social media accounts. She basically had to start her career all over again, and she is here with us now. Cheval is your name now. You're the creative director of a new brand, She Is Cheval. So it's first great for you to be here with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Take us through sort of your tumultuous journey. It really is the story of an entrepreneur, but things also went sideways. So tell us about how you got here.
So I signed an employment agreement as a head designer with my former employer when I was 25 years old without a lawyer. Flash forward about 9 years later, growing this brand and producing for so many wonderful brides out there, my contract was coming to an end, and I attempted to renegotiate, come to the table, and hope for the best. But unfortunately, the delta in what I felt my value and contributions were to the company did not align with that of my former employer, and essentially it resulted in them suing me in a federal court for the right to use my own name in any business or commerce, or even to publicly identify myself.
So in this process, you lost the right to use your legal birth name. Looking forward, how did you pick your new name, and what's the advice you have for someone who's going through a career setback, no matter how big or small?
I think having a forward momentum is a big thing. Just believing in your purpose, and that progress every day is so important. So for me, while it was very upsetting, I felt like being a victim of circumstance would be much worse than moving forward with my life. So I chose the name Cheval, which is the French word for horse. Yeah. And I've always identified with the imaginative qualities of unicorns and Pegasuses, and coming from bridal, it just felt very sentimental. But it also had this bit of strength to it. It almost has a masculine spirit, which I love the idea of just being powerful and running against the wind, while also leaving some sparkle along the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in October, you made a big career pivot. You went from designing dresses to now designing shoes. Talk to us a little bit about some of the lessons that you've learned in this process. I mean, you are a serial entrepreneur. We wish you the very best. What would you tell other women or people who are in that position?
I think reframing is so important, and choosing where your energy goes. I really focused on what I still had. You know, I'm still here. I might not be able to use the same identifiers that I'm comfortable with, but I still had these amazing connections to the women and the small businesses that I've met over the years. And that really brought a level of enthusiasm and just accountability in my skill set. And while I had to change my trade, I really focused on things that I could bring to the table. You know, what are these skills that I have? And as a piece of advice for anyone looking to make a career pivot, I think it's important to really understand what is your value, what is something that you have to say. And for me, shoes felt like I could manifest my own destiny, and it was a way to kind of tap into my skill set in a way.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm just going for it.
And you didn't give up.
No, exactly. You've also learned it's important to know your legal rights.
Yeah.
I mean, real quickly here, what's your advice to people, especially in the creative field?
Definitely hire a lawyer. I'll say that, number one. I think it's important to also look at, you know, what you want out of a contract. And if you're finding that, you know, the general statement is, we'll figure this out later, or this is something we can negotiate later, you maybe want to avoid that.
Yeah,
you
that might not be in your best interest.
It's in there, because circumstances can change, and you want to have the variables in control in some way that a gatekeeper isn't preventing you from doing something. And there's some buzzwords too, like perpetuity. That's a scary one.
Yeah.
And then you'd want to limit your term, you know, how long you'll be in the contract for.
Cheval, thank you so much. Creative Director of She Is Cheval with some great career advice. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, good to meet you. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. A children's choir from Ukraine stepped up to perform at Carnegie Hall in New York.
Yeah, after enduring months of war, this trip was the chance for this group to celebrate the holiday season and just be kids again. NBC News senior national correspondent and NBC News Now host Kate Snow is here with us. So, Kate, tell us about it. It's remarkable. How did this even happen?
Yeah, so actually a couple of years ago, before the war in Ukraine even started, a woman here in the United States who's Ukrainian-American thought about having this group come over and sing because 100 years ago, a Ukrainian choir had done the same. She spent the last 2 years planning for this, and boy, was it absolutely remarkable.
This classic song of the season. Today, a song of survival. Ukraine's Shedrick Children's Choir performing Carol of the Bells Sunday at New York's Carnegie Hall. The holiday favorite, written by a Ukrainian composer, premiered here a century ago.
It creates a kind of a bond that is hard to describe.
Leah Batstone spent more than 2 years helping arrange the group's visit.
What is it to have that song sung at Carnegie Hall?
It's incredible to think of the original version being sung with Ukrainian lyrics once again on the stage of Carnegie Hall. So it's my favorite Christmas carol, and it comes from Ukraine.
Carol of the Bells, its message of good tidings, now ever more meaningful for this chorus. Members reuniting this summer after many fled to safer places during the war. Over the last few weeks, they rehearsed in Kyiv, at times practicing in a bomb shelter without electricity.
You haven't had a typical 15-year-old year, right? Life's been different.
We just woke up and we didn't know anything about our future. We didn't know about tomorrow or even 5 minutes later of the time we were living in.
This trip to America, a chance to simply be kids again.
This is your first time in New York City?
Yeah.
What's it like?
It's great. We enjoy it very much.
Yeah.
It's like fairy tale.
Their impromptu performance last week nearly bringing Grand Central Terminal to a standstill. And after a week of rehearsals here, these children who've been through so much proving joy and hope can prevail.
How beautiful is that, Kate? I mean, they've gone through so much trauma this year. I have to imagine the music helped.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the privilege of being in that room yesterday. I can't put into words. I had tears in my eyes. It was so moving to hear them. But yes, it's a family, right? These are their beyond their friends. This is their group. And they all said to a person, you know, that music is healing and music has gotten them through this incredibly difficult time as kids.
I mean, from using their iPhones in the bomb shelter with no power. Tell us about that moment in Grand Central. That was like spontaneous.
That was impromptu. So our crew was following them around and they went over to Grand Central and they just started singing and people stopped in their tracks, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the commuters were like, what is happening? Because their voices are just like angels, just beautiful.
And then when those people heard the story of who these people were, that must have been even more extraordinary.
Once you hear more about who they are. And again, it was 2 years in the making, and I'm so glad that they were able, the logistics even of just getting all these kids over here was pretty incredible.
Right.
How
Kate
meaningful.
Snow, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, December 5th, 2022. Power grid attack. Tens of thousands in the dark after gunfire at a power station in North Carolina. What authorities say happened and why the FBI is now involved.
Fill her up. Gas prices easing nationwide. What's behind the drop and the impact this could have on the American economy?
In their own words, emotional statements following a brutal murder. How the roommates of those college students killed in Idaho are remembering the victims.
And cold-hearted. As the temperature drops, heart attacks are going up. How to keep you and your family safe this holiday season. It is 11 a.m. in St. Louis, 1 p.m. in Seattle, and 2 o'clock here in New York City.
And we begin with a crippling power outage crisis in North Carolina.
The FBI and state officials now investigating what's being called a targeted attack. The Moore County Sheriff says someone opened fire on power stations, cutting electricity to more than 100,000 people.
Tens of thousands of customers remain without power at this hour. The state's power provider says it could take until Thursday for power to be fully restored.
Now, this all started Saturday night in Moore County. That's between Charlotte and Raleigh in North Carolina. A state of emergency now in effect there. Night curfews are also being enforced until power is restored.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. She's in Moore County, North Carolina. Antonia, what do we know about this attack, and where does the investigation stand?
Well, right now, authorities are being very honest with people here that they don't have confirmed leads or suspects at this time. But in a conversation with our colleague Blaine Alexander earlier this morning, the sheriff was very honest about how scary and dangerous this situation is. In fact, he used those descriptions several times in their conversation. What they know is that the individual or individuals responsible for this knew what they were doing, that this was intentional, that it was a criminal act, and that they knew what the resulting consequences for this community here in North Carolina would look like. And as you mentioned there, according to Duke Energy, we're looking at potentially a power outage extending through Thursday. And what that looks like on the ground is people driving through communities with no working stoplights, gas stations not open, nowhere to buy food. You have to go far out of town to get supplies for your family right now. And so, people are calling emergency lines for help, and people are hunkering down in their homes just trying to get by right now, Kate.
Antonia, we can't ignore the fact that it's, as you sort of alluded to there, it's December in North Carolina. Temperatures are below freezing in a lot of places overnight. What's being done to help all those people, thousands of people who rely on electricity for heat?
That's right, Aaron. So over 30,000 people woke up this morning without power, but also in many cases without running water. And this is as temperatures went down below freezing last night, and it's going to be winter temperatures for much of the week right now. So the city has opened up, or the county has opened up a shelter, and they're encouraging anyone who needs a warm, safe place to stay to travel there and take advantage of those resources. But a lot of people are also staying at home and doing the best they can right now as their kids are out of school, as there's curfew starting at 9 p.m. every night. And the county and the schools are making case-by-case, day-by-day decisions right now, Aaron.
Antonia Hilton with us. Thank you so much.
Well, some good news now for millions of Americans. Gas prices are going down.
The average cost for a gallon of regular, $3.40. That's down nearly 15 cents from a week ago. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, and also NBC's business and data reporter Brian Chung is with us. I'll go to Sam first. Talk to us about drivers, how they're reacting to these lower prices, and what experts are predicting as we get closer to the Christmas travel rush.
Well, certainly it feels great for drivers right now, Kate, because $3.80 was what the price was a month ago nationally. Now $3.40. Gas Buddy predicting we're going to be under $3 for the Christmas holiday, which leaves more money to go around if you're buying gifts for loved ones and friends. So that is all good. The problem right now is the trend line. The reason that it's coming down is lack of consumption on the micro level here at home with people dealing with inflation, but certainly abroad as well with deepening recessions in Europe, COVID outbreaks in China. But the problem as far as what the catalyst will be for bringing prices way back up again could potentially be the war in Russia, as there are punitive measures being taken today, Kate, from the European Union, which has banned the use and import of Russian oil. Almost all of their member countries are going to be abiding by that, but they're also putting in price caps, which would affect conceivably how much other countries like China and India would be paying for Russian oil. And that certainly could lead to retaliation from Russia, pulling some of their products off the market, eventually, Kate, raising prices again here at home.
Sam Brock for us there. I want to bring in Brian Chung, who's on set with us here. And Sam, I think, really touched on a lot of it here. But talk to us about sort of the bigger picture as we look at these gas prices coming down. Oil production obviously playing a big part in that. So set the scene for us and help us understand the long-term potential impacts for Americans.
Yeah, well, Sam was talking about the demand side of that. China, for example, dealing with these lockdowns, that means that the second largest economy in the world is not demanding oil right now. That keeps prices low. But then we also had OPEC just a day ago announcing that they are not going to further cut supply. So if there's not a cut of supply beyond what we expected, that could also keep prices relatively low, which is a reason why we might see under $3 a gallon oil in the United States by Christmas. That could be welcome news to a lot of travelers hoping to go drive far for the holidays.
It's been a long time, under $3 for gas.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Brian Chung, thank you. The Supreme Court now hearing arguments in a high-profile case involving free speech and LGBTQ rights. This involves a Colorado web designer who does not want to make wedding websites for same-sex couples. She says it goes against her religious beliefs, and she wants an exemption from the state's anti-discrimination law. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is outside the Supreme Court for us, where she's been monitoring this case. Kelly, talk to us about the arguments you heard on both sides here today.
Well, the arguments have now wrapped up, and so we will find out in a matter of months what the high court decides. But this is a case about Lori Smith, who says that she is a creative person and her free speech rights need to be protected here. She does not believe in gay marriage and believes that marriage should be between one man and one woman, and that the way she would express herself with custom websites should be allowed to proceed without having to do that for gay weddings, but also in the questioning today, which at times got filled with hypotheticals and at times a little tense, she would also not support the kind of wedding that might also not support her views, something where a heterosexual couple might have come together through divorce after a meeting at the workplace was one of the scenarios that was put together by Justice Amy Coney Barrett. So she was talking about her beliefs and how this is her artistic expression. The big question is, as a public accommodation, which is a term of art in law, where anyone can come to a business and purchase services, does she have the right to use her free speech in this way and say she cannot be compelled by the state, which has anti-discrimination laws, to not provide these services? That's the real question here. And if the court decides in Lori Smith's favor, could other kinds of services also decide they don't want to provide services to other sorts of Americans? That's the case here. Aaron?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell for us in D.C. today. Kelly, thank you.
It is the final day of campaigning in the Georgia Senate runoff election. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker are both holding several events today. Walker is also facing new allegations of physical abuse. For the first time since his campaign began, a woman is speaking out on camera. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard spoke with Walker's ex-girlfriend exclusively, and Vaughn joins us now from Atlanta. Vaughn, what did this woman tell you during the conversation?
Yeah, Kate, to preface this, I mean, Herschel Walker, the Republican U.S. Senate candidate, has faced a series of allegations over the course of this last year, from multiple women claiming that he paid them to have abortion to 3 children who were previously not known to the public. Now Herschel Walker now acknowledging. And if you go back to 2008, his ex-wife accusing Walker of holding a gun to her head and threatening to blow her brains out. His own son just 2 months ago, alleging that his father threatened to kill the family. I want to let you hear, though, now from Cheryl Parsa, who was a romantic partner of Herschel Walker for 5 years. Take a listen to part of our conversation.
And he was pressing his forehead against mine. My head was against the wall. He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that.
Now, Herschel Walker has acknowledged having dissociative identity disorder, which Cheryl Parsa says she believes is a key component of these exchanges here. He, in just the last month, has said that he is well now. He said that he's no longer going through routine therapy. But Cheryl Parsa wanted to put her story on the record out of continued concerns about her own experience from her time with Walker.
Vaughn, I do think people are going to wonder, though, about the timing of this. It's a day before the election. She spoke to you a couple of days before the election. How is Walker's campaign responding to any of this?
Walker's team has not responded, and on Saturday, I was within 10 feet of Herschel Walker and attempted to directly ask him. He did not respond to my shouted questions. I then asked the campaign to please let us know if they had any response to the allegations. We then came back to them on Sunday, and yet again, no response from the campaign. Today is Monday, and yet again, no denial, no response from the campaign. Kate?
Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, thank you.
A contract deal for Delta pilots is finally taking off, and there's good news if you've been putting off upgrading your driver's license.
Yeah, that would be me. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Let's start with a big pay increase for Delta pilots after years of negotiations. Under a tentative contract deal, they will get a raise of more than 30% just over the next 4 years. If it is ratified by pilots, the agreement could provide a framework on continuing talks at American and United, adding to the cost pressures carriers are already facing. Also, Foxconn expects to resume full production at its big Chinese iPhone factory 3 to 4 weeks from now. That's what a source at Foxconn is telling Reuters. COVID restrictions fueled worker unrest at the plant, disrupting production of Apple's new high-end iPhones ahead of the holidays. And lastly, the government is going to wait another 2 years before it requires air travelers to have a more secure version of driver's licenses or other identification cards. Homeland Security's Real ID rules will go into effect in May 2025 instead of 6 months from now. It's a third pandemic-related extension. Guys?
Just means I can procrastinate even longer. Yeah, okay. Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, stay with us. A 7-year-old girl allegedly kidnapped and killed by a FedEx driver. Coming up, a warning for parents about how to keep your kids safe. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A FedEx driver is behind bars today, accused of kidnapping and killing a 7-year-old girl. Police say that driver delivered a package to her home around the time that she went missing. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
It hurts our hearts to know that that child died.
The family of Athena Strand grappling with a nightmare. Their 7-year-old daughter kidnapped from her home and killed. Athena's mother taking to Facebook to share her grief, writing in part, "We feel like we failed you. No one deserves what happened to you, but especially you." Investigators say the suspect, a delivery driver, was dropping off a package at the time of Athena's disappearance. Her body found 2 days later, about 10 miles from her home outside Fort Worth, Texas, after 31-year-old Tanner Horner confessed to the horrific crime. Athena's stepmother was home at the time and contacted police after she spent an hour looking for the child. With the help of FedEx, investigators identified and located Horner. Authorities saying they believe he killed the 7-year-old within an hour of taking her. Horner, a contract driver with FedEx. The company said in a statement that employees are subject to criminal history background checks. No criminal record for Horner was found in a search by NBC News. With frequent deliveries to homes as the holidays are fast approaching, former FBI agent Brianna Fox says parents should caution their children.
What would you tell a parent that has a child at home?
Sometimes kids are taught,
be polite, and they then don't want to scream even though things are really off. So sometimes even just telling their kids scream if something happens, that's enough to just deter the offender.
Other advice for parents? Get a doorbell camera. Even a dummy one is enough to potentially deter someone with bad intentions. Have your packages delivered to your office instead of your home. And if your child is young and has gone missing, don't wait to call police. Now, as for that suspect, he remains here in the Wise County Jail facing aggravated kidnapping and murder charges, the bonds of those charges totaling more than $1.5 million. Aaron?
Morgan Chesky live for us in Decatur, Texas today. Morgan, thank you.
The American Civil Liberties Union has filed a lawsuit after a grandmother in Colorado became the subject of a SWAT raid at her house. The suit says that raid happened after investigators used the Find My iPhone app and thought a criminal's phone was at that location. Here's Angeline McCall from our NBC affiliate in Denver.
All right, boys, we're here.
On a day when an unassuming woman was ordered from her Montbello home,
Anyone inside? 5380. Ma'am, come to me.
police assumed that she was hiding a stolen truck with guns, money, drones, and an iPhone.
No, nobody else is in the house. It was so loud, like, wow. See, like everybody in Montbello should have been able to hear because it was just that loud. And I never heard nothing like that before.
Where do you think she's hiding the rifle?
From that day on, it's been hard for Ruby Johnson to be home alone.
At nighttime, it's kind of hard for me to feel safe. When I hear noise and everything.
Her kids have noticed a difference.
They really took advantage of the situation, I believe. They took advantage of her. They was able to come in here with a warrant and just turn upside down her life.
Mental anguish caused by the police who didn't do enough police work, according to the ACLU.
The detective didn't have adequate grounds, didn't do proper investigation, should never have applied for the warrant. The supervisor should have vetoed it. The DA should have, stopped it, and the judge should not have issued it.
Mark Silverstein with the ACLU says the checks and balances failed.
In this case, the affidavit was bare bones, skimpy, thin.
In the lawsuit, the ACLU calls the police work a recklessly deficient investigation, describing how the detective received a screenshot from the owner of the stolen truck with the guns inside, saying his phone had pinged at Ruby's house from the Find My iPhone app. And the truck owner told the detective he had used the technology in the past with an accuracy of 5 feet.
I think this is a case not just of taking the victim's word. It's like taking the victim's report of his operation of some technology.
The suit adds that even Apple, the manufacturer, says the app only determines approximate location.
Why is this technology reliable? Why should this be believed?
In Ruby's case, the app signified the stolen iPhone could be anywhere within the span of 6 different properties, not just Ruby's.
What kind of corroborating evidence has the detective acquired?
The ACLU saying the illegal search succeeded only in leaving the innocent Miss Johnson traumatized.
This is not acceptable. It's not fair. Something needs to change or something needs to end, period.
Angeline McCall reporting there. Still ahead, the emotions running high in a Wisconsin community as their Christmas parade returns 1 year after tragedy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, this has been a big question in recent months. Is the U.S. headed for a recession? It turns out a small group of economists don't really think so. The strong November jobs report out last week has boosted their economic outlook for 2023. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us now. Steve, this sounds like really good news, but I want to preface by this is a very small group of economists saying this, right? Talk about what they're forecasting for next year and why.
Yeah, let me put it in some context. About 23% of the economists surveyed by the National Association for Business Economics see there's a possibility of a soft landing. What that means is the economy slows, does not go into recession, and we're able to conquer inflation along the way. Well, seeing the strong jobs report, it's just very difficult to say we're in recession if you don't have jobs going down. In fact, the job market seems to be strengthening, and this idea that the job market would soften is something they've been talking about for months and months and months. It doesn't happen. The idea that inflation may have peaked already. You have the supply chains improving. You're going to have a big boost of spending from the government, from the cost of living increases in Social Security. And in fact, some interest rates, even while the Fed is hiking rates, have been lower for the real economy, that is for businesses.
So that all sounds really good, like glass half full, right? Soft landing scenario. But are there downsides?
Yeah, well, first of all, the Fed is likely to keep hiking. The Fed will not hike until they'll stop hiking until we get some form of inflation moving down towards its 2% target. It's running by its measure at 5% year over year. The downside is that the Fed doesn't recognize that we're having a soft landing and that it continues to tighten and plunges the economy into recession that may not be necessary. So that's a real danger for the Federal Reserve, why it has to tread carefully, and why a lot of folks hope that it'll raise maybe another 0.5 percentage point at the December meeting, maybe a little bit more after that, and then stop to see the effects of what it's done. Been very aggressive raising rates. The economy hasn't felt the full brunt of those rate hikes yet. So there's an argument there for a pause.
Steve Leisman with us. Thank you so much.
Well, taking time off when you're sick became really a matter of life and death during the pandemic, and yet some companies are still refusing to offer paid sick leave to their workers. That issue came to a head during the recent railroad workers' contract negotiations. Here's LX News storyteller Peter Hull.
I do think that the COVID-19 pandemic provided an example or a case study of where paid sick leave policy may have been helpful to the economy, to workers, and to public health. My name is Catherine McLean. I am an associate professor at the Schar School of Policy and Government at George Mason University.
McLean says, first off, when it comes to highly developed countries, we're just one of two where employers are not required to offer paid sick leave. And where that benefit does exist, it's not equally available to all workers.
Jobs in the management, business, and financial occupations, about 96% of those workers have access to some form of paid sick leave through their employer. If we look to something like the service occupations, it's about 65%. And if we look across the wage distribution, if we look at the highest 10% of wage jobs, it's about 96% of those workers that have access to paid sick leave through their employer. And if we look at the other end of the spectrum, the lowest 10% of wages, it's about 40% of workers that have access to paid sick leave.
Catherine's team studied the impact to the federal COVID sick leave mandate. Their findings suggest that workers who could take a paid sick day did and stayed home to recover.
They were more likely to display higher patterns of staying at home, which we interpret as a proxy of self-quarantining, meeting family responsibilities during times of school closures, staying home with children, so on and so forth, than counties that were less exposed.
And in areas where workers took time off to recover, the rate of COVID infections dropped.
This policy was associated with substantial reductions in confirmed COVID-19 cases. To me, that is evidence that this policy did achieve its objectives.
But some industries say mandatory paid sick time is too expensive to implement and that workers will abuse the system. McLean says those claims cannot be supported by data.
That the cost is potentially not that large, about 21 cents per hour. So I think that these are reasonable concerns to have. But when we look at the data, we don't find evidence that there's misuse of the benefit.
Up next, how the roommates of the college students killed in Idaho are remembering the victims. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A desperate search is underway for any survivors after a small plane crashed off the coast of Florida. The wreckage of the plane was found in the waters near Venice Beach. Authorities also found a woman's body and the body of a small child. Investigators believe a male pilot was also on board.
A Connecticut man accused of brutally killing his 11-month-old daughter appeared in court today. Newly released body cam footage shows the moment Christopher Francisquini was arrested on Friday. Francisquini was out on parole the day baby Camilla was found stabbed to death. Police believe he cut off his ankle monitor that same day.
And a Florida zoo is asking for help finding 2 stolen tortoises. The zoo says the tortoises went missing back on November 30th and are an endangered species. The tortoises are only 5 years old. They weigh roughly 20 pounds. The zoo put out a warning saying if someone you know came home with a large black tortoise this week, it was not purchased legally.
In Wisconsin, the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade returned over the weekend. It was the town's first since a driver plowed through the crowd, killing 6 people during last season's holiday festivities. And this comes just weeks after that driver was sentenced to more than 700 years in prison for that attack.
NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is with us in Waukesha, Wisconsin with the latest. Maura, given the attack last year, how was this different this year?
Well, Kate, last year was just an absolutely tragic start to the holiday season, and people wanted to move on and start healing from that, but the community wanted to make sure that this parade was held safely. We saw an $800,000 investment in these modular vehicle barriers that made it nearly impossible for any cars to enter the parade route. It would stop them in their tracks. It was actually really interesting to see police laying those out yesterday. Police also quadrupled their presence along the parade route. There were drones flying, extra security, federal support, as well as a change to the parade route to make sure that there couldn't be any interference like we saw last year. And they also changed the date to make sure that there was appropriate staffing, because prior years had been held just before the Thanksgiving holiday, and people were off for the holiday. They were out hunting, and so they wanted to make sure that people could feel safe while they were here coming together. And we saw some of the same traditions that have been here for almost nearly 60 years. The dancing grannies, the marching bands, the singing and the dancing. There was even reindeers accompanying Santa this year. And so there was just this overarching sense of resilience after all of the preparation that went into this year's parade. Guys?
Yeah, it really was nice to see. In particular, in the video, we saw the dancing grannies there, Maura. I know you spoke with several people about what this year's parade means to them. What did you hear?
Well, there was obviously a lot of mourning. We spoke with a set of parents who lost their son, Jackson Sparks, who weren't quite ready to come back to the parade, but they wanted to watch the live stream, and they celebrated the fact that the community set up so much security to make people feel safe. But there were also tears of mourning, a lot of memories for the victims and the heroes, but also tears of joy. I want to hear from some of the people we spoke to yesterday about why it was so important for them to come back.
It's a celebration of life, whether it's the lives that we lost, celebrating those lives, or the celebration of our lives, that we continue moving on and living the way at least our deceased grannies would want us to live.
We've seen our numbers double, if not triple, for representation at these community events, which is just awesome, because they do not want evil to win. They want to show how resilient Waukesha is to the world, because we know the world's watching.
And what struck me speaking to some people is they said a lot of them, those that were injured, more than 60, didn't remember the rest of the parade last year. So coming back this year helped them finish what they started. Guys?
Wow, that's really powerful. It's great that they were able to do it this year. Maura Barrett for us in Wisconsin today. Maura, thank you.
Now to the unsolved murder mystery in Moscow, Idaho. The investigation into the stabbing deaths of 4 college students is entering its 4th week.
Detectives still have not been able to identify a suspect or a motive here. Now we're hearing from the victims' 2 other roommates about this incident for the first time. CNBC's Perry Russum is following that story closely for us today. Perry, I want to start with the investigation here if we can. Bring us up to speed on where it stands right now and how students are responding to all that's going on.
Yeah, so we have some new information from police over the weekend in Idaho. They say so far they have gotten at least 5,000 tips. They're looking at more than 100 pieces of physical evidence, and they're also doing 3D imaging of the housing where the 4 students were found dead. On campus, the University of Idaho has told students that they can stay home for the remainder of the semester with this killer still on the loose. We know about 1/3 of students have returned to campus.
And Perry, in a letter, the victims' roommates, they were home, they were uninjured that night. They say in that letter they're struggling to accept their friends' deaths, which is understandable. What else did they share?
Right, so this is the first time we are hearing from the 2 roommates. They did not talk about the attack specifically, but they wrote a letter that a pastor read at the service on Friday. Here's what they wrote.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were truly all one of a kind. They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world.
That service lasted about 2 hours, and we also heard from family and friends of the 4 who were killed.
And Perry, I know police are still working to release a full autopsy. We got just a few details a couple of weeks ago in the autopsy. What might this fuller autopsy reveal, and when might we expect to see it?
So still not clear when the autopsy will be released, but we know it was done on the 17th. Some of the major questions we have. So first off, we already know that they were stabbed multiple times, that they were likely killed in their sleep. But 2 major questions. How many times were they stabbed and where? Those 2 questions could pinpoint if one person was specifically targeted.
All right, CNBC's Perry Russum for us today in our Chicago newsroom. Perry, thank you.
Former President Trump is facing sharp criticism after he wrote this weekend about terminating the Constitution. On his Truth Social platform, Mr. Trump wrote, quote, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution." NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now from Capitol Hill. Garrett, if I can ask, what is the context for that comment there from the former president, and what's the reaction been?
Kate, that comment came about after these Twitter files were published at the end of last week, talking about how the Hunter Biden laptop story was essentially suppressed by that platform in the weeks leading up to the election. There you see Donald Trump falsely is indicating that kind of action around one particular news story would call for throwing out articles of the Constitution, rerunning the election, or making him president. Of course, none of this is, to put it finally, how that works. Now, the White House and Democrats have been quick to call him out. We saw a statement from a White House spokesperson over the weekend talking about how this is sort of fundamentally out of touch with sticking up for the Constitution, giving an oath to protect and preserve the Constitution. The White House has since followed up, calling on Republicans to distance themselves from Trump, to say this is completely unacceptable. So far, that's not what we're hearing from elected Republicans. Take a listen to some of what they had to say over the weekend.
All elected leaders swear to uphold the Constitution. Does calling for its suspension, is that disqualifying for a presidential candidate?
It's certainly not consistent
You know I'm asking the question.
I do. It's certainly not consistent with the oath that we all take.
I certainly don't endorse that language or that sentiment. I think the question for everyone is how we move forward.
I don't know what came out on this, whatever his new social platform is, but people were not interested in looking backwards.
Okay, the Senate comes back into town today, the House tomorrow. I can tell you this is one of the top things we'll be asking Republicans about. Up until now, when it comes to the former president, newly announced presidential candidate, and his various comments on social media, most elected Republicans, if they're not sort of firmly in his camp already, which is a small percentage, at least publicly, have tried to avoid commenting on his various sort of weekly foibles. This, once again, moves the bar even further down the road. And it's the kind of thing that I think most elected Republicans are going to have to speak out on one way or the other this week.
All right, I know you'll be trying to talk to all of them. Garrett Hake, thank you.
Happening right now, after 4 weeks of testimony, the jury in the Trump Organization's tax fraud trial is deliberating behind closed doors. It has to decide whether the company awarded some executives untaxed benefits over a 15-year period. Former President Donald Trump himself is not charged in this case. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joining us now from outside the courthouse here in New York City. So, Tom, we know the company's former CFO testified for the prosecution that he did, in fact, receive some of the benefits we referenced here. What was the defense's key argument in this case?
Well, I think the defense's key argument was to focus on that former CFO, Alan Weisselberg. And we say former CFO because he's not necessarily handling those details day to day, but we should point out is still very much on the Trump payroll. As a matter of fact, he's eligible for a $500,000 bonus in the new year, which he says he hopes to receive. That's what he testified to. But the defense keyed in on him and said, look, this was the act of a single person and his own personal greed. You want to put blame here? Put it on Alan Weisselberg. This guy got all sorts of benefits. He got a Mercedes-Benz car. He was able to get a luxury apartment that overlooked the Hudson River. He was able to put his grandkids through school as a result of the perks that he received as being the CFO from the Trump Corporation and Trump Payroll Corporation, which are the two legal entities here that have been charged as part of the Trump Organization umbrella. Put the blame on him. There's really no benefit that the company received, and obviously that's exactly what the prosecution has argued, that the company did get all sorts of benefits, and the charges that you're looking at on screen are the ones that are kind of the center and the key of this trial, and it has to do with tax fraud and falsifying business records and the scheme and conspiracy that they allege around it. So those two entities are who are on trial here. Obviously, even though they've been charged criminally, they're not going to arrest the Trump Organization buildings. It's just a fine if they're convicted, and that's up to just shy of $1.6 million.
So, Tom, you've been watching this from the beginning. You know the ins and outs here. When might we expect a verdict?
Well, I mean, that's the question that everybody has, and it's, of course, a difficult thing to predict and would be pure speculation. I think one of the things to keep in mind that the jurors have to consider here, some complex parts of this or elements of this of law, and this is a case that is unusual in a couple of different ways. It's not me editorializing. It's just that we very rarely see corporations charged criminally, and then the specific laws that are at place here are ones that have not really been charged much at all in New York courts, and it's something that the judge, as well as both sides, the defense and prosecution, have had to wrestle with. So if they've had some questions about it, safe to assume the jurors might have some questions too. So we'll just have to see how long they get through this complex case.
Tom Winter for us in Lower Manhattan today. Tom, thank you.
Coming up, the holiday warning about heart attacks and what you need to know that could save a life. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is upon us, and for many that means traveling, spending time with our loved ones, which actually can disrupt our daily routines as well, and that could have a negative impact on health.
The American Heart Association says winter holidays bring more heart attack deaths than any other time of the year. So in today's Daily Health, how to have a heart-healthy holiday. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now to talk a little bit more about this. We looked at some of the data around this particular issue, right? And so it shows that most cardiac deaths happened around Christmas and New Year's Day. So what's going on here? Why?
Yeah, so we're in the middle of the holiday season now, right? Everyone's kind of taking time to celebrate and going out shopping and things like that. So what we see is it creates a perfect storm for cardiac deaths, for heart attacks. And the reason for that is, you're traveling more, you're eating and drinking more. You're doing all these things that just aren't good for your heart, and it turns out that creates a big stress on your body, and that's why we think you're at more risk for heart attack during the holiday season.
So warning signs, if you're, at the holiday dinner and you see something, what are you looking for? What would be unusual?
So I think, the most typical symptom in both men and women is the elephant on the chest. It's the chest pain, right? But it turns out women can have more atypical symptoms, and this includes things like feeling lightheaded or feeling actually abdominal pain, feeling back pain, jaw pain. So while the most common symptom is chest pain for both men and women, women can have these more atypical symptoms, so it's important to be aware of those as well.
So what can you do about it other than, avoiding family during the holidays? Well, how can you alleviate some of the pressure? How do you prevent a heart attack?
Yeah, so you can never fully prevent a heart attack. There are things you can do to reduce your risk, and those include, just taking time for yourself, making sure that if you're running through your Christmas list and you're going through all these things that you need to be shopping for people, you need to be buying gifts, make sure you're taking time for yourself. Take your medications like you're supposed to. Make sure you're exercising, and just keep everything in moderation.
You say celebrate in moderation. I know doctors also warn about holiday drinking, and that can harm your heart. So what if you still want to have a glass of wine or two?
Or three.
Or three. Should we avoid that? I mean, should we cut back on drinking?
Well, so there's an interesting phenomenon doctors noticed about 30 years ago called holiday heart syndrome, and that's different from heart attacks. That's where healthy people are actually coming into the ER more for abnormal heartbeats, and they're actually linked it to an increased amount of alcohol. So to answer your question, I mean, the best way to prevent that would be to not drink, but that's not very reasonable here. I think people want to have a glass of wine. They want to celebrate around friends and family. So, make sure that you stay hydrated. If you are going to drink alcohol, make sure you're drinking plenty of water and keep the salty foods down. Those things combined can increase your risk of that holiday heart syndrome.
Holiday heart syndrome? This is not a heart attack, something else, but it's irregular.
It's AFib. It's alcohol-induced AFib, which is an abnormal heart rhythm.
And so the logic is, I would imagine, if somebody is having an episode that may be a heart attack, you just call 911.
You call 911, exactly. That's absolutely the first thing you want to do. And while you're on the phone with the operator, they can listen to your case specifically and tell you if there's anything else you need to do, like maybe take an aspirin at the moment as well.
All right.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, always good to have you. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Well, with the holiday season underway, a lot of shoppers will be putting their gifts under the tree, and that brings the potential for dangerous Christmas tree fires.
Reporter Pei Zisheng with our station here in New York has tips on how to protect your home and presents this holiday.
Shopping for a fresh tree is a time-honored tradition.
The smell, the tradition, I used to always go with my sons and buy the trees.
As shoppers here at Hicks Nurseries told us.
This is a tradition.
It's not Christmas without a real tree.
Picking the tree,
yeah.
finding the perfect one.
Yeah,
it's always been a family tradition.
What do you love most about Christmas trees?
Because there's ornaments.
And what's underneath the tree?
Presents. The presents are my favorite part.
And to protect those presents under the tree, firefighters say water the tree. If you don't, it could be a dangerous situation.
The last thing that we want is a tragedy during our Christmas and Hanukkah season.
In a demonstration, Nassau fire officials showed us how quickly a dried-out Christmas tree can burn.
That fresh cut that should be put into a bucket of water as quickly as possible.
In addition to adding a fresh cut to the bottom of the tree, adding a solution like this could help extend the life of the Christmas tree. Also, look for a healthy tree.
When people go out and buy it, what they should do is bang it on the ground and see if there's any needle drop.
And check the leaves to make sure it isn't dry.
You're just pulling through with your hand, minimal leaves come off. And that's a great sign. It's still fresh, still very healthy, and has more longevity than, say, one that is pulling off the needles into your hand.
Pay attention to the lights and decorations.
Many times we're using extension cords, holiday lights, holiday decorations. Make sure that the devices and those cords are not frayed, they're not damaged.
Advice that is easy to follow and potentially life-saving.
You can feel the needles start to come off. Then it's time for us to get rid of the Christmas tree.
There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Trials began in Belgium today for the 10 men charged in the 2016 Brussels bombings. The series of suicide blasts killed 32 people. More than 300 others were injured. Among the accused is Salah Abdeslam. He is also the only survivor of the Islamic extremists behind the 2015 Paris attacks. The trial is expected to last 7 months, with more than 300 witnesses slated to be called.
There were some confusing reports from Iran over the weekend. The country has faced 2 months of nationwide protests following the death of a woman who died 3 days after the so-called morality police took her into custody. Government-affiliated media now reporting that the country's attorney general made an unscripted comment that the morality police would be abolished. And now other authorities in Iran are saying that's not the case. Ali Arouzi joins us now from London to try to clarify some of this. So, Ali, what is the status as we know it right now of the morality police?
Hey, Kate. Well, it's very convoluted right now. As you mentioned, the Attorney General said that they are finished, but they don't fall under his guidance. Now a senior cleric has also come out and said, look, the morality police has been disbanded, but they may come back in another form. So it's not clear what they're doing, but it is a sign that they are scrambling in Iran. They don't know what to do because of all these protests that have engulfed the country for 3 months now. And the reality is, it's not that the authorities are taking a step back or being any more lenient about the headscarf. This has been brought about because of the protests. You know, once Mahsa Amini died, many women in Iran said, that's enough. We're not going to wear the headscarf. We're not going to wear the mandatory raincoat that covers up your figure. And that's why you don't see the morality police on the street, because women refuse to wear it, and it's almost impossible to enforce now.
And speaking of the dress code, is there any sign that the government might adjust laws that require that strict dress code for women?
It's highly unlikely, Kate. It's one of the pillars of the Islamic Revolution. The founder of the revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, his predecessor, Khamenei, who's in power now, have continuously said that the hijab is like the Iranian flag. It's a symbol of the Islamic flag. It would be very, very difficult decision for them to retract on the headscarf. I don't think they're going to get rid of it. It's a pillar of the revolution, and it would be a very slippery slope for them if they did get rid of it.
Ali Arouzi reporting for us, following it all. Thank you, Ali.
A new tool in the American military arsenal. After years of secret development, the Pentagon has unveiled its newest stealth bomber. The B-21 Raider is the first new American bomber aircraft in decades. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has more on how the Pentagon hopes to modernize our military.
The unveiling came against the backdrop of the California night sky. The new B-21 bomber looks a bit like a Stingray, with sleek bat-like wings, but it's designed not to be seen. It incorporates half a century of advances in stealth technology, capable of precision nuclear or conventional strikes anywhere in the world. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on hand for the big reveal at an Air Force site near Los Angeles.
Even the most sophisticated air defense systems will struggle to detect the B-21 in the sky.
It's the first new American bomber in more than 30 years, as the Pentagon works to modernize all 3 legs of the U.S. nuclear triad, the ability to launch a nuclear strike from land, sea, or air. Northrop Grumman touting the B-21's long range and advanced computing power, calling it a digital bomber.
The world has never seen technology like the B-21.
The bomber was unveiled under cover of darkness in a closely controlled event, giving the public a glimpse without revealing highly classified secrets, which the Pentagon hopes will give the U.S. an edge in its growing military rivalry with China, as the Defense Department warns Beijing is rapidly expanding its own nuclear arsenal. 6 of the new bombers are currently in production, but the military has said it plans to order at least 100 in all. The first test flight is expected next year. The B-21 Raider, named after the Doolittle Raiders from World War II, whose surprise attack on Japan after Pearl Harbor helped restore America's military morale.
This isn't just another airplane. It's the embodiment of America's determination, and it's a testament to our strategy of deterrence with the capabilities to back it up.
Josh Letterman reporting there. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, December 5th, 2022, attack on the grid. Power problems in North Carolina after gunfire at a power station. Why the FBI is now involved in the investigation.
Relief at the pump. Gas prices tumble just in time for the holidays. The economic factors driving prices down and the impact all this is having on the economy.
Survivor story. A cruise ship broadsided by a rogue wave near Antarctica. How some passengers on board are describing that terrifying ordeal.
And NBC News exclusive. The Secret Service out with a new report claiming Chinese hackers stole millions of COVID relief funds. What's being done to get that money back? We begin, though, with the latest out of North Carolina, where tens of thousands of residents could be without heat until Thursday.
This is all because of what authorities call a targeted attack on the power grid. Two substations in Moore County, North Carolina, that's between Charlotte and Raleigh, were hit on Saturday night. A state of emergency is now in effect in that county. Nighttime curfews also being enforced until power is restored. The FBI and state officials are investigating now. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. She is in Moore County, North Carolina for us. Antonia, what's the latest here? What are we learning about this attack on the power grid?
Well, Aaron, we're actually waiting right now here at the sheriff's office, and we expect to hear not just from local authorities, but actually from Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina to give us a little bit more information, any updates they might have about what's happening with this case. What we know right now is that authorities do not have a confirmed suspect or lead, but they do know that whoever did this did it intentionally and that they're considering this a criminal act. You know, when they were looking at what transpired here, which, as you described, gunfire, taking down 2 substations, and then even breaking down a fence in the process, they believe they're looking for an individual or individuals who very much knew what the consequences were going to look like for this community here in North Carolina. And so while we're waiting to hear from these authorities and the governor later today, the community right now is just trying to pick up the pieces and get by this week as school is closed down today and maybe throughout the week as administrators make a day-by-day decision. Traffic lights aren't working. It's hard to find places to buy food and gas. And so this crime has really destabilized this community here, and they're trying to handle it on a local level, while the case itself has raised a lot of national questions, Aaron.
Yeah, and Antonia, temperatures were below freezing overnight, right? So Thursday is a long time away to wait for the heat to come back on. How are local government, other groups helping people?
That's right, Kate. There's a shelter here, and they're urging anyone in this area who's without power and without resources to head to that shelter for warmth and for assistance. They're also still responding to emergency calls because this is a community with a lot of elderly people, the type of people who sometimes need, say, oxygen. And so not having power at home can be a life or death issue. And so the county is still offering people assistance on all those fronts. And they encourage people to continue to reach out right now. But you're right, waiting until Thursday when at night it's getting down to 30, 32 degrees has been really challenging, and some families are just roughing it out right now and hoping that the power comes back as soon as possible, Kate.
All right, let's hope so. Antonia Hilton, thank you.
Well, gas is getting cheaper these days, just in time for the Christmas travel rush.
The average cost for a gallon of regular stands at $3.40. That's almost what it was a year ago. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, good news. What's driving this decline in prices at the pump?
Yeah, I mean, do you remember when gas was at like $5, by the way? So
yes,
this is certainly
months ago. Not that long ago.
Not that long, yeah. But there are a lot of factors that are leading to prices going down again, and it's the China lockdowns because of the COVID outbreaks happening there. That's the world's second largest economy. So if they're demanding less oil, that means that prices go down. There's also the recent news that we got that OPEC Plus, the world's cartel of oil producers, did not announce further cuts beyond what they announced in October to the supply of oil. So both of those stories helping prices go down. For what it's worth, gas buddy Patrick DeHaan over there projecting that prices could go below $3 by Christmas, which would be very welcome news, again, because of those factors that I just listed.
But as you look at all these issues, right, all these global issues that we're having to deal with right now, how is that going to affect not just gas prices, but home heating prices that people are going to be, you know, normally you'd expect things to be a little more expensive in the winter. What's the reality, big picture, you know, sort of geopolitically?
Yeah, and it's important to note that it depends on how specifically you heat your home. But if you heat your home with oil, well, then if you see prices going down on a barrel of oil, that's certainly welcome news. But here's the thing. Here's the argument for maybe prices not to go below $3 by Christmas, and that is what's happening with the Russian invasion, Russian war in Ukraine. Right. There's an interesting kind of situation going on now where the European Union has announced a ban on oil imported into the European Union nations, but then also they've announced a price cap on any sort of exports to any other country, because a lot of those G7 countries run the shipping suppliers that actually run that Russian oil. Those are going to be things that could push Russia to maybe say, you know what, we're going to offline all of our oil to the rest of the world. That can make prices go back up. So there's kind of this push-pull dynamic happening in the oil markets, which could make home heating and this cold winter that much more expensive.
Thank you for breaking all that down. That made a lot of sense. Brian Chung, thank you.
Yep.
The Supreme Court is weighing a consequential case involving free speech and LGBTQ rights. The case centers around a Christian web designer from Colorado. She objected to working on same-sex marriage weddings because it goes against her religious beliefs. She wants an exemption from the state's anti-discrimination law. Joining us now, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor outside the U.S. Supreme Court, and Kim Whaley, a law professor at American University Law School, also in Washington. Yamiche, first to you here. Take us through the arguments from both sides before the High Court today.
Well, justices, as you said, heard oral arguments in what could be one of the most consequential cases to come before the High Court involving gay rights and free speech. So Lori Smith, who's the owner of 303 Creative, she is saying that she wants to be able to create wedding websites for opposite-sex couples, but not for same-sex couples. And she's suing the state of Colorado, saying that she wants to get assurances that she won't be sanctioned and being in violation of the state's civil discrimination laws, saying, and part of the discrimination laws say that you can't discriminate against sexual orientation because of sexual orientation. She's saying that her religious beliefs make her opposed to same-sex marriage, and as an artist, she shouldn't be forced to express herself in support of same-sex marriage. You're hearing, of course, from critics also, and of course, a lawyer for Colorado today who was talking about the fact that, in fact, in their minds, this would be discrimination. There are also civil rights groups saying she's looking for a license to discriminate. How this case gets decided could have implications for a lot of other industries, including some people say for restaurant owners, as well as hairstylists, others who could say my business is a form of art, and as a result, I should be able to discriminate. And we saw a bunch of tense exchanges here with conservative justices sort of asking them questions, but also the liberal justices sort of thinking the other way. Aaron?
Yeah, Professor Whalen, let me bring you in here. This is similar, at least, to another case out of Colorado a couple of years ago. Back in 2018, the Supreme Court narrowly ruled in favor of a baker who refused to make a wedding cake for a gay couple. How could that ruling impact this one? Is there some sort of precedent to be looking at here?
No, in that case, as you indicated, the court resolved it on a really narrow procedural technical issue and didn't get into this bigger constitutional question that Yamiche just outlined. Essentially, we have on the one hand the First Amendment, and here the court only took up the free speech piece, didn't really bring up the religion piece before the court. And on the other hand, we've got equal protection, this protection against discrimination on the basis of certain immutable characteristics. What this case is addressing is whether you have a constitutional right under the First Amendment to discriminate, notwithstanding constitutional protections against discrimination. So it has huge implications beyond just LGBTQ rights. And I think, given that this person didn't actually create any website, the court could have easily just not taken the case and said, listen, she has no injury, there's no standing. The fact that they took the case and didn't get rid of it on that basis, to me, suggests that they're willing to push the law in a new way, elevating First Amendment rights over other constitutional rights.
And so many of us will be watching closely to see exactly what comes out of the court on this one. Professor Kim Whaley, Yamiche Alcindor, both in Washington. Thank you, ladies.
We are in the home stretch of the Georgia Senate runoff election. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker have both been campaigning, making their final pitches to voters today. And it comes as more than 1.8 million Georgians have already cast their ballots during early voting. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in Atlanta for us. Vaughn, Senator Warnock is holding several events in Atlanta today. Let's start with him. What's his closing message?
Yeah, this is really a campaign here that in its closing days is focused heavily on the metropolitan Atlanta areas, not only Fulton County, but also some of those counties that were once conservative that flipped into Democratic favor, that helped Warnock win his first election in 2020, and the likes of Joe Biden here. They've been on college campuses from Athens, the campus of the University of Georgia yesterday. They're on the campus of Georgia Tech today. He's with the likes of fellow Senator John Ossoff, as well as Killer Mike. I want to let you hear a little bit of him from the campaign trail.
We've got one more day to bring this thing home, and I want you to create a real 911 emergency. I want you to vote like it's an emergency. I want you to vote like democracy depends on it. Vote like health care depends on it. Vote like a woman's right to choose depends on it, because it does.
Now, in last month's general election, Kate, it was just 38,000 votes that Raphael Warnock eclipsed Herschel Walker by. So every expectation is that tomorrow's turnout is going to be crucial to determining who this winner is.
Yeah, and Von Herschel Walker is making several stops on a bus tour north of Atlanta, right? What is he saying in the final hours of his campaign?
Right, he's really focused on the more rural parts of the state, the heavily conservative areas. In the general election, there were 200,000 voters who voted for the Republican candidate for governor, Brian Kemp, but chose not to vote for him, the Republican for the U.S. Senate. So that is why you have seen not only Brian Kemp, holding campaign commercials, advocating that voters get back out there here for Herschel Walker, but also fellow Republican U.S. senators, the likes of Tim Scott and John Kennedy here yesterday with him. I want to let you hear a little bit of Herschel Walker on the trail. Take a listen.
We're going to win this election and get Georgia back together, because we together can make anything happen. We can win a championship. That's right. And championships are teams. Yes. Individual win trophies. I love it, win championships.
1.5 million people voted in last month's general election, actual Tuesday. And so elections officials, they're expecting similar turnout here tomorrow. The question is, does the rain have an impact? And who does it impact more? We're expecting this to come down to the wire, Kate.
Is it raining tomorrow too, Vaughn? Is that the forecast?
It's raining all day tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Well, that weather always makes a difference. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Well, two major advertisers returning to Twitter, and restaurant workers are pushing back on a new law.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, first, it looks like Twitter and Apple have resolved whatever differences they might have had. Last week, Elon Musk accused Apple of hating free speech, saying it had mostly stopped advertising on Twitter. But now Musk says Apple has fully resumed its ad buys and is the largest advertiser on the platform. Reuters reports Twitter is offering advertisers big incentives to increase their spending. Also, restaurant groups have collected 1 million signatures as they try to block a new California law that creates a labor council to regulate fast food wages and workplace conditions. If the signatures are validated, the law will be put on hold until voters decide in 2024 whether it should be repealed. And finally, Hertz is spending $168 million to settle hundreds of claims that renters were falsely arrested, all because the company told police that cars had been stolen if they weren't returned on time. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? The cars were stolen if they weren't, like,
Can you
right
imagine
on
that?
time?
You're late to Hertz and they arrest you instead? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Steve Kovac, thank you.
Coming up, how a rogue wave turned deadly on a cruise ship near Antarctica. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
New details today about the rogue wave that crashed into a cruise ship off the coast of Argentina. One passenger was killed, several were injured. Here's Nayela Charles.
Beautiful blue views off the coast of Argentina turned deadly when a monster wave crashed into the Viking Polaris. The force was so strong, windows on the cruise ship were knocked out, killing a 62-year-old American woman.
It was just a boom. I mean, it's just like something huge hit the side of your house.
And Ma from Topeka, Kansas was lucky. 4 other passengers were injured. Ma says her room was just 1 floor above these shattered windows.
What was it like when the wave hit?
We were laying down. If you were on your feet, you were going to be knocked off your feet. I think the thing that amazed me is how stable that ship was, because it didn't like rock back and forth. It really took the brunt of the wave.
Experts call the rarity a rogue wave. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says these walls of water are greater than twice the size of surrounding waves. Ma shot this video earlier in the day, capturing the already rough conditions as an intense low-pressure system moved through the area where the ship was sailing, with wind gusts estimated between 40 and 60 miles per hour and waves as high as 50 feet. And experts say climate change may make the dangerous phenomenon more common.
Closet fell over on a couple. There was a foot of water in the hall. Once everything came in, the ceiling was coming down in the hall.
Ma says passengers are now taking flights back home. Viking has canceled the ship's next scheduled departure. In a statement, the cruise line shared its deepest sympathies and said it's investigating the facts surrounding the incident and will offer its support to the relevant authorities. A tragedy aboard a cruise ship built to explore Mother Nature's beauty, met instead by its fury. Nayela Charles, NBC News.
The family of a young girl says she is afraid to go outside after a coyote attack in their California neighborhood. And a warning, the video you're about to see may be disturbing. Here's Robert Kovacic from our NBC station in L.A.
L.A. may be considered an urban jungle, but for one father,
this is not a zoo.
And the front yard of this Woodland Hills home, not a petting zoo, as one animal got way too close to his 2-year-old daughter.
I heard her screaming and cry. I thought she fall down. And then I saw the coyote with her.
Their Ring doorbell camera captured what happened at 3:45 this afternoon.
He tried to attack her. He attacked her.
After grabbing his daughter and throwing a water bottle at the coyote, her mother runs out the front door.
Her pants were stained with blood. I took it off, and then I noticed, the scratches that it made on her.
They rushed to get her help.
We had to get rabies shots on her, and we have to, go to get them again on Monday and just hope everything is going to be okay.
This year, NBC4 has chronicled coyote attacks on children. Officials euthanized the coyote who injured a 2-year-old girl in Fountain Valley. In Huntington Beach this summer, a coyote came out of nowhere one night on the beach and went after another 2-year-old girl. The coyote later shot and killed. Here in Woodland Hills,
did it seem as if she was doing anything that would have got the coyote's attention, or did he just come out of nowhere, do you think?
He came from nowhere.
The couple has lived here for 3 years and has seen their share of wildlife.
There's a lot of coyotes here that we see. Nothing ever like this. They always just run away.
But this one did not.
Up next, details on a Florida police chief who's under fire after using her badge to skirt the law. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
We certainly don't have to tell most consumers that near-record inflation has cast kind of a shadow over holiday shopping this season.
It's left a lot of Americans turning to credit cards to buy their presents this year and racking up debt at a pace that's not been seen in decades. And that could make for a not-so-happy New Year. Here's NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung.
With 3 weeks to go, the holiday rush is well underway. With everything nearly 8% more expensive than last year, shoppers like Sherry Sorrells are paying with plastic to buy gifts this holiday season.
Yeah, I got some things off of Amazon, the foot massager. I got a karaoke machine for one of my daughters, and I got my son a bike.
But with thousands of dollars in debt, the mother of three now faces a serious challenge.
I think it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
She's not the only one. Jamie Feldman was once $20,000 in debt.
Every time you do a minimum payment, the next month is like, it's like you didn't pay anything with the interest and the fees.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm in 15,000.
Feldman posted her stories on TikTok, engaging others in similar positions.
Obviously, yes, there was some mismanagement of money.
Americans are headed into the peak holiday shopping season with record debt as they buy things like gifts or even Christmas trees. But they also face record high interest rates if they miss a payment. Credit card debt has soared 19% in the last year to a record $866 billion, and the average interest rate now nearing 20%. At that rate, making minimum payments on a $1,000 bill would take over 9 years to pay off, racking up about $990 in interest.
I've gotten a lot of emails from the card issuers just stating that the terms have changed, and 9 times out of 10 it's the interest rate that's increasing.
But that hasn't stopped you from spending the way that you're spending?
No, only because I feel pressured to, have a good Christmas for my children.
Experts recommend prioritizing 0% balance transfer cards and consolidating your debt.
So if this describes you, no shame. I mean, you have plenty of company, but let's focus on bringing that interest rate down.
There's other strategies too. This Hanukkah, Jamie says she's just focused on spending quality time with her loved ones.
I've been really open and honest about what I can and cannot do, and I think for us this year it's going to be more about experiences than actual gifts.
Because the most memorable gifts don't have to cost anything.
Brian Chung reporting there. The holidays are in full swing, and so unfortunately are the scam artists.
Police in Connecticut are warning about phony calls and online fraud. Here's Linda Baquero from our NBC station in New York City.
Fairfield police are warning tonight about a phone call that claims to be from Fairfield Police, asking for donations to their department this holiday season.
They actually what's called spoof the number. So when the resident received the phone number, it came up as Town of Fairfield or Fairfield Police, when in fact it wasn't obviously us.
Detective Jason Tackett says an investigation is underway after someone took the bait.
They were roped into going to what's called a Bitcoin ATM and depositing money, and the danger in a transaction like that, and what was unfortunate is it's an instant transaction, and it's very hard to get that money back. At this time, we're not going to disclose the exact amount because this is an ongoing investigation, but it was a significant amount of money.
I think it's crazy. I would never even know that, because if it says it's the Fairfield Police, I would think it's legit.
The Fairfield Police Department says one of the common traits of scams is a sense of urgency that you need to act right now. They say that's usually a red flag. And another warning from Norwalk Police about a popular game console, PlayStation 5, up for grabs this shopping season. Lieutenant Joe Dinho says the social media post explains why.
My wife had bought it for our son, and we didn't communicate, and I went out and bought one, so now we have an extra. We're just looking to try and get rid of it. That type of thing where they hook your emotions and draw you in.
In the post, the PS5 is free, but when asked to send a direct message, the demand for money comes in.
If it seems too good to be true, it probably is, which is advice I got from my parents and grandparents, and that has not changed.
People tend to strike around holiday time. They strike around times of disaster, when people are easily influenced to give money. They pull on the heartstrings. They know how to do it.
Both police departments say you shouldn't be embarrassed if you fall victim to one of these scams. Instead, report it so they can warn others. In Norwalk, Linda Beccaro, News 4, New York.
Up next, how $20 million meant for COVID relief ended up overseas and where the Secret Service says it went. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An arrest has been made in the brutal murder of a Massachusetts couple. Police found 27-year-old Christopher Keeley in Miami Beach, Florida on Friday. He's accused of beating 70-year-olds Carl and Vicky Matson to death in their home last week. Keeley will be returned to Massachusetts to face homicide charges.
Jury deliberations began today in the tax fraud trial of the Trump Organization. The company is accused of conducting a 15-year scheme to compensate top executives off the books. The organization could face up to $1.6 million in fines if convicted on all counts.
And Americans will have 2 more years to get a real ID driver's license. The Department of Homeland Security says U.S. air travelers will have to present a real ID to board domestic flights starting in May of 2025 instead of 2023. DHS says this will give the state agencies more time to process all of those new ID cards. We head to Hawaii now. Molten lava from the world's largest active volcano is inching closer to a major highway on the Big Island. Lava has been spewing out of that volcano since eruptions started on November 27th. Geologists say it's tough to predict which direction the lava will flow. Reporter Lacey Denise with our affiliate in Hawaii joins us now from the Big Island. Lacey, talk to us about how concerned officials are about this lava potentially crossing the highway there and what's being done to stop it.
Well, Aaron, aloha from Hawaii Island. I'm actually standing right now at the Gilbert Kahele Park, right across from the Daniel K. Inouye Highway. And you can see right over my shoulder the majestic Mauna Loa. And although the sun is up, you can still see that large plume of smoke coming from the fissure. We were able to listen in to the daily briefing with the Hawaii Volcano Observatory, and they say the lava flow is still slowly moving north toward Daniel K. Inouye Highway. It's actually slowed a bit in the last several days because the flow hit a flat spot, so to speak. So instead of advancing, it's kind of smoothing out like a pancake. I guess you could explain it like that. But officials are definitely concerned because if it does cross the highway, this would have a major impact on the island's economy. So they do have backup plans in place. They have put together several teams to be prepared in the case this does occur and it does cross the roadway. So officials are closely monitoring it. At last check at about 6:30 this morning, the flow was about 2.16 miles away from the highway. So they're definitely continuing to monitor that closely as well. Scientists say that they are going to be continuing to do checks by ground, by air. They've got some drones up as well using satellite information to closely track this lava flow.
All right, Lacey Denise, we appreciate your reporting there for us from Hawaii today. Thank you.
Embattled NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson returned to the field on Sunday in his debut with the Cleveland Browns. Watson was suspended for 11 games and fined $5 million after more than 24 women publicly accused him of sexual misconduct from when he was on a different team in Houston. NBC's Maya Eaglin is there now with more. Maya?
Hi, Kate. Watson took to the field on Sunday, playing his first regular season game in 700 days. The Cleveland Browns quarterback made his team debut on the road in a very familiar stadium against his former team, the Houston Texans. It was the first time he was allowed to play this season following an 11-game suspension he served for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. More than 24 women have accused Watson of sexual misconduct during massage therapy and personal training sessions, which he denies. Now, Watson has never been criminally charged and maintains his innocence. And despite the claims against him, the Browns gave Watson a record-setting $230 million guaranteed contract during the offseason while the NFL was investigating these allegations. In his first game back, he was greeted with several boos nearly every time he came out of the huddle. But while many fans there in Houston made it clear the Cleveland Browns quarterback was not welcome, others treated him like nothing ever happened.
When you're in this kind of limelight, you can't have actions like that.
I do feel for the women, and I'm not necessarily like gonna be cheering just for him. I'm just here for some good football.
The Browns are on the road again next Sunday before Watson makes his official debut in Cleveland the following week. Kate?
And Maya, what's next for Watson now then?
Kate, 24 lawsuits were filed against Watson alleging sexual assault and sexual misconduct during massage appointments while he was still with the Texans. 23 of those lawsuits have been settled, and the NFL says Watson remains in mandatory counseling. Kate?
Maya Eaglin reporting for us. Thanks.
Tampa, Florida's police chief is off the job this morning. Mary O'Connor resigned from the post today after a video showed her trying to abuse her position during a traffic stop. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is tracking this story for us and joins us now. Stephen, what happened here?
Yeah, Aaron, a lot of people talking about this one. The controversy all started last month when Mary O'Connor and her husband were pulled over as they drove a golf cart near their home. Well, the deputy told them at the time their golf cart did not have the proper license plate for the road. Well, that's when Chief O'Connor, who was made Tampa's top cop just back in February, flashed her badge and asked the deputy to just let them go, which she did. The exchange was recorded on the deputy's body camera.
Yeah, we went to the club. It was closed, so we went over and picked up some.
Is your camera on?
It is.
I'm the police chief in Tampa.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you'll just let us go tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll say, now that you say you look familiar, so.
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
And you see it all play out there on that body camera. In a statement, O'Connor said that it was the first time the couple had left their golf cart-friendly community where they own a property, adding that it was poor judgment to be driving on a public road without appropriate tags. Well, O'Connor offered to pay any fines associated with this. She also apologized to the deputy there at the time. She was placed on administrative leave last week, pending an investigation into that incident. But earlier today, she went ahead and officially resigned, Aaron.
So anything yet from the city of Tampa, from the folks running the city there, Stephen?
Yeah, the mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor, released a statement saying it is unacceptable for any public employee and especially the city's top law enforcement leader to ask for special treatment because of their position. Public trust in Tampa's police department is paramount to our success as a city and a community. Aaron?
All right, Stephen Roma with us today. Stephen, thank you.
Let's turn now to an NBC News exclusive. The Secret Service says hackers linked to the Chinese government stole at least $20 million in U.S. COVID relief benefits. It's the first pandemic fraud tied to foreign state-sponsored cyber criminals that the U.S. government has publicly acknowledged. But law enforcement sources say it could be, quote, the tip of the iceberg. NBC's senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick joins me now from Washington with a closer look at all of this. Sarah, what do we know about this Chinese group behind this? What more can you tell us about the extent of the fraud?
So APT41 is a hacking group that is based in Chengdu, China, and it's been well known to American law enforcement officials over the past decade. But in recent years, the group has increasingly focused on infiltrating American critical infrastructure and state governments on behalf of the Chinese government. And this is primarily for espionage purposes. The true extent of the fraud by this particular group is unknown. Today, we reported on one specific case that the Secret Service was willing to confirm publicly. But NBC News is aware of multiple ongoing investigations across the federal government that involve APT41 and other state-sponsored groups. One former official acknowledged to us for our story that the total amount of unemployment fraud overall from international and domestic actors could be as high as $500 million.
Yeah, it's big numbers. And Sarah, you know, we've been aware the government has found evidence of Chinese hacking for years now, but this sounds like a real escalation. They are actually stealing U.S. government funds.
Absolutely, taxpayer funds. I think it's important, every single U.S. official we spoke to for this story, they called the theft of taxpayer funds a serious escalation with major national security implications. And that's important because those implications could develop outside of the cybersecurity realm, potential diplomatic issues, et cetera. And many high-ranking sources for the story would not speak on the record because of concerns of how sensitive and how serious a development this is. But perhaps most importantly, officials and experts told us, is the concern that once a group like this, a very sophisticated state-sponsored group, is inside state IT systems, they're essentially in there forever. And that is a worrying development.
Yeah, I'll say. Sarah Fitzpatrick for us today. Sarah, thank you for the reporting.
The botched Taylor Swift ticket presale has left some bad blood between the pop star's fans and Ticketmaster.
I want Ticketmaster down. They don't care about their reputation.
In fact, a group of Swifties is now suing Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation, alleging antitrust violations, misrepresentation, and fraud. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now on set to talk a little more about this. So, we're all laughing about this whole snafu around Taylor Swift tickets, but this is a real lawsuit. What are they arguing?
At first blush, it's easy to see this as a case of, hey, these are some disappointed Swifties who wanted to buy tickets and couldn't buy tickets. So what the heck are they filing a lawsuit for? But when you look at the complaint, it's about a lot more than that. First, the plaintiffs in this case argue that they were promised in the form of a contract that if they purchased merchandise and did some other things, then the defendants would give them a code and they would be able to buy tickets to this event. So if that's true, that is more along the lines of a contract, not a situation where, hey, I want to go to the Yankees game, but there just aren't tickets. That's not what they're alleging in this case. They're alleging that they had some form of an agreement, some meeting of the minds. Beyond that, they're also using this complaint as an opportunity to level antitrust-style allegations against Ticketmaster, essentially saying that Ticketmaster has cornered the market for ticket sales. And when monopolies happen like that, prices do not respond to market forces. Prices are whatever the monopolizer wants them to be. Another thing that's alleged in the complaint that I find fascinating is that apparently Ticketmaster not only has the primary market for ticket sales, but according to the complaint, they've inserted themselves into the secondary market. Oh, the manufacturers and other businesses that would love to control both the secondary market and the primary market. Ticketmaster apparently has found a way to do it.
Wow. Yeah, you mentioned antitrust, right? It just so happens that the feds are investigating Live Nation, the parent company, for antitrust. That announcement came out last week. Is there potentially a connection here between the two cases? Could one play into the other?
If asked, the DOJ would say, we don't care about civil lawsuits. We're conducting our own investigation. And that's probably true. But if I'm the plaintiff's attorneys, I would use a DOJ investigation as an advantage, as not only a public relations advantage, but even a discovery advantage. Because if they bring criminal charges, for example, you're going to have them proving bad things about the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, I'll just cherry pick some of this and use it in my just a preponderance of the evidence standard, a much lower standard in the civil suit.
So in terms of what could happen here, how could this actually impact more than just the plaintiffs? Could it impact all of us who wanted Taylor Swift tickets, or?
To the extent this is a straight-up breach of contract case by the Swifties against Ticketmaster, it probably wouldn't affect the rest of the world. But to the extent there's a DOJ investigation and antitrust-style allegations, they could have very significant effects. I mean, this is a company that arguably is really the only player in the market. So this could have a very large effect. In addition to the DOJ investigation, could be a very big deal. And it isn't, as much as it's fun to say, hey, those people didn't get their tickets, too bad, so sad. It's really, this complaint appears to be about a lot more than that.
Yeah, something to watch for sure, Dan.
Very interesting.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
After the break, the new documentary, Rocking the Royal Family. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Netflix has released a new trailer for its upcoming documentary series titled Harry and Meghan.
The show is expected to shine a light on the behind-closed-doors tensions that led to Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior members of the royal family. Keir Simmons joins us now from London. He's back over there. Keir, how is the palace preparing for what might be revealed in this documentary after this second trailer dropped today?
Good first question, Kate, and frankly, I don't think we fully, honestly know. I mean, we've been trying to ask both palaces, Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, what should we expect from you on Thursday? What plans do you have to, try to rebut perhaps some of the allegations or claims or facts that might be in this docuseries, and it's not clear. Now, you have to assume that they really are working to try to do that, but I think one of their messages they're trying to put out is that they and the royal family here on this side of the pond are just business as usual. You might call that a defensive crouch, frankly, and I do think that depending on what we see on Thursday, and keep in mind, nobody knows what we're going to see, apart from these 2 one-minute-long trailers. Depending on what we see, I think you will hear kind of a rebuttal from the palaces, but I guess in a way you could argue, and it would be a fair argument, they can't really prepare to rebut something if they don't know what it is yet.
Yeah. But obviously there's the chance that this documentary could add to the tensions that exist in the royal family and in this sort of universe after the allegations of racism in the royal family from earlier this year. How have the senior royals been dealing with the scrutiny around those particular issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more than a chance, Aaron. I think it absolutely is. I mean, listen, let me just give you one example. Now, twice, this morning and last week, the Netflix trailer dropped just minutes before I was on air on the Today Show. I think that's deliberate, that Netflix are doing that, dropping it, very early, kind of around a 7 a.m. US East Coast time, because they want to get maximum publicity for it. But the question is a good one too, because underlying all of this are some deep issues, issues of whether there is racism within the palaces. And I think the whole story from last week at Buckingham Palace kind of brought that out. That does need to be addressed by the palaces, and I'm not sure they know how to, beyond just saying we are working against racism. That's their kind of message, if you like.
Keir, you were just here in Boston. William and Kate were over here, and they were doing their tour of the U.S. How much did all that controversy you were just talking about distract from their efforts?
I think it did. Clearly, it overshadowed their efforts. That being said, let's not forget, there was a lot of publicity about Prince William's Earthshot Prize, his environmental prize. There was a lot of publicity about what Kate was wearing. There was a lot of publicity about the charities and causes that she went and looked at. So there will be a large number of Americans who will have just enjoyed seeing them, and they've got their messages out there. It's not all bad, but it didn't go as well as they might have hoped, I think.
I was a fan of the green dress, for the record, Keir. Aaron was not.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It was a nice green dress. It looked great on the carpet, with the green carpet.
I loved it.
And I'm not a fashion expert, as you well know.
You play one on TV sometimes. Keir Simmons, thank you.
Well, let's take a look at what's trending now. Tributes are pouring in for Bob McGrath, a beloved original cast member of Sesame Street. He died on Sunday. McGrath made his debut as Bob Johnson in the show's pilot in 1969. He then became a show regular for more than 4 decades. Sesame Workshop said in a statement that he brought joy to generations of children around the world. Bob McGrath was 90 years old.
I grew up with that guy.
Yeah.
Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, made his first public appearance since he was attacked back in October. Pelosi appeared at last night's 45th annual Kennedy Center honors. President Biden was also there in the event that honored Gladys Knight, George Clooney, and the band U2.
And actress and comedian Keke Palmer made a big announcement this weekend while hosting Saturday Night Live. During her opening monologue, Palmer addressed online rumors about a possible pregnancy. She confirmed the rumor by opening her trench coat and revealing her little baby bump there. She's pregnant.
Yeah, congratulations to her.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Orion, the spacecraft, is heading back to Earth, leaving moon dust in its wake. The unmanned spacecraft performed its longest engine burn earlier today, which put the capsule on its final path home. It was just 79 miles above the moon's surface at that exact moment, giving us these up-close images you see here. This part of the mission, Artemis 1, is set to splash down back on Earth this Sunday. Well, if you bought a real Christmas tree this year, you probably got it at your local store without thinking twice about where it came from or how long it took to grow. Well, researchers at North Carolina State University are working on creating super trees. Scientists are extracting DNA from Fraser firs in an effort to pinpoint what makes them grow faster and then shorten how long it takes to grow from 10 years down to 6.
So we're developing the elite athletes of Christmas trees, essentially.
We've got to build a better tree, so when we do have a early frost, a late frost, a wet season, a dry season, whatever, we need a tree that's robust enough to live through that.
Now, scientists are exploring how Fraser fir trees interact with and respond to pests or climate impacts. 4 decades of research has gone into this effort. Ultimately, it would help farmers as climate change becomes an urgent challenge.
A performance of the classic Christmas song, Carol of the Bells. Did you know it's actually a Ukrainian folk song? At Carnegie Hall yesterday, a Ukrainian children's choir performed it. The performance was 2 years in the making, and I was able to hear firsthand about the meaningful reunion that they had.
This classic song of the season. Today, a song of survival. Ukraine's Shedrick Children's Choir performing Carol of the Bells Sunday at New York's Carnegie Hall. The holiday favorite, written by a Ukrainian composer, premiered here a century ago.
It creates a kind of a bond that is hard to describe.
Leah Batstone spent more than 2 years helping arrange the group's visit.
What is it to have that song sung at Carnegie Hall?
It's incredible to think of the original version being sung with Ukrainian lyrics once again on the stage of Carnegie Hall. So it's my favorite Christmas carol, and it comes from Ukraine.
Carol of the Bells, its message of good tidings, now ever more meaningful for this chorus. Members reuniting this summer after many fled to safer places during the war. Over the last few weeks, they rehearsed in Kyiv, at times practicing in a bomb shelter without electricity.
You haven't had a typical 15-year-old year, right? Life's been different.
We just woke up and we didn't know anything about our future. We didn't know about tomorrow or even 5 minutes later of the time we were living in.
This trip to America, a chance to simply be kids again.
This is your first time in New York City?
Yes. Yeah.
What's it like?
It's great. We enjoy it very much.
Yeah.
It's like fairy tale.
Their impromptu performance last week nearly bringing Grand Central Terminal to a standstill. And after a week of rehearsals here, these children who've been through so much proving joy and hope can prevail.
Wow.
I had the privilege of being in there yesterday.
They sound amazing.
Tears in my eyes. They are amazing.
Yeah.
And they're headed back to Ukraine.
Yeah.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Celebrating 75 years of Meet the Press, the longest-running show on television.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Monday, what's next for Republicans after former President Trump publicly calls for terminating the Constitution to make him president again? We'll speak with a top Republican urging the party to dump Trump over those comments, his own former national security advisor. Plus, it's the final day of campaigning in the Georgia runoff as Democrats try to hang on to a key Senate seat and Republicans try to fend off another allegation of misconduct against their candidate. NBC's exclusive reporting ahead. And an Iranian government official says the nation's morality police has been abolished. Is that true? The future of freedom and women's rights in Iran are at stake as protests there continue. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin today with the very latest controversial comment by former President Trump as Republicans once again must deal with arguably dangerous rhetoric from their past and potentially future presidential standard bearer. While repeating his false claims about the 2020 election, Mr. Trump posted on his social media website, quote, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution." Mr. Trump seemingly tried to clarify that statement today amid pushback, but he then doubled down on demands that he be made president, which would require the termination of the Constitution. We've not yet heard from most top Republicans about the former president's call to terminate the Constitution, but we have seen some condemnation from the rank and file.
The Constitution is set for a reason. to protect the rights of every American. And so I certainly don't endorse that language or that sentiment.
I vehemently disagree with the statement that Trump has made. Trump has made, 1,000 statements in which I disagree.
You
I
condemn
think
him
that,
saying
and I
something
believe,
like this.
absolutely, and I believe, answering your question, that people certainly are going to take into consideration a statement like this as they evaluate a candidate.
In just a moment, I will speak with another Republican who is speaking out, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. But as has been the case in many past episodes with former President Trump, some Republicans are unwilling to distance themselves too much from him. Take a listen to Ohio Republican Congressman David Joyce.
Can you support a candidate in 2024 who's for suspending the Constitution?
Well, again, it's early. I think there's going to be a lot of people in the primary. I think at the end of the day, you will say whoever the Republicans end up pick, I'll fall in behind because that's...
Even if it's Donald Trump and he's called for suspending the Constitution?
Well, again, I think it's going to be a big field. I don't think Donald Trump's going to clear out the field like he did in 2016.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you, if he's the nominee, will you support him?
I will support whoever the Republican nominee is.
That's a remarkable statement. You'd support a candidate who's come out for suspending the Constitution?
Well, he says a lot of things. You have to take him in context.
But that's an extraordinary statement. You can't come out against someone who's for suspending the Constitution?
Well, first off, he has no ability to suspend the Constitution. Secondly...
But he says he's for it.
Well... he says a lot of things but that doesn't mean that it's ever going to happen. So you got to accept exact fact from fantasy. And fantasy is that we're going to suspend the Constitution and go backwards. We're moving forward.
Republicans have been here before, from the 2016 primary to the Trump presidency, and even just a few days ago, after it was revealed that he had a dinner with outspoken anti-Semite Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, and known white supremacist Nick Fuentes. The questions we keep coming back to are still as relevant today as they've always been. Is there a final breaking point for Republicans with Mr. Trump? And if there isn't, what do these next 2 years look like? Joining me now is NBC's Garrett Haake. He's been covering the Trump campaign and the Republican Party's reaction to it so far. So, Garrett, you heard that criticism there by some Republicans. We have not yet heard from Mitch McConnell. We have not yet heard from Kevin McCarthy. What is the broader reaction, and is there pressure on the Republican leadership to speak out?
Kristen, there are 701 days left until Election Day in 2024, and Republican leaders are going to be counting every one of them at this rate. We're now 3 weeks into a Trump campaign. 2 of those weeks have started with Republican leaders trying to avoid answering questions about Donald Trump. I asked Mitch McConnell myself in this hallway just about an hour ago to comment on this latest affront from Donald Trump against the Constitution. He did not do so. Kevin McCarthy has not done so. I have heard from some Republican members just the beginnings of criticism of these comments, and they follow a familiar pattern. Both Roy Blunt, who's a member of leadership who I just spoke to, and Senators Lisa Murkowski and Mike Rounds, Republican senators, have put out statements online condemning the comments but not condemning Donald Trump by name. Republicans are condemning Donald Trump as though they're worried he has a Google alert for his own name and will see it and respond to them. That has always been the concern among Republicans, that any condemnation of the former president, the person, as opposed to perhaps a narrow set of actions, will draw his wrath and his ire. Now, for Lisa Murkowski, she just survived a round of Donald Trump's wrath, a Donald Trump-backed and funded primary challenger who was not enough to defeat her. You would think we'd be far enough from the next election that perhaps some of these Republicans who would like to see a different leader going forward would speak out more forcefully. So far, none have.
We saw a real split when it came to the reaction from McConnell and McCarthy in response to that dinner with Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, and the white supremacist. Do you expect, Garrett, once we hear from Republican leadership that we will see that type of divide again, or what are you anticipating?
I think we may. Now, we did ultimately, late last week, hear a much stronger stance from McCarthy on Ye after his kind of stepped up his anti-Semitic comments on that InfoWars radio show. But the divide between these two leaders goes back several years over how to handle Trump, and it's pretty simple. Mitch McConnell doesn't need Donald Trump for anything. He has just been reelected the party leader of the Senate Republicans. His leadership there is largely unchallenged, except for that kind of momentary push from Rick Scott in these last leadership elections. Kevin McCarthy still needs Donald Trump a great deal if he's going to succeed in claiming the Speaker's gavel come January. He cannot afford to irritate him, and his members, generally speaking, view Donald Trump much more favorably. That, you know, right now there's only one senator who's endorsed Donald Trump. There's more than a dozen House members who've done so. McCarthy feels as though politically, internally, he's got to walk a much more complicated line here than does McConnell, and we see that in their actions as regards the former president every day. That said, Mitch McConnell had every opportunity last week to condemn the former president more forcefully or say he wouldn't support him if he were the 2024 nominee. He didn't do so.
Yeah, two very different political realities that they are dealing with. Garrett Haake, thank you for your great reporting, as always. In addition to lawmakers, former President Trump is also facing criticism over his comments from his own former administration officials. Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton tweeted Saturday, quote, "No American conservative can agree with Donald Trump's call to suspend the Constitution because of the results of the 2020 election, and all real conservatives must oppose his 2024 campaign for president." And with me now is former National Security Advisor and former ambassador to the UN, John Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Glad to be here.
Let's start with your reaction and just following up on your tweet. We have been here so many times before, but does this moment feel different for you when it comes to former President Trump, who's now a declared candidate?
Well, this is an existential threat to the republic itself. He has said that he wants the Constitution terminated. Now, he's tried to walk it back today, but he failed. The only people who can understand that are people who don't speak English. He's saying the same things in slightly different words. It's not merely wrong and outrageous. It is disqualifying. A president, when he's sworn into office, takes a constitutional oath that says in part, "I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution." Donald Trump has just said he won't do that. That is disqualifying, and Republican leaders have to say that.
So just to follow up with you, what is your message to McConnell and McCarthy? We haven't heard from them yet.
Well, I think this is more than simply saying we want to uphold the Constitution. Donald Trump, if he were to take the oath of office again, God forbid, would either be lying about preserving, protecting, and defending the Constitution, or maybe he wouldn't say it at all. You can't have this kind of approach. It's not something one can disagree with. This is foundational to the republic. And we've got a lot of leadership things coming up here, the chairmanship of the Republican National Committee. We've got perhaps a dozen or more prospective presidential candidates looking to 2024. I think every one of them, before they declare their candidacy, should say Donald Trump was wrong, we repudiate him, he doesn't belong in the Republican Party. And honestly, if they don't, there's one thing that would get me to get into the presidential race, which I look at in prior elections, it would be to make it clear to the people of this country that Donald Trump is unacceptable as the Republican nominee.
So let me follow up with you, because you've just made some news there. You are essentially telling us that you would consider getting into the 2024 race.
Absolutely. I think to be a presidential candidate, you can't simply say, I support the Constitution. You have to say, I would oppose people who would undercut it. You know, we used to have a thing in the House of Representatives called the House Un-American Affairs Committee. I think when you challenge the Constitution itself the way Trump has done, that is un-American.
Let's stay here for a moment. Just walk me through your thinking. What does your timeline look like? What would cause you to cross into saying what you're saying now and actually being a declared candidate for president?
Look, all of the potential candidates know what Trump has said. This is no secret to anybody. I don't see why they aren't saying it right now. I think the voters, the Republican voters, people who choose the Republican nominee, nearly 95% disagree that Donald Trump is more important than the Constitution. I'm afraid there are some who would stick with Trump on this. What does a candidate have to lose by appealing to 95% of the base of the Republican Party? I actually think most Republican elected officials in Washington disagree with Trump on this, but they're intimidated. This is the time where there's strength in numbers. The more people who tell the truth, the easier it is for everybody else.
So what do you have to see that would make you say, now is the moment that I am going to declare my candidacy?
I'd like to see Sherman-esque statements from all the potential candidates. If I don't see that, then I'm going to seriously consider getting in.
And what is your timeline, Ambassador Bolton?
Well, I think it's going to have to be pretty short. We've already got one declared candidate for president in the Republican Party who doesn't believe in the Constitution. This is serious business.
You look at a Ron DeSantis, he just had an incredibly strong win for re-election in Florida. If you got into the race with a former President Trump and a Ron DeSantis, do you think you would stand a chance in that race, in that matchup?
Well, I don't know. I think the point here would be to stress that Republicans do support the Constitution and the former president notwithstanding. But I'll also say this. I think the 2024 presidential election is going to be a lot more about national security and the threats to the United States that we've seen before. I think it's important to make those points. And I think within the Republican Party, the isolationist virus that Trump has let loose needs to be addressed as well. So there'll be plenty of things to talk about.
So, and let me try to pin you down on that. What would your platform be? What would your message to voters be about why you are running? Would it purely be to stop Trump, or is it broader than that?
Well, I think to stop some of the things Trump has done to the party. Trump's a whiner. He's negative. He's the most persecuted American out there. This is 180 degrees opposite from Ronald Reagan, for whom it was morning in America, who was optimistic, who believed in the country, believed in its strength. And I think that is a positive message for Americans on domestic issues as well as foreign policy issues.
So what would an Ambassador John Bolton's platform be?
Well, I think it would be very Reagan-esque. I think certainly in foreign policy it would be a peace through strength approach. That's what Ronald Reagan followed, and it succeeded in bringing down the Soviet Union. And I remain true to free market principles. I am not a social conservative. I think I'm actually pretty libertarian in that sense, and I think that's what the country wants to get the economy moving again.
One of the interesting things that we saw in 2016 was that there were so many candidates in the Republican field that it splintered the vote, and that effectively allowed Mr. Trump to win the nomination. Would you have any concerns that if you entered the race that you would allow that to happen and actually embolden him?
No, I think there are a lot of candidates already. I think it's a serious analysis. It was a problem in 2016. I think the winnowing process this time is going to be more rigorous than it was in 2016. And I think Trump's base is small and getting smaller every day. I think one message people need to understand is that Donald Trump is the Democratic Party's best asset. To the extent Trump prospers within the Republican Party, it benefits Democrats. That's what I think we learned on November the 8th this year.
I want to try to just understand your timeline a little bit more, and I asked President Biden about this. When is he going to make that decision? He said he's going to sit down with his family, consult with them over the holidays. I wonder if you say you want to make this decision soon. Have you pinpointed a specific timeline? Will it be early in the new year? When can we expect to hear a final decision from you?
Well, I'd like to see what the other prospective candidates do. I think it's going to be a very crowded field. It doesn't benefit a political outsider like myself to wait around, so it might be earlier than some would think.
Okay. And I do want to just follow up with you, because when you talk about Trump's base, our latest NBC News poll shows 30% consider themselves more a supporter of the former president, not of the party. What do you make of that number?
Well, that number has been going down. I've been doing my own polling. I think Trump's base within the party is really only about 15%. I think there are others who support him. I think there's kind of a knee-jerk reaction when he's paired against Joe Biden. But I think this comment on the Constitution, if voters were asked, do you prefer Donald Trump or the Constitution, what would the answer be? And that's the point that needs to be driven home. This man cannot be trusted alone in a room with the Constitution.
I want to move on to foreign policy. Before I do, though, I do want to just get your reaction to the latest developments in the Mar-a-Lago investigation. Given that you know more about classified material than most people, what do you make of the investigation into how those classified documents were handled at Mar-a-Lago? Do you expect that former President Trump will be indicted?
I think there's a substantial possibility. I can only say if I had taken 320 or more classified documents with me when I left the White House, I would be in jail right now. And I think the recent 11th Circuit decision is very important on the point in rejecting the district court order of a special magistrate that said there is no separate rule for a former president. One law applies to everybody. And if The prosecutors in court stick with that. Trump is in real trouble.
Okay, let's talk about foreign policy. Let's talk about Iran, an issue, obviously, that you were quite engaged in your time in office. The Washington Post published a piece just last week about an increase in the tempo of assassinations and kidnapping plots by the Iranian government. You obviously have been targeted by Iran, so you know this personally. How alarmed are you by these reports?
Well, I think what the Iranian government is doing now is going after Iranian dissidents out in the diaspora in Europe and the United States. I think it's a sign they're very nervous. I think news that's come out in the past 24 hours that maybe the morality police have been suspended and the hijab rule is being reviewed, I think that's a mark of their concern. I don't necessarily think that reporting is right. I think this could be disinformation. It could be bait and switch. It could be a way to try and mollify the dissidents. The regime is under a greater threat today than at any point since it came to power in 1979.
Let's go back to the morality police. You are clearly skeptical. But what should we take from that reporting? You're saying that the Iranian government, as you just laid out, is on its heels, basically. But do you have any sense, is there any possibility that there's a shred of truth to that, or do you dismiss the entire reporting around that?
Well, I don't think we know enough. It's one person has spoken out. The Islamic Republic Broadcasting Service has repudiated it. We really don't know at this point. But let's be clear. What these demonstrations led by the women of Iran have shown is not opposition to a dress code. This is an assault on the ideological legitimacy of the regime itself, on top of several years of enormous economic discontent. I think the regime has to worry that there would be fragmenting at the top.
So I asked you this about this moment in our country. Let me ask you, as it pertains to Iran, is this moment different? Do you expect there to be change, potentially regime change in this moment?
I think it's very possible. I can't say it's going to happen immediately.
How would it happen, Ambassador Bolton? What would the actual method be, do you think, if that were to happen?
The most likely is that the regular army and the Revolutionary Guard would fragment over this controversy. And there's something here that's very important to understand. All these top generals, all these top officials, all have mothers. Most have wives, sisters, daughters. They're all hearing the same thing. So it is far more dangerous to the regime than anything they've ever seen before.
We have seen very strong words come from the Biden administration. We've seen ramped up sanctions. How would you assess how the Biden administration has responded so far?
Inadequately. The sanctions have not been ramped up significantly. The administration is still obsessed with trying to get back into the nuclear deal. I think we should be going to opposition figures and saying, how can we help? Communications equipment, what else can we do? It should be the clear policy of the United States to overthrow the Ayatollahs. That's the only way we're going to solve the nuclear problem.
And I know that you're opposed to the nuclear talks. There's reporting that Iran may be able to build crude nukes within 6 months. The administration would argue that getting a deal is the best shot at stopping Iran from doing that.
It's delusional. It was delusional in 2015. The deal itself facilitates Iran getting nuclear weapons. You cannot discount the potential cooperation between Iran and North Korea. The regime needs to go. That's how to keep Iran from going nuclear.
In 2015, you wrote an op-ed arguing that the only way to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is by taking military action. Do you still stand by that? Do you go so far as to call for nuclear action in this moment?
If you can't get regime change, then I think that is the only other option. I think that's where Bibi Netanyahu is in Israel. And you should ask yourself this question. Do you want a bunch of religious fanatics to have nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and harm the United States? My tolerance for that risk is zero.
Okay, let's talk about Ukraine with our remaining time. You have met Vladimir Putin. How do you assess this moment? Because he has suffered some big losses, too, on the battlefield. There are concerns, as you know, as you've been asked about, that he would resort to the use of nuclear weapons. Do you think President Biden should sit down and talk to him face to face and try to help broker an end to this war?
No, absolutely not. And I think the signs we've seen from Macron and Schultz, Macron of France, Schultz of Germany, just in the past few days, have given Putin a sense of real optimism that the Europeans are beginning to fold. I think right now Putin sees little chance in the near term of victory on the battlefield. He's going to try and crack Western resolve and see if the Europeans, threatened with cold winter, might be amenable to a political solution. This is not the time to negotiate with Putin.
How does this end then, Ambassador Bolton? Because you have President Zelensky saying he's not going to sit down at the negotiating table unless Russia pulls out of Ukraine. That doesn't seem realistic. So how do you think this conflict that has cost so many lives and so much suffering can be brought to an end?
Well, the Prime Minister of Finland was asked that question a few weeks ago, and she said, how does it end? It ends when Russian troops leave Ukraine. That's how it ends.
Very quickly, you have some Republicans saying, including Leader McCarthy, that they're not prepared to write a blank check to Ukraine. Your message to Republicans, do you agree with that assessment, or do you think that the U.S. should continue to keep its funding up to the level that it's been?
No, nobody's asking for a blank check. This benefits the United States. We're not helping the Ukrainians as an act of charity. We're doing it because it's in the best interest of the United States.
So you disagree with that message by McCarthy?
No, nobody's asking for a blank check. I wouldn't say that. I'd say we support Ukraine.
Ambassador Bolton, we covered a lot of ground. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate the conversation. And coming up, we are just hours away from Election Day in Georgia's Senate runoff. Steve Kornacki is at the big board breaking down what to watch, plus new reporting on a new allegation against Herschel Walker. And later, the future of the GOP leadership. Plus, the panel weighs in on what we just heard from Ambassador Bolton as tensions simmer in the Republican Party. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The 2022 midterms are about to officially wrap up, with Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker squaring off in a Senate runoff election tomorrow. Both candidates were on the campaign trail today, with the incumbent Warnock speaking to voters in the Atlanta area, while Walker stumped for votes in more rural areas of the state. Nearly 2 million Georgians have already voted early. In fact, more than 76,000 Georgians have voted in the runoff that didn't vote in the general. That's according to Georgia Votes, a website that uses public data to analyze voting trends. NBC's Steve Kornacki has a closer look at what both candidates have to do to win tomorrow.
All right, Kristen. Well, one of the key things I think that jumped out from the November general election that's going to be crucial for this runoff tomorrow here was the gap between how Herschel Walker did, you see, finishing behind Warnock by about a point, and how basically every other Republican running statewide in Georgia did. Most notably in the governor's race, Brian Kemp, the Republican, won easily in the governor's race, got 53.5% of the vote. Republicans won the other statewide offices in Georgia. Walker was the exception. He ran, you see, 53.5% for Kemp. Walker, 48.5%. He ran 5 points behind Governor Kemp here. So that's the key question, I think, in terms of Walker. If he's going to overtake Warnock and win this, what he needs is those voters, those Republican-friendly voters who were there in November for every Republican except him. He needs them to turn out, and he needs them to vote for him this time. So where are we going to be looking in particular to see if that's happening? There are a bunch of counties here in the Atlanta metro area, maybe kind of on the fringes of it, like Cherokee County. This is the single biggest Republican plurality producing county in Georgia. You see, look, hey, Walker won it by 38 points. You say that's pretty good, right? Well, it is, except if you compare it to how Brian Kemp did in the same county. Kemp won Cherokee by 50 points. You know, similar story next door, Forsyth County. Kemp wins it by 46 points. You take a look at the Senate race. Walker wins it, but only by 32. So that's one of the questions. Walker doesn't need to be getting Kemp levels exactly in these counties because Kemp had a pad there. He won by 8 points. But Walker needs to get closer to what Kemp got in places like Cherokee and Forsyth County. So we'll be looking at those areas to see if he's winning over those Republican voters who were for every Republican except for him in November. On the Democratic side, obviously Democrats were generally happy. Warnock came within 20,000 or so votes of winning outright in November and not even needing the runoff campaign. But if there was one thing that worried Democrats coming out of November, black turnout relative to previous midterms appeared to be a little bit off, a little bit down in Georgia. So there's been an extra effort from Democrats here, certainly with the early vote, trying to increase black turnout. There's a bunch of counties kind of spanning the mid part of the state here with large black populations. We'll be keying in on those certainly as the results come in to see, is there a sign there that Democrats turned out more votes? Is Warnock a little stronger there than he was in the general election? That if there was some weakness for Democrats, that's where it was. So we'll be looking to see about that too, how that plays out, Kristen, tomorrow night.
All right, Steve Kornacki, I know you'll be tracking all of it for us. Thank you for that. Joining me now from Atlanta is NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, it is truly the home stretch of the home stretch. How are each campaign feeling?
Right, both campaigns are out on the campaign trail. Look, just 38,000 votes separated the two candidates just 1 month ago. So there's every reason to believe that when you're crunching the numbers that we're going to have at least a somewhat tight race again. And that's why the turnout for tomorrow is going to be so crucial. There were 1.5 million folks, Kristen, that on the Tuesday of the general election turned out to vote. And so the question is how many come out tomorrow. You can look at the weather, and I was just talking to our photog Derek about this. Here in Georgia, it's something like 40 degrees and raining. We're expecting the same thing tomorrow. This is not Ohio or Pennsylvania. This is not normal. To what extent does it impact turnout? You know, for Herschel Walker, we're talking about somebody who needs to turn out, as Steve was just laying out, some of those more hesitant conservatives or independent voters here. So, you know, this is the difficulty of waiting for election day to roll around. But you have both men on the campaign trail. Herschel Walker heavily focusing on the more rural counties, trying to drive out the conservative vote. And then you have the likes of Raphael Warnock, who has multiple events around the greater metropolitan Atlanta area today with likes of John Ossoff and Killer Mike, Kristen.
Well, and of course you have been all over it, and you got this exclusive interview with the ex-girlfriend of Herschel Walker, who is speaking out, accusing him of abuse during their relationship. It was a great get, Vaughn. Talk to us about what she is telling you and why she's speaking out now. It has a lot of people scratching their heads so close to Election Day.
Right. I think the preface, if I made all of this, Kristen, is the fact that Herschel Walker has been plagued by allegations from numerous individuals over the course of this last year since becoming a Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate. Multiple women have come forward to claim that he paid for them to have abortions. There were 3 children who Herschel Walker now acknowledges publicly that were not initially disclosed to the public. And now you have the likes of Cheryl Parsa, who flew out to Texas and interviewed her yesterday. She was a former partner of 5 years. I want to let you listen to some of her account and what she told us. Take a listen.
He was speaking with such force that his saliva was all over my face. And he had his hand on my throat and my chest. And then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily I was able to avoid that. And the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
This is a candidate who has been plagued by allegations. Of course, his own son 2 months ago alleged that his father threatened to kill his family. And back in 2008, Walker's ex-wife, Cindy Grossman, alleged that Herschel Walker held a gun to her head and threatened to kill her on the spot there. This is a difficult closing message, that Herschel Walker is having to counter right now. Kristen?
Yeah, it sure is. And as you rightfully point out, these are the types of allegations that have plagued his campaign. Vaughn Hilliard, great reporting. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, we'll have more on Georgia's Senate runoff, what the results of the last race in 2022 could mean for 2024, and the latest fallout from Mr. Trump's controversy, including Ambassador John Bolton's announcement just moments ago that he is absolutely considering a 2024 run in order to stop former President Trump. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I think every one of them, before they declare their candidacy, should say Donald Trump was wrong, we repudiate him, he doesn't belong in the Republican Party. And honestly, if they don't, there's one thing that would get me to get into the presidential race, which I looked at in prior elections, it would be to make it clear to the people of this country that Donald Trump is unacceptable as the Republican nominee.
That was some news. You heard it here. Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton just moments ago on this show calling on the rest of the potential 2024 Republican field to denounce Donald Trump's candidacy while also opening the door for a run of his own. At this hour, we're hearing from more elected Republicans on the former president's comments. According to Politico, Senate Republican number 2, John Thune, says he disagrees with Mr. Trump's comments, but he dodged the issue of whether he'd withhold support for Mr. Trump if he's the Republican nominee in 2024, saying that it's a long way off. Meanwhile, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell told reporters on Capitol Hill that he will address the former president's remarks tomorrow, so we will look for that. But joining me now to discuss all of this, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, Democratic strategist and NBC political analyst Juanita Tolliver, and former Florida Republican Congressman and NBC News political analyst Carlos Curbelo. Thanks to all of you for being here on a very busy Monday. Mark, I have to start with you. What is your reaction to what we just heard from Ambassador Bolton?
Well, I didn't have him on bingo card, John Bolton, getting in the 2024 presidential race. And Kristen, you know, it is interesting. If you go back to Labor Day and when we were kind of thinking about Republicans having very big gains, I think there was the possibility that a lot of political reporters and analysts were kind of staring at the possibility of we're looking at a Joe Biden versus Donald Trump race and not a lot of people in between. And to me, it shows you just how bad the midterms were for Republicans, and particularly for those Donald Trump endorsed candidates, on the fact that we're not even talking about Donald Trump versus Ron DeSantis and maybe Chris Christie and Nikki Haley and a bunch of other Republicans, even Republicans who ended up working for Donald Trump getting in, but also another person like John Bolton. And we do have to take a breath. We have a long way to go. Donald Trump decided to jump into this race at a very early juncture, but I think we are seeing kind of the dominoes falling from what was a really bad midterm election for a lot of Republicans.
I think it's such an important point, Carlos, this idea that what we learned in the midterms is that former President Trump is in some ways politically not as strong as he was immediately when he left office. What do you make of what you heard from Ambassador Bolton today?
Well, I think he falls into the category of Republicans who are looking to run for office, or at least get on TV and talk about these things in order to expose Donald Trump and to highlight, right, how dangerous Trump was, how erratic he was, and the risks that he posed while he was president and that he could pose in a second presidency. So he's there with Liz Cheney, obviously. We'll see what she decides to do. And to a lesser degree with Mike Pence. If you listen to Mike Pence carefully, he's saying these things. He's just not as forward about it. But these are people who their only purpose, it seems, is to get into this race or get into the political arena to talk about how dangerous Donald Trump is.
Juanita.
And the other thing that Bolton mentioned that I'm zooming in on is the fact that Trump's power over the GOP is lowering. It's decreasing. You mentioned 30% of the base says there are more Trump supporters than Republican supporters. And I'm like, that's way down from 43% just earlier this year. And so I think that is something that I think other Republicans should be paying attention to, saying like, hey, it's worth taking a shot.
I want to get you guys to weigh in on something I asked Ambassador Bolton, which is what we saw in 2016, which is this splintering of the Republican field. You do have a number of Republicans who've expressed interest in potentially getting into this race. Carlos, could this wind up ultimately emboldening former President Trump?
Yeah, for other Republicans, the fact that Trump is weak is a double-edged sword because it invites a lot of people into the race. Now, the question is, can Republicans be disciplined? Democrats, as soon as Joe Biden kind of emerged, they all ran for the exits, and they let him consolidate support and really get strong before the general election. Will it be enough of a priority to stop Donald Trump to say, okay, there's one who's clearly ahead of the field, let's him or her take this, and the rest of us will take a step back.
Mark?
Yeah, the miscalculation that so many people ended up making in 2016, whether it was Republicans running for president, the Hillary Clinton campaign, a lot of people in the news media, was that Donald Trump couldn't win.
Right.
And I do think that the lesson from 2016, when we go into 2024, and even if it's like a size of 10 Republicans who are running against Donald Trump, it's 15, I don't think there will be the mistake that he can't win, even with just a plurality of the vote.
Yeah. And also, in addition to not only the wrong thought that Trump couldn't win in 2016, but that he was just saying things. It was just words. He has acted on those words repeatedly over the last 6 years.
I'm glad you bring that up because it takes me to my next point. Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary, said on Meet the Press over the weekend that you underestimate Trump at your own peril. Right. Juanita, do you think that Democrats are at risk of doing that in this moment where you have former President Trump, you know, with controversy after controversy already, and yet he still does galvanize a fair amount of the Republican base?
I'm shaking my head no, because Democrats, their closing message was about the continued threat that Trump and MAGA Republicans present to our country are basic pillars of our democracy. And that is a through line that we're already seeing being continued from the White House. Their statement today calling on other Republicans to contemn Trump, calling on other Republicans to speak out against his statement about getting rid of the Constitution, that shows that they are front and center thinking about how Trump is a critical part of this election.
It's also clear, Juanita, though, that the more prominent Donald Trump is, the better politically for the Democratic Party. So I think it is important to denounce Trump and to call Republicans to denounce Trump. But we also know that Democrats do have an interest in keeping Trump in the news, because clearly when he's in the news, they win elections.
I want to move on to Georgia, but before we do, very quickly, I just want your take on this. Is this moment different? Mark, I asked Ambassador Bolton this, but does this feel like a different moment for the former president when it comes to Republicans increasingly speaking out? Yes, we have not heard from McConnell and McCarthy yet. I anticipate we will in some form this week, but Republicans are denouncing him more loudly than they have in the past.
Yeah, what to me is different is that now we've seen repeated and multiple where Donald Trump and his candidates have ended up losing. You know, even after he ended up losing in the 2020 election, said, oh, it was just stolen from me. And he was able to at least get people to not pay attention as much as maybe people normally would have after his defeat. I do think these midterm results only magnify the situation that here was somebody who lost the House of Representatives in 2018, lost the presidency in 2020, lost the Senate in 2021, and, oh, by the way, underperformed in a midterm election, which was supposed to hurt the Democrats. I think you add all that up, and that's what's different.
And still, Mark, so many Republicans are careful about walking away from Trump. So it shows you the power of this Trump trap, where they know what the right thing to do is, but they will only walk in that direction very slowly.
One place we're not seeing former President Trump is in Georgia. Juanita, what's your take in these closing hours of this runoff race?
It's clear that he is a drag on the GOP, and Herschel Walker's team knows that. They don't even want him there. I do think that the momentum, of course, is fully on Senator Warnock's side at this point. When you talk about the surrogates game that Senator Warnock has compared to Herschel Walker, Warnock is knocking it out the park, getting that GOTV campaign to ultimately have organizers bend over backwards to jump over the voter suppression bills that we seen came from the Republican state legislature there. But Trump, I think at most he's doing a teletown hall tonight. That's the most he's been allowed in the state.
Yeah, fittingly, the two things that Republicans are dealing with in this last election of this cycle is what Mitch McConnell said, candidate quality. Herschel Walker is a very, very weak, troubled candidate. And the Trump effect. Both are probably going to give Democrats yet another win this cycle.
Mark, you've been watching this race so closely and obviously past races in Georgia. How big of a deal is the interview by our Vaughn Hilliard, these allegations to come out in the 11th hour of the campaign? And I put it into this broader context. They are consistent with a broader range of allegations that the Walker campaign has been dealing with all along.
And whether it was Vaughn interview, your own interview, Kristen, I do think that voters in Georgia have perfect information about both candidates. It's sometimes where people end up saying, it's like, only if I actually knew about X, Y, or Z. And with hundreds of millions of ads, I think Georgians had the full picture on both candidates. I will end up saying, looking back at past runoffs in Georgia, the party that just had the really good election result has often traditionally fared poorly in these runoffs. And part of it is like, after you have a good cycle, you take your foot off the gas. One exception to that was in 2021 when you end up seeing John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock win after Democrats won the presidency. Now, a lot of that was helped by Donald Trump's own intervention into the aftermath of that 2020 election. But one thing is, I feel like Warnock is in the position of strength. But I think, to me, the biggest question is, do Democrats still have their foot on the gas, or did they take it off? And you maybe, but that's what I'm going to be looking at. That is the one way where Walker does win, if somehow they did take their foot off the
Juanita,
gas.
very quickly, if Warnock does not win, I mean, how devastating of a loss is that for Democrats? Because of, you just said you think he has the momentum heading into the home stretch. I mean, how big of a defeat would that be?
It would be a huge defeat. I think it would also be a reminder of what the Georgia electorate thinks they need to represent them. Like, if the voters of Georgia send Herschel Walker, who was incapable and incompetent of being a U.S. Senator, to the U.S. Senate, only to be told what to do by the Republicans around him, whether that's Lindsey Graham, whether that's McConnell, McConnell. Like, he will just do whatever they say, and it's at their loss. It's at their detriment if that's what happens.
Okay, that has to be the final word. We're out of time. Okay. Thank you. Great panel, everyone. Mark, Juanita, and Carlos, appreciate it. Coming up next, the uncertain situation in Iran after a government official claims the country's morality police is being disbanded after weeks of mass protests. But first, as we mark 75 years of Meet the Press, here's a key moment from our archives. Then President Jimmy Carter talking about the Iran hostage crisis in 1980.
Mr. President, is there any specific new hope for ending the hostage crisis with Iran?
I can't predict the early end of that situation. The concern that I feel about the hostages today is just as great as it was a month ago or 2 months ago. Our policy on the Iranian capturing of our hostages has been clear and consistent. It's an abhorrent violation of every moral and ethical standard and international law. It's a criminal act. A group of terrorists, kidnappers seizing innocent victims and holding them for attempted blackmail in an unprecedented way, supported and encouraged by government officials themselves.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. After months of protests in Iran this weekend, Iran's government-affiliated media reported the country's attorney general said the morality police will be, quote, abolished, and a review of the mandatory hijab law is underway. The Interior Ministry, which oversees the morality police, has not commented yet. Neither has the supreme leader of Iran. But Iran's morality police have not been visible in Tehran for weeks now. According to NBC News' team on the ground, it all comes as the most widespread protests seen in Iran in decades are now in their third month, and amid calls for more strikes and protests this week. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is downplaying claims the controversial and feared morality police has been disbanded and is very skeptical Iran will ease its restrictive dress code on women. I'm joined now by NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi. Ali, good to see you. Thank you for joining me. Can you tell us what the reaction has been by Iranians to what the Attorney General said, particularly given that the Attorney General doesn't oversee the morality police? How much credibility does he have?
Well, nobody really in the government in Iran has much credibility with the people on the street. Those sort of comments are falling on deaf ears amongst the protesters in Iran. Today on social media, you've seen there's been a lot of calls the last few days for protests and strikes to start today. And people have accused the Attorney General and the regime in general of using this as a deflection tactic. So people will be, put off coming to the protests or they won't strike. Maybe there'll be some compromise to be made with the government, but that wasn't the case whatsoever. They didn't believe anything they said, and in fact the calls for protests and strikes even grew further after those comments were made yesterday. So Iranian people, the protesters on the street, are seeing this as their own doing. If the government is backing down or reviewing laws or looking at the morality police, they're saying this isn't them showing any leniency. This is the critical mass of people that came up onto the streets, particularly women who refuse to wear the hijab. So now it's unenforceable. You walk around Tehran these days, Kristen, 60% of the women in Tehran and other major cities refuse to wear the hijab. So the authorities simply can't enforce one of the pillars of the revolution, and they're scrambling now.
I was just talking to Ambassador Bolton, who said he sees this moment as one where the regime is on its heels because of these protests, that this may be a transformational moment in Iran. Is that your sense, Ali, or is this moment different than past moments of protest there?
It certainly feels different, Kristen. It feels, look, the wanton violence is like nothing I've ever seen. And the demands of the protesters are also like something I've never seen. A lot of people ask me, is all of this violence, all of these protests going to bring about any meaningful change? Well, Iran has already changed. Women are not wearing the headscarf, which they've been, ruthlessly enforced for 43 years. There's graffiti all over the walls of Iran, anti-regime graffiti. The municipality painted over the next day. It's back on the walls. At 9 o'clock every night, like clockwork, people will open their windows and they start chanting anti-government slogans for a good hour, things I've never heard before. So what's happening in Iran is like something I haven't seen before, but the trajectory isn't clear. The system is very deeply rooted, but the protesters are also very determined to make some meaningful change.
All right, Ali Arouzi, well, we are always so grateful for your reporting and for your perspective. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Still to come, the Supreme Court heard arguments today in a key case on the future of anti-discrimination laws and LGBTQ rights. Did the court tip its hand on which way it will rule? We'll have the very latest next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court heard arguments this morning in a case that could have a major impact on protections for the LGBTQ community and other vulnerable groups. The case was brought by Colorado web designer Lori Smith, who is seeking exemption to Colorado's LGBTQ anti-discrimination law. Now, Smith argues the law could force her to make a wedding website for a same-sex couple, something Smith says goes against her evangelical Christian beliefs and encroaches on her right to free speech. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins me after the first day of arguments. Yamiche, thanks so much for being here. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Break down what we heard today in these arguments.
Well, as you said, this is really a consequential case, potentially focused on civil rights, LGBTQ gay rights, as well as free speech. And what we heard from Lori Smith's side was really this idea that no one should be able to be compelled in America to deal with speech and to have speech that they feel like goes against their convictions. And in this case, it's her opposing same-sex marriage. But on the flip side, you have the state of Colorado saying essentially that this might be a license to discriminate. And they brought up the idea that Lori Smith could also be against disabled marriages or people of color, interracial marriages. There was some feisty back and forth in terms of oral arguments. Let's listen to what Justice Sonia Sotomayor had to say.
What's the limiting line of yours? Justice Kagan asked you about another website designer, but how about people who don't believe in interracial marriage? Or about people who don't believe that disabled people should get married? Where's the line? I choose to serve whom I want if I disagree with their personal characteristics like race or disability.
And civil rights groups are saying that there really isn't a clear line. This could be a slippery slope. You could have people who say, my restaurant is artistic expression and I don't want to have African Americans there because that's against my religious beliefs. So a big case to definitely watch.
Let me follow up with you very quickly. What are the broader implications when you think about civil rights, when you think about anti-discrimination lawsuits? I mean, are there other potential lawsuits in the wings and other cases that could be brought before the court?
Court watchers and especially civil rights activists say that this is really could have big implications going down the line. That people could say, my religious beliefs say, as some sort of as what we were saying, that race comes into this. That people could say, I don't like people who are of a different faith than me. There was an argument being made about whether or not Christian stores and Christmas stores might say, well, I want to serve only Christians and not Jews. So there are a lot of big questions here, especially during this political time where we are, of course, talking about anti-Semitism and racism and LGBTQ rights. So a big case, and I think the consequences of it and the implications of it are going to be big when there is a decision.
Yeah, and I think you're right to point out the backdrop, that there is certainly a broader backdrop that all of this is being discussed against. Yamiche Alcindor, thanks so much for all of your great reporting from the Supreme Court. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with that Georgia Senate runoff coming down to the wire with the two candidates hot on the campaign trail tonight, basically begging anybody who hasn't voted yet to come out for them tomorrow. We're breaking down the stakes for everybody, wherever you live, even if it's not in Georgia in this election, and getting a look at that exclusive interview with the woman now accusing Herschel Walker of abuse. Plus, what we're just now hearing from North Carolina's governor about that apparently targeted attack on power plants in a rural county. Why officials are super certain it was on purpose, even though they don't have a motive yet. And California is going after big oil, looking to punish companies raking in record profits. We'll talk about what that means for gas prices that are really just starting to make that slow slide back to $3 a gallon. Plus, in tonight's original, we'll take you inside a Texas courtroom for the trial of a white officer accused of killing a black woman that caught national attention. Finally now getting ready to go to the hands of a jury, what the victim's 11-year-old nephew is saying on the stand today. And a new look at that controversial Netflix docuseries about Harry and Meghan and all of the royal drama it has re-upped. Keir Simmons will join us on that later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and in just about 24 hours or so, the 2022 midterms will finally be over and done with. With one big election to go, the Georgia Senate runoff, and you know the stakes here, right? Because even though this race between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican ex-football star Herschel Walker is not going to decide which party controls the Senate, a win for Warnock would give Democrats kind of a cushion, a buffer, now and into 2024. A ton of people have already voted. A record-setting number of people have already voted. Nearly 2 million went out and voted early. That's kind of a mind-blowing number when you think about the fact that Georgia shrunk the runoff period by like half this time around. So shorter runoff, more people coming out. And it's up to the candidates today. You can see where they are, trying to get folks that still have not voted to come out tomorrow. This map breaks down the turnout battle, right? You've got Senator Warnock really focusing on the area around Atlanta, especially those suburbs, right? Walker's taking his bus around the exurbs of that big city. And Walker's kind of got a turnout problem, right? These are the general election results here. You can see that he lagged behind Republican Governor Brian Kemp by about 5 points. If you look at independents, that gap you're about to see is going to get even bigger, right? That means independents are going to be critical here. And a big thing we're looking at, concerns about Walker's judgment, with our exit polls from the general election showing nearly 2/3 of voters think that Walker struggles with that. Why is that a big deal? In part because of questions surrounding his judgment, with multiple women saying he pressured them into having an abortion, even though his political stance is firmly anti-abortion, and allegations he's abused women, including what we're hearing in an exclusive interview with Cheryl Parsa, the first woman to go on the record with any allegation against Walker. She's telling our Vaughn Hilliard about the violence she experienced during their 5-year relationship, including one story that some viewers may find disturbing.
He had his hand on my throat and my chest, and then he leaned back to throw a punch. And luckily, I was able to avoid that, and the punch landed on the wall instead of me.
I want to bring in now Vaughn Hilliard live for us in Atlanta, who had that interview. We'll talk about it more in a second, Vaughn, but let's just talk about the dynamics at play in this race. Because if you look at the data points, if you look at the limited polling, the spending, the early voting numbers so far, who has shown up to vote, it seems like Warnock is in a potentially stronger position than Walker. I was just on the phone with several people, even just this afternoon. And even like some smart Republican folks will sort of concede that point here. Maybe an uphill battle for Walker. However, if enough Republicans end up turning out on Election Day, he could end up in the Senate, right? I mean, that's how close this thing is.
And a big reason that these early voting numbers matter so much, Hallie, is because of what it looks like behind me here. We're expecting cold, frigid rain here in Georgia tomorrow yet again here. And when you're talking about lines in some places during early voting that we're sending from an hour to 2 hours, you're talking about big questions as to who ultimately turns out. And especially for Herschel Walker, he needs those hesitant conservatives and independents, those voters who went and voted for Republican Brian Kemp in the general election, but they did not vote for him. He needs those folks to turn out tomorrow. And when you see here the question of good judgment, this is another issue that is hampering Herschel Walker. It is more than this one allegation from Cheryl Parsa here, who is on the record and putting her name out there of her over the course of her 5-year relationship, accounting. You heard just that one episode of a physical assault here. But you have the likes of multiple women who have come forward alleging that Herschel Walker paid them to have abortions. There are also 3 kids of Herschel Walker's who he did not previously acknowledge to the public until this summer here. This is an uphill battle. And when you look at the spending numbers, Herschel Walker has been outspent by more than 2-to-1 margin compared to the Democratic aligned forces here in this race. And when you start to break down these early voting numbers, I think we got a graphic that kind of gives you a little bit better idea of what we're looking at here. The early vote turnout, we're talking about, number one, 76,000 voters who did not turn out in the general election, who did turn out here in the runoff, which is staggering. And I think we all got questions as to what led them to turn out for this runoff, but not the general. But when you look at the early voting numbers, you got 56% of them were women. In the general election, exit polling showed Raphael Warnock handily winning winning women voters here. And then when you look at here the breakdown of black voters and white voters here, you know, you go back to 2020 in the runoff that took place 2 months after there that helped ascend the likes of Ossoff and Warnock. It was black voters that turned out in a greater share compared to the general election. So that is where Democrats are watching these numbers and ultimately who shows up tomorrow to really get a good understanding of where this race is headed.
I think that's a great breakdown of the state of play here when you have that tele-rally by former President Trump tonight. You've got everything that Raphael Warnock's doing. But let me ask you this, Vaughn, because you're in Georgia. Some of our viewers are in Georgia. A lot of our viewers are not in Georgia, but this still matters, right, to anybody who cares about representation in the Senate. Explain that, because there's a couple of pieces to this, which is why, even though this doesn't determine control of the Senate, Democrats would love to win this extra seat. Republicans would love to keep it at 50-50.
Right. We have watched Kamala Harris go to the Capitol to make a record number of tie-breaking votes for vice presidential, somebody serving in the vice presidency than ever before here over the course of these last 2 years. And so if you do have a +1 situation, number one, Kamala Harris would have to come out and be that tie-breaking vote fewer times. But also we'd probably be talking about Joe Manchin and the likes of Kyrsten Sinema less. But also when we're talking about judicial nominees and executive branch appointees that have to make their way through U.S. Senate confirmation, if in fact Raphael Warnock were to win, the committees would not be evenly split. You are talking about Democrats having a +1 member on each committee. So then not only when we're talking about legislation being passed through these committees, but also those judicial branch and executive branch nominees, if the Democrats vote in lockstep with one another, they do not need to convince a Republican in order to confirm those nominees, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us in Atlanta. I know it'll be a sleepless couple of nights for you, I am sure, Vaughn. Thank you for being with us. Let's take it to North Carolina now, where the FBI says it is investigating willful damage, they say. Willful damage to 2 power substations in Moore County. And in just the last hour or so, you had the state's governor saying that this attack, yes, this attack was on purpose, he says. Watch.
What happened here Saturday night was a criminal attack. Regardless of motive, violence and sabotage will not be tolerated.
So these plants are about halfway between Charlotte and Raleigh. And at the peak of the blackout, 100,000 people did not have power. You can see the map there. Right now, 32,000 people are without power. Still a lot. Schools had to close. Shelters are open. There's now a curfew tonight in just a few hours, 9 o'clock Eastern. And listen, it's not just the lights. It's cold, folks. The heat is an issue. Temperatures got below freezing this morning. If you're looking for a silver lining, I guess it's that it's going to get a bit milder tonight. But Antonia Hilton, who is live for us in North Carolina, Antonia, that is little solace to people who have been without power, who are now looking at these briefings from state officials going, wait a second, this was done on purpose. This is what the state is saying. And it's going to take a while to get the power back on.
That's right, Hallie. And for the record, it's still pretty chilly today, even if it's a bit warmer than it was last night. And so this is serious. I mean, I just spoke with a Duke Energy official moments ago, and it's looking like the vast majority of people here will not get their power back until Thursday. They were able to get a couple thousand people back last night, but the progress is going to take a couple more days now. And that's because these are really complicated and costly repairs. It's not a matter of just changing some light bulbs. They're bringing in entirely new equipment because the damage was that extensive. They have to bring in this new equipment, take out old equipment, and get the new stuff properly commissioned and ready to work. And so while Thursday might not sound that far away, it's a long time to go with potentially no school for your kids. You know, as you drive around this community here, traffic lights are off. It's hard to find an operating gas station, places to buy food. And so this attack has really plunged this community into crisis, Hallie.
Talk about the investigations here, because the question of motive is still out there. One thing that's interesting here has been officials essentially dismissing the idea, or I guess I shouldn't say dismissing, officials being careful to not comment on a potential motive, especially after some speculation. The sheriff waved off a question about a possible connection to an LGBTQ plus drag show in the area, saying that they really don't have anything to show for that issue. Like, I'm being careful talking about it, Antonia, because officials are being careful talking about it. Help us understand that piece of it.
Yeah, it's really important to be delicate as we talk about these things. But I think, I can acknowledge there's a lot of hurt and worry in the LGBTQ community here. There was a drag show performance scheduled for Saturday night, and the power happened to go out right in the midst of that performance. And in the days leading up to Saturday, there were community members in, an uproar over this drag show event, many of them right-wing protesters, activists who were, making comments about the LGBTQ community that had many members, whether they were participating in the drag show or not, quite nervous about their safety. And people protested that night. But it is important to emphasize that right now, law enforcement officials have not been able to establish any connection there. And so it's not that they've dismissed that as a lead that they followed, but it's just that there's no facts connecting these two events. They did happen simultaneously, but it's important to let this investigation kind of go where it leads. All they know right now is that this was intentional, that this was scary and dangerous, and that whoever did this very much knew what they were doing and wanted the consequences that we've seen sort of come out in this community in the attack that they did on these two substations. And so that's what's important to focus on here, that there is criminal intent and that they know that whoever did this knew what they were doing that night, Hallie.
They're looking for that person. They're looking to get the power back on. A lot of threads there in North Carolina. Glad you're there for us, Antonio Hilton. Thank you. Over on Capitol Hill, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, the top Republican in the Senate, is signaling he'll probably talk tomorrow about this challenge by President Biden, first reported by NBC News, to condemn former President Trump for these comments he's made that say that Mr. Trump wants to toss out parts of the Constitution because of his lies about fraud. You've got the White House, the spokesperson there, saying it shouldn't be a heavy lift to reaffirm the oath you've taken to the Constitution and calling on members of Congress to, in fact, repudiate what Mr. Trump has said. You've got to think the former president has seen some of this backlash because he is sort of kind of not really trying to clarify, quote unquote, clarify them, saying the media is lying about him wanting to terminate the Constitution. Keep in mind, those are his own words. He talked about termination of rules, including in the Constitution, that would allow him to basically be elected, redo the election, basically, saying only fools would accept stolen elections. Again, nothing about this election back in 2020 was stolen. Ryan Nobles is on Capitol Hill. So it is perhaps not surprising that you've got the president, although I shouldn't say that. You have the president now calling up members of Congress to denounce a former president. I guess that should be surprising, Ryan, and it kind of is. The Democrats are now sort of saying, hey, Republicans raised the stakes on this. What perhaps is not surprising is the politics of this. Democrats looking to try to splinter Republicans here. You have Mitch McConnell now suggesting to, I think, somebody on our team or one of the folks following him around on the Hill that he'll speak tomorrow. Former Vice President Mike Pence is one of the few who's come out and condemned what Mr. Trump had to say. And we're also getting some new reaction from Republicans, even just in the last couple of minutes as they're all getting back from the weekend. Fill us in. Brian?
Oh, are you talking to me? I wasn't sure if you were pitching to that soundbite. I'm sorry.
I might have just been rambling. I often do on this program, Ryan, but in this instance, for once, I was not.
Well, so to answer your question, Hallie, yes, we are getting reaction from Republicans up here on Capitol Hill to another controversy from Donald Trump. It seems to be our Monday rite of passage here, right? Where Donald Trump says or does something controversial, and then Republicans, the folks that are still in power, are forced to answer for it. And this time around, it's Trump's suggestion, first, that we should terminate parts of the Constitution, and then second, to overturn overturn a duly won election. But one of the people we caught up with today was Roy Blunt, a senator from Missouri, and I believe we have some sound from him.
I think you take an oath to the Constitution. You don't take it provisionally, and I can't imagine that a former president would make that statement.
And one thing they still refuse to do, though, Hallie, is say that this disqualifies him as the potential nominee for the Republican Party. Most Republican senators today just saying they want to see the process play out and that the voters will decide. Hallie?
I guess I was struck by one comment of somebody said, well, I can't imagine he would say that. But he did say it, right? Like, so this is what I wonder. I mean, you sort of tongue-in-cheek call it a Monday tradition. It kind of has, right? I mean, I think back to when you and your colleagues had to go around asking Republicans what they thought about the fact that, noted now anti-Semite Kanye West, had dined with former President Trump. Is this a pattern we're going to be seeing, through the 2024 campaign? At what point, I guess this is the broad question that the GOP is reckoning with, but at what point do they just fish or cut bait here?
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day. There's no doubt about that, Hallie. And they keep saying they want the process to play itself out. It's going to be a long time before Republican voters are weighing in on the 2024 campaign. And Donald Trump does not seem to be changing his behavior. So this is going to be a big problem for Republican members of Congress as time goes on, unless they are willing to officially remove themselves from him as the leader of the party. All it would take is one Republican to say, I no longer endorse him, and we'd probably stop bothering them.
Ryan Noble's live for us on the Hill. Ryan, thank you. The conservative majority on the Supreme Court today seems willing to side with a website designer out in Colorado who says she shouldn't have to make wedding websites for same-sex couples because it goes against her religious beliefs. This is part of a huge case that is basically talking about free speech, religious freedoms. There were protests outside the Supreme Court today with LGBTQ plus rights here at the center of this all. Here's the deal. You've got Lori Smith. There she is. She's challenging a Colorado state law that says if you're going to go out there and have a business in public, right, if you're going to go out and offer a public service, you then cannot discriminate on who you offer that service to based on a person's sexual orientation. I spoke with the state's attorney general, who has sided against Smith here. He's on the other side of this fight. Here's what he told me.
You can say, I've got a specialized product, but you can't stop people from accessing the product. If you start discriminating based on religion, who can buy products and services, we're going to really undermine our civil rights protections.
This case follows another high-profile LGBTQ plus discrimination case the court took up in 2018. It may sound familiar to you, Colorado baker who refused to design a wedding cake for a same-sex couple. Now, back then, the justices sided with the baker, not on the main issue, right, of whether you can refuse service to a same-sex couple, et cetera, but because of a technicality in a lower court ruling. And so now this court, which is now firmly conservative, is going to get its shot to rule on this all. Joining us now is Yamiche Alcindor, who's been covering all of this. And Yamiche, I was struck by some of the arguments here, right? Because on the one hand, you have what the Colorado Attorney General was telling me, what was argued in court here, which is kind of a slippery slope. You heard some of the more liberal justices saying this. Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan saying hey, if we stop here, what's to prevent, you had a great example, a restaurateur, a chef who's making pasta from saying, well, this is my artistic expression and I don't want to serve it to same-sex couples, right? On the flip side of this, you have some conservative justices, and including one who brought up J-Date and Ashley Madison, right, to kind of make the point that businesses can offer things to certain segments of the population. Talk us through it.
Well, it's interesting because the argument that Lori Smith's attorneys are making is really in free speech. They're saying that photographers win Pulitzer Prizes because it's their expression, it's not the subject. So they're saying as a web designer, she shouldn't have to design a website that she feels is against her conviction. So they're really trying to say, this isn't really a business, this is her artistic expression, which is why they're trying to say, well, this is different from a restaurant. This is different from, at one point, there was a justice who was asking, well, how is that different from restaurants who said back in the 1950s, I'll serve black people, but only at the takeout window. They can't sit down, because Lori Smith is also saying, I have LGBTQ customers. I just don't want to make their websites for their weddings. So
she does other things for those customers,
exactly.
Other kinds of sites, but same-sex marriage specifically is what she says violates her religious beliefs.
Certainly. So that's the argument, that it is about her religious beliefs, but also about her free speech. Not so much a service and business argument as much as an argument about sort of her own expression.
Well, let me play that soundbite from Justice Sonia Sotomayor that I think we have here. Let's listen.
If you don't believe they should be telling their story, and what they're asking you to do is tell their story, then you don't have to do that.
So it doesn't really, there is no line on race, there is no line on disability, ethnicity, none of the protected categories.
That's
in a public accommodation law.
There is a line. The line is that no one on any side of any debate has to be compelled to express a message that violates their core convictions.
What's so interesting to me about why this is back in front of the court to begin with is they kind of left this open at that after that bake shop decision, where they issued that very narrow ruling that didn't address this broader concern that we're now seeing brought up again here.
And I've been talking to some court watchers and really reading about this case, wondering if the 2018 case had been decided on sort of broader grounds, would we even be here? And the answer is possibly because because we have a different court. If in 2018, maybe the court had said, actually, no, as a business, you can't discriminate. You might have someone say, well, now that we have a 6-3 majority, conservative majority, we're going to come back and bring this. It could also have just been brought and say, we want to expand this idea to bring it to other businesses. So it's very interesting that we found ourselves at this position. I will say it was also interesting to listen to these oral arguments, which I really feel like were in layman's terms. And as someone who hasn't covered the court that much, you could understand things because people were saying things like Justice Jackson saying, well, what about if a photographer says, I don't want to put black families with a picture with Santa because I want to look at Christmas from the 1950s? Or what if a Christmas store says, well, I want to serve only Christians and I want to put up a sign that says Jews not allowed? These are sort of really real life sort of hypothetical arguments and questions that the justices were asking. And you sort of felt that the liberal justices in particular were really trying to push the lawyers here. But again, it's a 6-3 conservative majority. This is the kind of case, I think, that they are really kind of waiting for. And people who are sort of supporters of Lori Smith really feel like she's going to be confident. I talked to her legal team as they were walking out of the court, and they feel confident.
I'm talking with one of her lawyers tomorrow after the interview today. This feels like one of those sort of blockbuster decisions that we'll get way later in the term.
Certainly.
Who knows? But like this feels like June-ish, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows? Yumi Shelsenberg, thank you so much. It's good to see you. The Pentagon and the White House might be about to get into a fight with Congress over the COVID vaccine mandate for the military. That's because the White House this afternoon says the Pentagon wants to keep it, right? Pointing out that the military already has a bunch of mandates for vaccines in place. Like people who want to join the military have to get certain shots beyond just the COVID shot. So this is nothing new. But you've got lawmakers, as we've learned today over on Capitol Hill, who say, no, this is making it harder to recruit people into the military. We want to take language out of sort of the current situation that would allow members of the military to not be vaccinated. Monica Alba is joining us now. Monica, here's the bottom line on this, right? It was a fairly controversial decision back in 2021 when the military moved to mandate the COVID shot for people who serve. It is now controversial that lawmakers are leaning on the administration to pull that requirement. Walk us through the expectation, the timing, because this could all come to a head sometime this week.
Absolutely, Hallie. There was a lot of debate when that decision was being considered and a lot of hurdles that needed to be clear before ultimately President Biden said, yes, I would like to see this happen, and Secretary Austin put that in place. And now the two men have discussed this over the weekend and said, we would like to keep this mandate in place. But here's the rub. Currently, congressional leadership in discussions between Democrats and Republicans, we're told, have attached it and potentially included it in this must-pass defense spending bill, which would essentially repeal the mandate. And that is because, according to Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, that in this conversation he had with the president just last week, when he had the Big Four here at the White House, he claims, McCarthy does, that the president actually said he was open to taking it away. So after he said that, then the White House had to come out and say, wait, this isn't totally done and dusted yet. The ongoing negotiations will continue. The president is going to be a part of that, as well as his legislative team. But ultimately, I asked the press secretary just a short time ago about this in the briefing here today, and she said, of course, we would like to see this kept in place, but there is no guarantee because, again, at the end of the day, they need to get this spending bill done. They need to do government funding, and they just realize this may be one of the priorities they might have to compromise on when it comes to getting this all done. But publicly, they want to continue to be clear that they think vaccines are incredibly important, that they're life-saving, that they want to make sure that people don't fall down on that as we kind of head into this potential winter surge. So none of it is done, but you can believe that the White House would like to see it happen. But at the end of the day, there may be something even more pressing, which is to get this all done and wrapped up before the end of the year so that we don't go into a government shutdown, Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us there on the North Lawn of the White House. Mon, thank you. California Governor Gavin Newsom today is making moves to try to punish big oil for high gas prices. He's calling state lawmakers into a special session to approve basically a penalty for oil companies when they make a certain amount of money, when their profits hit a certain point. And it's possible that this proposal could help Californians with gas prices because, as you probably know, they saw gas prices hit more than $6 a gallon this summer. On the national level, we've been talking about how prices have been going down lately. Right now, the national average, right there, $3.40. That may change, though, because the Biden administration, like Governor Newsom, has its eye on big oil companies. The president's talked a lot about this, given how much money ExxonMobil, Shell, et cetera, have been making against the backdrop of the war on Ukraine, oil sanctions on Russia. The president has threatened companies with more taxes if they don't lower gas prices. And then in the face of all this, you know what ExxonMobil did today? Announcing it'll raise salaries for its executives just a month after posting record profits. Brian Chung is joining us now. You know, like setting aside, Brian, that most of these oil executives get most of their money through like bonuses and stock options and everything else and not base pay, right? Give us a sense of the timing here, what this means, only because the juxtaposition of that, right, in light of people's concerns over gas prices is, I think, an interesting one.
Yeah, well, the CEO getting paid $1.9 million. That's a jump from $1.7 million. And by the way, that outpaces inflation. That's a 10% raise. But we also have to acknowledge here that this is because of the fact that the oil companies have done so well over the last year, thanks in part, actually thanks entirely, due to the rise in prices that we saw earlier in the summer. Now, we saw ExxonMobil, for example, make about $19.7 billion in just the last quarter alone. Those are Apple numbers that you don't usually tend to see from these companies. But it's not just ExxonMobil. It's all the other oil companies as well. Occidental Petroleum saw their profits triple. Chevron about doubled their profits off of oil as well. And that's a big reason why the stocks of all of these companies have been to the moon in a year where every other stock is, for the most part, down. Exxon shares up 75% on the year, and Chevron shares up 50%, a big reason why they want to now pay that out to the CEOs as well.
Is it realistic to think then that consumers, if there are penalties on these companies that make a ton of money, right, from either the California governor, from, let's say, the president saying we're going to put in place higher taxes, is it realistic to think that that stuff is going to trickle down to like you or me or anybody else who's going down the street to fill up their gas tank?
Well, in theory, that's what these politicians are hoping for. But what's becoming very much in view is the difficulty in getting something like that passed. We've seen what's going on in California. But what's interesting is that President Biden seemed to suggest that he was interested in something similar earlier in the year when gas prices were spiking up to about $5 a gallon nationally. That's something that was very hard for the administration to do, force these oil drillers to essentially open up more rigs domestically. That's a big thing that made this particular oil crisis so much more different than the 1970s, is that we are a larger domestic driller. But what we saw the Biden administration have trouble doing was politically messaging the intention to do something like that, which likely would have had to come in the form of a law. So he was basically just saying, hey, oil and gas companies, it'd be great if you could do more drilling. They said, that's very expensive for us to do, to turn these rigs on. We're just going to not do that and hope that we can ride out these price increases. And ultimately, that impulse is no longer there with prices back down now. So very interesting to see. But again, the cash is definitely in the coffers of these companies. So they're very happy about that.
Brian Chung, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The White House today responding to some exclusive new reporting from our team here at NBC News about hackers linked to the Chinese government stealing at least $20 million in COVID benefits. This is according to Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, saying a little bit before we went on the air that the president has continually embraced and called for strong oversight and enforcement against potential fraud. This is the first pandemic fraud tied to foreign state-sponsored cyber criminals that the U.S. government has acknowledged publicly. But experts say it could only be the beginning. And remember, like we have to say it, this is your money. Man, this is your, do you pay taxes? I bet you do. This is your money we're talking about. It's supposed to be used on stuff like small business loans, on unemployment benefits, but instead these Chinese hackers got it. The Secret Service says the group behind this is highly adept at these espionage missions and financial crimes. Ken Delanian is one of the reporters behind this story. I'm glad to have you with us, Ken. So national security implications are real here. Walk us through it.
This is really the convergence of two horrible stories, Sally. One is the massive fraud in pandemic relief programs, and another is the threat from Chinese hacking. So hundreds of billions of dollars in pandemic relief went to fraudsters, including a lot of foreign criminal groups. But in this case, what's so alarming about this is a Chinese hacking group that's linked to the Chinese intelligence services.
Like the A-team. Right.
And so the idea that they are rooting around in now, our sources tell us that they don't believe the Chinese government ordered this hack. They allow these hackers to freelance and make money. But these are some really prolific hackers. The idea that they're rooting around in U.S. government systems stealing money is really alarming.
I'm just so struck, to remind people here, law enforcement officials, counterintelligence officials have testified in front of Congress that by now, every adult American, if you are watching this and you're over the age, you've almost certainly had your stuff stolen by China. All or most of your personal data taken by China. That's a big deal. What are they doing with it?
They are building massive databases that allow them to identify American intelligence operatives abroad, to understand things about our systems that allow them to steal, intellectual property. This is the FBI director, Chris Wray, has been has been hammering on this, that the threat from China to national security and economic security is enormous.
Super quickly, you said this is the first time that we can link pandemic fraud to a foreign state-sponsored sort of cyber criminal. Are there others? Could there be more to come?
Absolutely. Experts fear that there are others. And the larger story here is the pandemic relief programs were rife with fraud, and Congress has done very little to establish accountability about that. Hundreds of billions of dollars that could have gone to roads, schools, veterans benefits, food stamps, gone.
Ken Delaney, thank you for that reporting. It's good to see you. Appreciate it. Coming up, Iran is claiming its notorious morality police are now a thing of the past, but officials here at home aren't really buying it. We'll tell you why not. Next. Plus, Kyrie Irving, no longer a Nike athlete. More on why the company is officially cutting ties with him in a sec.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Today, the U.S. staying pretty skeptical about this claim from Iran that they're getting rid of their morality police. That's after an Iranian government official and the country's AG said they'd be shutting down the part of the police that enforces conservative dressing. So the U.S. State Department here is like, well, wait a second. This is vague. This is ambiguous. Protesters in Iran seeming really skeptical, too. They're kicking off a 3-day strike today because this announcement from the AG that the morality police no longer exist isn't really considered official. In order for that to happen, this announcement would have to come from higher ups, top law enforcement or religious leaders. You'd be thinking, okay, well, why are we talking about the morality police at all? Came to the world's attention during protests, like you see here, after the death of Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old who died in police custody for allegedly breaking the country's dress code laws. Ali Arouzi is joining us now. And Ali, there's been back and forth over this, right? Months and months of protests in Iran. Now somebody in the government is like, okay, we're getting rid of the morality police. They're abolished. That was the word. But we have to talk about the big grains of salt here, right? Because that's number one. We don't even know if that's the case for real. And number two, that's not an immediate problem solver for all of this either.
Exactly right on both points, Hallie. Firstly, there's a lot of confusion about what they're doing. Just in the last hour or two, another senior cleric came and said, look, the morality police is gone, but they may come back in a different form. So it's still very opaque what's going on. The other form may be that their physical presence will come off the streets, but then they'll try and control women through surveillance cameras, facial recognition. If they're not wearing their headscarf in public, they'll be fined, or they can't go to the bank, or they can't register for some sort of social service. But the situation on the ground has gone beyond that, Hallie. Even if the government did come and say, listen, we're not going to enforce the hijab anymore, for many of the protesters, it's too little, too late. And the only reason they're talking about this right now is because of the critical mass of women that came out and said, enough is enough. We're not going to wear this headscarf anymore. You know, you're basically going to have to kill us all if you want to enforce it. So it's become unenforceable. You walk around Tehran, 60% of the women are not wearing headscarves. In the airport, they don't wear headscarves, where it was all ruthlessly enforced. So this is the government now scrambling to see what they can do to try and calm the situation down, but it's not really calming anyone down in Iran. As you mentioned, leading up to this announcement, people have been asking for 3 days of strikes and protests. That has happened. The country is essentially ground to a halt, and the regime is scrambling, wondering how or if they can get out of this situation.
Ali Arouzi live for us there on that story. Ali, thank you very much for staying on top of it. It is significant. We'll continue to cover it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Tampa police chief resigned today. That's after body cam footage showed the former chief, Mary O'Connor, flashing her badge to a deputy and asking to be let go after being stopped in a golf cart back in early November. O'Connor offered to pay any fine. She apologized to the deputy. Number 2, you got a little bit more time to get your real ID. You're looking at it here. The new deadline is May of 2025. DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, says COVID's made it harder to get the ID. Do you know what this is? You have to have it, right? This was passed back in 2005 in the wake of 9/11. It was supposed to go into effect in 2008. It basically strengthens security on, like, your ID. It's been repeatedly delayed since then. Number 3, remember Michael Avenatti? He's now been sentenced to 14 years in prison for a fraud scheme in California. He's been ordered to pay $7 million in restitution after admitting he pocketed millions that belonged to clients and then lied to them about it. Avenatti became famous for representing porn star Stormy Daniels, who sued then-President Donald Trump. Avenatti's already serving time in prison for stealing book proceeds from Daniels and also for trying to extort Nike. Number 4, speaking of Nike, it has officially now cut ties with Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving. That's about a month after Nike suspended its contract with him after Irving tweeted a link to an anti-Semitic movie. And then after that, refused to say he was against anti-Semitism. He did issue an apology after he was suspended by the Nets. Number 5, ABC's GMA3 co-anchors TJ Holmes and Amy Robach are temporarily off the air after news of their romantic relationship surfaced last week. Apparently, the president of ABC News has called their relationship a distraction. The announcement comes days after the ABC co-hosts were spotted holding hands in a car and going on dates in pictures published by the Daily Mail. Still ahead. After an eruption of Mauna Loa, this active volcano is now becoming a tourist site, right? So how does that work? As this thing is having its lava flow get closer and closer to civilization, we're going to take you there live in just a minute.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This big highway in Hawaii is in danger of being shut down, and check out why. This is a live picture of the lava coming out of the Mauna Loa volcano. And the highway is right in its path. God, that's like incredible to look at, but it is dangerous, obviously, and could be a huge pain for commuters who want to get from the east side to the west side of the island if this lava takes over the highway. This whole thing, like unsurprisingly, kind of becoming a tourist attraction. That may be a little dangerous. Officials are telling people stay on the road if you want to check it out. Let's bring in our correspondent, Steve Patterson. Steve, do we really have to tell people don't go walking through an active lava site? Like, are we really, this is what we do now?
I mean, you know, people are curious, people wander, people get a little too close, and I think what officials are trying to say over and over again is what you said, that this is dangerous. This is lava that is so hot, it is creating new Earth. You do not want to be anywhere near this. Plus, not only that, not only is it dangerous to yourself, we were talking bodily, but it further adds more complications to an already really complicated situation, right? Because now they have to allocate resources to keeping you away. So that may further create a situation in which they're trying to keep this road open, right? As that lava gets closer to that road, it makes it more complicated. They may have to shut it down earlier than expected. And that road, let me tell you, Hallie, it's a big impact. I mean, you're talking about one of the most major thoroughfares on the entirety of Big Island. It connects the east side of the island from the west side of the island. It connects Kona to Hilo, two of the biggest cities on the island. Not only, you know, is that a big deal for commuters, it's also a really big deal for a lot of the city systems, a lot of the transportation department. They have to get resources to those cities. So all of that makes a difference. So does people trying to stay put and not getting too close to that, overcomplicating their job. For commuters, though, it's also a pain. I spoke to the mayor about this. Here's what he, well, he told me basically, I mean, if the lava gets close enough.
Can I just preface with people, you know Hawaii well. I am deeply jealous of you for that. But like, if you don't, it's not like there's 100 highways on this island, right? Like, it's not like there's a billion ways to get around. There's like one big main road. That's it.
Yeah, I met my wife in Hawaii. She's there now. She's not on Big Island. And Big Island is much different from a lot of the other islands, especially Oahu. Oahu's densely populated. Big Island's sparsely populated, but it's huge, right? There's about 200,000 people on the island in its entirety. So that road is vital. It's essentially like, oh, I don't want to misequate things, right? It's not like the 405 shuts down in Los Angeles, but it is that big to the people there because it is such a vital artery. If that shuts down, you're talking about side streets that would add hours and hours on top of a commute. Not only that, but you're talking about, again, this lava creating new Earth. It's not like after this ends, they can just take a few shovels and get rid of the leftover lava. You're talking about an entire transportation project that needs to happen to clear that. So all of this is major. I spoke to the mayor about it. Here's just what he told me about the commute. Listen to this.
People would have to take the coastal routes. It would add a little bit more time to their trips, but something that was done for many, many years, but it would slow things down quite a bit.
And again, he says, like, the major pain is not worrying about this very, very slow trickle of lava. And it is very slow. We're talking 50 feet an hour. That is super slow. It is more about the people that are gandering and looking up and gawking and getting in the way and slowing down traffic as it is right now, Hallie.
Steve Patterson, yes, you could you outrace the lava on foot? You could, right?
You could outrace the lava on foot, yes.
Steve Patterson, thank you. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, the infamous Long Island serial killer known as the Torso Killer, admitting to 5 more murders. Richard Cottingham today pleading guilty to the 1968 murder of 23-year-old Diane Cusick at a mall in Nassau County. He also confessed in court to 4 more murders. He's already serving life in prison for the nearly dozen killings of young women in the 60s and 70s. Out of our West Coast Bureau, a portion of California's Highway 1 is still closed today because of a rock slide. The state DOT says a lot of wind, storm damage created problems along this world-famous scenic highway near Big Sur. It is gorgeous. It is obviously prone to this kind of thing that you see on your screen. No word yet on when the highway is going to reopen. And from our Southeast Bureau, a Florida zoo is asking the public for help after 2 of its rare Galapagos tortoises were stolen last week. The 2 were last seen on Wednesday, according to a spokesperson for the St. Augustine Crocodile Farm. This type of endangered species can grow to be 700 pounds and live for more than 100 years. The stolen tortoises here were youngsters, just 5 years old. Coming up, the 11-year-old nephew of a Texas woman killed by a police officer in her own home took the stand today. Why prosecutors say the shooting was, in their words, absolutely intentional.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. The prosecution in a Texas courtroom today saying the shooting of Tatiana Jefferson back in 2019 at the hands of a then police officer was absolutely intentional and an unjustifiable act that should have never happened. Erin Dean is on trial for shooting Jefferson through a window of her own home. Dean has pleaded not guilty to the murder charge. His lawyers say this case is about fact, not emotion. Zincle Esamoah has more.
How did she pull the gun out of her purse?
She looked at her purse, and then when she looked at it, she got it and just had it next to her.
Today, the long-awaited murder trial begins for Erin Dean, the white former police officer who fatally shot and killed a black woman, Tatiana Jefferson, in her family's Texas home. The incident started as a non-emergency call to police. The front door of Jefferson's home was open, according to police. Body camera video showing the officer, Erin Dean, approaching the front door of the home on October 12, 2019, then walking around the side of the home. In the body cam video, Dean shouts at Jefferson to show her hands moments before fatally shooting the 28-year-old through the rear window of the home with a single bullet.
Put your hands up, show me your hands.
Dean is not heard identifying himself as police. Police say Jefferson was playing video games with her then 8-year-old nephew, who, according to police record, said his aunt pulled out a gun after hearing noises behind the house. It is unclear, based on police records, if Dean knew Jefferson was armed. The shooting sparked widespread outrage. and a speedy response from the Fort Worth, Texas Police Department. They promptly released the body cam video. Dean quit and was charged with murder and non-negligent manslaughter just 2 days after the shooting. He pled not guilty and went free on $200,000 bond.
How usual or unusual is it for a police department to respond to a fatal police shooting like this?
Most of the time, police departments will take their time investigating before they take disciplinary action.
But that pace slowed. In contrast, George Floyd, the black man killed by a white officer in 2020, was killed 7 months after Jefferson. And that former officer, Derek Chauvin, went on trial and was convicted over a year and a half ago. Dean's trial is just starting.
It took 3 years for this trial to begin. What do you think factored into the delays?
We shouldn't be that surprised that the trial took this long to happen because we're still in the tail end of COVID. And while the pandemic may be over, the courthouse backups are not over.
Reportedly, trial delays were due to the pandemic, appeals, and recurring illness from Dean's team, according to the Associated Press. Dean's attorney died the same week as jury selection. Dean's team did not immediately respond for comment. The family of Tatiana Jefferson says, in part, they are relieved that it's going forward, but they are extremely anxious during this process.
In a case like this, ultimately, it's going to be what a reasonable officer would have done in the same position and what information was known to that officer in that moment.
Zinkley is joining us now. Zinkley, we heard there from Jefferson's now 11-year-old nephew who talked about the moments leading up to her getting shot. He was specifically asked about his aunt's gun, which has been controversial here, yeah?
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. And his testimony was really moving today, right? A bit sobering even to see someone so small in that seat. And he was asked about the gun, which has been controversial because critics felt it was centering Tatiana Jefferson's gun and an attempt to blame her for the incident when they say she's the victim in this case, attempting to exercise her right to bear arms on her own private property. Now, law enforcement say they were bringing up the gun because they needed to be thorough and needed to give the judge all of the information. We also heard that 11-year-old who you see on your screen talk about the moments after she was shot, saying it felt like a dream and that she was shaking and crying. Hallie.
The makeup of the jury in cases like these sometimes gets some scrutiny here. What's the case here?
Yeah, and it's no different in this case, especially because this is yet another case about a white police officer fatally shooting a black person. And so the makeup of the jury is always subject to a lot of attention. We saw Dean's team appeal the location of this case. Those appeals were largely overturned. And the AP reports the makeup of this jury. It is a 12-person jury, and there are 8 men, 6 women, and none appear to be black. Hallie.
Zinkley Esamoah, thank you very much for bringing this to us tonight. Appreciate it. Still to come here, the full trailer for Harry and Meghan's new Netflix docuseries is out. We'll talk about how the royal family is responding. Stay with us.